In this world where divine beasts are elusive, something is amiss with Qin Ming's spirit beast. Initially, he was merely an ordinary individual capable of traversing between realms. Yet within his humble abode, a tortoise capable of consuming grass harbored a universe within. He wielded extraordinary power to navigate both realms, birthing entirely new spirit beasts from his hands. Moreover, he possessed a unique skill that could transform decay into wonder. Years later, people would often inquire, Qin Ming, how did you acquire these divine beasts? He would respond with a serene smile, is it not simply a matter of having hands? Chapter 1, Beast Mastery. Please identify which of the numerous photos of the Xian Shui duck depicts the one known as Kada. The old teacher adjusted his vintage glasses, the simple pointer gesturing toward the projected images. Seated in the last row by the window, Qin Ming inhaled sharply, confronted with 50 neatly arranged close-up shots of Xian Shui ducks. With their round blue heads, lustrous feathers, and adorably vacant gazes, they were undeniably charming. Yet, which one was Kada? Was it the one with a slightly pointed head, or the one boasting more rounded contours? Perhaps the one yawning with its beak agape? Qin Ming widened his eyes, having barely grasped the second row when the first row's images slipped from his memory, the duck's silly little eyes seemingly mocking him. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him, having read half the question only to forget the other half. When would he ever finish? An endless loop. After a few moments of silence, the old teacher scanned the classroom, the myriad of evading gazes betraying their guilt. He sighed deeply, you all, unable to even recognize rare spirit beasts. How do you expect to forge contracts with them, sharing life and death, and trusting your futures? Being a spirit beast master is not as simple as you think. The old teacher lamented, filled with disappointment. The spirit beast master is the most prestigious profession in the spirit martial continent. Through contracts with spirit beasts, individuals unlock their potential, transcending the mundane and embarking on the path of the extraordinary. However, humanity's potential is often inherently restrained, necessitating the activation through contracted spirit beasts. The carefully selected and nurtured spirit beast population within the school naturally exhibits affinity towards humans, and the newly born spirit beasts represent the finest choice for initial contracts. Thus, diligent students strive with all their might to gain entry into higher education institutions, yearning for this opportunity. You are undoubtedly the worst group I have ever taught. Class dismissed. Qin Ming remained preoccupied, pondering which of the adorably daft Xian Shui ducks bore the name Kada. Face blindness was truly unbearable. This group of interdimensional beings was quite something. The school housed around 70 Xian Shui ducks, each with a name, and the assessment required recognition of each. Among them were numerous close relatives, along with a few sets of twins and Dragonan Phoenix, pairs utterly confusing. Muttering to himself, he failed to notice his friend Wang Yuma approaching. My academic genius, why do you appear so profoundly affected? Wang Yuma waved his hands in front of Qin Ming's eyes, as if performing a spirit summoning. You see, I have no objection to recognizing the 15 newly born Xian Shui ducks, but why must I know the entire flock? Qin Ming attempted to lower his recognition difficulty. Alas, you mustn't utter such words. Wang Yuma placed a finger to his lips, lowering his voice. You wish to take someone else's treasure, but not even bother to know their parents? In Wang Yuma's eyes, the word scoundrel shone brightly. Qin Ming, those Xian Shui ducks resemble mere ducks in appearance. They have attained a degree of intelligence in a certain sense. Wang Yuma was not wrong. How then should I distinguish them? Qin Ming humbly inquired that you've come to the right person. Wang Yuma gestured grandly before elaborating that K.E.R. is the youngest daughter, introverted and enjoys solitude. Kupang, the eldest brother, has a bold personality. Kada, the second brother, is lively and energetic. K.E. Fan. The third brother is left-hand. As Wang Yuma continued to speak with increasing enthusiasm, Qin Ming's eyes gradually dimmed. In short, you must immerse yourself in the experience. In the final 2 seconds before class began, Wang Yuma concluded his thoughts with lingering excitement. I memorized all this, but how did you discern these traits from static images? That a feeling. Wang Yuma brought his thumb and forefinger together before his eyes, blinking rapidly. Do you understand the feel? Get lost. All right then. The sound of wind rustled outside, and time slipped away quietly between the flowing white curtains. As a seasoned traveler with 2.5 years of practice, Qin Ming had delved into the art of the spirit gathering array since awakening, mastering 100 analyses of the spirit gathering array to the point of recitation. During countless late-night study sessions, he had contemplated giving up, yet he could not resist the allure of those adorable and striking spirit beasts. In his past life as a fervent fan of a renowned animated series, Qin Ming found it impossible to refuse such temptation. The white hole awaited a bright tomorrow. In the deep of night, it was the perfect time to comprehend the spirit-gathering array. In truth, Qin Ming's progress with the spirit-gathering array was already quite advanced. Based on previous data, students who completed the initial spirit-gathering array had a 93.333 probability of contracting a spirit beast. However, the naturally cautious Qin Ming, considering his experiences of crossing realms even while drinking water, deemed it prudent to play it safe. The initial array was not stable enough. The intermediate level would be more secure. The spirit-gathering array, an esoteric formation, gathers spiritual energy to facilitate the rapid growth of spirit beasts. After integrating certain precious materials, it is said to assist spirit beasts in transcending their racial limits. The pursuit of greater power is an inherent instinct of life, and this is the primary reason why spirit beasts are willing to forge contracts with humans. Qin Ming refined the spirit-gathering liquid with his mental energy, drawing the 999th line, each sequence precise, each angle exact, and aesthetically pleasing array diagram was on the verge of creation. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, creating an itch, yet Qin Ming dared not lose focus. Click! His mental energy was waning. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to overextend himself. Watching as the nearly perfect lotus design gradually faded with the final stroke, he felt a twinge of regret. However, fortunately, his mental energy was nearly sufficient. A few more days of meditation should suffice. After assessing his situation, Qin Ming felt reassured, calming his mind as he gradually entered deeper meditation. Hey, academic genius, I've completed my initial spirit-gathering array. Wang Yuma burst in the morning, beaming with joy. I'm simply a genius. Let me calculate. I'm the second in our class to succeed, 13th in the grade, and this year there are 15 baby Xianshui ducks. Hey. Wang Yuma was overwhelmed with excitement, talking to himself even without an audience. From today onward, I shall be transformed. With my initial spirit-gathering array and full marks in spirit beast recognition, please call me the learning deity. As he spoke, he slicked back his hair and struck an incredibly ostentatious pose. Oh, congratulations. My intermediate spirit-gathering array is also nearly complete. Qin Ming squinted, as a true friend should not be overly indulgent, right? The 99th line was incredibly challenging. It nearly stumped me. But weren't you already? Wait, what did you say? Intermediate? That one with 999 lines? Wang Yuma's smile froze, disbelief creeping into his expression. Are you serious? Feigning calmness, Qin Ming nodded slowly. Wang Yuma's eyes widened, his pupils trembling. How did you achieve this? Great deity, teach me. It is a sensation, Qin Ming remarked, taking a sip from his thermos. He brought his right index finger and thumb together, raising them before his eyes, blinking innocently. That kind of feel, do you understand? Wang Yuma. Chapter 2. Awakening of Talent. In the end, Wang Yumuo could not fathom the sensations described by Qin Ming. Just as Qin Ming struggled to comprehend the feel that Wang Yumuo articulated, it appears that even academic prodigies in disparate fields are subject to a generational gap. The truth is, it was not that Qin Ming was concealing any secrets. Rather, the intricate 999 lines of the intermediate spirit-gathering array required rote memorization, fortified by the extensive knowledge he painstakingly garnered in his previous life. The angles of the lines depended on keen eyesight. His eyes served as the ruler, a manifestation of innate talent, which is what he referred to as feel. As for the sensation that Wang Yumuo spoke of, Qin Ming asserted that he had indeed exerted his utmost efforts. He had meticulously counted the feathers of each Xianshui duck. Yet they were in a constant state of playful chaos, shedding and growing new feathers daily. Recently, some were even undergoing a molting phase. The total number of feathers exhibited dynamic fluctuations, and Qin Ming had yet to discern any reliable patterns or establish a precise data model. He had explored the parameters of feather curliness and the dimensions of the longest plumes, but the ever-changing nature of the young creatures rendered his efforts futile. Those who understand. Qin Ming believed that while his eyes may serve as a ruler, they were not intended for such exhaustive counting. It would surely lead to blindness. During the days spent counting feathers and calculating the curliness of the plumage, Qin Ming's comprehension of array formations advanced at an astonishing rate. Although his performance in the spirit beast identification course remained disheartening, His progress in array formations was indeed fruitful. As for Wang Yimyuo, Qin Ming surmised that the foundational conditions for his learning were simply not met, rendering slower progress in understanding array formations entirely normal. The knowledge imparted in the Spirit Beast Identification course was not confined solely to Xian Shui ducks. In this world of spiritual martial arts, countless creatures possess extraordinary evolutionary potential. However, high-potential spirit beasts that can be safely approached and contracted by ordinary individuals are exceedingly rare. The Xian Shui duck at Yuling High School is one such example. As a water-type extraordinary creature with a clear evolutionary path, a methodical approach to its cultivation can lead to the pinnacle of mastery. With even a slight stroke of fortune, attaining a Lord-level spirit beast is not merely a dream. After all, the teachers at Yuling High School have yet to possess even one Lord-level spirit beast, underscoring its rarity. This is largely thanks to the substantial support from higher authorities in recent years, which has afforded more common students a glimmer of opportunity for advancement. In the 2.5 years since his transmigration, Qin Ming has exerted every effort to seize this opportunity, and it appears he has succeeded. Late at night, he continued his practice of the spirit-gathering array. Tonight, he felt an unprecedented sense of clarity, as each line flowed with an effortless grace, perfectly aligned. Success. Although this outcome was anticipated, Qin Ming was astonished to find that he still had nearly 1/3 of his mental energy remaining. It turned out that meticulous and cautious drawing could deplete a significant amount of mental strength, while following one's instincts and allowing things to unfold naturally was the true path. Qin Ming felt a revelation. This feel was indeed profoundly accurate. Tomorrow, he planned to engage Wang Yimyuo in a deep discussion and share his insights on success in detail. As Qin Ming closely examined the translucent lotus flower radiating a soft luminescence before him, it was as if the very air he breathed had become invigoratingly fresh. Closing his eyes, he silently contemplated, and a wave of clarity washed over him, as if a flash of white light appeared in the depths of his mind. Exhaling, he opened his eyes. Where was this? A vast, glowing spirit-gathering array? With a start, Qin Ming leapt from his bed, finding himself surrounded by familiar furniture, a desk, a computer. Had he returned? Yet, he had no desire to come back. He had devoted 2.5 years to this journey, and he was on the verge of becoming a spirit master. Qin Ming blinked in disbelief, repeatedly opening and closing his eyes, before collapsing back onto the bed. His expression blank. Some individuals are alive, yet have already succumbed to a state of death. Bereft of dreams, they exist as mere shells. In this half-alive state, Qin Ming suddenly perceived a white vortex deep within his mind, something he had never encountered before. Could it be talent? A self-awakening of talent? Rising swiftly, Qin Ming settled into a meditative posture, delving deeper into his perception, realizing that this white vortex seemed somewhat fatigued. In an almost instinctual manner, he grasped the nature of his talent, transmigration. The very culprit behind his return was none other than himself. In the realm of spiritual martial arts, most individuals' talents enhance the combat capabilities of spirit beasts or aid in their growth, with only a few rare talents increasing affinity. Contemplating his own talent, Qin Ming mused that it appeared somewhat advanced, yet utterly useless for spirit beast cultivation. Although he had self-awakened, it was a solitary awakening. Devoid of worth, what use was this talent to him? Despite his grievances, Qin Ming's mindset steadied upon realizing that he could still traverse back to his former life. And he began to ponder the potential of his talent. After all, a saying goes, every talent must have its use, or rather, there are no useless talents. Only those who do not know how to utilize them. If the time ratio between the two realms were appropriately balanced, it could be interpreted as a doubling of efficiency. If he could activate it instantaneously, it might even serve as a means of salvation. Upon reflection, this talent seemed to possess some merit. Qin Ming attempted to concentrate his mental energy. Good. And then he sought to sense the spiritual energy. No spiritual energy? None at all. How could that be? Was the spirit-gathering array merely drawing air? A sense of foreboding crept over him. Without spiritual energy, the very foundation of the extraordinary realm was lost. He had never been so acutely aware of the world in which he found himself. Blue Star. If there truly was no spiritual energy here, then spirit beasts could not possibly exist. This was an entirely different world. As he felt the strands of spiritual energy dissipating from his body, a profound emptiness began to take hold. Frustrated, Qin Ming slapped the desk. What was that sensation? As his fingers left the surface, distinct fingerprints were left etched into the solid wood. The martial arts novels he had read in his youth flooded his mind with terms like internal force and divine consciousness. Striking from afar, flying leaves causing harm, and leaving no trace in the snow seemed no longer confined to mere imagination. This talent is remarkable. Suppressing his surging elation, Qin Ming began to cautiously explore his newfound abilities, moderating his power. After all, we are civilized beings. We cannot simply destroy our surroundings. Once he had managed to control his strength, he approached the full-length mirror in the living room. Yes, a spirited young man, much like those present. Struggling with the facial recognition feature on his phone, his trembling fingers feared applying too much pressure. It could still turn on. It must not have been long since he last used it. His memories from 2 years prior had grown faint, yet the chat history extended only to yesterday. What a curious time difference. Was one side stagnant while the other continued? An instant could stretch into eternity? If that were the case, he was utterly satisfied with this talent. Chapter 3. The genius having experienced the dramatic highs and lows of awakening his talent. Qin Ming found that completing the intermediate spirit gathering array was now a trivial matter. However, he chose not to share his newly awakened talent with Wang Yumuo. It was not a matter of secrecy. Surely, there existed a level of trust between close friends, yet it was all in consideration of his buddy's mental well-being. Such thoughtfulness was a regular occurrence, hardly worth mentioning. Having returned to the familiar confines of Blue Star, Qin Ming, after a brief assessment of the fundamental circumstances, no longer felt panic. Instead, he sat in quiet meditation, awaiting the restoration of the white vortex in his mind. As twilight descended, Qin Ming sensed something ethereal. The white vortex seemed to manifest in reality, expanding and enveloping him. Upon opening his eyes once more, he beheld a crystalline lotus-shaped array, suffused with vibrant spiritual energy. In the realm of Lingwu, I, Qin Ming, have returned. The duck shed at Yuling Academy is indeed a treasure trove, a veritable nexus of talent and fortune. This esteemed locale is so exceptional that the guards are perpetually busied, ever vigilant against the numerous students attempting to sneak in by any means necessary. As a prodigious talent, having ascended from a novice formation master to an intermediate one, Qin Ming enjoys a markedly different treatment. He is afforded the privilege to enter openly, where he can inscribe a spirit-gathering array and present a charming little confection of array crystallization to his beloved Xian Shui duck, thereby enhancing their rapport. Upon entering the duck shed, a delicate and invigorating fragrance wafts through the air, a priceless aroma of various herbs. Known for its ability to focus the mind and gather energy, the ground is adorned with spirit crystals, diligently infused with mental energy daily by a dedicated individual to optimize their spirit-gathering efficacy. The duck shed epitomizes understated luxury. Although this is not Qin Ming's first visit, he cannot help but shed tears of envy within. In this era, humans are eclipsed by ducks. Can you believe it? Around the periphery of the duck shed, a few elder Xian Shui ducks often linger, and Qin Ming sometimes feels as if they are scrutinizing and assessing him. Alas, lacking an understanding of duck language, he can only nod politely and smile as he passes by. Quack, this young man appears rather fine, possesses considerable talent, yet he is so fickle. Indeed, a young person cannot be so indecisive. Ever since he sought out Kuda, Kuyun has been utterly heartbroken. Two elder Xian Shui ducks with slightly curled feathers exchange their opinions, their views remarkably aligned. Yet Qin Ming remains oblivious to these disparaging remarks as he strides deeper into the enclosure. A particularly adorable young Xian Shui duck, just recently shedding its down, hops eagerly towards him, its awkward little steps utterly endearing. Is this the same one from before? It bears some resemblance. Yet the previous one seemed a tad slimmer. Perhaps it has grown? Though a twinge of anxiety courses through Qin Ming, his demeanor remains composed. After all, he has navigated such situations for years. Having cultivated a favorable rapport multiple times, it is entirely plausible that this little one has approached him of its own volition. It must be you, Kuda? Though luck plays a part, the creature before him is indeed Kuda. With fortune on his side today, Qin Ming wastes no time and proceeds to work. The complexity of the intermediate spirit gathering array differs significantly from that of the novice level, demanding his full concentration. After deftly completing 99 lines, Kuda, with its little chest puffed out, eagerly awaits the delightful outcome. After a prolonged wait, however, the familiar sensation eludes him, prompting Kuda to widen its tiny eyes in confusion. Quack, what is happening? Isn't this human usually quite prompt with the meals? As the design becomes increasingly intricate, morphing into shapes previously unseen by Kuda, a profound bewilderment glimmers in its small eyes. With the addition of more lines, the scale escalates dramatically, and an unusual concentration of spiritual energy begins to stir, drawing an ever-growing crowd of both humans and ducks alike. Though the little duck cannot comprehend the particulars, its instincts signal that what lies before it is exceptional, unprecedentedly so. It is a marvel beyond anything it has ever encountered since birth. Consequently, Kuda ceases its frolicking, firmly establishing its position in the limelight. This spot is mine, Kuda. Not even the elder brother can encroach upon it. Step aside. Do not disturb my two-legged creature. It is mine. Despite the increasing throng of humans and ducks, a tacit understanding prevails among them. as if they are performing a silent play, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Guard A senior beast master, leans towards his colleague Guard B, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. What is happening here? Guard B, equally perplexed, gestures that he has just arrived as well. Guard A begins to mime. An intermediate spirit gathering array? But an intermediate array doesn't usually create such a commotion. He illustrates a large circle with his hands for emphasis. Guard B returns a quizzical look, turning to Guard C for clarification. Guard C remains nonplussed. Meanwhile, from a distance, Principal Wang Onmin finally arrives, ushering away the guards who had arrived early yet proved somewhat ineffectual, leaving them feeling a tad embarrassed. He then seamlessly occupies the prime observation spot once held by the guards, scrutinizing the slowly coalescing pattern before Qin Ming, deep in thought, occasionally nodding in approval. Have you discerned anything? Principal Wang Onmin's voice unexpectedly interrupts the guard's contemplation. Guard A responds, Isn't telepathy impressive? That is not what I meant. Principal Wang Onmin, his good mood interrupted, retorts tersely. Guard C provides a well-reasoned explanation, evidently having engaged in deep contemplation. The lines drawn by this student closely resemble an intermediate spirit gathering array. Yet the scale and momentum of the spiritual energy involved far exceed normal expectations, amplified by approximately twofold. You're quite the clever one. Principal Wang Onmin severed his telepathic connection with Guard A and inhaled deeply to steady his emotions. Indeed, I suspect he has awakened a related amplification talent, fortuitously situated in this spiritually rich locale, resulting in this extraordinary phenomenon. Regardless, at such a young age, to produce such an effect is nothing short of remarkable. This child is destined for greatness. Principal Wang Onmin chuckled as he stroked his white beard. His typically stern visage softened into one of warmth and kindness as he gazed at Qin Ming. With conclusions drawn, the onlookers awaited the next developments. While the gathering of ducks remained lively, the little Xianshui ducks, unable to resist their instincts, wobbled forward, while the elder ducks spread their wings, blocking the younger ones from advancing, allowing only three, the very ones Qin Ming had previously fed, to approach. Naturally, could have steadfastly defended its prime position, a cause for celebration. Without making the audience wait too long, Qin Ming gracefully completed the final stroke. The array solidified, the spiritual energy coalescing and calming, yet all present, whether human or duck, recognized the significance of this creation. Even the elder ducks, self-proclaimed worldly wise, felt an overwhelming urge to disregard their dignity. Quack! Alas, born at the wrong time. Indeed. Oh, how the noble are now aged. Two familiar elder Xianshui ducks with slightly curled feathers re-emerged, their opinions once again in perfect harmony, causing a lively uproar. Qin Ming, momentarily lost in the realization of his formation, gazed at the bustling scene before him in bewilderment. He could not comprehend duck language, but the duck's fervent body language conveyed their sentiments clearly. For the first time, Qin Ming experienced the sensation of being the center of attention, akin to a moon surrounded by stars, albeit not entirely human admiration, which felt somewhat peculiar, yet upon reflection, it was quite delightful. Turning around, he found the normally reticent elites now encircling him, their faces adorned with a synchronously beaming smile. A sense of unease washed over Qin Ming. Chapter 4. Confidence. Qin Ming felt an urge to step back, wishing to maintain a polite social distance between individuals. Please, do not come any closer. It is simply too intimate. The spaciousness of the duck shed had never before accommodated such a multitude of Xianshui ducks, particularly the three fluffy ducklings at his feet, an exceedingly delightful sensation. Was he moved? Qin Ming dared not stir. It is worth noting that Yuling Academy has nearly 1,000 students, all of whom yearn for these 15 little darlings. The stark contrast in desirability is evident. These beloved creatures are pampered from a young age. To harm even one would provoke an overwhelming response from hundreds. How could Qin Ming dare to act recklessly, especially with three of them nestled at his feet? It was Principal Wang Onmin who first regained his composure. Addressing the student with a smile, Choose your future partner, little one, for the little fellows can hardly wait. Never before had anyone elicited such a remark from the principal, as it signified that Qin Ming had been granted the right to make a choice. In the past, no one had managed to so uniformly win the affection of the ducklings before officially becoming a beast master, as the preferences of young beasts are notoriously fickle and have always remained inconclusive. However, with the advent of Qin Ming, this seemingly unsolvable enigma appeared to have found its answer. Keita firmly occupied the center stage, its prominence unmistakable enough for Qin Ming to recognize it immediately. Qin Ming did not betray Keita's trust. Without hesitation, he infused the crystalline array into Keita's form. With a loud quack of despair, the larger duck, Keipa, expressed its disappointment, as the little golden beads shimmered faintly. Yet, Qin Ming and Keita were oblivious to this, for in the next moment, Qin Ming seemed to witness a miracle of life. Keita's body radiated a phosphorescent glow. Time seemingly favored it with accelerated growth. The light-colored down rapidly shed, giving way to more lustrous feathers. Keita visibly grew in size, just surpassing the larger K-paw beside it. It was nothing short of a celestial transformation. K-paw could no longer contain itself. A drop of golden bead fell to the ground. Qin Ming felt a pang of panic, not solely because of K-paw, but because every single duckling present had tears glistening in their eyes. And in that moment, no, even at this very second, they had begun to weep. I am truly a villain, Qin Ming lamented. The ducklings began to disperse, the larger ducks comforting the smaller ones, weeping together in a chorus of sorrow. If this continued, Qin Ming felt he too might succumb to tears. At that moment, Kato awoke, rescuing Qin Ming from his distress. It was then that Qin Ming realized that, aside from Kata's physical changes in feathers and size, the most profound transformation was in its demeanor, or perhaps its gaze. It had become more refined, more sagacious. The alteration was so significant that even among two ducks of the same breed, Qin Ming could effortlessly identify Kata in an instant. The other ducks, however, were even more sorrowful. The cries that had seemed to be ceasing erupted anew in a crescendo. Amidst this chaotic scene, Wang Anmin led Qin Ming away, leaving the guards to tidy up the aftermath. Qin Ming, do you understand that intermediate and advanced gathering arrays cannot be deployed lightly? The principal's tone was somewhat grave. Observing Qin Ming's puzzled expression, he offered a hint. Take a moment to sense the concentration of spiritual energy here. Upon doing so, Qin Ming inhaled sharply. He realized he had inadvertently caused a catastrophe, having ruined the precious site that the school had invested heavily in. The durability had been reduced to zero. No wonder the gathering array's effects had been so remarkable. The spiritual crystals were overwhelmingly potent. As for the price of these crystals, Qin Ming had heard whispers. Due to their gentle and stable energy coupled with their scarcity, prices remained exorbitantly high. It was said that a crystal the size of a fist could only be afforded by a novice beast master after a year of diligent saving. The duck house was vast, with the ground entirely paved with spiritual crystals. The prospect of being unable to repay the looming debts felt like a specter before Qin Ming. Ahem, ignorance is no excuse. The school will bear this loss this time, but you must not repeat such a mistake here in the future. The principal's mind recoiled at the thought of the costs incurred in constructing the duck house, but he swiftly shifted the conversation, interrupting Qin Ming's thoughts. Students must learn from this lesson and be profoundly grateful for the school's generosity. This is a second chance, but do not expect more. As Qin Ming walked towards the classroom, the principal could no longer contain the smile that had been building within him. With a student of such extraordinary talent, our school is truly remarkable. With such gifted successors, how can humanity not thrive? Yet, the joys and sorrows of humanity are seldom shared. For in the next class, the identification of spirit beasts, Qin Ming would find himself losing all semblance of his scholarly reputation. Curiously, the old teacher was particularly fond of calling on Qin Ming to answer questions, not out of malice, but perhaps out of regret for his academic shortcomings. Qin Ming, please tell us, which of the 20 photos taken today features Kidian? The teacher adjusted his glasses, concealing the anticipation in his eyes. Qin Ming widened his gaze, straining to recall, yet came up empty-handed. However, it would be inaccurate to say he had gained nothing. He noticed that the ducklings had grown noticeably larger since the last class, undoubtedly due to improved nourishment. Moreover, Kata should not be among them, if these photos were recent. Qin Ming had something to say about that. Just then, a stir erupted at the front of the classroom. A single duck, the only one Qin Ming could recognize as a Xian Shui duck, made its way into the classroom. This was rather peculiar. Kata extended its neck, assessing Qin Ming's position before resolutely waddling toward him. Every student they passed shot Qin Ming astonished, envious, jealous, and frenzied glances. Qin Ming rejected their gaze, perplexed as to how Kata had found its way here. He was somewhat confounded. Although Xianshui ducks enjoyed complete freedom of movement within the campus, they typically would not venture outside the duck house due to the inferior spiritual energy in the outside environment. Wait, spiritual energy? Qin Ming suddenly grasped the situation and felt a tinge of genuine remorse for the guards whose workload had presumably just multiplied. As Kata settled at Qin Ming's feet, it obediently allowed him to lift it onto the desk. Though the scene was novel and everyone was witnessing it for the first time, even the old teacher appeared momentarily stunned. The lesson must continue, and Qin Ming's dignity could not be salvaged. Better to endure a brief humiliation than a prolonged one. Qin Ming sighed inwardly. I'm sorry. Quack. Qin Ming's words were abruptly interrupted, but upon seeing Kata shake its head earnestly, he reconsidered. Old teacher, I have a bold idea. Are you ready? Kata, do you know which photo features Kidian? Qin Ming whispered. Kata nodded with confidence, its bright eyes radiating assurance. Quack, quack, quack. The third one. Qin Ming ventured. Kata shook its head. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ming suggested. The third row? Keita nodded enthusiastically, followed by a flurry of excited quacks. The second one in the third row? Qin Ming exclaimed, immediately understanding. Keita nodded vigorously, even flapping its little wings in excitement. With newfound confidence, Qin Ming declared, Teacher, Kidian is the second one in the third row. The teacher, taken aback, adjusted his glasses that were perilously close to slipping off. You, please take a seat. Indeed. Keita stood there plainly, unabashedly revealing the answer. Yet, no one stepped forward to admonish them. Even the teacher seemed to tacitly approve. The class was left in stunned silence. However, Qin Ming felt a surge of exhilaration. He did not wish to sit down. He wanted to answer more questions. Teacher, I feel stronger than ever. Go ahead and keep the questions coming. I'm ready. Yes, Keita felt the same. Their eyes met, brimming with unspoken understanding. Although Qin Ming yearned to continue showcasing his skills, he refrained for the sake of preserving his classmates' fragile friendships. The teacher motioned for Qin Ming to sit. And after a moment of hesitation, he complied. From that day forward, Qin Ming declared that he had developed a fondness for the spirit beast identification class. The only downside being, the teacher seemed less inclined to call on him for answers. As soon as class ended, all the students flocked around, their remaining rationality compelling them to maintain a safe distance from the beloved Keita, perched on the desk. Qinggu, how did you manage that? Wang Yumok took the lead in posing the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Qin Ming surveyed his surroundings, realizing they were ensconced in an impenetrable cocoon. Layered upon layered, with no discernible escape route in sight. It appeared that remaining silent would not facilitate their departure. Clearing his throat, Qin Ming endeavored to organize his thoughts. Esteemed leader, allow me to offer you a beverage to soothe your throat. The astute Zhao, seemingly with alternative intentions, interjected. I have orange-flavored candies. Money, the classmate, was equally undeterred. I have potato chips. The atmosphere became animated, excitement mounting. Qin Ming expressed his satisfaction with such treatment, yet he believed future efforts could be further improved. After sipping a refreshing drink and savoring the orange candy, he finally spoke. It is well known that my recent mastery of the spirit gathering array has reached an intermediate level. He paused for 2 seconds, allowing an ample moment for the forthcoming flattery to take effect. Disperse, disperse, urged Sun, waving his hand, causing the encirclement to loosen. Qin Ming noted that while shock was evident in the expressions around him, a greater sense of numbness prevailed. Isn't my prowess deserving of commendation? And what of those potato chips? I have yet to taste them. The inconsistent treatment left Qin Ming feeling somewhat overwhelmed, rendering even the candy in his mouth less sweet. Although many onlookers remained, their attention had clearly shifted away from Qin Ming. They were there for the duck. That brief, plump little tail. Oh. Yet his steadfast companion Wang Yumok remained by his side, advising him, Brother Qin, you're too ambitious. Leave some room for others. It's not that we don't believe in you, but your path is one that others cannot replicate. I too wish to pursue my dream duck. But lingering here could taint my scent. What if she thinks I have lost interest? That would be unfortunate. With that, Wang Yumok departed. As Qin Ming watched his friend's retreating figure, surrounded by a throng, he felt a profound sense of isolation unlike any he had ever experienced. That night, seated cross-legged on his dormitory bed, Qin Ming resolved to further explore and comprehend his innate talents. Given that advancing in the spirit gathering array was unlikely in the short term, and with the spirit beast nearly ready for contract signing upon graduation, he felt no urgency. At this juncture, he wished to delve deeper into understanding his gifts while also taking a breath to solidify his foundational knowledge of the spirit martial continent. Despite having traversed to this realm for 2 years, he had largely been preoccupied with studies, yielding a limited understanding of spirit masters. Consequently, he had navigated cautiously, unable to truly let loose. Regarding his newly awakened talent, Qin Ming sensed its potential but acknowledged that due to its personal nature, it could only be developed independently. Based on his prior experiences, he estimated that a mere day spent in any world would suffice to unlock his abilities anew. Furthermore, it seemed that the energy required for this awakening was neither spiritual essence nor mental fortitude. Though unclear about what was being expended, he noted a swift recovery. While uncertain of the maximum duration of his stay, he had an inkling that there were no restrictions. Such formidable talent was indeed befitting of him. Having organized his thoughts, he returned to Blue Star once more. The Simon's mattress of Blue Star was undeniably plush and comfortable, yet at that moment, Qin Ming had no time to indulge in such luxuries. He rushed towards his desk, expelling the inferior spiritual crystals from his mouth one by one. Almost choking, he leaned against the desk to regain his composure. The items he had intended to bring back had not been successfully transported, and as he had discovered previously, only his consciousness had returned to Blue Star, while his physical form remained unchanged. Though endowed with some extraordinary abilities, they appeared to be merely influenced by the spiritual essence he had carried. Once he collected himself, Qin Ming hurriedly checked the inferior spiritual crystals he had painstakingly brought back. Thankfully, their stability remained reliable. At last, he had acquired a power bank, albeit with limited charge, for spiritual crystals were exceedingly expensive, and even the inferior ones did not come cheap. Unlike the previous chaotic return, this time Qin Ming felt a sense of calm. "Turtle, I'm here to see you." Qin Ming dashed towards his beloved pet, Little Fat. There, a turtle the size of a rice bowl floated gracefully in its tank, basking in contentment. The water level was shallow, just slightly above the turtle's back, with a natural stone serving as a basking platform. Qin Ming had raised this turtle from a grape-sized egg, and they had shared 7 years of seasons together. Having nurtured it bite by bite to its current size, their bond was profoundly deep. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Little Fat was equally ecstatic, swimming eagerly towards him and splashing water everywhere. Observing its robust limbs and glossy black eyes, Qin Ming felt an immense sense of pride. However, how could it splash water at him? The water was murky and had a faint odor, seemingly mixed with some unknown substances from Little Fat. Qin Ming had always believed his turtle to be remarkably intelligent, so its behavior must have been for a reason. Frowning, he pondered further. Oh no, he had forgotten to feed it yesterday. In the sweltering heat of 36 degrees, how could he have neglected to provide sustenance? One must realize that Little Fat earned its name for a reason. It had always been a voracious eater, capable of consuming 3 times what an ordinary turtle could. Thus, missing a meal was akin to a calamity for Little Fat. No wonder it was rebelling. Acknowledging his fault, Qin Ming swiftly changed the water and fed his turtle, ensuring everything was in order. The interaction during feeding was delightful, and Little Fat, as always, displayed an excellent appetite, easily devouring 5 large shrimp. Sated and content, Little Fat ceased its splashing, gazing at Qin Ming with what seemed like a silent command. "Step back, my servant." Yet Qin Ming, oblivious to the hint, continued to affectionately stroke the turtle, from its shell to its little feet, all of which felt pleasantly cool. Sensing the well-regulated spiritual essence within him, Qin Ming suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He began to experiment, gradually increasing the flow of spiritual energy. Yet Little Fat, like an insatiable abyss, greedily absorbed every bit of energy Qin Ming transmitted. In the midst of Little Fat's indulgence, Qin Ming was taken aback. How could it be that his energy could not satiate a mere turtle? Chapter 6, The Degree of Rapport 1. Doubting himself, Qin Ming decided to cut himself some slack and proceed with the next experiment, whether he could transport living beings across dimensions. Pets from Blue Star were comparatively low cost and easy to acquire, and with a limited size constraint on his mouth, there remained some options. Qin Ming meticulously selected 5 sturdy ants, a butterfly with a broken wing he had found, and stealthily appropriated some of Little Fat's food, 2 of the fastest little fish. With preparations complete, he set off. Upon arriving in the spirit martial continent, Qin Ming expelled the plastic bag, watching as it melted away like snow under the sun. The experimental subjects rapidly expanding, their eyes turning crimson, nearly bursting. The indescribable frenzy of their condition sent a chill down Qin Ming's spine. Within a mere 5 minutes, the experimental subjects had succumbed, visibly decaying at an alarming rate. Although the creatures he had chosen, aside from the ants, were already nearing the end of their lives, the scene before him still filled him with trepidation. In the near future, unless he made groundbreaking progress, Qin Ming resolved not to pursue this line of research further. Certainly, the chubby little one still requires continued feeding. This time, Qin Ming was rather careless, failing to prepare adequately. Next time, ample spiritual energy shall be ensured. With that concluded, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, Qin Ming made his way directly to the library of Yuling Middle School. Spirit beasts, having evolved from ordinary animals in response to the spiritual energy invasion of the continent hundreds of years ago, possess remarkable intelligence and charm. Except for a few temperamental groups, they generally harbor no malice towards humanity. However, their extraordinary abilities pose a significant threat to ordinary individuals who have yet to awaken. For instance, the wild phantom leopard possesses an innate affinity for nuzzling against humans. Yet a mere brush from it could result in severe internal injuries or even instant death for an unawakened person. Thus, those who have not awakened dwell solely within the confines of cities, shielded by formations that restrict the entry of wild spirit beasts. Anyone capable of successfully drawing a spirit gathering array may contract with a spirit beast that favors them, thus achieving awakening. Nevertheless, the resources required for raising and evolving spirit beasts are exorbitantly costly, prompting the authorities to provide assistance and support to exceptionally talented young individuals. Indeed, the Xianshui duck, which Qin Ming has tirelessly sought for 2.5 years, is among such spirit beasts. After all, a spirit beast with initial potential reaching high elite status and evolutionary potential attaining commander level begins at a price of 100 spirit crystals. with one spirit crystal equating to 100,000 Lingwu coins. Such a steep price renders them scarce in the market. Those fortunate enough to seize this opportunity will undoubtedly progress far ahead of their peers. Moreover, the potential of different spirit beasts dictates their ultimate growth beyond level 10. Each subsequent 10 levels represents a tier, ascending from extraordinary, elite, commander, lord, overlord, king, to emperor. The spiritual power feedback from a spirit beast advancement also enhances the strength of the beast tamers, aligned with the highest realms of their contracted spirit beasts: apprentice, junior, intermediate, advanced, quasi-super, super, and master. It is said that super beast tamers can momentarily float through sheer will, while master-level beast tamers can even fly over long distances. Rumor has it that Principal Wang is a super beast tamer, leading Qin Ming to realize just how understated his principal truly is. If he could attain such a level, he would scarcely wish to touch the ground. The more he learned, the clearer the rarity of the Xianshui duck became, prompting Qin Ming to decide to pay a visit and offer today's feeding, thereby boosting his rapport. Before he could reach the duck pen, he fortuitously encountered Qida. Qin Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, he had caused quite the commotion in the duck pen yesterday, unwittingly burdening the guards with an abundance of extra work, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. This seemed the perfect moment. Yet as Qin Ming prepared to draw the spirit-gathering array, Qida halted him. Qin Ming was taken aback. Qida extended its short wings, gesturing towards its protruding belly, then shook its head. Full. Qida did not deny this, and its sparkling little eyes suddenly enlightened Qin Ming. Was it that the energy from yesterday had yet to be fully digested, rendering today's feeding unnecessary? Qin Ming speculated. Qida promptly nodded in satisfaction. Qin Ming smacked his forehead. Indeed, the significant influx of spiritual energy from yesterday could hardly have been completely processed in such a short span, likely still subtly enhancing Qida's physique. No wonder Qida had come out to stroll today. The environment of the duck pen likely held little allure for it recently. However, if feeding was off the table, how was he to elevate their rapport? Qin Ming furrowed his brow, running a hand through his thick black hair. Well then, the next class is on spirit beast identification. Would you like to join me, Qida? The spark in Qida's eyes brightened instantly, its flat beak curving into a smile. Considering the distance to the classroom and Qida's youthful stature, Qin Ming cautiously cradled Qida against his chest as he proceeded. Upon stepping through the classroom door, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell eerily silent, so much so that Qin Ming hesitated to enter. His classmates, led by Wang Yumao, exhibited blank stares and calm demeanor, parting to create a path. In stark contrast, those represented by Sun seemed frenzied, approaching Qin Ming, trembling fingers pointed at him but unable to articulate a single word. Their eyes filled with accusations. You have betrayed the organization. How could you do this? The guilt gnawed at Qin Ming's conscience, compelling him to evade Sun's gaze, which conveyed far too much information. Alas, in his quest to bolster Qida's rapport, his classmates were enduring quite a burden. But he reassured himself that they would grow accustomed to it in time. Navigating past the theatrics of Sun, Qin Ming proceeded to his seat, where the picturesque view outside the window and the delightful presence of Qida awaited him. With 2 minutes remaining before class commenced, the homeroom teacher entered, scanning the room with practiced ease. Upon spotting Qin Ming, he seemed to momentarily falter, though his thick reflective glasses obscured any trace of emotion in his eyes. Oh, has the teacher switched to thicker glasses? Qin Ming mused, his thoughts drifting. It was no surprise. He felt an unusual sense of confidence and nonchalance, especially since he had become exceptionally skilled in spirit beast identification since yesterday. He wondered aloud who among them would dare challenge his expertise. As he waited for the teacher's probing questions, Qin Ming grew impatient, eventually deciding to raise his hand, only to be met with apparent disregard. This was unacceptable. He was eager to showcase his knowledge. Qida seemed to share this sentiment, raising its tiny limb in tandem. Perhaps it was Qida's conspicuously bright wings or its bouncy little steps that made it impossible to ignore, for eventually, the teacher called upon Qin Ming to respond. With a cheerful quack, he provided the correct answer. Excellent, a harmonious collaboration. Rapport with Qida increased by 1. Confidence boosted by 1. The despondent Sun and his classmates suffered a morale drop of 1. Chapter 7, Uncovering Talent. The enjoyable spirit beast identification class, which had recently felt like a fleeting moment in time, concluded before Qin Ming had the chance to fully grasp its essence. With a sigh, both he and Qida mirrored each other's expressions of lament. Quack, it's over for today, class has ended. Quack, let me see. There's no spirit beast identification class tomorrow either. What a pity. Qida agreed wholeheartedly. Strangely, it seemed that as soon as class ended, everyone hurriedly vacated the premises. Was there ever such a rush after class before? Qin Ming felt a twinge of confusion but dismissed it. He adeptly cradled Qida, instinctively making his way back to the duck pen. On the way back, Qida, be sure to take today's array crystal with you. Though you may not need it right now, it could be useful for your duck parents. Qin Ming felt that Qida had been quite helpful to him these past days, and their bond was growing ever closer. It only seemed fitting to bring back a token of appreciation. Although he still hadn't quite figured out who Qida's duck parents were, it was reasonable to assume that Qida would know them well enough. Additionally, if the array crystal was not utilized, it would gradually dissipate, and spiritual energy itself required daily exercise. For Qin Ming, this posed little cost and allowed him to cater to Qida's needs, truly a perfect arrangement. However, if it were merely a basic array crystal, its worth was rather modest, making it unsuitable as a gift for Qida's parents. Yet, a mid-tier crystal was a different matter entirely. Aside from Qin Ming, who was somewhat of an anomaly, those capable of achieving mid-tier levels were typically intermediate to advanced beast tamers, which he had only recently come to understand through diligent study. Generally, apprentice and junior beast tamers only reached basic levels of array mastery, and as a beast tamer's proficiency improved, so too did the strength of their spirit beasts. In a sense, this made them more capable of thriving. Hence, genuine beast tamers were never short on resources. Even if there were any, one must not feed them casually. For the household spirit beast is prone to jealousy. At the last corner before reaching the duck pen, Qin Ming came to a halt. According to the whispers from his good friend Wang Yuma, the guardians of the duck pen appeared to be collectively irritable today for reasons unknown. Thus he was advised to take a detour. Qin Ming, having grown up on the principle of heeding counsel, maintained a safe distance and watched as Qida departed. Upon returning home, he wasted no time in seamlessly transitioning to his quest for the turtle. Qida was undeniably adorable, but could one truly claim that turtles lack charm? Qin Ming considered himself a rather affectionate individual. Little fatty, heed my words. Yesterday was a lapse in my judgment, but today is different. Let the spiritual energy flow. 5 minutes later, Qin Ming fell into silence. Little fatty's angelic eyes were indeed mesmerizing. Well, perhaps next time would suffice. Or perhaps it would be best to let today slide. He swiftly capitulated to reality and began preparing little fatty's rations for the day. He had already perused the research, discovering that previous failed attempts were due to the violent influx of spiritual energy, which rendered absorption impossible. Similar incidents had been reported in perilous outdoor locales. Although he remained uncertain about the specific remedy, he was confident that supplying spiritual energy to Little Fatty would pose no harm. As for any changes in Little Fatty, Qin Ming had yet to discern any. Oh wait, it did consume an extra shrimp today, but perhaps that was merely a sign of a good mood. Further observation was warranted. Having tended to his home, Qin Ming set out to procure ingredients for the upcoming week while contemplating his future endeavors on Blue Star. Currently residing in a first-tier city in Longhua, the safety was commendable, with cameras omnipresent. Initially, this provided him with a sense of security. However, he now found himself somewhat unsettled. Despite having fantasized about showcasing his prowess as a martial arts master, 9 years of compulsory education had instilled a deep belief in science within him. The immutable power of nuclear deterrence was a case in point. Thus, a pastoral farm or a small village at the foot of a mountain, places where he might encounter a broader array of animals with more lenient management, seemed appealing. Renting out his current residence would conveniently cover expenses. Yet, these remained preliminary notions. Qin Ming intended to make a decision only after officially becoming a spirit master. Another day filled with anticipation to become a spirit master had arrived. Before his return, Qin Ming began preparations anew, though he had no intention of experimenting on living animals. He had yet to try with plants or inanimate objects. With a spirit of experimentation, he gathered several small stones, a few dried branches, and some cabbage seeds, carefully sorting them into individual packages. Bah! As he arrived on the spirit martial continent, he spat out in dread, fearing that any delay might result in an irreparable disaster. The stones remained mere stones, failing to transform into jade or spirit crystals, shattering his dreams of wealth. The dried branches decayed into a foul-smelling black muck, dashing his hopes for the ancient rosewood. The cabbage seeds erupted like popping candy, expanding and bursting one after another. Left speechless, he pondered what the correct approach to this talent could possibly be. Was this gift perhaps intended for my turtle? Strangely, that notion held some merit. Qin Ming continued his research on the talent of traversal. Little Fatty's appetite had grown increasingly voracious, showing signs of becoming quite plump. Back in his home on Blue Star, Qin Ming had stockpiled a variety of supplies, including secondary spirit crystals, primary healing potions, mini climbing sticks, and compressed rations. Do not inquire about the absence of formation crystals. They simply dissolve upon entry, and Qin Ming could not bring them along. Theoretically, it was feasible to utilize secondary spirit crystals for a roundabout rescue on Blue Star and condensed formation crystals. But his financial resources were woefully inadequate to support such an experiment. As of now, all spiritual energy was painstakingly transported back by Qin Ming himself. While items from Blue Star struggled to adapt to the spirit martial continent, the reverse proved no issue, and those validated for return were indeed usable. This implied that, barring taste considerations, Qin Ming could embark on wild adventures in the spirit martial continent without much logistical preparation. He effectively carried an infinite space that would never be lost, albeit with a cooldown period of 1 day upon activation, albeit with strict limitations on the size of items retrieved. In truth, both spatial rings and space-type spirit beasts could bypass this restriction, but the scarcity and cost of either option deterred him. Was it his oral cavity that posed a problem? Economical and secure. Additionally, Qin Ming discovered that this talent granted him a form of bullet time, particularly useful for completing assignments before deadlines, which he rated 5 stars. Of course, there was another function, although rarely applicable and one he hoped never to use, that deserved utmost regard: the ability to save one's life. Should Qin Ming ever suffer a fatal injury in any world with no hope of recovery, he could simply choose to continue living in another realm. He had tested this theory. Damage did not transfer, and the duration of stay in any world was limitless. This was indeed intriguing. Thus, Qin Ming busied himself daily with feeding little Fatty the duck and exploring his talent. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed, and Qin Ming finally graduated, ready to contract the duck as a spirit master. Chapter 8. The Contract. Let us vow together that in the face of both fortune and adversity, whether in wealth or poverty, we shall remain forever loyal to one another, cherishing you until the end of time. This oath, reminiscent of scenes from his past life, felt both familiar and foreign to Qin Ming. The bond between spirit beasts and spirit masters is profound, a matter of life and death. Once contracted, it is irrevocable. Thus, Qin Ming understood the lengthy teachings at school, which constantly emphasized the importance of nurturing a relationship alongside one's spirit beast, and the official prohibition against premature contracts, as it was perhaps the truest form of responsibility towards their future. Even after awakening, the bodies of spirit masters often remained frail compared to mature spirit beasts. To earn the trust of a spirit beast for the future, one aspiring to be a spirit master must possess certain qualities, with the spirit gathering formation being a notable advantage. Ultimately, among the 11 students who successfully condensed a primary spirit gathering formation, only 2 were eliminated, narrowly bested by 3 self-awakened individuals. Those who awaken their talents before contracting their first spirit beast have a chance for their talents to evolve in the future, earning the title of self-awakened. Research statistics indicate that even self-awakened individuals in their initial state possess talents that are remarkably potent for their stage. One could only say that the ducks possessed discerning eyes. As for the operations of the remaining 2, Qin Ming was left in awe. One was a financial powerhouse, daily feeding spirit crystals and resources that Qin Ming had never even glimpsed, prompting him to think, "Apologies for the interruption, please continue." Before Qin Ming had truly distinguished himself, he even contemplated setting aside his pride to inquire whether the benefactor would mind feeding another classmate, a particularly bright and understanding one. But he held back. In the end, he claimed the coveted title of most popular in the duck group, dethroning the previous champion. The other was a natural at attracting ducks. Qin Ming found it utterly incomprehensible, yet astonishing. He had only heard of cat attractors, but a duck attractor was a revelation, especially since these were no ordinary ducks. The girl seemed to need do nothing but stand there to bring joy to the ducks. Furthermore, she could recognize each duck with precision and appeared to communicate with them effortlessly, having been the former strongest in the spirit beast identification class. Her exceptional qualities once led Qin Ming to doubt himself, but fortunately, those days have passed. Qin Ming has long since shed the title of an underachiever, successfully claiming his position as the strongest in the newly established spirit beast identification course. It is worth mentioning that many have speculated whether this adept at quacking has, in fact, awakened his innate talent, though he has chosen to remain silent on the matter. The specifics regarding awakened talents are shrouded in secrecy. The authorities respect personal privacy and do not mandate disclosure, which has proven quite favorable for Qin Ming. As for the last individual, it is none other than Qin Ming himself, who, possessing an intermediate achievement in the spirit gathering array, is so outstanding that words fail to capture his brilliance. Of course, his classmates, who might be considered victims in this scenario, may hold differing opinions, claiming that Qin Ming has been brazenly domineering within the school, always wielding the power of his quacking prowess. Qin Ming asserts that these are mere slanders. As he drifts into his thoughts, he listens to the principal reflect on the past and gaze toward the future. With the final proclamation of a contract, the array awakens. Qin Ming gazes intently at Keita. For him, among a group of similarly appearing little Xianshui ducks, Keita stands out remarkably. From this day forth, I shall be your spirit master. We have spent considerable time together, and I believe we have developed a profound synergy. I greatly admire your cleverness, and your talent in the spirit gathering array could pave the way for even greater possibilities in your future. Let us form a contract, Keita. Qin Ming crouches down, extending his right hand to Keita. Despite having every reason to feel confident, a twinge of nervousness arises as the moment approaches. Until, beneath his feet, the array erupts with countless luminous points, coalescing into a dreamlike beam of light that connects Qin Ming and Keita. Instinctively, Qin Ming closes his eyes, sensing a space in his mind expanding from nothingness, growing ever larger. A surge of immense spiritual energy sweeps in from the outside, revitalizing and enhancing his body, until it feels as though he has shattered a certain barrier, invigorating his spirit. At last, he steps into the extraordinary realm. Even after rehearsing this scene countless times in his imagination, when the knowledge from the books finally manifests into reality, Qin Ming is nearly moved to tears. He is exhilarated to become a spirit master and deeply touched by Keita's trust. At the moment the contract is established, a profound connection forms between Qin Ming and Keita, and he feels Keita's unreserved faith. Perhaps this is the unique purity and sincerity that animals possess. Gradually calming his emotions, Qin Ming opens his eyes and gazes at Keita. Name: Xianshui duck, Keita. Attribute: water. Race level: high elite, currently improving. Evaluation: contains a vast and refined energy within. Its race level is slowly advancing after surpassing the group limit. What on earth is this? Qin Ming is too astonished to fully grasp Keita's evaluation, as everyone had anticipated Keita's significant transformation. But what is this before him? An innate talent? Did I not already awaken a talent? Can one possess dual talents? Am I not human after all? It is said that each person has one talent. Does that mean I am not a person? In this new life, am I considered one person or two? Qin Ming's thoughts swirl in a haze, as it is the first time for everyone to become spirit masters. The excitement is palpable, and Qin Ming's dazed state does not seem overly out of place. Dual talents are wonderful, dual talents are splendid. Qin Ming diverts his gaze from Keita and notices, why do some ducks have panels while others do not? Is talent sometimes fickle? His mind feels a bit muddled. In the distance, the two elder Xianshui ducks he had heard so much about are revealed to be the elusive duck father and duck mother. Their appearance at this pivotal moment in the life of a spirit beast is quite ordinary, signifying the importance of the occasion and blessing the future of the duo. Grateful for the talent that has finally allowed him to recognize them, Qin Ming feels a sense of clarity. However, confident in his popularity among the duck community, he believes that duck father and duck mother are not the only elders who hold him in high regard. Excluding affection, it is likely that the only prerequisite was feeding the array condensation crystal. Qin Ming's mind begins to spark with ideas again. Satisfied, he looks back at Keita, only to catch sight of two more panels. Kabang? No way. When did I feed Kabang the array condensation crystal? And what about Kishuan? Can I still maintain my friendship with Wang Yumao? Self-proclaimed honest and friendly, Qin Ming falls into contemplation. He is eager to congratulate his friend on finally realizing his wish to summon Kishuan. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he feels hesitant about taking a step forward. Chapter 9, New Friends. Qin Ming lapses into silence. Perhaps his tumultuous emotions stand out even among this group of new spirit masters. As the number of onlookers dwindles, Wang Yuma hastily approaches. Qinggu, what kind of talent have you awakened? Why the mix of joy and sorrow? It's a bit hard to decipher. The first contract with a spirit beast is nothing short of transformative, as the influx of spiritual energy not only enhances the body, but can also awaken latent talents in those yet to realize theirs. While some specific information about talents may delve into personal privacy, the general direction is usually not shrouded in secrecy. Offensive enhancements, supportive purifications, and of course, the most mysterious special talents. After all, even if some aspects are kept confidential temporarily, they will inevitably be discerned through practical application in the future. However, certain details may need to be kept under wraps. It should lean towards supportive cultivation, though further exploration will be necessary for specifics. Upon seeing Wang Yuma approaching, Qin Ming feels a bit guilty, scratching his nose as he selects to share the details of his newly discovered second talent. This seems to suit your character quite well. However, I enhance percentages. Wang Yuma mimics Qin Ming's classic pose from a few days prior, cradling Kishuan as he beams with enthusiasm. This talent is actually quite fitting for you. Its application is straightforward and requires little thought. Qin Ming teases. That may be the case, but it feels like a backhanded compliment. Wang Yuma scratches his head. I'm merely acknowledging your physical prowess. Though it sounds like a compliment. Why did you omit my brilliant mind? Wang Yuma retorts quickly. It appears that even in a different world, certain expressions remain universal. Qin Ming senses he may have let his guard down today. As classmates, the two of them engage in playful banter as they head toward the same classroom. Will the classmates who did not qualify for a contract have opportunities to awaken in the future? Qin Ming feels a twinge of sympathy for them, which is certainly not an attempt to change the subject. Observing the somewhat desolate expressions of his classmates, Wang Yuma ceases his playful antics. Opportunities will surely arise. But one misstep can lead to a cascade of difficulties. Dear students, there are many paths to Rome. Success does not lie on a singular road. Their old teacher gazes fondly at the two promising students, yet still cautions, those who lead must not become arrogant. You have only just begun. Understand that behind the glamorous facade of a spirit master lies an unseen world of hardship and sweat. Each year, countless spirit masters vanish into the wilderness without a trace. The allure of strength is enticing, yet ordinariness is not without merit. May fortune accompany you in the future, and may your martial endeavors flourish. Class dismissed. When it truly comes time to bid farewell, everyone lingers, reluctant to depart. Qinggu, Lao Wang, have you succeeded? Student Sun leads the inquiry that weighs heavily on everyone's minds, perhaps to prevent any imbalance in the mindset of fellow students. Or perhaps for the sake of the security of the contract, the venue was not permitted to host an excessive number of onlookers. Can we take another look at Keita and Koyan? There was a hint of hesitation in the words. Of course, Qin Ming and Wang Yuma responded in unison. Previously, they had feared that their classmates might feel a sense of disparity, leading both to simultaneously retract their spirit beasts into the spirit space before entering the classroom. In that moment, the radiance of summoning spirit beasts, unique to the spirit masters, ignited the fervor and desire in the eyes of many classmates. I must become a spirit master. Then you all strive to catch up. We certainly want to linger here waiting. The parting moment was unexpectedly more spirited and passionate than Qin Ming had anticipated. Even several hours later, as the night deepened, Qin Ming still felt a certain emotion reverberating within him. However, he had pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to be careless. Qin Ming summoned his spirit, took a deep breath, surveyed his surroundings, and lowered his voice. Keita, I have a significant secret concerning talent. Huh. Keita, fully cooperative, also lowered his voice and stepped forward. In the profound silence of the night, the duo exchanged their clandestine secrets, reminiscent of an underground meeting. 5 minutes later, Keita tilted his head, cradling his heavy head with both hands. The duck's spirit master seems a bit off. Observing that Qin Ming appeared lucid and not in a deranged state, Keita felt a touch of dizziness. I understand this may be somewhat difficult to accept, but let us give it a try. In any case, no matter what we encounter, remain calm. I will handle everything. Qin Ming retracted Keita, and in the next moment, Blue Star, sensing Keita's tranquility within the spirit space, Qin Ming could hardly contain his excitement and summoned. Accompanied by the brilliance of the summoning array, Keita's figure materialized. Due to prior instructions, even in the absence of perceivable spiritual energy, Keita remained unperturbed, blinking his wise little eyes and surveying the surroundings. Is this the spirit master's other home? How desolate. There isn't even anything imbued with spiritual energy. Keita gazed at Qin Ming with a hint of pity and sympathy. Indeed, to the worldly Keita, the secondary spirit crystal paled in comparison to the stones by the roadside. After all, the ground of the duck's home was comprised of spirit crystals. Being a spirit master is truly challenging. It seems I must work hard to support the family in the future. Qin Ming was oblivious to Keita's thoughts. Seeing him still energetic enough to explore around, he knew there was no significant issue. After all, such powerful and wondrous beings as spirit beasts, while perhaps a bit ill at ease in an environment devoid of spiritual energy, would certainly not struggle to survive. Thus, the next experiment commenced. Keita, aim here and use the weakest water jet. As an untrained spirit beast baby, Keita instinctively targeted the water pool and, after a lengthy build-up, let out a small splash with a puff. Is this a water jet? Qin Ming was taken aback, staring at the miniature, super short water jet that barely filled half a basin, falling into silence. However, it was evident that spirit beast skills could indeed be deployed on Blue Star, which was encouraging news. As for the power, it seemed a bit off. That could be assessed later. Qin Ming skillfully fed the little chubby one and introduced him to Keita, then, with the little one on his back, enthusiastically treated Keita with his favorite shrimp treats. Upon realizing this was the finest fare for the little one, Keita, who had seen the world, cast a sympathetic glance at him. Although the blue duck appeared somewhat odd on Blue Star, considering the unique aesthetics of pet enthusiasts, Qin Ming was not overly concerned. Keita, you may roam freely at home, but try not to venture outside. If you feel tired, you can return to the spirit space. We will head back first thing in the morning. Huh, Keita nodded, remaining still as he continued his affectionate gaze with the little chubby one. Observing the amiable interaction between his two companions, Qin Ming felt a deep sense of relief. Chapter 10, Unexpected Wealth. Regrettably, the little chubby one had not absorbed the array crystallization from Qin Ming and thus could not display the corresponding panel, leaving him unaware of what changes had occurred from the bottomless absorption of spiritual energy over the past few days. It seemed he still needed to devise a way to obtain some spirit crystals for experimentation, if he could acquire spirit crystals. While the prospect of a mid-level gathering array was ambitious, he was confident he could set up a basic gathering array on Blue Star. The array crystallization refined through mental force was gentle and pure. Qin Ming was not concerned about any potential harm to the little chubby one. He needed to brainstorm ways to earn money. The little chubby's spirit crystals and the resources required for Keita's growth were of significant concern. As Qin Ming contemplated these matters, he gradually succumbed to slumber. He failed to notice that Keita, upon hearing these thoughts, appeared to be deep in contemplation. Do you wish to return to the duck house? After morning routines, Qin Ming observed Keita, who seemed invigorated. With their bond established post-contract, Qin Ming could almost communicate with Keita effortlessly. No problem, we will go shortly. Perhaps Keita was simply a home-loving child. It was entirely normal for him to wish to return home and see Duck Dad and Duck Mom after venturing so far from the duck house for the first time. As a recent celebrity at school, although Qin Ming had already graduated, he still managed to gain entry. He presented today's gift to Keita and watched him enter the duck house without following. After all, lacking an understanding of duck language, it would be somewhat awkward to intrude, and Qin Ming felt it prudent to grant Keita and his family a private moment. However, to his surprise, it was not long before the trio of 2 adults and 1 child emerged together. Observing Duck Dad and Duck Mom silently approaching alongside Keita, Qin Ming felt a surge of anxiety. What's wrong? I haven't done anything. Qin Ming glanced at Keita, who remained silent, merely casting meaningful glances at Qin Ming. Qin Ming was perplexed, yet he followed Keita's family toward a secluded corner. Unable to comprehend the situation, he resigned himself to fate, accepting the unknown destiny. Yet, he never anticipated that upon Keita coming to a halt and opening his mouth, he would expel 3 crystals brimming with spiritual energy. Spirit crystals? What the heck? Keita, where did you get these from? Duck Dad and Duck Mom also opened their mouths, with Duck Mom producing 5 and Duck Dad 7. Impressive, Duck Dad. But where did you all acquire these? The familiar shards of crystal were astonishing. No way, ducks shouldn't, at least not. Qin Ming scrutinized closely and realized they were not mere primary spirit crystals. They were intermediate spirit crystals. Dismantling the home? You can take apart your own house. Qin Ming's conscience pricked him, but as the saying goes, one cannot refuse a gift from an elder. He could not disappoint Duck Dad and Duck Mom's good intentions. It was certainly arduous to carry these spirit crystals all the way here in their beaks. After all, spirit crystals are inedible and can be quite abrasive. Qin Ming fully understood this. Qin Ming, this is your one-time chance. If there's a next time, I'll chase you out. Principal Wang's playful reprimand echoed unexpectedly in Qin Ming's mind, startling him. Principal, there will absolutely be no next time. Although he did not spot Principal Wang, Qin Ming still clasped his hands and bowed earnestly. Yet, the implication of the principal's words was that this time would be excused. Qin Ming felt a surge of joy within. The 2 large ducks, upon realizing something, appeared somewhat embarrassed, concealing their heads beneath their wings. With a thud, 2 more sounds of landing echoed. Curious, Qin Ming turned to see. Water crystal? Duckstone. The former held immense benefits for all water-type spirit beasts and was essential for Keita's first evolution. As the force of condensation thickened, the possibility for the duckling spirit beasts to make a breakthrough once more became palpable. The duckstone before him, deep in hue, evidently bore the weight of many years. It was as if they had brought forth their most treasured possession. The duck parents lived in the duck house, safe, yet devoid of opportunities to venture forth in search of resources. This could be said to be their last glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. Yet, at this moment, they bestowed that hope upon Qin Ming. Though Keita may still be young, Qin Ming understood the gravity of the situation. Thank you, Duck Father and Duck Mother, for your trust. Wait for me. I shall surely repay your kindness in the future. Thus, Qin Ming departed from the campus, carrying the resources imbued with the hopes of the duck parents. Unbeknownst to Qin Ming, Principal Wang materialized in a flash. You too have high hopes for this lad, don't you? However, let us not allow any further destruction of the home, and that includes the junior spirit crystals. I truly am not being stingy. If the entire flock were to follow suit, just imagine what would become of the duck house. Qin Ming remained oblivious to the subsequent negotiations between the principal and the duck parents, yet he had his own sentiments to voice. Keita, Duck Father and Duck Mother have it hard as well. I shall strive to earn a living, Your only task now is to grow well. Qin Ming would never dream of reprimanding Keita. It would be utterly unbecoming. Moreover, what could Keita possibly understand? He merely wished to alleviate the burdens of the spirit master. What fault could he have? What? This spirit stone is a gift for little fatty? Since when did you two become so close? Qin Ming was taken aback. And what was this about, having a piece of intermediate spirit stone that was rightfully yours? Wait a moment, 15 pieces? The familiarity of that number sparked a notion within Qin Ming. What of the other 14 pieces? A look of terror crossed his face. Could it be that Duck Father and Duck Mother had pilfered them? Reflecting on how regal and formidable the duck parents appeared as they approached, feathers unruffled, he could scarcely fathom the current state of the duck house. As for the guards of the duck house, he decided it was best not to return anytime soon. Blue Star, Little Fatty, I'm coming. Little Fatty maintained an air of calm, stretching its limbs on the natural sunbathing platform, its long neck held high. Upon noticing the arrival of Qin Ming and Keita, it merely raised its eyes slightly, remaining nonchalant. Qin Ming had grown accustomed to Little Fatty's indifference whenever he bore no food. Thankfully, Keita seemed resilient. Qin Ming observed from his periphery, relieved to see that Keita was indeed a child of broad-mindedness. He produced the exceedingly precious intermediate spirit crystal and surrounded it with a plethora of secondary spirit crystals. Keita, guard for me. Keita responded with a puzzled expression. It's all right. Just watch quietly and don't disturb me and Little Fatty. Qin Ming deftly began to inscribe the primary spirit gathering array, as countless secondary spirit crystals shattered, while the intermediate spirit crystal continued to flicker defiantly, ceaselessly contributing an impressive amount of spirit energy. Array complete, crystallization manifest. Little Fatty ceased basking in the sun, retracting its limbs to vigorously paw at the crystallization hovering in the air. Here you go, don't rush. Under the guidance of his mental energy, the crystallization of the array diminished in size, miraculously merging into Little Fatty's forehead. Soon after, a familiar panel unfurled before Qin Ming's eyes. Name: Grass Tortoise, Little Fatty. Attribute: None. Race level: Elevating. Evaluation: A ubiquitous turtle, albeit with a slight appetite. Having accidentally embarked on an extraordinary path, it may no longer remain ordinary. Chapter 11. Space. The unknown race level left Qin Ming feeling despondent. Initially, he had hoped that Little Fatty would simply attain the extraordinary. For transitioning from Blue Star to the Spirit Martial continent would entail a tremendous baptism of spirit energy. Qin Ming sensed that as long as he could endure, significant potential enhancement was assured. And with the extraordinary potential greatly amplified, it would equate to elite potential, the very baseline for an ordinary Xianshui duck. Calculating. He mused on the intermediate spirit stone, the free-of-charge spirit gathering array of Qin Ming's version, and the elite potential of juvenile spirit beasts. I must be a genius. As for why Qin Ming was so eager to explore the fauna of Blue Star rather than directly acquire spirit beasts from the Spirit Martial continent, it was a tale tinged with bittersweet tears. The acquisition of high-potential spirit beasts in the Spirit Martial continent primarily followed two pathways. 1. The Peaceful Campus Edition, necessitating immense contributions or achievements, such as winning championships in the annual Spirit Master competitions or making significant breakthroughs in evolutionary paths. 2. The Wilderness Survival Edition, requiring a stroke of fortune and enduring numerous trials. Exaggeration? Not in the least. Spirit Masters most coveted to contract juvenile or adolescent spirit beasts, as their futures bore greater potential. Growing alongside them could yield the greatest returns for the Spirit Master. However, could juvenile or adolescent spirit beasts thrive without the guardianship of their elders? While spirit beasts generally favored peace and seldom resorted to lethal force, one could expect a fierce retaliation if they were to snatch away their young. In the wild, a state of near death was not uncommon. Without a stroke of luck, one might not return. As for peaceful negotiations, what means could compel someone to willingly relinquish their offspring to another, especially when they could afford to keep them? Furthermore, spirit beasts do not entertain unfair battles. Even in defeat, they would rather perish than yield. Should one employ external assistance to overpower the weak, the breadth of the corresponding spirit beast's lineage would become paramount, with severity potentially escalating infinitely. Historically, a junior member of a prominent family attempted to leverage outside forces to unlawfully seize a precious ocean spirit beast renowned for its healing abilities. The enraged deep-sea spirit beast unleashed colossal waves, and it is said that even the legendary spirit beast Qin Ming made an appearance. To avert calamity, the most formidable spirit masters of the time personally intervened. The specifics of the negotiation remain unclear, but the outcome was that the vast family fell into decline, evoking pity. In summary, the mightier the spirit beast, the more challenging its reproduction. With few offspring, they become increasingly treasured. Certain unique ones, even those born of the land, Embody the essence of a regent's spirit. Dare to take one? One would be met with silence. Weak, elderly, or infirm spirit beasts might be found safely in the wild. Yet they are evidently not favored choices among spirit masters. Thus, apart from a few fortuitous encounters, it is exceedingly difficult for most spirit masters of average talent to obtain juvenile spirit beasts with high initial potential. In simple terms, the parents of high-level initial potential spirit beasts are formidable. Typically, spirit masters cannot afford them. When Qin Ming first learned of this knowledge, he felt utterly devastated. Wasn't he at all about bonds, emotions, and resonance? Must reality be so harsh? Though Qin Ming considered himself reasonably gifted, life is singular, and he was reluctant to gamble. As for the peaceful campus edition, with so many eyes watching, he felt there was little peace to be found. Merely thinking about it made his head ache. Of course, lower potential spirit beasts were abundant, such as silkworms, sand ant beasts, and little gray sparrows, which were commonly found in the wild and served as the primary choices for many. However, Qin Ming was unwilling to succumb to fate, especially with the extraordinary talent for traversing realms at his disposal. How could he not take the plunge? With bated breath, he awaited the transformation of the little chubby one's panel information, for whether he could defy destiny rested solely on you, little chubby. Keita, who shared a deep connection with Qin Ming, understood the gravity of the situation and patiently awaited the outcome. When he sensed a flicker of once dormant spiritual energy emanating from the little chubby one, Qin Ming didn't even need to look. He knew it had succeeded. A path to the heavens, uniquely belonging to Qin Ming, was now subtly revealing itself. Perhaps they should embark on an impromptu journey to the primitive forests of Blue Star tomorrow? Qin Ming felt himself becoming somewhat entranced. His remaining rationality compelled him to first examine the little chubby one's panel. Name: Grass Turtle, Little Chubby. Attribute: Space. Race level: Extraordinary, increasing. Evaluation: A rare turtle. Its insatiable appetite has allowed it to develop a unique spatial stomach. Space. Qin Ming double-checked to ensure he wasn't mistaken. The panel information, which he thought would offer no further surprises, delivered yet another jolt of astonishment. To be frank, can one truly awaken a spatial attribute simply by eating? Qin Ming mused that he himself had quite the appetite. Was it not sufficient? How much must one consume to unlock the spatial attribute? Little chubby, I beseech you for the complete tutorial. Is it a matter of quantitative accumulation, not yet triggering a qualitative transformation? Qin Ming felt on the verge of madness. Here was a living spatial attribute spirit beast right before him, within arm's reach. Furthermore, this spirit beast was a creation of Qin Ming himself. Keita, I apologize, but we shall be delayed in our return. We will cultivate here for a while longer and return only after forming a contract with Little Chubby. Astounded by the attribute that Little Chubby had awakened, Qin Ming was genuinely fearful of losing this spirit beast that seemed to be slipping away. The turtle had awakened a spatial attribute due to its hunger. It seemed entirely plausible that, in the next moment, it could traverse space to a fish pond or shrimp pool. No, we must return now. We will come back after the breakthrough. Qin Ming abruptly changed his mind. Retracting Keita, he left behind a parting remark. Little Chubby, don't wander off. Wait for me to bring you something delicious. With that, he returned to the spirit martial continent. At this moment, Qin Ming's motivation for cultivation was unparalleled. Sleep was an indulgence he could not afford. He engaged in a sleepless night of intense study until dawn. Keita, if you're tired, go rest. There's food here. Qin Ming declared that becoming a spirit master had not pushed him to his limits. He could continue. The night deepened. I can keep going. The dawn broke again. I still can, albeit not for much longer. At this juncture, Qin Ming's eyes were shadowed with deep circles, bloodshot and weary. The slightest movement sent the world spinning, nausea threatening to overwhelm him. Qin Ming's first-hand experience underscored the necessity of scientific rest. Even a gambler must heed the importance of health, balancing work and rest. Ultimately, Qin Ming collapsed into slumber. The use quality of sleep was indeed remarkable. Quack, the duck concurred. Chapter 12, Certification. When Qin Ming awoke, the daylight was bright. Yet he was utterly unaware of the day. He vowed never to be so reckless again. But I truly am impressive. A spirit beast with spatial attributes, huh? Hee. Qin Ming felt he could laugh himself awake in his dreams. Oh. Qin Ming sensed something amiss, belatedly realizing he was no longer alone. Keita, how are you? Are you hungry or thirsty? The formation crystal will be ready soon. Though Qin Ming felt both famished and bewildered, his first thought upon regaining consciousness was of Keita. Quack. The duck reassured him. No worries, Spirit Master. You must eat and sleep well. Your well-being is a concern for me. Keita gazed sincerely at his chosen Spirit Master. At that moment, Qin Ming felt a twinge of regret. Rest assured, I will eat properly right away. There won't be a next time. Qin Ming wished to vow to the heavens. While Little Chubby's situation was indeed delightful, Did not Keita deserve his care and concern as well? The hopes of Duck Dad and Duck Mom lingered vividly in his mind, but had he truly devoted attention to Keita's growth these past few days? If he were to receive blessings yet not cherish them, he would scorn himself. I'm sorry, there will absolutely be no next time, Keita. Qin Ming gently lifted Keita, lowering his head so their foreheads touched lightly. Quack, Keita replied. It's all right. I understand you're anxious about little Chubby. I hold no grudges. Look at how understanding Keita was. A warmth spread through Qin Ming's heart as he cradled Keita in one arm and grasped a piece of bread with the other, gulping it down with water. Wait, little Chubby? If Qin Ming recalled correctly, while little Chubby was indeed a young one, he was already 7 years old, whereas Keita was still under a year. However, considering their respective racial proportions, little Chubby might not necessarily be the elder. After all, the lifespan of a spatial attribute turtle remained a mystery. Never mind, this complex sibling relationship could be sorted out later. Qin Ming shook his head, focusing intently on drawing the spirit formation, then handed the freshly crafted formation crystal to Keita. Given Keita's current strength, a mid-level formation crystal would require about 7 days to fully digest, while a lower-level crystal would suffice in 1 day. Previously, considering Keita still had undigested energy within, Qin Ming had primarily gifted him a mid-level formation crystal as a token of good fortune. Now, however, the circumstances had changed. How could he maximize the efficacy of the formation crystals produced daily? Surely these could be sold for profit? Qin Ming resolved to investigate online first. Upon entering formation crystal into the search bar, he was bombarded with a deluge of advertisements and counterfeit warnings. Unreliable. Qin Ming deemed it prudent to check the official Spirit Master forum instead. However, upon attempting to post, he discovered his account was still grey-locked. Oh right, he had yet to certify as a Spirit Master. He had truly been in a daze. Keita, how is your condition now? Quack, Keita replied, full of spirit. Good. Let us head downstairs and unleash our most powerful water gun against the lake. Qin Ming meticulously observed Keita as he utilized the water gun skill. A stream of water, nearly the diameter of a bowl, shot forth with considerable force. It was a stark contrast to the charming little splashes produced on Blue Star, causing Qin Ming to furrow his brow in confusion. Eventually, he realized that the power of the water gun, while condensing within Keita, was not so formidable. It was augmented by the infusion of spiritual energy from the external environment. This was evidently impossible to replicate on Blue Star. It seemed the journey to the primitive forests of Blue Star warranted further consideration. At this moment, Qin Ming's rationality had taken the reins. Nonetheless, this level of potency in the water gun already surpassed the certification standards for Spirit Masters. After all, Keita's potential was evident, and the formation crystal was a top-tier offering. With little practical experience, this was indeed a prime setup. Come, Keita, let us go to the Spirit Master Association to certify our identities. There should be benefits to claim. With Keita in one arm and his phone in the other, Qin Ming set off. Upon entering the certification hall of the Spirit Master Association, Qin Ming was taken aback by the sheer number of people. A throng of individuals, alongside their released spirit beasts, left him with no time to marvel at the understated luxury of the association's decor. After all, there are always 1 or 2 spirited magical beasts that are particularly lively, causing a novice spirit master to chase them around uncontrollably. As the pursuit ensues, an increasing number of magical beasts join in, making it increasingly difficult for the fledgling spirit master to keep up. The more they chase, the more beasts join the fray, and in the process, a few of them even end up in tears. Qin Ming, this is maddening. Observing the chaotic scene, Qin Ming, with one hand cradling and the other shielding his cherished companion, attempts to distance himself from the turmoil. Unexpectedly, he spots a young man in official garb waving at him. And despite his confusion, he obediently approaches. Indeed, it's you I'm referring to. Step inside for the assessment. Qin Ming, is it because the chaos of chasing has disrupted the formation, allowing me to cut in line? How delightful. Qin Ming genuinely wishes to avoid lingering in such a disordered environment. Passing through a door, the cacophony outside is completely muffled. One must admit, the soundproofing here is remarkable. Cradling his Kadabra, Qin Ming enters the testing room. The tester yawns. Finally, someone has arrived. Qin Ming slowly forms a question mark in his mind. With so many people outside, is it you who is out of sorts, or am I? The tester, comprehending Qin Ming's confusion, responds casually. Those outside, running in circles with their magical beasts. Are they spirit masters, or merely being mastered? Those who cannot control their magical beasts have no right to call themselves spirit masters. They should just run around outside some more. Qin Ming finds a semblance of truth in this, though he still mourns for the innocent novices caught in the chaos. Perhaps they have waited long, lined up patiently, yet remain oblivious to how much longer they must wait. Or perhaps they have finally managed to rein in their magical beasts only to be met with the tester's scorn. What a plight of mortal suffering. Qin Ming nearly chuckles aloud. Now, focus here, pupil verification. Your blackwater duck seems well taken care of. Don't get distracted. Return it to the spirit space and then release it again. Qin Ming follows the instructions meticulously. The final task involves commanding the magical beast to strike a distant wooden target. Observing the target a mere 10 meters away, Qin Ming deems it quite manageable. Kadabra. Aim for the wooden target and use water gun. Kadabra obediently complies, unleashing a jet of water slightly larger in diameter than before, the force of which obliterates the wooden target completely, leaving no trace behind. What? Kadabra is momentarily stunned. The duck did not intend for this. But the irritation from outside has dissipated, resulting in a sense of relief. Qin Ming, just as he is about to speak, the tester retracts his words and slowly forms a question mark. Is this a skill that a juvenile spirit beast can execute? Such power, are you jesting? Chapter 13, The Invitation. Qin Ming remains oblivious to the tester's astonishment, as he himself is delighted to discover Kadabra's extraordinary potential, achieving such a breakthrough in such a short time. Of course, he also marvels at how unscrupulous the Spirit Master Association is. After all, Kadabra has expressed his annoyance from the chaos outside. So it is no wonder the association has not intervened with any special measures. It is hardly surprising that, under normal circumstances, a spirit beast and its spirit master would develop mutual affection after a proper contract, thus avoiding the pandemonium witnessed outside. Ultimately, Qin Ming feels a pang of anxiety. For the wooden target has been destroyed. Does this count as damaging public property? The target does not appear to be a disposable item. Will he have to compensate for it? Being somewhat financially constrained, Qin Ming is understandably sensitive about such matters. Of course, this is certainly not Kadabra's fault. Qin Ming soothingly pats the slightly bewildered Kadabra, assuring him, "You did wonderfully." Quack, the duck feels reassured. By the way, could it be that the Spirit Master Association is attempting to exploit us? Qin Ming feels that such matters are difficult to ascertain. Enough thinking. The tester regains his composure, stating that to provide juvenile spirit beasts with more care and encouragement, the association cannot set up an utterly unmovable target. However, it shouldn't be like this. The tester inwardly grumbles about the latter remark. Your assessment has passed, but some information needs verification. Please wait a moment. With no mention of compensation, Qin Ming's heart settles. Merely verifying information is hardly a concern. Qin Ming feels rather at ease. At this moment, he is somewhat relieved that he did not contract with the chubby one before coming here. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. However, Qin Ming soon appears to recall something and, after a brief silence, looks at the seemingly relaxed tester and inquires, "By the way, is it possible to sell array crystals? Where can I sell them?" The tester, confirming he has not misheard, appears puzzled. "Your spirit beast is quite splendid. Why not care for it properly?" Qin Ming realizes he has been misunderstood and hastily explains, "I possess considerable talent in array formations, and after nurturing my own spirit beast, I have quite a surplus." Qin Ming is not one to boast, thus his words are somewhat understated. "Oh, I see." The tester understands and mentions that one can post on the association's forum to sell, but cautions that beginner array crystals hold little value and advises against spending too much time and effort on this matter in the early stages. No wonder Qin Ming had never encountered knowledge regarding the trade of array crystals in school. It turns out that his version was ahead of its time. I am referring to intermediate array crystals. Qin Ming believes that the official personnel should be trustworthy, so he speaks candidly. Yet the tester is taken aback. Intermediate array crystals? How is that possible? Qin Ming realizes that perhaps his version is slightly too advanced, and jokingly explains, "Perhaps I am just exceptionally gifted?" The tester squints his eyes. "You expect me to believe that? You must possess talent and mental strength, right? Next time, remember to conceal it a bit, though with such exceptional talent. It is likely you cannot hide it." As the tester speaks, his expression shifts to one of intrigue. Indeed, he is a prodigious talent, quite extraordinary. Yet Qin Ming is somewhat perplexed. When did I acquire such talent? I am completely unaware. Observing the tester's fervent demeanor, Qin Ming feels as though he is about to believe it himself. It seems that my mental strength has been progressing rather swiftly lately. Is it normal for mental strength to grow so quickly? Qin Ming, upon further sensing, realizes that something is amiss. Lacking a point of reference, he had previously thought the growth was due to an epiphany. Compounded by his recent erratic sleep patterns, he has been unable to make breakthroughs regardless of his efforts. Cough. In any case, it is all a matter of sleep-induced misfortune. Qin Ming does not dwell on it, as it is ultimately a good thing. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decides to open his communicator and privately message Wang Yuma. "Have you completed your Spirit Beast Master certification?" "Old Wang, of course. I was a genius who completed the certification on the very first day." Qin Ming reflects on the throng still running outside and considers that perhaps Wang Yuma is not exaggerating. How is your progress with mental strength? Approximately how long until you can unlock the second contract slot? Qin Ming feels that having a peer to reference can be quite beneficial. Old Wang, don't tell me you've completely lost your humanity. Old Wang can hardly wait for Qin Ming's reply, calling him directly. But Qin Ming is reluctant to answer and disconnects. Old Wang, my progress has hit a bit of a snag, just checking in. Qin Ming leisurely types. Meanwhile, Wang Yuma, who is nurturing his bond with Kadu, lets out an exasperated sigh. He feels that a breakthrough is within reach, yet remains stuck, prompting him to inquire about Qin Ming's progress. Qin Ming slowly explains. Wang Yuma realizes he has prematurely let out his breath of relief, feeling a bit of pressure in his chest. If you can unlock the second contract slot within a month, colleges nationwide will come knocking at your door. There is some truth to that, as Qin Ming's eyes brighten. Although his understanding of various prestigious universities was limited, after experiencing the benefits of the intermediate spirit gathering array, he grasped an important realization. Once one's level reached a certain standard, certain things would come effortlessly, presenting themselves willingly. After Qin Ming's experience, he found himself irresistibly drawn to this method and planned to continue pursuing it in the future. Thus, he organized his current objectives to strive to unlock a second contract slot within a month, aiming for the opportunity to choose any university. Once Keita grew a bit larger, he intended to join a martial arts school or dojo for training and to acquire new skills. Excellent, the goal was clear. Therefore, the first step was to install software on his communication device to detect and identify spirit beast energy levels. In fact, Qin Ming had initially taken out the communication device with the intention of accomplishing serious work, but he cursed Wang Yuma for wasting his time. After completing the installation, he awaited the certification process, which, to his dismay, had not yet been approved after 10 minutes. He cast a resentful glance at the inspector, wondering if the verification would ever be completed. Perhaps Qin Ming's frustration was palpable enough for the inspector to notice. As the latter explained, the information verification was complete, but the official back-end process might take an additional 3 hours. Fine, he would comply with the procedure. One day, when he became successful, he would certainly relish the experience of privileged VIP treatment, Qin Ming mused internally. Moreover, he had received an invitation for a summer camp at Magic City University. With a month remaining to consider the details sent to the back end, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. This opportunity had practically fallen into his lap. Such proactive summer camp invitations, once a participant secured a spot without causing any disruptions, could almost be guaranteed. Magic City University was one of the nation's top institutions, and Qin Ming had no qualms about it. He felt that the 10-minute wait had been well worth it. Perhaps it would be best to follow procedures in the future, as he no longer desired any special privileges. He sought little, merely a buy one get one free deal like today's. With a light and joyful heart, Qin Ming decided to share the delightful invitation with his friend, Wang Yuma, via a screenshot. Old Wang, no way. Old Qin, you've truly become something else. But please take me along. Chapter 14. The first training session. Qin Ming was genuinely willing to help his brother improve, but objectively, the prerequisites were different, making it quite impossible. However, he felt it appropriate to share his progress with Wang Yuma, as it would have a positive impact on him. After all, Wang Yuma had already achieved full marks in basic formations for spirit beast identification, yet he remained humble, diligently studying and striving every day. He showed no hint of arrogance, merely boasting verbally that all of this was thanks to Qin Ming. Qin Ming believed himself to be a good person, tirelessly fretting over his brother's future. Thus, with Keita in tow, Qin Ming departed from the bustling hall of the Spirit Master Association, unaware of how long the festivities would continue. Upon returning home, he promptly discovered that the certification had been approved. He eagerly opened the detection software and aimed it at a passing azure cloud lark outside the window. Hey, don't run away. Unfortunately, as a novice, he failed to successfully scan the lark before it vanished from sight. Mistakenly, he decided to restart. Sequence PKM-007. Species name, Xian Shueya, Mystic Water Duck. Reference species tier, Intermediate Elite. Attributes, Water. Level, 5. Normal energy value, 70. Average value, 25. Evaluation, Excellent. The Intermediate Elite classification was the standard tier for the Mystic Water Duck, not for Keita. Thus, the excellent evaluation of Keita was anticipated by Qin Ming. However, he was astonished that Keita had already reached level 5. Spirit beasts below level 5 were considered to be in their juvenile state, enjoying a carefree childhood where they merely needed to eat, drink, and sleep. They required no training, nor could they be trained. Yet, this was the perfect time for spirit masters to cultivate their spirit beast values and rapport. If a solid foundation was not established during this phase, chaotic days would soon follow. Thankfully, Keita was a good child, raised well by its parents, and shared a deep bond with Qin Ming. With that in mind, he decided to start training today, first on his own, followed by lessons at the dojo. Some spirit masters were particularly passionate, believing that real combat was the best teacher. Different spirit masters held diverse philosophies regarding spirit control, but Qin Ming thought it prudent to take a steady approach, practicing before engaging in battles. After all, wouldn't injuries be painful? If Kato were hurt, it would pain him as well. The power of your water gun depends on both the volume of water and the speed of the water flow, he explained. Quack. Kato tilted its head in confusion. Its fluffy round head and shiny black eyes were utterly adorable, causing Qin Ming's thoughts to scatter momentarily. No worries, practice your maximum power water gun 10 times. And take a break if you feel tired. Qin Ming shielded his vision with his hand, rejecting temptation right from the start. He did not intend to push Kato too hard at the outset, as training could be strenuous, and he did not want to incite any feelings of resistance. However, Qin Ming soon realized that Kato practicing water gun alone could be somewhat monotonous, which helped him understand why some spirit masters preferred battles. After all, spirited confrontations were far from dull. Old Wong, want to train together tomorrow? Oh, but your Kato is only level 3, so you'll need to work harder. With short-term expectations of Wang Yuma diminished, Qin Ming glanced at his own somewhat frail physique and reflected on the shattered wooden target from earlier. Engaging in a fierce internal struggle. Kato, I'll throw stones onto the lake's surface, and you try to hit them with your water gun. Clever and resourceful, Qin Ming devised a plan for his own safety. Kato's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily halting its increasingly sluggish water gun. Qin Ming picked up a suitably sized stone, gauged its weight, and tossed it forcefully. Kato was quick to respond, but the water gun's reach had a slight delay, causing the stream to miss its target. Quack! Again, Kato's determination flared visibly, and Qin Ming's smile broadened. He threw another stone, but it was too early. Another stone was cast, and they were just a hair's breadth away from success. Quack! Again, Kato was brimming with spirit, and Qin Ming felt pleased. Was this not a form of early training for skill precision? Perhaps it was the most basic form of dynamic prediction? Moreover, it was evident that Kato's water stream was spraying faster and becoming increasingly accurate. Quack! Hit! Qin Ming and Kato exchanged triumphant smiles, cheering together again. The stones at Qin Ming's feet dwindled, and the distance of his throws became increasingly erratic. Yet Kato believed this was a carefully designed challenge to increase difficulty imposed by the spirit master, remaining blissfully unaware. Quack! Again, Kato remained spirited, with what seemed like flames flickering in its eyes. Qin Ming discreetly rubbed his slightly sore and weak arms and suggested gently, Kato, we're running out of stones. Shall we call it a day? Kato clearly was not yet satisfied, but the lack of stones was a reality. It pondered seriously for a moment. Quack! Wait, spirit master. I'll go find some in the lake. Kato's thought process for problem-solving was remarkably clear. Qin Ming sighed, ducks can swim, as he gazed into Kato's eager little eyes. He found himself unable to refuse. But do be careful. If you tire, make sure to climb back up. Watching the stones being tossed ashore, Qin Ming swallowed hard. While Kato was preoccupied in the lake, Qin Ming took the opportunity to stretch his limbs. His right arm was weary, but surely his left was still capable? By the time his left grew fatigued, his right should have recovered, right? Qin Ming had plotted this strategy well. After all, how could he not allow the child to revel in the first training session, or rather, playtime? He stretched his arms and kicked his legs, but before long, Kato had returned, demonstrating remarkable efficiency, which only underscored his eagerness to play. What could Qin Ming do? It was merely a matter of tossing stones. Throw. Once his left hand grew tired, he switched to his right, and after exhausting that hand, he returned to his left. He utilized the strength of his core, coiling and then rotating his body to launch the stones. After depleting the stones on the bank once more, Qin Ming halted Kato, reminding him that training also required a balance of work and rest. Shall we head back for a break? Kato chirped, but you said, training is about perseverance. Ducks aren't tired. Ducks can keep going. Qin Ming sighed inwardly. The issue is that the spirit master is struggling. Kato. No, think about it. You just passed the certification today. You must be an exemplary spirit master, Qin Ming. You cannot set a poor example, nor shatter the grand image Kato has of you. You can do it. Hold on, Qin Ming. Internally, Qin Ming wrestled with his thoughts, yet he maintained a facade of calm. Everything was for the sake of the spirit master's image. Gradually, however, the light in his eyes dimmed, and he felt as though he might toss himself into the lake. As dusk approached, he suggested, Kato, how about we head back? Is it really that enjoyable? The next thing Qin Ming knew, they were on their way home. Seemingly just in time for dinner, as Kato reminded the spirit master to eat on schedule for good health, thus halting their training. The following day, upon awakening, Qin Ming nearly believed he had lost a limb. His arms ached tremendously, rendering them nearly immovable. When are we going to train today? Keita inquired eagerly, eyes sparkling with anticipation, showing no signs of fatigue or boredom from the day before. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. He had never so vividly recognized the disparity in stamina between humans and spirit beasts. Deciding to grant himself a reprieve, he said, "All right. Today we shall go to the dojo." However, upon seeing Keita's downcast expression and hesitant little steps, Qin Ming felt a twinge of conflict. As a qualified spirit master, how could he but the relentless ache in his arms swiftly brought him back to reality. Closing his eyes, he resolutely repeated, "Yes, to the dojo. There, Keita. You might meet new friends, and there will be new training to try." Qin Ming coaxed, patting his conscience. "Then the duck shall go to the dojo." Perfect. Fearing that Keita might change his mind at any moment, Qin Ming scooped him up and hastened toward the dojo. Shiwan Dojo was chosen not for its elegant name or reasonable fees, but primarily for its proximity. Of course, the dojo's reputation was commendable. One could not establish a dojo near the Spirit Cultivation High School without possessing considerable skill. So, why were there so few people here? Qin Ming questioned if he had come to the wrong place. Where was everyone? Did this dojo not warrant a bit of recognition? Sharing a glance with Keita, who looked equally puzzled, Qin Ming hastily pushed open the door, trembling hands betraying his anticipation. How refreshing. It felt utterly delightful. The cool air that greeted him made Qin Ming realize the stark contrast between this place and the sweltering heat outside. This dojo had something special. In late June, Jiangnan City was at its most stifling, with high temperatures and humidity leaving no respite. Yet, in this world of spirit beasts, the technology appeared somewhat flawed. There were no air conditioners or heating systems. Cooling and heating were reliant on spirit beast abilities or extraordinary physical resilience. Qin Ming had no words for this. But at that moment, the long-awaited coolness was worth a commendation. It was not merely comfortable. It undoubtedly indicated the presence of a powerful spirit beast. Such a stable and precisely controlled environment could not be achieved by simple spirit beast abilities alone. It required a certain level of development of innate traits. With Qin Ming's limited understanding of spirit beasts, and considering the dojo's name, it was evident that a prominent water-type spirit beast was present. Keita, see? I told you we came to the right place. Qin Ming was reveling in the experience. Indeed, the duck agrees. Although the refreshing atmosphere was truly enjoyable, Qin Ming did not forget the purpose of their visit and continued deeper into the dojo. The main hall was even more comfortable than the entrance. What brings you here, fellow student? A young man in a neatly fitted long-sleeve jacket, resembling a dojo uniform, stood guard. I'm here to participate in training. Although the question seemed somewhat redundant and the tone rather casual, Qin Ming, inhaling the cool air, believed humility was a virtue of a spirit master. He subtly displayed his spirit master certification badge while pretending to nonchalantly switch Keita from his trembling right hand to his left. But you've arrived rather early. Has your spirit beast reached level 5? The young man only grasped half of Qin Ming's implications. Wait, that is not right. Your Xianshui duck. Upon closer inspection, the young man realized this Xianshui duck had been bred to near perfection. Its physique, its plumage, its overall condition were astonishingly superb. He had never seen such a flawless Xianshui duck before. Was it even a normal one? Where did it come from? Who raised it? Moreover, the young man was polite, and the Xianshui duck appeared obedient, not at all like a troublesome one. What dojo could afford to turn away a student with such qualifications? Cough, cough. Young man, what did you say? You're here for training, right? Well, you've definitely come to the right place. Our dojo's mainstay is a Ling Yuan duck. When in doubt, one must first praise the dojo's master. The Ling Yuan duck, a relatively rare evolutionary form of the Xianshui duck, possessed psychic attributes, making it even more formidable compared to the more mainstream evolutionary form, the Baibo duck. It was currently Qin Ming's primary consideration for Keita's evolution. My surname is Zheng, and I'm an assistant interning here during the holidays. What should I call you, young man? Assistant Zheng's lack of experience was evident, yet he pleasantly exchanged names with Qin Ming. Normally, other senior students would handle the process. But unfortunately, they, along with the dojo master, had gone on a trip and had yet to return. According to previous years' patterns, this was undeniably the off-season. It was entirely normal for them to take a break before the upcoming intensive training sessions. However, Zheng Wenjie felt that if he let slip this golden opportunity, he would be grossly negligent. He would feel he had betrayed the very uniform he wore, the esteemed reputation of Shiwan Dojo, and, most importantly, the trust of his uncle, the dojo master. Steeling himself, Zheng Wenjie led Qin Ming into a training room, mulling over his thoughts. Training spirit beasts required a gradual approach. One must never be hasty. Let me first observe the skills he has mastered. It should be water gun, correct? Seeing Qin Ming nod, Zheng Wenjie felt assured. However, upon encountering the excessively familiar wooden target, Qin Ming hesitated slightly. Zheng Wenjie, clearly misunderstanding the situation, offered words of reassurance and encouragement, stating, "It's perfectly all right if you miss. Just keep trying and have faith in your partner." His lack of belief in Keita stemmed not from skepticism towards Qin Ming, but rather from doubts regarding the testing equipment. Yet could he voice such thoughts? To bluntly suggest that Keita should tone it down seemed rather impolite. The rapport between Qin Ming and Keita had not yet reached a level where an unspoken glance sufficed for understanding. Ultimately, observing Zhang's encouraging demeanor and patient waiting, Qin Ming decided to relinquish his inner turmoil. Perhaps Zhang had his own considerations. After all, the Spirit Master Association also employed this method for measurement. And perhaps that was precisely the desired effect. Keita, water gun. The familiar scene unfolded once more, with the wooden target meeting a serene demise. The wood shavings now appearing even more evenly distributed and fine. Zhang's heart raced in astonishment, yet he maintained a steadfast exterior, acknowledging the impressive power displayed. Next was the moving target, where accuracy and dynamics was equally crucial. Aside from the initial few attempts where Keita struggled to adapt to the speed, it was as if he gradually entered a state of excellence, executing one impressive feat after another. Watching the unfolding spectacle, Qin Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Evidently, yesterday's training had borne fruit. Moving forward, he could utilize the equipment here for training, alleviating the burden on Spirit Masters. Qin Ming rejoiced at the newfound salvation of his arms. However, the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. Zheng Wenjie yearned for solitude. The conventional teaching plan he knew simply could not accommodate the extraordinary talent that was Qin Ming, and the continuous setbacks had drained him of confidence. In desperation, Zheng sought assistance from the Hall Master and senior brothers, pleading, "Help me. A prodigy has arrived at the hall, and I am at my wit's end." Chapter 16, Teaching Characteristics. Zheng Wenjie meticulously conveyed all the foundational information he possessed about Qin Ming to the group. Yet, in his efforts to uphold a composed and reliable persona, he refrained from directly questioning Qin Ming, fearing that speaking too much might lead to mistakes. And his limited observational skills meant he could glean little with the naked eye. Despite Zheng's best efforts, he failed to relay much useful information. Rather than perceiving Qin Ming's genius, the Hall Master and others were more acutely aware of Zheng Wenjie's inexperience and lack of confidence in teaching. After all, who isn't a genius in their own right? Every Spirit Master who has reached this stage is regarded as a prodigy among their peers. While Zheng Wenjie's level of Spirit Mastery undoubtedly exceeded that of Qin Ming, he was merely the youngest junior brother and lacked teaching acumen. Particularly, he did not comprehend how to progressively lay a solid foundation for novice spirit beasts, fearing that exerting too much force could be detrimental. This time, he happened to encounter a challenge, and after analysis, Hall Master Zheng discerned that this was the crux of the issue. Thus, upon receiving Zheng's message, Hall Master Zheng remained remarkably composed and dispatched the senior brother to provide assistance. After all, he was not merely here for leisure. He also needed to engage in discussions with the esteemed dojo master, Mr. Qian. Although their past rapport was amicable, it would be impolite to leave without notice. The senior brother was known for his reliability and extensive teaching experience, earning Hall Master Zheng's trust. After a morning of training, Qin Ming and Keita brimmed with anticipation for the afternoon's arrangements at the dojo. They returned home for a quick meal before coming back. Certainly not just to bask in the cool air nearby. Upon seeing Qin Ming arrive, Zheng Wenjie felt a bittersweet mix of joy and anguish. He was pleased that Qin Ming appeared satisfied with the morning's trial lesson, yet troubled over how to structure the afternoon. Who can save this child? Zheng Wenjie lamented internally. Yet he vowed to maintain his composure, wearing a stoic expression. Meanwhile, the Hall Master, vacationing in a neighboring city, and the senior brother, about to depart, clearly could not arrive in time to provide immediate aid. Thus, the increasingly frazzled Zheng Wenjie could only seek assistance from the dojo's resident spirit beast, the clear crystal rain frog. Naturally, Qin Ming was eager to witness a powerful spirit beast he had never encountered, and he followed Zheng Wenjie into the dojo's secluded inner courtyard. Upon their introduction, Qin Ming bowed and removed his hat, sincerely expressing his utmost respect for the architect of the cool air in this place. Observing the formidable webbed claws of the distinguished frog before him, Qin Ming felt that a single swipe from it could easily send him flying, and he dared not act recklessly. Even Keita, usually fearless, sensed the unique aura emanating from the powerful spirit beast and instinctively shrank back. Upon sensing the arrival of Zheng Wenjie and Qin Ming, the clear crystal rain frog half opened its eyes in curiosity. "This is the new student, Qin Ming," Zheng Wenjie relayed to the frog. Feeling a sense of reassurance upon seeing the familiar spirit beast of his uncle, the dojo master. As a homebody, the frog had developed a good rapport with Zheng Wenjie, having remained behind while the master was away. "Ribbit," the esteemed frog greeted amiably. However, as it spoke, Qin Ming felt the illusion shatter. The mighty frog appeared surprisingly down to earth, allowing both him and Keita to relax their rigidity. Seizing the opportunity to learn from the esteemed creature, Qin Ming and Keita exchanged determined glances. Senior, would you be so kind as to teach Keita a suitable new skill? Ribbit, the duck wants to learn how to create cool air. Wait a moment, Keita. Creating cool air? That's an advanced secret technique. Is it really appropriate to ask for such a favor? Qin Ming's heart raced at the thought. Ribbit. Yet the esteemed frog nodded without hesitation, as if what Qin Ming and Keita sought was nothing of great consequence, showing no dissent whatsoever. In truth, what Qin Ming failed to consider was that creating cool air was merely a routine operation for the clear crystal rain frog during the hot days. It held no secrets worth concealing. Many advanced skills are deemed advanced precisely because they can be clearly and openly demonstrated, broken down step by step, yet still remain elusive to grasp. Zheng Wenjie, well versed in the ways of the clear crystal rain frog, recognized the situation and understood that developing characteristics was no easy feat. However, preliminary insights were certainly beneficial. Witnessing the annual influx of curious students attempting to learn the source of cool air only to fail, Zheng Wenjie kindly prepared a way out for Qin Ming. Keita, characteristics are the innate special abilities of each spirit beast. As you develop and master your characteristic, it can gradually influence the external environment and interactions. While your characteristic may differ from that of the clear crystal rain frog, the feelings and methods of application can be emulated, so focus on the flow of energy and don't fixate solely on the outcome, like creating cool air or air circulation. Nervously, Qin Ming stood by, offering Keita supplementary guidance. Fearful that Keita might miss the key points of the demonstration from the esteemed frog, Keita nodded, wholly dedicating himself to absorbing the frog's demonstration. The duck now not only sought to learn for itself, but also felt the weight of Qin Ming's expectations, unwilling to disappoint the hopes of the spirit master. As the clear crystal rain frog inhaled, Keita mirrored its actions. As the frog absorbed spiritual energy into its body, Keita followed suit. Interspersed with numerous encrypted ribbit and quack sounds, Qin Ming, though unable to comprehend, observed Keita's imitation and felt that it was quite commendable. As the ribbit and quack sounds began to diminish, Qin Ming sensed that the lesson was nearing its conclusion. At that moment, he felt like a parent awaiting their child's report card, filled with anxious anticipation. With a final exhale from the clear crystal rain frog, a refreshing coolness swept through the dojo, banishing the heat. Keita, in turn, slowly exhaled, revealing a faintly distinct aura, unlike that of the clear crystal rain frog, enveloping Keita in a small, delicate, and somewhat sparse energy. Qin Ming, Zheng Wenjie. Zheng Wenjie observed the unfolding events with a myriad of complex emotions, transitioning from indifference to increasing shock, ultimately culminating in sheer fright. He yearned to inquire of Qin Ming whether they had practiced beforehand, yet the sight of Qida, whose height barely surpassed his ankles, rendered his words unutterable. Qida, had he truly succeeded? Qin Ming was unexpectedly elated. Zheng Wenjie nodded, though the smile on his face appeared somewhat rigid. He longed to express more emotional value, to extol Qida's extraordinary talent and commend Qin Ming for possessing such an exceptionally gifted initial spirit, hinting at boundless potential for the future. However, after enduring too many setbacks that day, he found himself utterly drained, wishing for obliteration. Zheng Wenjie felt the undeniable energy radiating from Qida and pondered the sleepless nights he had shared with his spirit and their struggles in the wild. What did they amount to? Why could some grasp such a challenging concept with such ease? Was it not said that on the path to becoming a formidable spirit master, both talent and effort were indispensable? Yet, dear teacher, why did I only witness talent today, devoid of any sign of effort? This wretched talent faction, in a shattered state. Zheng Wenjie felt an urge to compose a lengthy missive to his uncle. Chapter 17, Post-Lesson Developments. Though Zheng Wenjie wished to articulate the depths of his internal sorrow at length, he opted for brevity to ensure that the museum director and others in the neighboring city recognized the gravity of the situation. He opened the group chat with the loving members of the museum and sent a message. It's Wenjie here. Is the ability of a perverse student to comprehend the use of characteristics in one go a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Senior sister, stop right there. Are you sure you didn't misread? It's Wenjie here. He learned it right under the gaze of the clear crystal rain frog and has passed the frog certification. Attached, a JPG of the clear crystal rain frog with bulging eyes, looking utterly astonished. Museum director? Senior sister, what the hell? Senior brother, stay calm. We're already on our way. While people might question Zheng Wenjie's discernment, they would never doubt the spirit of the museum director, the clear crystal rain frog. Thus, this student indeed possessed some remarkable abilities. Qin Ming, was it? Perhaps he had previously misjudged Zheng Wenjie. Given such talent and insight, Zheng Wenjie might truly find himself outmatched. Explaining his evident anxiety, he hadn't even taken a break at noon and had been sending messages incessantly, clearly aware of his standing. Zheng Wenjie, engaged in conversation with friends, suddenly found the exquisite tea from the valuable cloud mist spirit tree in his mouth lacking in flavor. Old Qin, you still possess the vigor of your youth, and the dojo is brimming with talent. After a perfunctory compliment, he shifted the conversation. However, let's conclude our discussion here for now. I have pressing matters to attend to. Don't you dare. It's been ages since we've met. We must share a few drinks tonight before we part ways. I've prepared some aged fine wine and even reserved a private room at the Delicacies Pavilion. Knowing his friend's preferences, Director Qin began listing the dishes. The current director of the Fima Dojo in Magic City, Qian Ziwan, was renowned for nurturing the spirit beast, thus main horse. He and Zheng Xian had known each other since their student days, having traveled together and experienced life and death trials as close comrades. At this moment, he extended a warm invitation. Under normal circumstances, Zheng Wenjie would find it difficult to refuse such an overture. But the pressing concern was that if he did not return soon, the dojo might face calamity. This unprecedented insight, which he had neither seen nor heard of, ignited an insatiable curiosity within him. Moreover, the thought that if he delayed returning, the other party might choose to join another dojo haunted him. Zheng Xian could scarcely fathom the agony that awaited him should such a scenario unfold. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zheng Xian found himself increasingly restless. He could no longer remain idle. The fear of being usurped by the neighbor loomed large. Thus, Zheng Xian resolutely but regretfully declined the invitation to the sumptuous feast, insisting he had urgent matters to attend to. Old Zheng, something seems off. What could possibly be so urgent? Given their friendship, Qian Ziwan felt free to inquire, sensing an opening to offer assistance. Hearing his friend's tone, Zheng Xian felt somewhat relieved. This is all because of the unremarkable Xiao Zheng. He brought in someone he cannot handle. What? The nephew who has secured a recommendation from Magic City University? Indeed. Zheng Xian replied as he tidied his belongings and adjusted his return flight. To compel such a change in plans, it must be something significant. How about this? I don't have pressing engagements at the moment, so I'll accompany you back. Qian Ziwan cast a glance at Zheng Xian's phone screen. Feigning loyalty. Zheng Xian sensed something amiss. As fellow dojo masters, he was acutely aware of their respective schedules. What about the private room you mentioned? That can be cancelled. Though he found Qian Ziwan's demeanor suspicious, Zheng Xian was too eager to return to offer a compelling refusal. While he suspected his friend might be indulging in some mischief, the distance between the provinces eased his worries. Let it be. Soon the dojo will be bustling again, and we shall see how long you can linger. The thoughts of Zheng Wenjie were already elsewhere. After adjusting his itinerary, he began to meticulously comb through the earlier messages, striving to extract useful insights from the ramblings. Zheng Wenjie hadn't sent any messages since the afternoon. He was likely still embroiled in his troubles. Once he had the chance, they could discuss further. Qin Ming gazed at Qida as if it were a new and fascinating toy, playing with it endlessly and filled with joy. Although he was genuinely delighted that Qida had seemingly grasped something rather advanced, Qin Ming's excitement soon tempered as he observed Qida's happiness, which in turn lifted his spirits. However, the use of characteristics was slightly advanced for Qida at his current stage, as his physical capabilities could hardly keep pace. Not only did Qida need a stroke of luck to harness it intermittently, but even if he managed to stabilize it, the current situation, where a single move could deplete half his mana, rendered any ultimate technique virtually useless. Nevertheless, it could serve as a tool for displaying prowess. Seeing Zheng Wenjie's somewhat withdrawn demeanor, Qin Ming recognized that he had achieved his goal of showcasing his talent. In truth, Zheng's earlier expressionless demeanor had weighed heavily on Qin Ming's mind. Given the current circumstances, it would likely soon attract the attention of influential figures, and he was highly likely to receive free guidance. The frugal genius Qin Ming was thoroughly pleased with this prospect. Qin Ming believed he had exceeded expectations for the day, and with Qida reaping substantial rewards, the remaining afternoon could be spent relaxing. After all, balance between work and rest was essential. However, little did he realize that this very notion offered a glimmer of hope to the beleaguered assistant Zheng. With each successful demonstration of Qida's characteristic energy, Assistant Zheng felt his composure fraying, each instance causing his mental state to erupt. He wished to turn a blind eye, yet the absence of anyone else in the dojo made it exceedingly difficult. Qin Ming departed early in the afternoon, having availed himself of the dojo's resources, and Assistant Zheng observed that he appeared fatigued. Lingering any longer would be discourteous. By evening, the senior brother, having traveled long, finally arrived. Zheng Wenjie diligently conveyed all the observations he had gathered. From the initial suspicion of residing in close proximity due to the brief midday commutes, to the undeniable appreciation for the refreshing atmosphere, all thanks to the meticulous Zheng Wenjie, who overheard Qin Ming's exclamation, and culminating in a moment of profound enlightenment regarding the unique characteristics of their surroundings, it was nothing short of remarkable. In summation, regardless of its utility, he dutifully shared his observations. Upon concluding, the reliable senior brother urged him to return home early to rest, expressing gratitude for his efforts that day. Later that night, after arranging a temporary residence for his friend, the owner Zheng stealthily emerged to rendezvous with his junior disciple, Qin Jingyuhua, to confirm the various arrangements for the following day. Chapter 18, Newbie Yet Playful. Upon returning home, Qin Ming prepared a delectable serving of moo fresh milk for Keita, accompanied by a platter of assorted tree fruits for dinner. After the meal, the considerate Keita took it upon themselves to wash the dishes with a water gun. Praising Keita's increasingly adept skills with the water gun, Qin Ming accepted the clean dishes and set them aside to dry. Hours later, Qin Ming read a heartwarming bedtime story to Keita, but before the first tale could conclude, Keita had already drifted off to sleep. It seemed that Keita had worn themselves out during the day. After all, they were still a baby and needed ample rest to grow tall. Gently tucking Keita's blanket to prevent it from slipping to the floor, Qin Ming left the room with a quiet chuckle. Opening the Spirit Beast Association forum, Qin Ming gazed at the posts on his homepage that garnered no attention, letting out a sigh. Maintaining a spirit beast was indeed a considerable daily expense. The struggle of a one-way financial drain was rather taxing. Feeling a bit disheartened, he decided to reach out to Wang Yuma. Old Wang, what level is your Cursin at? Level 3. A whole day has passed. What have you been up to? Are you still a qualified spirit beast tamer? I'm only interested in results, not the process. Brother, you're too much. Instantly, his mood lifted. Like most novice spirit beast tamers, his expenses were not excessively burdensome at this stage. Since the spirit beast was still young and unable to practice skills, the consumption was minimal. With less consumption, there was also less need for food, thus keeping expenses in check. Once the spirit beast reached level 5, it would coincide with the commencement of university, where tasks would be assigned and resources could be exchanged upon completion, ensuring a balanced income and expenditure. For some exceptionally gifted individuals, there were even summer camps to attend for resource acquisition, but with a month remaining until the summer camp, it was evident that Qin Ming's circumstances were somewhat advanced. However, Qin Ming had no intention of stalling Keita's progress. After all, Keita's obedient enjoyment of moo fresh milk at night was simply too adorable. He hoped that, considering the talents exhibited today, the formal training fees at the dojo would be offered at a discounted rate. After all, the dojo's training was remarkably efficient, and having experienced it, Qin Ming found it impossible to refuse. He could only wish for a friendly price, and thus, with a hopeful vision of the future, Qin Ming fell into slumber. The next day, before even entering the dojo, Qin Ming was taken aback by a spirit beast at the entrance. It bore a slight resemblance to Keita but was clearly much larger and exuded a commanding presence, unmistakably revealing the identity of this spirit beast. Despite its small eyes, they sparkled with intensity, with a narrow and pointed beak that reflected a metallic sheen, suggesting an impressive hardness. Its short feathers glistened with a sleekness that indicated excellent nutrition. The overall form was streamlined. Had it entered the water, no one would doubt its swimming prowess. Jie greeted the polite Keita, utilizing the uniquely innocent voice of a young spirit beast. Jie, responded the Lingyuan duck in a deep and measured tone. Observing this historic encounter between the two ducks, Qin Ming couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. As an evolved form of the Xian Shui duck, the Lingyuan duck was notably larger, standing over half a meter tall. Meanwhile, Keita, at less than a year old, had just measured a height of 18 centimeters, barely reaching the belly of the Lingyuan duck. Thus, Keita hopped around the Lingyuan duck, eager to be noticed. Seeing Keita's excitement, the Lingyuan duck lowered its body and inclined its head in a graceful manner. It was unclear whether the friendly demeanor of the Lingyuan duck stemmed from its overly amicable nature or from an innate kinship between their kind. Despite knowing that the Lingyuan duck was undoubtedly a formidable spirit beast, both Qin Ming and Keita found themselves unafraid. Rather, Keita seemed to take a liking to it. Through their bond, Qin Ming could subtly sense Keita's elation, suspecting that Keita regarded the Lingyuan duck as a sort of elder, perhaps akin to a grandfather. In Qin Ming's eyes, a gentle warmth flickered, and a smile crept upon his lips. With the presence of the Lingyuan duck, he felt compelled to participate in the training at this dojo. On the second floor, Zheng Xian observed everything unfolding below with a sense of assured triumph, pleased that he had purposefully allowed the Lingyuan duck to pose at the empty entrance. After all, who else would have their duck practice in such an unadorned setting? Devoid of props or environmental aids, if not to take advantage of someone as inexperienced as Qin Ming? At this moment, Qian Ziyuan finally grasped Zheng Xian's intentions. Realizing that he had come to establish rapport so early in the day, was the dojo's student pool really that pitiful, necessitating the dojo master's spirit beast to theatrically engage with potential trainees? Qian Ziyuan had no doubts about his friend's abilities, whether in combat awareness or teaching experience. Zheng Xian was undoubtedly a validated high-level talent. Perhaps it was merely a matter of misfortune and adversity? Haha, old Zheng, look at you today, Qian Ziyuan thought to himself, feeling that witnessing such a spectacle this early in the morning justified his lengthy journey. Once Keida's exuberance subsided, Qin Ming led his companion into the dojo. The familiar coolness was as refreshing as ever. The dojo was bustling that day, with numerous unfamiliar spirit beasts engaged in training, a stark contrast to the previous day's solitude. Feeling somewhat flustered, Qin Ming was relieved to see the familiar figure of Zheng Wenjie at his usual spot by the entrance. Under Zheng Wenjie's guidance, Qin Ming was introduced to various senior brothers and sisters, as well as the composed dojo master, Zheng Xian, who stood nearby with arms crossed, surveying the scene. The dojo master and the senior disciples had just returned from an exchange in another province the previous evening, which Zheng Wenjie briefly explained to a puzzled Qin Ming. No wonder, Qin Ming nodded in understanding. Observing the young spirit beast tamers, only slightly older than himself, skillfully commanding their spirit beasts in combat training. A tinge of envy and yearning flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Qin Ming, is it? Zheng Wenjie mentioned you wish to study at the dojo? Zheng Xian suddenly appeared, his expression stern as he scrutinized Qin Ming. The authoritative gaze left Qin Ming uncertain of the dojo master's sentiments. Feeling slightly anxious, he quickly affirmed his intentions. Zheng Xian felt a flicker of joy, but then forgot the next line he was supposed to deliver, leaving the atmosphere steeped in silence. What now? Qin Ming hesitated to inquire further, daunted by the dojo master's imposing presence. As the silence stretched, uncertainty gnawed at him. Would the next words be a discouragement? Perhaps something along the lines of "You're too inexperienced. Go home and practice. Return when you're more capable." After all, every other spirit beast tamer present was significantly stronger than he was. Qin Ming had already been contemplating how to demonstrate his innate talent and his willingness to endure hardship, fervently hoping that his request would be accepted. If all else failed, he would be left to ponder the adage, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Thus, he was taken aback when the long-silent Zheng Xian finally inquired about the duration he anticipated training at the dojo and the specific areas he wished to focus on. Qin Ming was left bewildered, wondering what the prolonged scrutiny and silence had been about. Was this a pressure interview? In the distance, Zheng Wenjie was quietly exchanging banter with the senior sister, commenting that while the dojo master had many admirable qualities, his acting skills were lacking, easily forgetting his lines. Why? They mused. Did he insist on taking the stage himself? Perhaps it was a combination of naivety and a penchant for play? Zheng Wenjie and the senior sister exchanged glances tinged with disdain. Chapter 19. Abnormal data. It was not only Zheng Wenjie and the senior sister who sensed something amiss with the dojo master. Every individual present had noticed. Although the training appeared to be ongoing, each person had divided their attention to monitor the developments at that location. After all, training could be resumed any day, but opportunities for entertainment were not as frequent. Eventually, it was the senior brother who stepped forward to defuse the situation. Your spirit beast is still a juvenile and is not suited for training alongside the others present. Therefore, let us first ascertain your thoughts on the matter. Can this be specially tailored? Qin Ming finally comprehended the situation. He aimed to learn new skills and enhance the application of his existing abilities. He had already devised a general plan for his training. The logic was sound. Diversifying skills would endow the spirit beasts with a broader array of combat strategies, enabling them to respond adeptly to various scenarios. The flexible application of skills would also empower the spirit beasts further. The senior brother acknowledged Qin Ming's reasoning. Have you considered how to implement this? Qin Ming shook his head. He lacked concrete ideas, which was precisely why he sought to learn at the dojo. I suggest you take the time to observe the battles between the spirit beasts present. Experiencing live combat is vastly different from watching it on video. If time permits, you might take the Xian Shui duck and join the other spirit beasts at the nearby waterfall for relaxation. Developing a close relationship with water sources and appreciating the essence of nature is equally vital. Eventually, you should also try participating in battles as a spirit master. Combat is the best way to test oneself. The senior brother's guidance was both thoughtful and considerate. Take this badge. It will grant you free healing services there. So you need not worry. Qin Ming nodded thoughtfully, solemnly accepting the badge that was handed to him. It was a circular piece of metal, adorned with a light blue background, elegantly inscribed with the characters Si Yuan, simple yet grand. Now, Let us proceed to assess the specific data regarding your spirit beast. The attentive senior brother had already memorized the name of Qin Ming's spirit beast. Serial PKM-007. Species, Xianshui duck. Potential, high elite. Attribute, water. Level, 6. Normal energy value, 86. Average value, 36. Skill, water gun proficient. A level 6 spirit beast with high elite potential? Despite having anticipated this, the senior brother could not help but wince. How could one casually surpass species potential? While there were others who had broken through their species potential, it had always come through rigorous effort. But what opportunities did a level 6 juvenile possess for such endeavors? Did it begin striving from the womb, or perhaps exert extra effort while competing for milk with its siblings? Forgive the senior brother's limited imagination. He could only think along these lines. Moreover, how could its normal energy value exceed so drastically? What had it been consuming to grow? Yet, its petite stature offered no clues. The senior brother discreetly assessed the height of the Xianshui duck, quietly scoffing. This proficiency level also seemed off. How could a spirit beast that had only recently been weaned possess such skill proficiency? What had it accomplished with the water gun? The senior brother found it hard to fathom. Upon inspection, aside from the attribute, not a single piece of data appeared normal. Were it not for the knowledge that the dojo's testing equipment was absolutely precise, the senior brother would have suspected the instruments were overdue for maintenance. He fell into silence, suddenly realizing that Qin Ming, capable of nurturing such an absurdly valued spirit beast, might not require the thorough guidance he had just provided. Talents often carve their own paths. Perhaps his teachings would inadvertently confine Qin Ming's potential. The senior brother wrestled with his thoughts, torn between speaking and remaining silent. Meanwhile, Zheng Xian, who had long faded into the background, seized the opportunity to speak. With remarkable perception, he quickly discerned the crux of the issue. Do you possess a particular talent for comprehending spirit-gathering formations? The energy that can be accepted by spirit beast juveniles is scant. And due to the risk of energy attribute confusion, they can only accept the crystallization of ordinary formations from unawakened individuals. Once they accept the crystallization from a spirit master S formation, it becomes exceedingly challenging for them to form a contract with an unawakened individual. Eliminating all rare resources that Qin Ming could not possibly have accessed, the only remaining explanation, no matter how ludicrous, had to be it. Indeed, my formation skills reached the intermediate level over a month ago, and the school's instructors have also provided ample resources for the Xianshui duck, Qin Ming admitted, scratching his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the repeated mention of his talent for formations. Having witnessed the formidable spirit beasts around him, he no longer took pride in his abilities. The unfulfilled potential he possessed rendered any praise from others unworthy of indulgence. He had already set new goals for himself. That makes sense. Perhaps because he had arrived at this conclusion through his own reasoning, Zheng Xian was not particularly surprised. Amidst the exclamations of astonishment from those around them, he exuded an air of mastery. Yet, something still felt amiss. Zheng Xian had witnessed spirit masters bestowing rare resources upon their second or subsequent contracted spirit beasts, but he had never seen such an exaggerated enhancement. Although Zheng Xian was 3 parts curious, 4 parts puzzled, and 5 parts bewildered, he chose not to press further. He surmised it must pertain to Qin Ming's inherent talent, but as long as Qin Ming remained reticent, he would feign ignorance, content with his analytical prowess. Zheng Xian felt satisfied with his stable performance that day. However, Qian Ziyuan, who had been pretending to pass by, was now utterly distraught. What the heck? He felt that even having just witnessed Zheng Xian's triumph could not mend his wounded spirit. Why did such a promising prospect have to cross paths with Zheng Xian? What made him inferior to this clumsy fellow? He had come so close, yet all he did was watch the spectacle. The entertainment was captivating, but it was indeed a hindrance. How could he possibly intercept now? Why had he not thought to showcase his own spirit beast at the entrance? In this era, who didn't he have a few formidable spirit beasts? Qian Ziyuan felt as though his teeth were about to decay from frustration. What? You say that a ground-type spirit master is unsuitable for instructing water-type spirit beasts? Outrageous. Such slander. Who could possibly lack a water-type spirit beast nowadays? True, I do not. But my disciple certainly does. The teachings of spirit masters are universally applicable. Is that not so? Chapter 20. Attributes. Since Qin Ming had already disclosed his formation level, he straightforwardly inquired about related matters. Is the crystallization of formations not easy to sell? My post on the Spirit Master Association forum has garnered no interest whatsoever. A collective gasp resonated from those around him. How extravagant. This is far too luxurious. Before a group of spirit masters who struggle daily to satiate their own spirit beasts, someone casually remarked about having an abundance of items at home, wishing to sell them for profit. This sentiment encapsulated the essence of their incredulity. While the crowd lamented, They scarcely had time to address Qin Ming's puzzlement. Are you referring to intermediate formation crystallization? The senior brother inquired, as Qin Ming nodded in affirmation, confirming the senior's suspicion. You must be a newly certified apprentice spirit master. Attempting to sell intermediate formation crystallization with such a novice certification lacks credibility, he explained from a relatively objective standpoint. His words, though tactful, implied that any reasonable person encountering such a post would likely suspect deceit. The absence of vitriolic backlash against Qin Ming's post could be attributed to the 1-month novice protection period still in effect. Are you seeking to exchange formation crystallization for certain resources? After elucidating his thoughts, the senior brother observed Qin Ming's despondence and earnestly endeavored to assist the newly recognized junior. Indeed, the training and daily consumption are considerable, and I have yet to secure resources for future evolution. Qin Ming candidly articulated his current predicament in response to the senior's concern. How about this? You can bring the formation crystallization you are able to sell daily to the dojo. With so many spirit beasts here, there will undoubtedly be someone willing to trade with you, the dojo master, Zhang Xian, decisively proclaimed. If you have any specific resources in mind, feel free to mention them. You needn't feel embarrassed. Suitable formation crystallization is hard to come by, so we are fortunate to have you here, the senior brother kindly added. As for evolution resources, you should make the most of your time. Once your spirit beasts grow stronger, accompany your senior brothers to represent the dojo in exchange competitions. The rewards from those competitions can be quite substantial, the senior sister contemplated, contributing her thoughts. To Qin Ming's surprise, the group swiftly resolved a dilemma that had troubled him for quite some time, leaving him immensely grateful. I can condense intermediate formation crystallization daily, but I must reserve one every 7 days. I wish to exchange it for resources necessary for training, without any specific requirements. Qin Ming promptly clarified his trading needs. Agreed. However, we must first assess your spiritual energy attributes, the senior brother noted, recognizing Qin Ming's lack of foundational knowledge. My spiritual energy has attributes? Qin Ming exclaimed, astonished, as he had overlooked this detail during his studies. This is content from the university's Spirit Master curriculum. It's normal for you not to have learned it yet. The senior brother graciously offered Qin Ming a way out. The attributes of a spirit master dictate the type of spirit beasts their formation crystallization is best suited to nurture, typically determined by their innate talent and the attributes of their contracted spirit beasts. As they conversed, the senior brother guided Qin Ming towards a specialized testing platform, while the curious onlookers followed, albeit remaining outside to await the results. Do you think Qin Ming possesses any attributes beyond the water element? During the tense wait, Zhang Wenjie and the senior sister began to speculate. It seems unlikely. The potential of a spirit master at his level ensures his water element talent, but it obscures the possibility of other talents, the senior sister thoughtfully analyzed. This is the nature of trade-offs, I suppose, Zhang Wenjie mused. In my opinion, the senior brother is being overly meticulous. It's quite evident he possesses water attributes. Why bother with testing? Clearly evident, yet you're still curious enough to follow along? The senior sister astutely pointed out the collective sentiment. Hey, since I'm already here, I might as well indulge my curiosity, the second senior brother retorted, feeling unjustly targeted. Look, our master is here too, he thought, but upon considering the senior sister's temperament, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. In the midst of their banter, the door to the testing room swung open, revealing the senior brother, his expression one of bewilderment. The group had never witnessed the usually composed and responsible senior brother in such a state, leaving everyone hesitant to inquire about the results. What is going on? Zhang Wenjie signaled. You should go check, the senior sister responded with a knowing glance. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Zhang Wenjie stepped into the testing room. On his way in, he had already devised comforting words for Qin Ming. However, upon seeing the test results, his mind went blank. What have I done? Who gave me the audacity to question this prodigious talent? Zhang Wenjie thought, tears of envy nearly spilling as he stood dumbfounded in the testing room, completely oblivious to the high expectations of the senior sister waiting outside. From the moment Zhang Wenjie entered, the senior sister began her anxious wait anew, only to realize that he had gone silent after entering. The focus of the situation had shifted from Qin Ming's spiritual energy attributes to the unsettling notion that the testing chamber might harbor a legendary spirit beast. Zhang Wenjie was trapped within, in dire need of rescue. Before the senior sister could fully contemplate her thoughts, she suddenly found herself alone outside the room. These impatient men, and this fractured camaraderie, she lamented, stepping into the now crowded testing chamber. Water element, no doubt, quite normal. But what is this about the preceding 2 words? Those present doubted their own eyesight, struggling to believe what they were witnessing. Time and space. When considered separately, the concepts of time or space are somewhat acceptable, albeit absurd. There have been historical geniuses with such attributes. However, when combined, this is unprecedented. In truth, some geniuses possessing multiple foundational attributes had manifested potent variants, such as lava from the fusion of fire and earth, or fire ignited by wood, and ice formed from extreme cold water. This was what they had previously discussed outside. But no one anticipated such an extraordinary outcome. If mere dual attributes could evolve into formidable powers, then the top-tier combination of time and space was beyond their comprehension. At this point, it seems that the water attribute simply cannot suffice for you, they mused, reflecting on how challenging it was for Qin Ming to awaken his water attribute. Affirming the magnitude of his potential, many previously perplexing matters now found clarity among them. Time and space, among the most exalted spiritual attributes, were often likened to life and causality, regarded as attributes unique to legendary spirit beasts. Yet, could a human truly possess such attributes? Qin Ming himself had not anticipated the testing results would reach this magnitude. He had a general understanding of the origins of time and space attributes, but found it difficult to articulate, and the implications seemed daunting, prompting him to remain within. At that moment, the elegant senior sister entered, her gaze immediately drawn to the starkly clear test results. Good news, the legendary spirit beast did not appear. Bad news, the legendary attribute has manifested. Chapter 21, The Battle Hall. Zheng Xian, the dojo master capable of overseeing the establishment, quickly regained his composure. Qin Ming's talent is indeed unprecedented and astonishing. However, his current strength is still insufficient to withstand the tempest of challenges ahead. The assembled individuals were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Let us swear an oath, he declared, leading the charge in an oath of solidarity. Respectful sovereign of the world, Safyudan, I hereby vow that I shall never disclose Qin Ming's talent to any uninformed individual without his explicit permission. Should I violate this oath, may both gods and men forsake me. The senior brother, who had just exited in a daze, returned, and one by one, all present pledged their commitment without any dissent. In the creation myth of the spirit martial continent, the world was fashioned by several legendary spirit beasts, revered by the people as divine creatures. Unlike the nearly elusive legends of Blue Star, the spirit martial continent witnesses the presence of these divine beasts every century, akin to shifting the landscape while they slumber. Qin Ming occasionally mused that it was precisely due to the populace's astute awareness of the formidable might of these true spirit beasts that they were able to coexist in such tranquility and camaraderie, rather than resorting to unscrupulous means of domestication. In essence, a vow sworn by divine beasts holds absolute credibility on this land. Qin Ming gazed deeply at the individuals before him, as if to etch this poignant moment into his memory. Your talent, as far as I know, is unparalleled. As long as you live, you are destined to carve out your own realm. Zheng Xian extolled, offering an exceedingly high appraisal, seemingly forgetting his previous role in pressuring the newcomers. If you have any resource-related needs or uncertainties, do not hesitate to share with us. No one would shy away from supporting a future titan that is evidently destined for greatness. Perhaps touched by Qin Ming's earlier query, the senior brother added with a playful jest. Indeed, indeed. Whatever you and Kata desire, feel free to voice it. Grant us the chance to cling to your coattails. Zheng Wenjie echoed eagerly. Despite the reassuring atmosphere surrounding him, Qin Ming felt an inexplicable pang of bittersweetness. Having traversed this world for nearly 3 years, he had journeyed from a state of cautious trepidation, fearful of revealing his differences, to the relentless toil of aspiring to become a spirit master. After finally achieving that status, he found himself constrained by pressing financial concerns. Yet at this moment, Qin Ming felt it was all worthwhile. He had encountered the exceptional and warm-hearted Kata, along with this admirable group of individuals. It felt as if he had wrestled free from a quagmire devoid of support, and a path illuminated by hope lay ahead. Should he truly find himself in need of critical resources, he would not hesitate to seek assistance from his brothers. For now, however, he felt sufficiently equipped. With a smile, Qin Ming replied, the first day at the dojo has been quite fulfilling. As night approached and rest beckoned, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Zheng Wenjie. Hey, during the day, the dojo master might have seemed a bit stern. Don't take it to heart, he means no harm. It's mainly because previous new students tended to cause a ruckus, flaunting their talents and making trouble. So the master has grown accustomed to adopting a harsh demeanor with newcomers. Qin Ming responded, it's quite all right. The dojo master is very good. Besides, how could one aspire to be an excellent spirit master without embracing a little pressure? In fact, when the dojo master had actively rallied everyone to swear an oath, Qin Ming had already come to respect his character deeply. Seeing Qin Ming's prompt and cheerful response, Zheng Wenjie felt somewhat at a loss. Is the dojo master truly that good? Who, then, is it that is pressuring him, coming in the middle of the night to provide explanations? Reflecting on the mutual recognition between Qin Ming and the dojo master, Zheng Wenjie felt a subtle discontent brewing within him, prompting him to secretly undermine the situation. Try to consult the dojo master less in the future. He is not particularly adept at teaching. The true educators are his spirit beasts. Qin Ming. As the future master admired by many, the following day, Qin Ming, with Keita by his side, strode confidently into the battle hall to test the waters. Welcome to the arena. The hall was bustling with activity, and since it was Qin Ming's first visit, he needed to inquire about the procedures. Hello. I'm here for the first time and would like to experience a battle. What should I do? Please present your exclusive Spirit Master credentials to make a reservation. Which type of combat would you prefer? Standard Spirit Beast 1v1 battles or free-for-all? Feeling the relief in his arms, Qin Ming dismissed any thoughts of the latter and opted for the 1v1 Spirit Beast battle. Very well, your registration is complete. Are there any requirements regarding the level of your Spirit Beast? There are two options. One is random matching, allowing a fluctuation of 3 levels above or below your Spirit Beast level, and the other is fixed level battles. Is there a price difference? In light of Keita's indifference toward the two battle types, Qin Ming promptly inquired about the costs. Random matching is 100 yuan per match. Fixed level battles, which serve as an upgrade service, cost 120 yuan each. Goodness, that is quite expensive, 100 yuan? He found the 120 yuan upgrade service utterly unconsiderable. After all, 100 yuan could buy Keita 2 bottles of Moo Moo fresh milk. He didn't want to deplete Keita's milk budget for the upcoming month within just a few days. Qin Ming reasoned that if the battles progressed swiftly, he could easily manage 10 matches in half a day without worrying about expenses. Are there any more economical battle packages? And does this badge offer any discounts? The thrifty Qin Ming produced the Siyuan badge provided by his senior brother. Indeed, with this badge, you are entitled to a 50% discount on battle fees, along with complimentary post-match medical care. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. Long live my senior brother. Additionally, those who achieve 5 consecutive victories in random battles will receive free subsequent matches. However, if you lose, you must start accumulating again. I choose random battles. Qin Ming promptly declared. Having grown up in affluence, Keita lacked a precise understanding of money. Thus, Qin Ming explained in simpler terms, Keita, if we win 5 consecutive matches, each victory is equivalent to earning a bottle of Moo Moo fresh milk. GA, let us go? Duck wants to fight. Upon envisioning the delectable milk, Keita's fighting spirit ignited. Wait, Keita, I haven't paid yet. Qin Ming called out to the overly enthusiastic Keita, feeling a surge of confidence for the impending battles. Your information has been successfully filled out. Please confirm its accuracy and proceed to pay via the QR code. The professional receptionist, evidently accustomed to various scenarios, remained unfazed. Qin Ming only paid for 5 random battles, believing wholeheartedly in Keita's potential. Please keep your credentials safe. The display screen in the hall will promptly announce the order of matches and notify the participants for the next battle. Wishing you success in your matches. Thank you. Qin Ming hesitated for a moment. By the way, if one achieves a high number of consecutive victories, are there any additional rewards? The receptionist, maintaining her polite demeanor, replied. Unfortunately not, but your suggestion is excellent, and we will relay it to our superiors. Feeling a touch of disappointment, Qin Ming collected his credentials and patiently awaited his turn in the hall. Impressive, Chen Rue. You've won 4 consecutive matches. If you win one more, your subsequent battles will be free. Upon hearing the praise, Qin Ming turned to see a flamboyantly styled spirit master, accompanied by a small calf-like spirit beast that occasionally snorted and pawed at the ground, appearing rather irritable. Free or not isn't the important part. What truly matters is the experience of the battle. The spirit master, presumably named Chen Rue, boisterously shared his insights with his companions. It's fine to lose. Pressure is essential for progress, you know? His tone was somewhat arrogant, as he gestured emphatically. Chapter 22, Safe Positioning. Qin Ming walked patiently around the battle hall, discreetly scanning every visible spirit beast. A wise strategist never engages in battle without preparation. Qin Ming instructed Keita to adjust its state within the spirit space, readying for the upcoming battle, while he diligently recorded and analyzed the strength of each observed spirit beast. A level 6 wood spirit monkey, with a baseline energy value of 40. Pathetic. A level 7 capybara, with a baseline energy value of 52. Not much better, just a big weakling. A level 5 gray ball rat, with a baseline energy value of merely 25. Are you here to amuse me, my friend? As Qin Ming continued to scan and analyze, he straightened his back and quickened his pace with growing enthusiasm. He discovered that the average energy levels of most spirit beasts hovered around the mean, which fell significantly short of the attainable energy value of 86. Such a vast disparity, could it not be easily overcome? Qin Ming felt as if the rows of mooing milk cows were beckoning him. No, He must not be complacent. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his inner pride. There were still several pieces of information regarding the seed candidates encircled in the arena that he had yet to acquire, particularly that of a spirit master named Qin Rui. The presence of the latter's underlings proved somewhat obstructive, and the calf appeared rather agitated. Qin Ming sensed that the moment he successfully locked eyes with him, he might find himself in peril, thus he refrained from scanning further. Time for preparation always slipped away swiftly. While Qin Ming contemplated his odds of victory, the announcement echoed throughout the battle hall. Spirit Master Qin Ming, please proceed to Battle Platform 7 for preparations. Spirit Master Qin Rui, please proceed to Battle Platform 7 for preparations. Battle Platform 7. Qin Ming versus Qin Rui, preparing. Qin Ming exclaimed in dismay. How careless of me. I failed to apply what I studied. He had no time to lament the fact that Lady Luck had not favored him today. The instant Qin Rui stepped onto Platform 7, Qin Ming successfully scanned the detailed information of the opposing spirit beast. Sequence PKM 0025. Species, Explosive Fireball. Species rank, Intermediate Elite. Attribute, Fire. Level, 9. Normal energy value, 90. Average value, 81. Skill, Charge. The opponent's normal energy value stood at 90, slightly elevated. Yet water counters fire, granting him the advantage. Before he could revel in this realization, however, his scanning of the explosive fireball evidently irked the opponent. The explosive fireball lowered its head, its horns aimed directly at Qin Ming, and just as the tension reached its zenith, the referee's voice rang out. Spirit Masters, please restrain your spirit beasts, or face disqualification. Qin Rui grimaced. Qin Ming, regardless of his inner grievances, observed how the referee's warning compelled Qin Rui to swiftly rein in his spirit beast. Qin Ming felt a tinge of regret. Unlike Qin Rui, he genuinely did not mind the process. He was solely focused on the outcome. Moreover, he relished the idea of an easier match. He had no desire to face an arduous challenge right from the outset. Yet, there was no turning back. He could only earnestly contemplate his battle strategy. Greetings. I am Li Li, the referee for this match. This duel is a standard 1v1 spirit beast battle. You are prohibited from attacking each other's spirit masters, or you will be disqualified. Next, the two of you shall introduce yourselves. If there are no objections, the battle will commence in 1 minute. Hello, I am Qin Rui. My contracted spirit beast is the explosive fireball, level 9. Qin Rui succinctly introduced himself. Hello, I am Qin Ming. My contracted spirit beast is the Xianshui duck. Level 6. Qin Ming mirrored the introduction. Upon hearing that Qin Ming had a water-type spirit beast, Qin Rui's brows furrowed momentarily. When he learned it was only level 6, his tense expression relaxed. Consider yourself unfortunate. My spirit beast is quite formidable, so be careful not to get hurt. Qin Rui spoke with an air of arrogance, as if victory were already assured. Your words, I return in kind. Qin Ming retorted with a cold demeanor, clasping his fists. Fear not for your spirit beasts, as we are equipped with top-tier medical facilities here. Should any lethal attacks occur, I will intervene. Therefore, you need not hold back. Li Li, clad in referee attire, interjected. Qin Ming suspected the referee was stoking the flames. Was he perhaps receiving a commission from the medical expenses? However, the medical fees were complimentary. Are there any questions? With the atmosphere somewhat tense, both seemed to harbor disdain for one another, prompting the referee to confirm once more. I have no questions. I am ready to begin, Qin Rui said, rubbing his fists in anticipation. Me too. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. With a sharp whistle from Li Li, the match officially commenced. Explosive fireball, use charge. Qin Rui shouted fervently as he deployed the explosive fireball to the center of the arena. Charges it. Keita, maintain your position behind the opponent. Qin Ming strategically released Keita from the spirit space. After much deliberation, he positioned Keita behind the explosive fireball at a meticulously calculated distance. Not too close, yet not too far. At that moment, if the explosive fireball wished to employ its charge skill to strike Keita, it would first need to pivot its direction. However, its physical structure hindered swift turns, especially compared to the agile Keita. Thus, under Qin Ming's guidance, Keita effortlessly maintained a secure stance. An absurd scene unfolded on the field. The explosive fireball huffed and puffed, circling in vain, while Keita gleefully hopped behind it. Awkwardly, the explosive fireball was running on the outer circle while Keita was on the inner circle. As is well known, running the outer circle is more strenuous than running the inner circle, causing the explosive fireball to tire more quickly. Feeling as though it was being toyed with, the explosive fireball let out a furious bellow, amplifying its efforts to run, inadvertently widening the circle it was tracing, resulting in a rather foolish display of exertion. Qin Rui stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for an effective counter-strategy, hesitating to issue any commands. After all, The explosive fireball was limited to this one skill. Brothers, this is hopeless. Meanwhile, Qin Ming remained remarkably composed, unaffected by the current advantage. Observing that Keita had begun to adapt to the rhythm of the arena and appeared increasingly at ease, he swiftly issued his next command. Keita, maintain your position. And when in line with the explosive fireball, use water gun. Keita's water gun accurately struck the explosive fireball's hindquarters. The impact was evidently disconcerting, as the explosive fireball leaped into the air in surprise. In that fleeting moment of airborne ascent, Keita seized the opportunity to strike again, water gun. Keita lunged at the explosive fireball, delivering a decisive blow as it staggered while attempting to land. The explosive fireball collapsed, writhing in pain, yet seemingly relieved. Explosive fireball. Chen Rui's voice carried a note of sorrow. Yet, joy and sorrow seldom synchronize. At that moment, Qin Ming's heart brimmed solely with elation. Of course, a dwindling sense of conscience prevented him from flaunting his victory, and he refrained from approaching to boast, although he was quite inclined to do so. Chapter 23. Spectacle. Explosive fireball, how are you? Chen Rui cried, rushing toward his fallen spirit beast on the battleground. The spirit beast battles are sometimes so straightforward and unembellished. There's no need for the referee to utter anything. Just observing the spirit master's performance reveals the outcome. The explosive fireball has lost its combat capability. The victor is Qin Ming. Referee Li, having witnessed such a bizarre match up close, struggled to suppress his laughter, maintaining his professional composure befitting his attire. He discreetly concealed his amusement with a bow, simultaneously recording and uploading the confirmed results of the match. At that moment, Chen Rui was already cradling the unconscious explosive fireball, hastily making his way to the treatment room. In that instant, the swiftness and strength he exhibited elicited a twinge of envy from Qin Ming. Qin Ming tentatively raised his right arm, gradually bending it, and after scrutinizing his not-so-prominent biceps, he fell into a contemplative silence. Oh well, winning the match is what truly matters. What purpose does the robust training of a spirit master serve, if not for actual combat? Thus, Qin Ming crouched down and lifted his delighted Keita, suddenly realizing how perfectly suited this small and adorable creature was for him. Tiny yet charming. Just look at how sprightly Keita is. In stark contrast to that lumbering behemoth from earlier, Qin Ming was in no hurry to commence the next duel. While it was true that matchmaking required some time, he wished to let Keita savor the joy of their inaugural victory. After all, subsequent victories would no longer possess the same novelty, and Keita might not experience such surprise again. Speaking of which, to triumph in the first match, unscathed and even surpassing opponents? Impressive, my Keita. A noticeable smile crept across Qin Ming's face. At that moment, a commotion could be faintly heard from outside. Hurry over, boss, he must be in this battle arena. He was on the verge of achieving a remarkable 5 consecutive victories, and competent subordinates ought to appear promptly, bringing him delightful surprises. Surely, nothing unexpected would occur? Some of the subordinates were indeed prudent and reliable, and Qin Ming nodded in approval. I just checked outside. The boss's opponent is only at level 6, a complete mismatch. A sure win. That should pose no problem. Qin Ming, wait, I have a question. Who exactly is the weak one here? You all need to clarify this for me. A group of spirit masters, merely at levels 5 or 6, what right did they have to critique him and Keita? Qin Ming felt that some of today's youth were truly lacking in manners. Thus, he decided to delay his exit, wishing to observe what surprises these subordinates might bring for Chen Rui. The match inside had already concluded, and the door to the battle room was no longer closed. The subordinates rushed in, and the leader, possessing keen eyesight, quickly spotted his boss's position and made a beeline for it. Qin Ming whispered many reminders to Keita about maintaining silence while watching the performance. He then cradled Keita and stealthily followed. The subordinates lined up with a sense of ceremony, stepping forward one by one. Boss, unstoppable and invincible. Boss, your path to victory has begun beneath your feet. Congratulations on your 5 consecutive wins. Boss, forge ahead and create new glories. Qin Ming felt his toes awkwardly digging into the ground, unable to imagine the feelings of the primary subject, Chen Rui, at that moment. Of course, being a subordinate was no easy task either, as each one had prepared different lines to express their congratulations. Qin Ming, feeling a bit shy, shuffled back, attempting to blend into the background, as he could not bring himself to step forward and offer his well wishes. Although he found it somewhat peculiar to see Chen Rui in the medical room, the subordinates did not dwell on it. After all, sustaining minor injuries in battle was entirely normal. Responsible spirit masters would typically have their spirit beasts checked and recuperated after a match. As for a level 6 novice attempting a comeback, it was obviously impossible. The brothers were not new to being spirit masters and were quite experienced. However, Chen Rui's prolonged silence left the subordinates feeling puzzled. Was their cheering not enthusiastic enough? But they were running out of words, so they decided to repeat themselves. Boss. Shut up. Chen Rue interrupted the subordinate's cheers with a hint of irritation. Looking at Chen Rue, whose eyes were red with excitement, a clueless subordinate eagerly stepped forward. Boss. Don't be so agitated after winning. All right, we understand. Let us keep it low-key. He spoke, pressing his hands down as if attempting to orchestrate the rhythm. The problem is, I lost. Chen Rue exclaimed in frustration, his voice cracking. Perhaps it was Chen Rue's heartfelt outburst that felt so genuine and compelling, causing the subordinates to accept this unbelievable reality, leaving them frozen in silence. Quack haha. Keita, unaccustomed to such scenes, was unable to contain its emotions at the crucial moment. Qin Ming tried to cover its beak, but was a moment too late. Chen Rue's gaze immediately fell upon the conspicuous figure hiding behind. You, despicable and shameless. Upon seeing Qin Ming, the feelings of frustration from the battle surged once more in Chen Rue's heart. All is fair in love and war. Qin Ming retorted immediately, but I was just one victory away from a free pass. Chen Rue's finger trembled as he pointed at Qin Ming. What does that have to do with me? If you lack the skill, you must accept it. Qin Ming refused to take the blame, discreetly retreating a few steps while maintaining a safe distance. Then delivered an even stronger rebuttal. Didn't you say that whether it's free or not isn't important, but rather the experience of battle that counts? Qin Ming's memory was quite sharp, and evidently, he was not the only one with a good memory. Right, boss, losing isn't a big deal. Didn't you say that only under pressure can one progress faster? One subordinate unexpectedly offered a comforting remark that was laced with sarcasm. Chen Rue. Qin Ming felt that his kind heart could not allow him to engage in such ruthless actions. However, since someone was already diverting the animosity, now was the perfect time to exit. Having witnessed enough of the commotion, he decided to withdraw. Thus, Qin Ming returned to the familiar battle hall, where not much time had passed, and most of the faces were still familiar, along with the spirit beasts he had seen before. As a result, Qin Ming's expression grew more composed. After all, once the matter was settled, it was best to keep a low profile and remain humble. Speaking of which, how long must he wait for the next battle? He was waiting online, feeling a bit anxious. Keita nodded in agreement, quacking, and the duck was equally impatient. The duck craved an entire row of moo milk. Chapter 24, On-the-Spot Breakthrough. Wait, this feels off. He had only secured one victory. How dare he proclaim that subsequent victories were guaranteed? Such a mindset was unacceptable. An excellent spirit master should be able to recognize the psychological issues of their spirit beast promptly and address them appropriately. Keita, how could we possibly have an entire case of moo milk? Be bold. We should aim for a whole box. Qin Ming boasted. Quack, the spirit master is right. Keita's mind was ignited, its eyes seemingly transforming into the shape of moo milk. So, what should we do to secure a case of moo milk? Qin Ming began to guide the discussion. Quack, battle, consecutive victories, invincible duck. Very well. So, in the recent duel, how did you achieve victory? Qin Ming inquired about Keita's thoughts on winning. Keita's small eyes were filled with confusion. Quack, duck spins. Quack, duck spits water. Quack, duck wins. Qin Ming wiped the sweat from his brow at Keita's simplistic description. If the explosive fireball were to hear this, he had no doubt that even if it healed its injuries, it would suffer a relapse on the spot. Ahem, were you spinning to evade damage, right? Quack. The duck understands. I will stand behind and spin from now on. The image was too beautiful for Qin Ming to contemplate further. No, the focus is not on spinning, but on avoiding damage. Qin Ming felt that if he allowed Keita to continue, the conversation would veer into an indescribable direction from which there would be no return. He hastily interrupted. In truth, it is due to your heightened sensitivity in comparison to your opponent, a quality you have adeptly harnessed. However, each spirit beast excels in different domains. You must recognize this and develop varied strategies in response, Qin Ming summarized. Keita, cradling his head, appeared to understand only partially. Gah, this is quite complex. I'll just follow the commands of the spirit master without contemplating a strategy. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched. No, Keita, you are giving up far too quickly. You should at least try to persist a little longer. Spirit masters sometimes struggle to devise solutions as well. Would you be willing to share the burden with me? Qin Ming gently stroked Keita's small head, discussing the matter in the most amiable tone. Gah, then I shall do my best. Upon hearing that even the spirit master faced challenges, Keita responded without hesitation. Qin Ming chuckled heartily. He did not wish to shirk the responsibility of command, but he understood that a formidable spirit beast would undoubtedly possess a remarkable ability for autonomous adaptation. As the battle progressed, the spirit master's commands would become less detailed, necessitating that the spirit beast make critical decisions independently. This was not something that could be accomplished merely by following orders. Qin Ming hoped to instill a solid foundation in Keita from the outset, rather than allowing him to indulge in momentary laziness and later suffer the consequences. The Spirit Master's love for his spirit beasts entails far-reaching considerations. Observing Keita in thoughtful contemplation, Qin Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. Spirit Master Qin Ming, please proceed to battle platform number 7 for preparation. Spirit Master Wang Wui, please proceed to battle platform number 7 for preparation. Battle platform number 7, Qin Ming vs. Wang Wui, in preparation. What a serendipitous occurrence, finding himself once again at battle platform number 7, which Qin Ming deemed his lucky number for the day. He gazed at the approaching Spirit Master, who had a fluffy gray mouse perched on his shoulder. Could it be the gray ball mouse? The one with a standard energy value of merely 25? Qin Ming could hardly believe that someone with such a bold name had contracted such a spirit beast. Though it is often said that every spirit beast possesses infinite potential and should not be underestimated. He questioned whether the spirit's level was serious. Was it all potential and no genuine strength? Qin Ming scrutinized and compared the opposing spirit, incredulous at what he saw. Level 5. Standard energy value 25, with an average potential of the gray ball mouse. How courageous you are, my friend. You truly live up to your name. Something unusual must be at play. Could it be that the opponent possessed a unique talent that allowed them to grow stronger with each battle? Yet even so, Qin Ming observed Keita's impressive standard energy value of 88 and felt uncertain about how to direct him. If Keita were to conclude the battle with a single move, would his earlier teachings be rendered moot? Conversely, if Keita were unable to finish the fight in one strike, Qin Ming feared it would reflect poorly on him. Thus, they found themselves in a dilemma. Given the circumstances, it was time for Keita to demonstrate his true prowess. Keita, the next bout is yours to conduct freely. The opponent's strength is not formidable, but do not be complacent. Qin Ming advised, casting a watchful eye over the eager Keita, feeling a tinge of unease. Greetings. I am Li Li, the referee for this match. This duel is a standard 1v1 spirit beast battle. Having known the referee for some time, Qin Ming felt a sense of familiarity. Yet, why did the referee seem to smile at him? It rendered him somewhat unprofessional. Was his sense of humor so low? As Qin Ming's mind wandered, the match commenced. Run, gray ball mouse, evade the opponent's attacks. A plump gray mouse darted across the arena with remarkable agility, tracing an erratic Z or S-shaped path. Its diminutive form exuded an extraordinary presence. At that moment, Keita remained idle. Since Qin Ming had not issued any commands, Keita had no particular strategy in mind, deciding to observe for the time being. This caused the gray ball mouse to appear somewhat erratic, as if afflicted by severe paranoia. Keita, I don't quite understand. I've decided to wait and see. Oh no, Qin Ming thought grimly. Keita's skill is water gun, while the gray ball mouse wields sharp fangs, making long-range combat advantageous for Keita. However, as the gray ball mouse continued to sprint, the distance between them gradually closed. Yet Keita seemed oblivious. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming restrained himself from calling out a warning. The significant level and energy disparity between the two could not be bridged by mere tactics. Even in close combat, Keita could afford numerous mistakes. While the opponent had only one chance, Qin Ming resolved to trust Keita. As anticipated, the gray ball mouse lunged forward, declaring, sharp fangs. The mouse leaped towards Keita, its mouth agape, revealing glimmering, menacing fangs. No, how can such a petite body conceal such formidable teeth? Is this reasonable? Qin Ming winced at the sight, regretting his earlier failure to issue a warning. If he felt this way from the sidelines, how much more alarmed would Keita be, facing it head-on? Keita, startled, felt a sudden surge of power rising from within, unleashing a torrent of water that repelled the gray ball mouse with tremendous force, sending it crashing out of the arena. The impact against the wall sent debris flying, creating chaos throughout the battlefield. Gray ball mouse. Wang Wui cried out in anguish. Qin Ming exclaimed, what just happened? It's gone? From Qin Ming's perspective, the gray ball mouse had been skittering about, retreating and advancing aimlessly for 2 minutes, while Keita remained stationary. Then, as the gray ball mouse lunged to attack, Keita delivered a decisive blow. It's gone just like that? Is Keita really that formidable? How was I unaware of this as his spirit master? Qin Ming felt utterly bewildered. He suddenly recognized that Keita's strategy was far superior to what he had initially envisioned. The gray ball mouse's agility meant that a long-range attack was not guaranteed to hit, and should it miss, it would lose the advantage. Keita had chosen to wait until they were in close proximity, building up power for a sudden explosion, leaving the opponent with no escape. Of course, this required impeccable timing and exceptional mental fortitude. A moment of distraction or fear could result in missed opportunity. This was something Qin Ming had not considered initially. The strategy of luring the enemy in. However, was Keita's mental resilience truly that robust? How young is he? Is he naturally unflappable? After the match concluded, whether Keita gained insight remained uncertain, but Qin Ming was left with many questions. With the gray ball mouse rendered incapable of fighting, the victor was declared as Qin Ming. Please remember, friendship comes first, competition second. We must not attack spirit masters, yet we should also refrain from inflicting severe harm on spirit beasts. The referee, Li, emphasized the latter half of the statement. Qin Ming scoffed slightly, sensing the referee's remarks were directed at him. Spirit beasts are our companions, even in the wild. While ensuring our safety, we should avoid excessive force and learn to exercise control. On the battle platform, if the disparity in strength is too great, one should be particularly mindful, promoting goodwill among opponents. Qin Ming felt that the referee was subtly alluding to him. After all, he was no longer in a rush to register the battle results. Instead, he approached Qin Ming and earnestly began to counsel him. Qin Ming responded, "Wait. Are you seriously foregoing the pretense and just lecturing me? I understand your point, but I'm currently in the dark. Do you really believe me when I say I haven't done anything?" His gaze fell upon Keita, and upon inspecting Keita's panel information, he exclaimed, "Goodness! Keita, how have you mastered the water gun technique? You're merely a level 6 creature, yet you've already perfected this skill. While many level 10 beasts are still grappling with the basics and intermediate techniques. How can that be fair?" It was no wonder that the water gun he had just unleashed possessed such an aesthetic brutality. Although Qin Ming felt somewhat aggrieved by the referee's veiled criticisms, he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride for Keita. If a mere moment of being unjustly reprimanded by the referee could ignite Keita's sense of breakthrough, then Qin Ming would willingly endure such grievances every day. As an exemplary spirit master, he was more than capable of handling adversity. Moreover, since the primary injuries were inflicted upon the opposing spirit beasts, Qin Ming found it difficult to empathize. At that moment, in the medical room, Wang Wuwei had managed to rein in his emotions, and his cries had subsided. Thus, Qin Ming surmised that there was likely no significant problem. The resilience of spirit beasts, combined with the well-equipped medical facilities, ensured that, with timely treatment, serious accidents were improbable. Otherwise, who would dare to engage in full-fledged battles here or conduct business on the battlefield? However, he couldn't deny that, despite the joy of victory, witnessing a tall and robust man weeping like a rain-soaked flower was quite overwhelming for Qin Ming. Unable to bear it any longer, he scooped up Keita and made his way to the battle hall. "Please, Spirit Master Qin Ming, proceed to battle platform number 6 and prepare." Given that Keita's strength had slightly exceeded the norm at this point, Qin Ming allowed Keita to fight freely. Simultaneously, he was eager to assess Keita's battle strategy and discern whether the previous stunning match was merely a stroke of luck or indicative of true prowess. To his surprise, Keita's combat rhythm had shifted. Without any observation, Keita launched straight into a water gun attack. The wood spirit monkey succumbed to its loss of combat capability, and the victor was Qin Ming. It is worth noting that Keita's proficient level water gun had already been formidable enough in random battlefields, leaving few spirit beasts capable of facing it head-on. Now, with the upgraded mastery level water gun, it was nothing short of overwhelming. Keita's relentless spray inflicted grievous injuries with ease. After a brief wait in the battle hall, the announcement came. "Please, Spirit Master Qin Ming, proceed to battle platform number 11 and prepare." Yet, under Keita's new combat style of overwhelming firepower, all efforts were in vain. The fire-toothed pig lost its combat capability, and the victor was Qin Ming. The big-eared fox also succumbed, leaving Qin Ming as the victor once more. Keita's winning rate was extraordinarily high, remaining undefeated thus far. The efficiency was remarkable, with all opponents dispatched in an instant. However, Qin Ming's intention to gauge Keita's true battle awareness was thwarted. Not only did he fail to gain insight, but he also felt like a mere bystander, a tool with little sense of involvement, almost superfluous. Pondering over what had gone awry, Qin Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation from the position of a spirit master on the battle platform. As for the matches, they hadn't even commenced yet. Oh no. They had just concluded. Gah! A bottle of moo moo milk. Gah! A line of moo moo milk. Upon returning to the battle hall, he found the scene in disarray. Drawing closer to eavesdrop, he learned that a ruthless and merciless individual had graced the battlefield today. Indeed, a heartless destroyer of flowers. It's a floral massacre. Qin Ming muttered, "This is pointless. I wish to return. Today is not suitable for battles." Me too. Perhaps it's human nature to follow the crowd. Once one person took the lead, a throng quickly followed. This version seems off. Shouldn't you grow bolder with each battle? Why so easily concede? Where's your spirit? Yet, as Qin Ming observed the battle hall beginning to empty, he faced reality. Very well, today's battles seem to have run their course. There likely aren't any significant opponents left. He packed his belongings in preparation to head home. Just as he stepped outside, Qin Ming suddenly paused, contemplating for a moment before deciding to return. If I achieve a streak of victories, I should propose additional rewards. Don't forget to relay that to the higher-ups. He gently tapped on the receptionist's desk, offering a friendly reminder. The receptionist, who had just finished tidying up for her shift, wore a bright smile that abruptly froze on her face. I knew you would forget. I did remind you. With that matter settled, Qin Ming stepped out of the battle arena with a light heart, finally ready to go home. The spring sun shone brightly, lifting his spirits. The next question was, what delightful meal should he indulge in for lunch? Chapter 26, Spirit Fruit. As Qin Ming savored his delicious meal, he found himself troubled about his upcoming training regimen. After spending half a day at the battle arena, he had come to realize that Kata's strength was somewhat beyond that of similarly ranked spirit beasts. Aside from the initial few matches, the subsequent overwhelming victories held little significance for Kata. If he faced spirit beasts above level 10, perhaps they could pose a significant challenge to Kata. However, the battle arena did not facilitate cross-dire random matches. Just as Qin Ming had sensed the monotony, it was evident that high-ranking spirit masters were not inclined to waste their time battling a flock of weaklings. In fact, should any spirit master with a penchant for bullying the weak and an unhealthy mindset appear, the battle arena would surely not permit such behavior. While Qin Ming understood the rules of the battle arena, he was reluctant to accept them. Thus, if the arena truly refused to accommodate his suggestions for improvement, he had no intention of returning anytime soon. Beyond the battle arena, there was another popular venue for spirit masters within the city, the Spirit Master Association. Typically, certification information, level assessments, and task assignments took place there. The Spirit Master Association often published various tasks for spirit masters to exchange for resources or points. These tasks varied widely in type and difficulty, ensuring that there was always something suitable for everyone. The prospect of gaining rewards while also fulfilling the purpose of training initially excited Qin Ming. However, due to the Minor Spirit Beast Protection Act, spirit beasts below level 10 were prohibited from accepting tasks. This regulation likely stemmed from a desire to protect, as well as a concern that the busier they became, the more chaos they might cause. Unfortunately for Kata, a mere level 6 creature, he was still quite distant from level 10. Then let's swing by the dojo. After a hearty meal, Qin Ming had made up his mind. Gah, the duck is coming too. Of course, I will bring you along. After wiping Kata's mouth clean and removing his little bib to let it dry in the sun, Qin Ming thought about how such splendid weather should not go to waste. He also wondered how his little friend was doing. As a turtle, he adored basking in the sun. After several days of not utilizing his traversal ability, Qin Ming genuinely yearned to return and check on him, but his meditation progress had been lackluster. Whether he was burning the midnight oil or living a leisurely life, he had failed to find a breakthrough. Although he sensed some progress, it was evident that he still required more time to achieve second-tier mental strength. What he sought was not gradual progress, but rather a breakthrough, an epiphany. In the present moment, Qin Ming finds himself in dire need of time. His eagerness to witness the transformation of the little plump one is palpable. Recognizing that sheer effort may not suffice, he contemplates the possibility of leveraging external assistance. Consequently, Qin Ming resolves to inquire at the dojo regarding any available resources in this regard. With a refreshing drink in hand, he strides purposefully towards the dojo, ready to embrace the invigorating essence of summer. Indeed, the proximity of the dojo proves to be quite advantageous. Assistant Zheng, are you aware of any swift methods to enhance mental fortitude? My recent meditation progress has been less than satisfactory, perhaps due to their similar ages. Coupled with their recent conversations over mobile chats, Qin Ming and Zheng Wenjie have begun to forge a budding friendship. For rapid improvement, Lingjing fruit is an excellent option. However, if I recall correctly, our dojo stock is currently depleted. Please wait a moment while I check for alternative sources, Zheng Wenjie muses, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Qin Ming is acquainted with the Lingjing fruit, a precious resource capable of elevating the mental prowess of spirit masters. While it may not significantly benefit higher-tier spirit masters, it is scarce due to its wild origins and the challenges associated with artificial cultivation. Despite scouring the internet for 2 days, Qin Ming has yet to discover any immediate purchasing options. Thus, he patiently awaits Zheng Wenjie's findings. 2 potential solutions emerge. The first involves waiting approximately half a month for a shipment from a neighboring province, a reasonably priced option equivalent to 5 mid-tier formation crystals. Assistant Zheng is indeed resourceful. Qin Ming lacks the channels or connections to facilitate interprovincial dealings, which is why his initial resource search was limited to his own province. In contrast to the perilous wilderness of the Lingwu continent, where strength is paramount, interprovincial travel is fraught with danger, rendering delivery services virtually non-existent. Though half a month may seem somewhat sluggish, without Zheng Wenjie, the thought of procuring resources from another province would have been beyond Qin Ming's imagination. Having contemplated the pros and cons of the first option, Zheng Wenjie continues, The second option is the upcoming Baby Cup Entertainment Competition, for which Lingjing fruit is listed among the prizes. It has not yet been claimed, so if you desire it, time is of the essence. Zheng Wenjie shares the relevant information he has gathered with Qin Ming. If you're in a hurry to obtain it, I suggest you participate in the latter. The Baby Cup is a competition limited to spirit beasts of level 10 and below, designed to provide benefits for novice spirit masters. With your capabilities, you are sure to excel. Zheng Wenjie cannot help but feel envious at the thought of Qin Ming's impressive statistics. Fortunately, he remains unaware of the recent breakthrough achieved by Qin Ming. Otherwise, his envy might have intensified. Then I shall pursue both options. Although Qin Ming possesses confidence in his abilities, he believes in exercising caution. After all, what if, hypothetically speaking, a single Lingjing fruit proves insufficient for his breakthrough? Moreover, the cost of 5 mid-tier formation crystals is not beyond Qin Ming's means at present. By the way, is there any senior brother in need of a trade involving formation crystals today? Aye. Zheng Wenjie exclaims eagerly, lowering his voice in excitement. Seizing the opportunity right here, he feels a swell of pride for having proactively assisted moments ago. Very well then, allow me to witness your spirit beast to broaden my horizons. It is worth noting that despite their amicable rapport, Qin Ming remains unaware of Zheng Wenjie's initial spirit companion. Under Qin Ming's expectant gaze, a grand formation materializes before Zheng Wenjie, shimmering like a celestial map. A spirit beast resembling a rooster, adorned with 3 vibrant feathers atop its head, gradually reveals itself. Its body is cloaked in a gradient of bright yellow and light orange feathers, with razor-sharp talons beneath. The muscular definition of its thighs is evident, and even in stillness, Qin Ming does not doubt its power to shatter mountains. After several weeks of intensive knowledge acquisition, Qin Ming is not so naive as to fail to recognize this creature. If memory serves, this spirit beast's attributes. Hesitatingly, Qin Ming retrieves his phone to scan it. Sequence PKM 037. Species name, Blazing Chicken. Species rank, High Commander. Attribute, Fire. Level, 39. Normal energy value, 1610, average 1521. Indeed, it is the evolved form of the fire chick, the Blazing Chicken, and it appears Zheng Wenjie has nurtured it quite well. However, if my memory serves correctly, this should be a water attribute dojo. What brings a fire attribute here? Is this even sensible? Qin Ming finds it perplexing. A heretic. No wonder I seldom see you summon your spirit beast. Are you looking for a fight? Or do you possess some peculiar preference? Chapter 27. Impressive, isn't it? The price of beauty. While Qin Ming struggles to comprehend Zheng Wenjie's personal preferences, he opts to respect them. Yet, given your attribute, it seems we are ill-suited. Water and fire are inherently incompatible. Are you certain this formation crystal can be utilized? Perceiving Qin Ming's unspoken doubts, Zheng Wenjie, with a hint of envy, elucidates. You possess that legendary attribute, a prodigy. The formation crystals you create can accommodate all lower-tier spirit beasts. In that case, there are no objections. Feeling as though a lucrative avenue has just opened before him, Qin Ming is quite pleased. Thus, he commences the drawing of today's formation. Earning money through formation crystals is no disgrace. Many aspire to achieve what he can do. As for the Blazing Chicken, it is engaged in observing the daily training of senior brothers and sisters. Throughout this period, Qin Ming has diligently practiced drawing a mid-tier gathering formation once a day, achieving a level of proficiency that allows him to succeed even with his eyes closed. However, the advanced gathering formation remains a formidable challenge, and Qin Ming has yet to find his footing. Furthermore, it is not something his current mental capacity can support. After a couple of attempts, feeling a lack of hope, he abandons the endeavor. He primarily focuses his time and energy on enhancing his mental prowess and training the Blazing Chicken. For the feedback from spirit beast upgrades or evolutions is a crucial pillar in advancing a spirit master's true strength. As Qin Ming contemplates these matters, he unexpectedly nears the completion of the mid-tier gathering formation. This progress is a testament to his consistent practice, yielding significant improvement. Yet, just as he is poised to finalize the last stroke, an unsettling feeling washes over him, as if he is on the brink of missing an opportunity. Trusting his instincts, Qin Ming halts the brush he has conjured from his mental energy in midair. What exactly is lacking? Why does this inspiration arise today? Qin Ming ponders deeply until his peripheral vision catches sight of the Blazing Chicken standing nearby, illuminating a sudden revelation. Is there only one method for drawing gathering formations? Or could it be that spiritual energy possesses various attributes, and the types of spirit beasts are countless? Isn't there a method to categorize formations to correspond with different types? Would a formation crystal suited for the Blazing Chicken also be applicable to the fire attribute spirit beasts? Is it possible that there exists a formation crystal specifically tailored for the Blazing Chicken? The drawing techniques for spirit formations that Qin Ming has mastered may serve as a universal solution, but they may not necessarily be the optimal approach. In that fleeting moment, Qin Ming grasps the crux of the matter. However, while he possesses the concept, he is uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, the incomplete spirit formation in midair can no longer afford to wait, as he senses the patterns of the mental energy he previously gathered beginning to dissipate. In the face of desperation, one must treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Qin Ming, unwilling to let this rare moment of inspiration slip away, firmly believed that the good fortune of the day would surely yield results. Thus, he decided to take the plunge. However, uncertainty lingered regarding his next steps. Although he had made a resolution, he found himself at a loss for how to begin. As he felt the urgent gathering array in the air that could not afford to wait, Qin Ming instinctively employed his mental energy to inscribe a character for fire. After a violent surge of energy, the gathering array astonishingly regained its stability, avoiding both rupture and dissolution. There was hope. Qin Ming cautiously completed the last two characters of the fire chicken's name, ensuring the full representation of its species. The array rippled once more before settling into tranquility. Sensing the remaining strength of his mental energy, Qin Ming boldly sketched a quick drawing of the fire chicken, prioritizing essence over accuracy. Conveying the spirit was all that mattered. The challenge of capturing the likeness proved to be significant, and at the moment of completion, Qin Ming felt his mental energy dwindle to a mere flicker. The gathering array, now dramatically transformed, exhibited signs of slipping from his control. Fearing that the substantial depletion of his mental energy would jeopardize his experiment, leading to a catastrophic failure, he hastily executed the final stroke that had been long delayed. Success! The gathering array in the air began to contract, and the crystalline formation slowly emerged. Yet, the shape appeared rather different than he had envisioned. Where was the exquisite, dreamlike lotus he had imagined? Gazing at the somewhat familiar figure before him, Qin Ming was reluctant to admit the truth. During the mental inscription, it had been invisible to others, allowing him to create freely without constraint. However, presenting the hastily crafted, never-before-attempted sketch of a spirit beast to others felt somewhat embarrassing. In his inherent shyness, Qin Ming now experienced the acute discomfort of social anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Wenjie was critiquing, "Hey, this crystalline formation of yours is quite unique." It was said that the shapes of crystalline formations varied among individuals, reflecting their distinct perceptions of spiritual energy. But I've truly never seen a shape like yours. It does bear a slight resemblance to my fire chicken. What a coincidence. Zheng Wenjie took his time, admiring the uniquely shaped crystalline formation, reciting his observations. Qin Ming thought to himself, "Thank you very much. The dead are gone. Just burn some paper for them." Zheng Wenjie, seemingly insatiate by his own admiration, even contemplated sharing his findings with others for further critique. How could he endure this? In a moment of impulse, Qin Ming sprang into action. He unleashed an unprecedented speed, snatching the oddly shaped crystalline formation from the powerful spirit master who commanded a leader-level spirit beast. "Here, eat up." With determination, Qin Ming handed it to the fire chicken, which instinctively opened its mouth, devouring it instantaneously. Excellent. The evidence was obliterated. The next moment, the fire chicken's eyes sparkled with delight, its clucking sounds echoing joyfully. It must have been quite delectable. Though Qin Ming could not comprehend the language of chickens, the expression on the fire chicken's face suggested that this specially crafted crystalline formation had produced remarkable effects. "Bro, how did you achieve this? Your crystalline formation is astonishingly effective. It surpasses mine by threefold. How can that be?" Zheng Wenjie exclaimed in astonishment. "Impressive, I assent it. The aesthetics are what you traded for this outcome. If you had shaped your crystalline formation like mine, you too could achieve such results." Qin Ming replied with a cold smirk. "Are you serious?" Zheng Wenjie's tone was filled with disbelief, and as he recalled the absurd shape of the crystalline formation, laughter escaped him. "Of course I'm serious." Qin Ming met Zheng Wenjie's gaze with earnestness, revealing no hint of jest. "I apologize for my earlier outburst. I truly got carried away," Zheng Wenjie admitted, slightly embarrassed. Chapter 28. The Dance of the Demons. So, you're suggesting that the impressive efficacy of your crystalline formation stems from its peculiar shape, and that this shape was derived from your concept of the fire chicken? Zheng Wenjie, fully comprehending yet feigning confusion, reiterated the point. Qin Ming, somewhat exasperated, affirmed, yes. He had no intention of concealing his moment of inspiration, as he was eager to engage in discussions with others to explore ways to advance further. Despite Zheng Wenjie's seemingly unreliable demeanor, Qin Ming held no doubts about his capabilities. Zheng was likely able to condense a mid-level crystalline formation. Yet due to the increased strength of his spirit beast, he sought assistance from Qin Ming, unable to meet the demands of its appetite. Qin Ming speculated that each individual present was likely a mid-level array master, as only such proficiency could sustain the daily needs of their spirit beasts. It was essential to note that many of them likely possessed more than one spirit beast, each with a voracious appetite and multiplied numbers. Consequently, crystalline formations were the most readily available resource for spirit masters in this realm, and no aspiring master would choose to bypass this opportunity. The gathering array had become excessively prevalent in this world. It could be considered a core requisite. In a certain sense, Qin Ming resembled a prodigy. Not for the depth of his knowledge, but for the remarkable youthfulness of his age and the pace at which he advanced compared to his peers. Qin Ming was acutely aware of this fact. His array skills astonished others, stemming from the stark imbalance between his abilities and theirs. What they envied was merely the abundance of resources at Qin Ming's disposal, while the true admiration lay in his promising future. Thus, Qin Ming would not fall into the trap of arrogance. He would continue to seek guidance when necessary. Yet Zheng Wenjie fell into a contemplative silence. As an exceptional student capable of securing postgraduate admission to a prestigious university, he could grasp Qin Ming's insights on the improvements made. But he struggled to comprehend the speed of Qin Ming's progress. Goodness, you've surpassed the curriculum. This is a mid-level crystalline formation. Why employ such advanced concepts to achieve a lower-level triumph? Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, should I really commend your knife's sharpness? The current generation of geniuses seem to operate outside conventional norms. This array improvement belonged to the realm of advanced array master knowledge, which Zheng Wenjie could only grasp theoretically. He had never been able to master it in practice, leading to an awkward predicament. Observing Qin Ming's innocent expression, still awaiting suggestions, Zheng Wenjie felt a pang of frustration. Your reasoning is spot on, as evidenced by the improvement achieved, Zheng Wenjie affirmed at last. However, how exactly did you accomplish this? This remained an enigma to him, and despite his hesitation, curiosity compelled him to inquire further. Zheng Wenjie realized he was eager to improve, unashamed to seek advice from a novice spirit master, for ignorance would be far more embarrassing. I just felt it, and then I sketched the fire chicken. Qin Ming explained candidly. He, too, found the seamless success he had experienced earlier somewhat incredulous. Whether luck played a part in this achievement remained uncertain, but inspiration and intuition undoubtedly contributed significantly. However, anything that could be clearly articulated and taught to others could not be deemed mere intuition. Despite Zheng Wenjie exerting himself to the utmost, humbly seeking advice, attentively listening, and striving with all his might, he found himself stagnating, making no discernible progress. He grasped both the principles and the answers, yet the process eluded him. Zheng Wenjie labored tirelessly, but the only thing he truly comprehended was that Qin Ming's talent was beyond mortal comprehension, and his ability to articulate was equally vexing. Zheng Wenjie sensed that Qin Ming was making every effort to convey his feelings, yet it was all too abstract, akin to the breathtaking form of his formation crystallization. One might wonder, if only you could draw more accurately and possess a deeper understanding of the fiery chicken, would the results not be improved? Zheng Wenjie, tormented by his thoughts, expressed his sentiments. Immersed in the silky sensations of moments prior, Qin Ming suddenly fell silent, a wave of unpleasant memories flooding his mind. It was well articulated, but perhaps next time, refrain from speaking. Instead, why not return tomorrow to feed my fiery chicken? Practice makes perfect. Perhaps we would see some progress. Zheng Wenjie sought to reserve his share of formation crystallization for the following day. No, Qin Ming resolutely declined. Why? Zheng Wenjie was taken aback. We are not fated. Qin Ming's response was cold and unyielding. Zheng Wenjie, I need to find a more manageable spirit beast. Your fiery chicken has far too many feathers. Qin Ming flatly stated the facts without expression. Zheng Wenjie, the tasks at the dojo for today have been accomplished, and Qin Ming, no longer lingering, hastened to participate in the Baby Cup Entertainment Competition to exchange for Spirit Essence fruit. The Baby Cup Entertainment Competition took place in a park, which served as the venue. Although this park was picturesque and a sanctuary for leisurely strolls, Qin Ming had only heard of it before. He imagined that the usual foot traffic must pale in comparison to today. As he approached the vicinity, he needed neither navigation nor road signs, simply following the throng to reach the location. Among the eager novice spirit tamers, there were evidently many spectators who came for amusement. The competition featured a triathlon, with the course divided into 3 segments: grassland, water, and muddy terrain, with results determined by the order of arrival at the finish line. The competition required both spirit beasts and tamers to collaborate, utilizing non-motorized props such as sleds, carts, and boats, which varied in style and form, available for the tamers' use. Are the tamers also required to participate? Qin Ming furrowed his brow as he meticulously reviewed the competition rules, suddenly realizing that victory was not guaranteed. However, having come this far, he resolved to participate. he decided to observe the various talents present before him. Tamers utilizing four-legged land spirit beasts pulling carts seemed reasonable. Yet, was it appropriate for a kangaroo tamer to employ the cart method? It is well known that kangaroos possess exceptionally developed leg muscles, capable of leaping several meters and typically traverse by hopping. Thus, the experience of riding in a cart pulled by such a creature was something Qin Ming dared not contemplate. Furthermore, while the adorable little gray sparrow was delightful to behold cradled in someone's hands, one must wonder, what was the point of participating in this competition? Although the little gray sparrow could fly, it was evident that a spirit beast of such diminutive size could not carry its tamer. Was the tamer intending to compete solo while the gray sparrow acted as a cheerleader? Truly a remarkable feat. And what of that tamer over there, dangling a piece of meat on a fishing rod ahead? Are you serious? Observing the chaotic scene before him, Qin Ming inexplicably felt a sense of calm wash over him. Chapter 29. The situation looks promising. Although the experience of riding in a cart may not be particularly enjoyable, it was likely a better option for Qin Ming than running the entire distance. However, considering the cart's height, which barely exceeded his ankles, Qin Ming found it impossible to have Kaida pull it. Moreover, once the mode of transportation was chosen for each segment, any adjustments midway would inevitably waste precious time. If the spirit beast and tamer lacked synergy while in the cart, a mishap could lead to disarray and a loss of control, which would be disastrous. Qin Ming pondered whether those overconfident tamers confidently seated in their carts had considered this aspect. After much deliberation, for the initial 2 kilometers of grassland, Qin Ming ultimately decided that he and Kaida would run side by side, each on their own. For the second segment in the water, he would rely on Kaida's swimming prowess, as he humbly acknowledged that he would likely struggle to paddle effectively. As for the final muddy terrain, he had heard it was not expansive. Otherwise, the difficulty would be insurmountable, offering little hope for success. Qin Ming estimated several strategies for the final segment, but ultimately, he would need to adapt to the circumstances at hand. He could not definitively say which type of spirit beast would dominate in this kind of competition. Smaller spirit beasts, no matter how swift, struggled to carry their tamers. Larger spirit beasts could assist their tamers, yet they would likely falter in the muddy terrain. Land-based spirit beasts faced challenges in the water, while water-based ones would find the grassland cumbersome. Thus, Qin Ming believed that Kaida, being amphibious, might possess a slight advantage. As for flying spirit beasts, there were currently no larger ones capable of carrying a tamer. Hence, to complete the race, tamers would need to embody true endurance. Having come to this conclusion, Qin Ming no longer hesitated and promptly joined the ranks of competitors. The competition commenced promptly at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Thanks to the spacious selection of the venue, all participants could gather at the starting line. Standing at the starting line, after ensuring Kaida was well taken care of, Qin Ming surveyed his surroundings, only to feel his vision darken. Why were there so many fishing pole competitors present? Where had all these fishing rods come from? Were fishers truly omnipresent? And what of those who had fashioned wooden sticks bound with vines? What were they attempting? The ability to craft was commendable, but was that truly impressive? Perhaps Qin Ming's overly blunt gaze attracted the attention of those around him. Hey, isn't my method brilliant? Look how many people are adopting it, declared a tamer with a striking hairstyle, brimming with pride. So it was your doing. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth twitched, unsure how to respond. My method can greatly enhance the spirit beast's enthusiasm, conserving energy and being environmentally friendly. As long as the spirit beast isn't fed, it doesn't count as a violation of using external resources for energy supplementation. Perhaps sensing Qin Ming's lack of engagement, the stylishly coiffed tamer continued to enthusiastically promote his clever technique. Indeed, it's truly a great method. Qin Ming could only offer a perfunctory response. Although he found the individual's positive attitude quite refreshing, showing no concern that his so-called clever trick would be imitated by others. Upon discovering that the tamer's spirit beast was a precious fire steed, Qin Ming felt somewhat speechless. What an ideally mountable spirit beast. Yet what abstract nonsense were you engaging in? Could it be that you did not know how to ride? Qin Ming scrutinized the precious fire steed, sensing it was a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. But as the piece of meat dangled from the fishing rod once again swayed in front of the precious fire steed's eyes, the already horse-sized creature grew agitated, tossing its head and pawing at the ground. Was this truly a method to stimulate enthusiasm? Something felt amiss. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed some spirit beasts beginning to show signs of agitation, their eyes reddening and muscles tensing. Sensing an unsettling atmosphere, Qin Ming discreetly stepped back a couple of paces. As the number of agitated spirit beasts increased with the passing time, amidst the rising dust, Qin Ming held Kaida close and stealthily retreated further away. A tinge of apprehension gripped him, accompanied by a modicum of filth. Surrounded by a throng of individuals, Qin Ming felt increasingly out of place, as if his normalcy rendered him an anomaly. He found himself regretting his decision to participate in this competition, while observing others might be entertaining. He had no desire to become the spectacle himself. Sipping on a beverage of joy while watching the festivities from the sidelines seemed far more appealing. Engaging in a triathlon under the scorching sun, was this truly a pursuit for mortals? Were it not for the allure of the Lingjing fruit, he would have gritted his teeth in frustration. Fortunately, it was not long before the competition commenced. With the sound of a whistle, Qin Ming maintained a prudent distance from the others and set off with determination. However, after merely a few strides, a tremendous crash reverberated behind him, prompting an instinctive glance over his shoulder. To his astonishment, several spirit beasts had collided, and the bait dangling from the fishing rod of the opposing spirit master had already been consumed, resulting in utter chaos. Remarkably clever. Unable to access the bait from their own rods, they resorted to pilfering from others. Truly, these spirit beasts exhibited a level of intelligence that was commendable. Qin Ming quickly grasped the situation. Many astute spirit masters had been forced to halt within a mere 50 meters of the starting line, some due to their own folly, others ensnared by proximity. Thus, it seemed the strategy of utilizing fishing rods to invigorate the spirit beasts had been rendered futile. Yet, upon redirecting his attention, he was unexpectedly struck by the sight of a spirit master with a Baohua horse, who was galloping ahead, unperturbed by the surrounding turmoil. Could this be a novel strategy to eliminate competitors before the race even began? Qin Ming was bewildered, yet profoundly astonished. He cast aside thoughts of those who had been eliminated behind him. His focus remained firmly on the path ahead. Qin Ming fixated on the leading Baohua horse, continuously calculating the distance between them. As he pondered, he noticed the exuberant Baohua horse suddenly leap, causing what appeared to be a humanoid figure to tumble from its back. Qin Ming was taken aback. Fortunately, the fallen spirit master clutched the fishing rod tightly, thus avoiding disqualification due to the bait being devoured. However, the Baohua horse showed no inclination to turn back, resolutely forging ahead. It seemed highly improbable that the fallen spirit master would catch up, especially given their evident limp, likely a result of their fall. Considering they had barely traversed 1,000 meters while being pulled, Qin Ming couldn't help but smile, acknowledging the Baohua horse's impressive performance. At this juncture, the circumstances appeared decidedly favorable for Qin Ming. He steadied his pace, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling. As the race reached its midpoint, Qin Ming was once again besieged by the familiar pangs of agony. His breath quickened, and his steps faltered. He had never excelled in endurance. In his previous life, the furthest he had run was a mere 1,500 meters during his school years. After that, he had neglected physical training, avoiding all forms of exercise whenever possible. Thus, in pursuit of advancement, he had resolved to give it his all today. What was that next to him, pulling a cart? What are you looking at? You think it's impressive to have a dog pull a cart while you run so fast? If you're so capable, why not have the dog pull you instead? How embarrassing. And what else with that bruised face? Do you fancy such a peculiar style? Fueled by the determination not to be outdone by a foolish duo, Qin Ming successfully overtook them. Yet soon after, he began to slow down. Come on, keep going. Encouraged by Kata's spirited reminders, Qin Ming dismissed thoughts of the eccentric pair trailing behind and concentrated on the final 500 meters. At this moment, each breath was laden with agony, and he was merely enduring for the sake of maintaining appearances before Kata. But why did this final stretch feel interminably long? Gasping, he felt on the verge of collapse. A glance at Kata revealed the creature's ease. How could it seem so effortless? Qin Ming was perplexed. Observing Kata's eyes brimming with encouragement and the creature's unwavering light-footedness, he managed to press on for several hundred meters amidst his self-doubt. Rounding the final bend, he confronted the last 100 meters. Victory was within reach as he prepared for the final sprint. Yet, as he beheld the steep incline ahead, darkness clouded his vision, and his legs trembled. Was there no conscience in the selection of this terrain? The final stretch was a formidable uphill climb. Starting with an incline was forgivable. A mid-race slope was acceptable, but to conceal an 80-degree ascent at the end was simply egregious. This was utterly demoralizing. Was the last 100 meters even genuine? It felt incredibly distant. Gazing upward, he was momentarily blinded by the sun, unsure whether it was sheer exhaustion or a mental breakdown that caused his vision to blur. As tears welled in the corners of his eyes, "Mother, I wish to withdraw from the race. I long to return to Blue Star." The Lingwu continent promised honesty, yet the deception runs deep. "Hey, Spirit Master, what's wrong? The wind here is too fierce." Qin Ming hastily wiped away the tears and resolved to be strong. He yearned to surge forward, yet after only a few steps, his legs weakened, and he could not help but slow down. Subsequently, the loose gravel on the slope rolled beneath him, sending him sliding back down with alarming stability. Once he regained his breath and composure, he realized he was merely a few meters from the starting point. Even locking eyes with Kata, whose gaze was clear and encouraging, could not alleviate the despair that enveloped Qin Ming's heart. It was indeed likely that he would not ascend any further. However, some words remained unspoken before truly surrendering. He wished to make one last effort. He meticulously assessed the route and crafted 2 sturdy branches from the roadside to serve as makeshift crutches. This path offered scant resting points, Qin Ming mused, feeling despondent. He doubted his ability to ascend in one go. Unbeknownst to him, Qin, though young, had sensed through their bond that the spirit master was in distress. Suddenly, Qin unleashed a not particularly powerful jet of water toward the path ahead. As the water sprayed forth, small stones were washed away, and the stubborn boulders remained distantly intact, yet they were displaced just enough to create a suitable foothold. Well done, Qin. Under the blazing sun, the stones were scorched, the remnants of water evaporating at a visible pace. It was time. Together, Qin Ming and Qin charged upward, with Qin using its water jet to carve out new footholds for Qin Ming. Utilizing the branches as crutches, he clambered upward with a semblance of grace, albeit somewhat awkwardly, but ultimately began to ascend step by step. With the right approach and the will to persist, the goal ceased to feel unattainable. Upon reaching the first checkpoint, although Qin Ming felt as though his body were encased in lead, desiring to move not an inch further, he stood at a height where he could survey the ground below, intoxicated by the achievement of completing something once deemed impossible. Qin, stay close to the slope. Breathe and unleash the most powerful jet. Though he gasped for breath, his command was clear and precise. With Qin's most potent water jet, the small stones vanished, and the surface of the boulders became smooth and polished, devoid of any footholds. The fusion of Qin's remarkable prowess and Qin Ming's wisdom is not something that should be granted to posterity without merit. As Qin Ming gazed down at the nearly vertical, smooth slope below, he felt a sense of moral obligation in leaving a few degrees of opportunity for future generations, and he nodded with a calm assurance. Was this path originally an 80-degree incline? A frown creased Qin Ming's brow as he pondered, belatedly realizing something. Ga, are you rested? Let's hasten to the next phase, Qin prompted, noting the spirit master's recovery. Indeed. Off we go. Qin Ming sprinted purposefully towards the modest boat by the lakeside. Having completed the first segment of the race, he had gained a clear and sober understanding of the extraordinary capabilities of spirit beasts. Any further bravado would be akin to that of a small dog. Qin Ming stepped into the boat, his legs trembling yet resolute, while Qin readied himself for departure. Unbeknownst to him, not far off, a familiar fire steed lay half reclined by the lakeshore, peacefully dozing. The grass around the steed bore patches of baldness, indicating its modest yet fresh afternoon repast. Even with its eyes closed, the steed's rhythmic snoring accompanied the occasional flick of its tail to shoo away pesky insects. This leisurely demeanor starkly contrasted with the fervent competition of the participants. Clearly, the steed was unfazed by the absence of its spirit master, embodying a most relaxed disposition. Chapter 31. Comprehending the intention of the questioner. Qin entered the water with an elegant grace, his tail flicking playfully as he adjusted his direction while accelerating. With powerful webbed feet and a streamlined body, the Xianshui duck maintained a swift pace through the water. Thus, even while towing the boat occupied by Qin Ming, Qin exhibited commendable speed. As they ventured deeper into the lake, Qin continued to gain momentum, clearly demonstrating that this segment of the race was indeed his domain. The small boat rocked increasingly as they approached the lake's center, where the winds and waves intensified, disrupting the earlier tranquility. To avoid the embarrassment of capsizing, Qin Ming dared not relax, a far cry from his initial expectation of resting comfortably. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The water's surface reflected blinding rays of sunlight, further complicating his already precarious state. Perhaps he was becoming seasick, for he began to see double. Otherwise, how could there be 2 dogs paddling in the middle of the lake at such a time? This was most unusual. Qin Ming blinked rapidly, suspecting he was experiencing hallucinations. Meanwhile, Qin maintained a steady speed. As the distance between them and the 2 dogs gradually diminished, Qin Ming finally discerned the truth. It was not he who was flawed, but rather the peculiar duo before him. At the center of the lake, a person and a dog glided in harmonious synchrony, as if performing a peculiar routine. Alas, their dog paddle stroke left much to be desired in terms of aesthetics. Were it not for the capsized boat nearby, one might hardly recognize them as competitors, as they seemed to be aimlessly spinning in place. Qin Ming could not help but chuckle impolitely, his body trembling with mirth. Fortunately, Qin proved reliable, guiding the boat steadily past the comical canine duo. Qin continued to overtake each leading pair of competitors with remarkable steadiness, including a burly young man cradling a small gray sparrow and an elegant girl with a crystal leopard perched atop her head. Glancing back at their futile struggles, Qin Ming took a deep breath, the influx of oxygen sharpening his mind. Counting the competitors he had surpassed, he felt invigorated, having expended minimal effort while coasting along. He reveled in the satisfaction of the day's endeavors. What could be more gratifying than witnessing others toil while he enjoyed a leisurely respite, surpassing them in the process? If there were anything more satisfying, it would surely be the opportunity to do it all over again. With his spirits renewed, Qin Ming began to contemplate the purpose of this entertaining event. A skilled questioner must grasp the intent of the one posing the questions. Blessed with extensive experience in such matters on Blue Star, Qin Ming was well-versed in this art. It was evident that the innate strength of most spirit beasts far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Thus, with harmonious collaboration and mutual understanding, spirit beasts could indeed propel their spirit masters to unprecedented heights, yielding a significant advantage. The performance of Qin Ming and Keita in the second segment served as a prime example of this principle, while the display of the fire steed and its spirit master in the first segment stood as a cautionary tale, armed with both supporting and opposing evidence. Qin Ming felt confident in the reliability of his conclusions. Naturally, there would always be exceptions. Conversely, if a spirit master possessed sufficient strength, they could also elevate their spirit beast. After all, the burly young man with the gray sparrow certainly commanded attention, and though somewhat unconventional, he was currently among the top 5 competitors. Perhaps the event aimed to illuminate the boundless potential inherent within spirit masters themselves, to explore the future possibilities of human versus spirit beast combat. Deciding against further contemplation that might muddle his database, Qin Ming acknowledged the multifaceted nature of human potential, which could also manifest in self-awareness. He felt no need to delve deeper into methods that didn't suit him. For now, his focus should be on devising a strategy for the third leg of the race, maintaining his leading position, winning the competition, and securing the spirit fruit to enhance his mental prowess, ultimately awakening the space attribute of his contracted tortoise. The legendary path of the spirit master was only just beginning. How could it possibly end here? Having completed his self-motivation, Qin Ming brimmed with determination, pondering how to navigate the marshy terrain ahead. In truth, if the fire-type spirit beast had not faltered in the second segment, it would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the third. The challenge of the marsh lay in its unstable ground, which, once stepped upon, could easily ensnare one deeper. This marshland was clearly not a natural formation. There were no flammable or explosive gases above, merely a surface emulating the properties of a swamp. If it could be scorched by fire-based power, dispersing the moisture within, the ground would solidify, rendering the quagmire a non-issue. Qin Ming realized this too late. However, expecting Keita or himself to execute this method was indeed a tall order. Reluctantly abandoning this impractical notion, he sought an alternative. Beyond their formidable physiques, spirit beasts were equally renowned for their extraordinary abilities, with the most powerful capable of altering the very fabric of reality and even resurrecting the fallen. While Keita was far from possessing such capabilities, his mastery of the water gun technique could reign supreme in this particular contest. This was a skill that had astonished countless onlookers. It was a potential he had almost ruined his hands trying to guide and cultivate, with every clean plate in his home bearing witness to Keita's tireless efforts. Such a grand move, if not showcased with flair, felt incomplete, as though the competition would lack a certain fulfillment. Thus, did Keita's water gun have a legitimate place for use? Would the bond between Qin Ming and Keita allow for another miracle, propelling the spirit master to new heights? As Keita reached the shore, Qin Ming leapt from the boat onto solid ground. The terrain of the marsh for the third segment unfolded before him, and a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Eureka! Chapter 32, Leaping Over the Marsh. The moment he set foot on land, Qin Ming began to gesture and confirm the extent of the marshy ground, his eyes growing ever brighter with realization. The so-called marshland stretches before Qin Ming, a narrow band approximately 50 meters wide. The competition has clearly outlined the final leg of the route, making it evident that there is no option for detours. In truth, the direct distance that the spirit masters must traverse is roughly this 50 meters of marshland. Unlike the preceding 2 segments, the final stretch allows competitors to see the finish line from the starting point. It is straightforward and devoid of any tricks, as the challenges are all laid bare. Although spirit masters experience enhancements to their physical abilities upon awakening, they have not evolved the capacity to leap 50 meters or to soar through the skies. Perhaps higher-tier spirit masters could achieve such feats, but clearly, these novices are not equipped to attempt them. Some may possess exceptional physical capabilities, enabling them to jump 10 meters with a running start. But what about the remaining distance? The marsh's muddy terrain offers little opportunity for leverage, and the question of how to absorb the impact of a full-force leap remains a conundrum. Should one plunge into the depths of the mire, the race would end before it truly began, leading to a most embarrassing outcome. Reflecting on this, Qin Ming swiftly simulated his strategy in his mind. Feeling that with the synergy he shared with Keita, the prospects for success were quite favorable. More importantly, he desired to execute the maneuver with flair. The thought of crawling through the mud, becoming thoroughly soiled, and expending every ounce of effort only to potentially not reach the finish line was simply unacceptable. The ultimate prize of the spirit fruit was not something he desperately needed. After all, this was merely an entertainment competition. Enjoyment was paramount, and there was no need to take it too seriously. Qin Ming had already garnered substantial enjoyment from the event, having witnessed enough amusement. He felt no obligation to become part of the spectacle himself. Besides, in a short while, the spirit fruit that Assistant Zheng had arranged for transport would arrive. Coupled with his own progress in meditation, Qin Ming was confident in his ability to achieve a breakthrough and return to Blue Star to reunite with Xiaopeng. It was just unfortunate that Xiaopeng would have to wait a bit longer. No, the talent for traversing dimensions had no time lag. Qin Ming instantly shed the last remnants of mental burden. A gamble was in order. If it succeeded, splendid. If he failed, he could simply call for help and forfeit. After all, Qin Ming did not wish to play in the mud at his age. Especially not in such a public setting where a misstep could be immortalized in the competition's classic replays. Was this final challenge truly more manageable? The thought of the spirit fruit, which had yet to be claimed by anyone, led Qin Ming to suspect that the architect of this final trial had no genuine intention of allowing anyone to pass. How cunning. Yet, having come this far, he felt compelled to give it a try, especially since he had established such a hard-won lead. Keita, get ready to aim downwards and unleash the water gun against the firm ground. Qin Ming instructed Keita. He positioned Keita on his back and, after gathering momentum, leaped forward just before stepping into the marshland. Thanks to the transformation experienced during his awakening, even in his current less-than-optimal condition, Qin Ming could leap approximately 7 meters. Before he could truly descend, as he felt his body begin to fall, Qin Ming quickly commanded, Keita, release. The time in the air was too brief for him to articulate a more specific order, but fortunately, their rapport was strong. The powerful water gun erupted forth, striking the solid ground at the bank with pinpoint accuracy. The resilient earth held firm for several seconds before shattering, sending fragments cascading into the marsh, seemingly increasing its area artificially. At that moment, Qin Ming had no time to ponder the implications. A tremendous thrust surged from his back, propelling him upwards. Who says one cannot leverage the air? The spirit martial continent does not adhere to the constraints of science. Although Keita's advanced water gun could not entirely alter the marsh's topography, it was certainly capable of providing a boost. With the formidable recoil of the proficient water gun, Qin Ming soared into the sky. At the apex of his ascent, he extended his arms, unfurling 2 large, robust leaves. He glided through the air towards the finish line with a speed surpassing that of his previous leap, resembling a majestic bird surveying the earth, its elegance and pride unmistakable. The 50-meter distance quickly diminished, and as the finish line loomed near, his altitude became precarious. With remarkable composure, Qin Ming declared, once more. Keita once again unleashed the powerful water gun downwards. Although the muddy surface did not provide as much support as the solid stone bank, it still afforded Qin Ming some upward assistance. This was sufficient. He glided nimbly and swiftly past the 3rd segment. With a flick of his wrist, he left behind the 2 carefully selected leaves that had served him well in the final stretch, ensuring they would not remain in place and inspire others. His light-footed steps betrayed an undeniable good mood. Yet, where were the others? The desolate solitude at the finish line left Qin Ming somewhat dazed. Where were the cheers? The jubilant exclamations? Was this the treatment reserved for the first-place finisher? Qin Ming felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. After all the effort, there was no audience to celebrate his achievement. This experience felt rather underwhelming. Surely, they should not be so engrossed in their own amusement. Fortunately, there were still people at the finish line, albeit one elderly gentleman who appeared to have dozed off from sheer boredom. Qin Ming harbored a myriad of grievances, a dark cloud hovering over his thoughts. On this sweltering afternoon, at such an advanced age, how could one dare to take a nap? Surely, he must be the judge of this event. In this day and age, judges could sleep while competitors battled it out? The absurdity was magnified by the fact that competitors were fighting tooth and nail, while he enjoyed a peaceful slumber in the summer sun. This was truly an entertainment competition, and he hoped the final prize wasn't merely a farcical joke. Qin Ming quickly dispelled his terrifying imagination and approached the elderly gentleman. Unsure whether to adopt a polite or more brusque approach, he hesitated on how best to rouse him. However, the elder awakened of his own accord, an air of authority flashing momentarily as he opened his eyes. Yet, Qin Ming, standing nearby, sensed that this was not an illusion. This man was likely a formidable spirit master. Not daring to act rashly, Qin Ming respectfully stated, "Elder, I have completed the race. Is it time for me to register with you?" Unbothered, the elder, having indulged in 2 days of slumber, stretched leisurely. "Young one, do not disturb an old man's sleep. I am not easily roused. You claim to be a contestant. Do you have any proof?" Given the difficulty of the final challenge, the elder had felt secure enough to sleep, dismissing Qin Ming's words as the idle chatter of a troublesome child. Proof of participation. Realizing that he might lose his proof in the curious process of the final challenge, Qin Ming had thoughtfully tucked his contestant number deep inside his clothing. He rummaged around, retrieving the number and slowly unfolding it. There was no need to rush. The lead he had established was substantial enough that no one else was even in sight, allowing Qin Ming to maintain his composure. As he produced the contestant number, the elder's previously relaxed demeanor abruptly froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. "How did you accomplish this?" Qin Ming scratched his head, offering a subtle smile. Where should he even begin to explain this? Chapter 33, adding a touch of difficulty. Before Qin Ming could utter a word, old Qin raised his hand to interrupt, proceeding to engage in a self-dialogue. "No need for your input. I shall retrieve the surveillance footage." Indeed, in such competitive arenas, it would be quite implausible for there to be an absence of monitoring mechanisms. Although the Spirit Martial continent does not boast the technological advancements of Blue Star, the Spirit Masters possess their own methods. Old Qin retrieved his mobile device, instructing, "Little Z, fetch the last segment of Qin Ming's performance." Received, retrieving now. A peculiar object, reminiscent of a pixelated image, materialized, accompanied by a somewhat mechanical response. Qin Ming felt as though he were witnessing a toy from Blue Star coming to life, capable of transforming and disassembling at will. His choice of words to describe Little Z is excusable, as Qin Ming was unable to discern its gender. Its ability to morph and dissolve did not evoke the impression of a serious, sentient being endowed with independent intelligence. Qin Ming discreetly began to utilize his wristband to search for information, reasoning that such a distinctive spirit beast could not possibly remain obscure. Indeed, upon searching the corresponding features, results soon emerged. The so-called Little Z is a type of semi-artificial spirit beast that has come into existence in recent years, born from the iterative calculations of complex codes. Their survival hinges on machinery, yet they inherently possess the ability to swiftly search and process various types of data. The nomenclature of the species is generally derived from their code model, and they can enhance their power by consuming open-source codes that their own database lacks. While they may not exhibit formidable direct combat capabilities, they excel in supportive roles, and their presence is typically a privilege reserved for spirit masters of superlative rank or higher. Truly, a significant figure. Gazing at the wristband's elucidation regarding Little Z, Qin Ming reaffirmed his conjecture regarding the elderly gentleman's prowess. Alas, how regrettable that I had just meticulously crafted my words. Such opportunities to impress a formidable figure are rare indeed. How could I have let it slip by? Qin Ming sighed softly, filled with a sense of lament. Next time, I must seize such an opportunity. Making mistakes is not daunting, but one should never stumble into the same pitfall twice. Qin Ming actively sought to glean insights and learn from his experiences. "Old friend, please enlighten me on the current situation." Old Qin, seemingly unable to await Little Z's findings, perhaps sought to corroborate through his spirit beast. After all, the mightier the spirit master, the more they tend to trust their own spirit beasts. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal creature emerged from the mire. Staring at the previously tranquil and undisturbed surface of the swamp, Qin Ming was left astounded, filled with trepidation. This place harbored its own secrets. How excessive! Merely observing its size revealed that this spirit beast was anything but ordinary. While strength is not solely determined by size, the mere fact that a spirit beast can grow to such dimensions, coupled with the power it likely possesses, indicates it is not a creature to be trifled with. Look, its opened eyes are nearly the size of a human head. Heavyweight contenders are prohibited from participating. Although aware that this beast belonged to the elder and sensed no malice, Qin Ming instinctively took a few steps back, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura stemming from its immense stature. As the mire shifted, or perhaps as he retreated to gain a better view, Qin Ming finally recognized the true identity of the spirit beast before him, the heavy mud rhino. A formidable creature typically residing in swampy terrains. Goodness! Qin Ming finally understood how this marshland came to be. It was evidently a bathing spot for such a creature. In the last century, there was much debate about whether the heavy mud rhino favored swampy environments, thus relocating there, or if it was the rhino's affection for marshlands that led to the creation of such terrain. Indeed, the heavy mud rhino can secrete a unique energy from its body, thereby subtly influencing and reshaping the surrounding landscape. Although termed subtle, should a family or group of heavy mud rhinos manifest, or if an exceptionally pioneering one were to appear, The impact could indeed be substantial. There is also a theory that the rhino's bodily fluids possess unique properties capable of naturally altering the terrain. The latter theory has been substantiated in recent years. Contemplating this, Qin Ming felt a shiver run down his spine. How fortunate that he had not truly struggled in the mire, otherwise, ugh. Furthermore, Qin Ming could hardly imagine the shock a contestant would experience if they were to become ensnared, only to discover a gigantic surprise awaiting them. Of course, Qin Ming had come to realize that this spirit beast was likely not a trap, but rather a safeguard for the contestants. However, he found it somewhat difficult to accept such a grotesque form of security. Halt. Remain where you are. No need to approach. Old Qin waved his hand. Seemingly disdainful, yet conflicted. The heavy mud rhino appeared to convey a sense of grievance through its enormous eyes. What wrong has the cow done to deserve such disdain? The ability to summon and dismiss such a spirit beast is rather vexing. Yet, with the brief rise of the heavy mud rhino, the mire surged, instantly propelling forward by 10 meters. Qin Ming could no longer empathize with the heavy mud rhino. May I inquire how far contestants must traverse across the swamp? Qin Ming had relinquished his juvenile amusement, as he now perceived the event to be highly unreliable. The fluctuations in difficulty across each segment of the competition seemed far too arbitrary. No wonder descriptions of the event online are so abstract. It was previously impossible to find accurate and dependable information, had it not been for the allure of the spirit essence fruit. Qin Ming would have initially opted out of this local event, deterred by the peculiarities of the online information that left him feeling uncertain. Previously, he had speculated that the event's content was kept confidential, or that someone was deliberately causing trouble. It turns out that everyone is engaging in such antics. The potency of spirit beast skills has increased, allowing for casual alterations to the terrain and adjustments to the competition's difficulty. Is that it? Qin Ming was left exasperated. Chapter 34. The Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix. A low, resonant sound echoed. You claim no contestants have traversed the swamp? Old Qin raised an eyebrow, casting a distinctly skeptical glance at Qin Ming. I flew over from above. Qin Ming responded promptly, clearly having learned from his previous experience. However, his reply came off as somewhat hasty and anxious, perhaps lacking clarity. Old Qin observed Qin Ming's somewhat emaciated and feeble physique, shaking his head, for he did not appear to be a candidate capable of awakening physical prowess. He turned back to reconfirm the spirit beast's capabilities. Noticing that there were no invisible wings behind him, his doubts only grew. With a gentle chuckle, Old Qin inquired, "Then how did you manage to fly?" At that moment, Old Qin wore a relaxed and natural smile, evidently not taking Qin Ming's words seriously. Just as Qin Ming contemplated retrieving the two large leaf-like wings he had neatly folded away to vividly demonstrate, Little Z delivered the results. The final footage of the last 3 days has been verified with the following results. Contestant Qin Ming appeared in the footage of the final segment 5 minutes ago. Would you like to play it? 5 minutes. Upon hearing this seemingly abnormal time frame, Old Qin furrowed his brow, realizing that the matter was far from simple. Excluding the time spent conversing, even without flying, it was likely quite close. Could there be a flaw in the competition's design? Play it. Old Qin commanded in a deep voice. Evidently, there was a third-person perspective capturing the recent scene, and the playback was exceptionally clear. Elder Qin began observing from the moment Qin Ming initiated his run and leap, the footage showcasing Qin Ming's neck veins bulging as he soared into the air. His technique appears somewhat flawed, and his physical condition seems mediocre. One can surmise that his distance would be limited, likely not exceeding the norm. Elder Qin scrutinized the slow-motion replay with a discerning gaze, silently evaluating. Then, upon witnessing Keita expel water from the water gun at the apex of his jump, Elder Qin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This idea was rather clever. However, when he realized the water gun shattered upon impact with the ground, the immense recoil propelled Qin Ming into the air instantaneously. Elder Qin's expression shifted dramatically. Was this the potency of a skill? He could hardly believe it, repeatedly dragging the progress bar back to reassess. This skill had reached a mastery level, hadn't it? The keen-eyed, formidable spirit master could accurately gauge the skill's power merely from the visuals. Yet at that moment, Elder Qin found himself questioning his own judgment. Though he had witnessed myriad skill levels, this petite creature wielding such overwhelming power seemed rather incongruous. Where could such immense energy reside within such a diminutive body? This was merely an adorably charming Xianshui duck, not some legendary spirit beast in disguise, was it? Elder Qin furtively cast another glance at Keita, whose plumage shimmered with perfection. Indeed, it had been well nurtured. Nevertheless, it was still merely a duck of extraordinary yet limited capabilities, below level 10. Qin Ming understood and appreciated Elder Qin's diligent efforts to analyze the footage. This was precisely correct. In his previous life, referees would employ video replay functions for meticulous comparisons, ensuring precision in their confirmations. Thus, Qin Ming accepted it well, especially since the next moment promised to be exhilarating. The footage revealed a man extending his arms, unfurling enormous green leaves that effectively mitigated his descent while maintaining forward momentum. Was this the image? Qin Ming felt a pang of sadness. Who was this green, fluttering creature? And why did his facial expression in the gusting wind appear so poorly managed? As the airborne man attempted to speak, the fierce wind filled his mouth, causing his facial muscles to convulse uncontrollably, resembling a fool. Qin Ming found it difficult to reconcile this portrayal with his imagined suave demeanor and charisma. Elder, please refrain from replaying this. It lacks significance and is rather unflattering. Yet, the meticulous and cautious Elder Qin, after numerous replays, ultimately discerned the nature of the green leaves and finally comprehended Qin Ming's method of completion. The entire video clip spanned merely 30 seconds, with Qin Ming's run-up and jump consuming 25 of those seconds. Despite any spectacular moments worthy of repeated viewing, Elder Qin had seen enough. Yet, having grasped the situation, Elder Qin fell silent for several minutes, his once bright smile fading unbeknownst to him. He was at a loss, unsure whether to criticize Kata's skill for being overpowered or to inquire how Qin Ming's imagination could be so boundless. Truly, the combination of the dragon and the phoenix was exceptional. May I confirm my ranking in the competition? Acknowledging his disheveled appearance, Qin Ming was jolted back to his purpose. He had no desire to linger under the scorching sun any longer. Returning home to rest seemed far more appealing. Of course, Elder Qin inhaled deeply, casting a lingering glance at Qin Ming. Well done, my boy. You are indeed the champion this time. Come, let us claim your reward. The spirit essence fruit was acquired without incident, and Qin Ming politely declined Elder Qin's enthusiastic post-competition activities, exchanging only contact information. It was not that Qin Ming lacked manners. Rather, he possessed the self-awareness to recognize his limits. Although he felt somewhat invigorated, his body was beginning to rebel, the sensation of fatigue creeping in, threatening to escalate. He needed to return while his limbs had not yet fully registered the exertion. Otherwise, delaying further might render him unable to return at all. Having never experienced such extreme fatigue before, Qin Ming, with his keen instincts, harbored a foreboding sense of unease. In a rather undignified manner, Qin Ming crawled back home, a lingering grievance echoing in his mind. Next time, I shall move to the first floor. As he collapsed onto his bed, he had no time for meditation. With his eyes closing, he succumbed to deep slumber. That night, Qin Ming experienced a long-forgotten dream. He found himself on a peculiar planet, compelled to participate in a frantic escape, for those who lagged behind would be devoured by monsters. He ran desperately, up hills and down slopes, feeling as though he could never cease running, repaying in full the physical exertion he had evaded in his past life. Every time Qin Ming contemplated giving up, the delightful quacks of Kata urged him to persevere. After yet another descent, gazing at the daunting ascent around the corner, he finally collapsed in exhaustion. Then, a colossal green moth charged toward him, horrifyingly mimicking his own face. This fright jolted Qin Ming awake. He rolled over, tumbling off the bed with a painful thud. No, it was a sensation of soreness. Had he finally escaped? He no longer wished to run. Qin Ming's mind hovered in a state of semi-consciousness. Outside the window, daylight flooded in, leaving him bewildered as to the time. Chapter 35, The Mountain Python, 1. After a considerable pause, Qin Ming gradually distinguished reality. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy coursing through him, he urged it to flow through his weary limbs, and his physical condition began to improve. Spiritual energy, a remarkable force, can be transformed from spiritual aura once awakened. The higher the realm of a spirit master, the greater their capacity to convert and store spiritual energy. Having awakened only a week prior, Qin Ming had just begun to learn how to operate spiritual energy at a rudimentary level. Yet his internal reserves were severely lacking and replenished sluggishly. Yesterday, Qin Ming had expended all his spiritual aura on enhancing his physical capabilities, leaving him utterly drained for the return journey. Grasping his phone on the bedside table, he turned it on. Oh no, it's already noon? Qin Ming had not slept so soundly in ages. He had previously promised himself to check in at the dojo daily. Officially, this was merely the second day of his dojo attendance, and even though he had been rather lax, it felt as if he had outdone himself. Without having notified anyone of his absence, he felt a pang of anxiety. Consequently, Qin Ming sprang out of bed at lightning speed, changed clothes, and hastily washed up, barely managing a few bites of a late breakfast. Confirming that Kata was maintaining a normal schedule, having already eaten lunch, he greeted Kata with a cheerful good afternoon before scooping him up and dashing towards the dojo. The familiar, refreshing coolness enveloped him, but today, Qin Ming had no time to revel in it. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Senior Brother. Qin Ming greeted everyone he encountered with a polite smile, attempting to mask his inner embarrassment. Very well, very well. Zheng Xian, discerning Qin Ming's inner turmoil, interjected before he could apologize, grinning amiably. You participated in the competition yesterday afternoon, didn't you? Zheng Wenjie mentioned it to me this morning. The competition events have been increasingly challenging lately. Though they are merely entertainment, there are no absolute standards, allowing newcomers to gain some exposure. You must be utterly exhausted. Have you managed to rest? Upon closely observing Qin Ming, Zheng Xian could easily discern his fatigue, prompting him to consider, you needn't engage in any intense training this afternoon. Why not focus on consolidating the array's crystallization? I heard you had a burst of inspiration yesterday and made some breakthroughs. Today would be an excellent opportunity to solidify your progress. Zheng Xian's words and arrangements effectively alleviated Qin Ming's embarrassment, warming the hearts of those present. The crystal formation was so compelling that even without Zheng Xian's urging, Qin Ming would have undoubtedly persisted. Thus, Zheng Xian's arrangements essentially granted Qin Ming a day of reprieve. Yes, let us have another session with the crystal formation. The more I engage, the more attuned I become. I am undoubtedly the most compatible candidate for this. Zheng Wenjie eagerly chimed in at the mention of the crystal formation, revealing a hint of ulterior motive. To be fair, Qin Ming found himself momentarily hesitant, recognizing the merits of controlling the variables during preliminary experiments. Yet, to reserve such a valuable resource solely for Assistant Zheng seemed somewhat detrimental to the camaraderie among fellow disciples, especially considering how generous the senior brother had been towards him. Perhaps it would not be amiss to broaden the scope of the experimental subjects. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ming ultimately declined with firm resolve. Zheng Wenjie felt a twinge of grievance, though he remained silent. The senior brother's spirit beast starkly contrasted with his honest and unassuming demeanor. It was a black serpent, scientifically known as the Pan Mountain Python. The creature's robust form was marked by a base of deep black adorned with golden patterns, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance that shattered Qin Ming's preconceived notions about serpents. It was said that upon reaching maturity, the Pan Mountain Python could grow even larger with the enhancement of its strength. Observers noted that the largest specimens could swell to the size of a mountain, lending credence to its name. The senior brother's Pan Mountain Python measured an impressive 10 meters in length, with a diameter of about half a meter, roughly the thickness of a small car tire. Although it had considerable room for growth compared to legendary sizes, it still left Qin Ming profoundly astonished. However, regardless of the current size or potential future growth of the Pan Mountain Python, it made little difference to Qin Ming. The crystal formation remained the same size, with everyone reduced to a uniform scale. Adjusting the scaling factor had no bearing on Qin Ming, the sole artist. Thus, the serpent was extraordinarily accommodating for his artistic endeavors. Its size was trivial, and its shape was malleable. A line could curve in any direction, embodying the very essence of flexibility and freedom. The beauty of the black base meant that he could forego the intricate detailing of scales. Essentially, it sufficed to depict a line that tapered from thick to thin, meandering freely. With this clarity in mind, Qin Ming felt emboldened. However, with the afternoon still stretching ahead, he wished to observe the Pan Mountain Python further. Although it appeared to be a water attribute spirit beast, there remained a slight chance that the senior brother possessed a rebellious spirit akin to Assistant Zheng's, possibly hinting at an alternate attribute. In his naturally cautious manner, Qin Ming resolved to observe a while longer. Species name, Pan Mountain Python. Species tier, low-level monarch. Attribute, water type. Level, 49. Normal energy value, 2598. Average value, 2401. The Pan Mountain Python was an extraordinary and rare spirit beast. While its initial species tier typically classified it as elite, it intriguingly lacked a definitive evolutionary form. Nevertheless, with each breakthrough in realm, it would shed its skin and grow, thereby enhancing its potential tier. Qin Ming had only encountered this singular Pan Mountain Python, making it difficult to comment on its upbringing. Yet, with its imminent breakthrough at level 49, he could discern its status as a quasi-monarch spirit beast that had already surpassed its species tier, truly enviable. Should the senior brother acquire a second spirit beast of similar caliber, he would undoubtedly be poised to become a formidable spirit master in the future. After all, it was not explicitly stated that this was his ace spirit beast. Regardless, the acquisition of a first spirit beast with monarch-level potential signified a promising career for any spirit master. The graduation requirement for the most prestigious Spirit Master University was to attain the level of Advanced Spirit Master, and those aspiring to become Super Spirit Masters were indeed rare gems, often nominated as exemplary graduates. Most who could study at the dojo were still students. In summary, the senior brother was awe-inspiring. Resolved, Qin Ming decided to train rigorously with the Pan Mountain Python in mastering the crystal formation. Perhaps Qin Ming's eagerness was too evident, for Assistant Zheng shyly approached, saying, "Actually, I have another spirit beast, also a quasi-monarch, but it hasn't developed its feathers yet. Would you like to see?" Qin Ming exclaimed in surprise. Is the emphasis really on whether it has feathers? He struggled to contain his astonishment. What year are you in? You hardly look older. With a hint of embarrassment, Zheng Wenjie admitted, I'm in my second year, but I was fortunate enough to skip a grade and secure a recommendation for graduate studies. Qin Ming pressed, what do you mean by fortunate? Please elaborate. His eyes gleamed with curiosity. Wenjie's talent spanned both water and fire attributes, which was considered exceptional. Those seemingly opposing elements, cultivating both within a spirit beast could lead to significant breakthroughs in its potential. Hearing that today's session with the crystal formation belonged to his senior brother, whose spirit beast was of particular interest to Qin Ming, he eagerly stepped forward to explain. For a typical individual, nurturing both water and fire attributes was a perilous endeavor, as conflicts between the two could easily arise, leading to injury, an endeavor fraught with risk. However, Wenjie was different. His innate talent served as the best safeguard for his spirit beast. Ah, I see. But Zheng Wenjie, are you still the familiar companion I once knew? Qin Ming regarded him with newfound perception. So you possess such prowess. I never realized it before. Despite his evident talent, Wenjie had not been diligent in nurturing his spirit beast, spending his days engrossed in gossip and gaming. Did he honor his own potential? Did he respect the trust his spirit beast placed in him? Did he hold himself in esteem? Of course, the gossip was enjoyable, so Qin Ming joined in. Gaming was delightful, and he reluctantly succumbed to Zheng Wenjie's enthusiastic recommendations. However, unbeknownst to Wenjie, Qin Ming had recently been traversing back to Blue Star daily, diligently compensating for his meditation time. Unlike Zheng Wenjie, did he possess the ability to make up for lost time? Qin Ming silently chastised Wenjie for his numerous lapses in diligence and resolved to refrain from engaging in gossip and gaming with him for the time being. He intended to concentrate on meditation, striving to maximize the efficacy of the spirit essence fruit. Though he had acquired the spirit essence fruit yesterday, he had yet to bring himself to consume it. The precious item was hard-won, and when he returned home yesterday, his condition had been woefully inadequate. He decided to wait until the evening meditation session to partake in it. Wenjie waited patiently, hoping for heartfelt praise from Qin Ming, unaware that his companion's mind had wandered. He attempted to showcase his own accomplishments, saying, my first spirit beast recently broke through. It birthed fire from within water, resulting in a dramatic surge in potential. Which is why I was specially invited. Are you not curious about my first spirit beast? He thought, relishing the prospect of withholding information until Qin Ming inquired further. Well, I am curious, Qin Ming replied absent-mindedly, his interest clearly waning. When you next summon the crystal formation, I'll show you. Zheng Wenjie reveled in his self-satisfaction. That's not urgent. We can discuss it later. Qin Ming clearly did not grasp Wenjie's implication, or perhaps he did and simply chose to ignore it. Presently, he was deeply engrossed in contemplating the form of the Pan Mountain Python, experiencing an explosion of creative inspiration. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware of his meditation progress and felt an urgent need to achieve a breakthrough. Recently, a multitude of significant matters has arisen, leaving Qin Ming feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Consequently, he expressed his disinterest in knowing who Zheng Wenjie was, resolutely declining without a trace of mercy. Zheng Wenjie was left perplexed, as evidenced by his emotive reaction. Qin Ming, however, chose to disregard this and pivoted to another topic. Master brother, I have only heard of the shedding of the Pan Mountain Python's skin, but I have never witnessed it. Could you elaborate on this? Certainly, replied Master brother. The Pan Mountain Python, as a representative of serpentine spiritual beasts, retains the instinct to shed its skin throughout its evolutionary journey. Shedding, if not an innate skill exclusive to the species, would undoubtedly become a prominent focus of cultivation if it could be cultivated postnatally. It appeared that Master Brother held a high regard for the shedding skill, prompting Qin Ming to listen intently. The shedding phase can be understood as a miniature, decelerated evolution. The more abundant and suitable the preparatory resources, the more favorable the shedding effect. In contrast to many spiritual beasts that only undergo 2 evolutionary opportunities in their lifetime, shedding offers greater leeway for error. Thus, despite the temporary weakness and inconvenience it may cause, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. Master Brother's perspective was remarkably reasonable, and Qin Ming's initial curiosity began to transform into a genuine eagerness. Are there any childhood photos of him, as well as during the shedding phase? He inquired. His curiosity piqued. This question struck a chord with Master Brother, who enthusiastically began to share the growth history of the Pan Mountain Python. From a diminutive snake measuring 1 meter long, through the shedding phase characterized by ashen scales, to the emergence of golden patterns that dramatically enhanced its appearance. Master Brother recounted each stage with fondness. He shared moments from when he cradled the small serpent to the present, where the python had grown so large that it could only be accommodated in a friendly embrace. The collection of photographs was extensive, encompassing every phase of the python's development, and Master Brother recounted them as if they were cherished treasures. As Qin Ming absorbed the detailed narrative, it felt as though he were witnessing the growth of the young Pan Mountain python firsthand. Now, upon seeing this colossal creature, he felt no fear. Instead, it evoked a sense of fondness akin to that of observing a younger relative. True, the size of this relative was rather substantial, but what harm could there be in that? Just wait, my dear friend, for I possess something delightful that you shall soon taste. At this moment, Qin Ming's desire to demonstrate his prowess in crystallizing formations surged with unprecedented intensity. His instincts hinted that something extraordinary was about to transpire. Without further ado, he set to work. As Master Brother observed Qin Ming seemingly entering a creative trance, he quietly stepped back, directing the Pan Mountain python to adopt a classic pose at a suitable distance, thereby easing Qin Ming's creative process. All present instinctively fell silent, contributing to a conducive environment for creativity. Since early that morning, when Zheng, the junior disciple, had lamented about his precious spiritual beast's newfound pickiness regarding food, it became apparent to everyone that, despite Qin Ming's seemingly unimposing strength and physique, appearances can be deceiving. He possessed remarkable skill in crystallizing formations. Whether this was mere coincidence or a testament to his true abilities remained to be seen, and all eyes were now upon him. Unbeknownst to Qin Ming, these contemplations surrounded him as he immersed himself in his creative realm. The form of the Pan Mountain python proved to be precisely to his liking, allowing him to express himself freely, unrestrained by any limitations. Do you understand the essence of the water element? It embodies freedom. Water takes on myriad forms, flowing with the currents. Qin Ming became completely engrossed in his work, wielding his brush with fervor until the strain on his mental energy prompted him to hastily conclude. He inscribed a few bold characters to accentuate his creation, perfection. The familiar crystallization of formations began to coalesce, and Master Brother's pupils dilated in astonishment, speechless for a prolonged moment. No worries, I completely understand. I, too, am often taken aback by my own extraordinary performances, Qin Ming reassured him, gently patting Master Brother's broad back in comfort. The Pan Mountain python, devoid of human aesthetic sensibilities, instinctively recognized the value of what lay before it and approached, swallowing the creation whole. What a large mouth you have, and what a hearty appetite. Qin Ming chuckled, finding the python to be a picture of robust health. Chapter 37, Pan Mountain Python 3. Did you just see that? What shape was that crystallization of formations? It looked rather peculiar. Shoo, don't say a word. Master Brother is quite protective of his snake. Just look at how his heart seems to shatter. The murmurs among the group, though somewhat unkind, were ultimately grounded in objective observation. Zheng Wenjie regarded Qin Ming's artistic display with a hint of sympathy for Master Brother, albeit minimal. Do you all realize how extraordinary this crystallization of formations truly is? You superficial beings, so enamored with appearances, should step aside and allow me the opportunity. Yet, they lingered, eagerly awaiting Master Brother's first-hand account of the peculiar crystallization. What would the experience of using such an odd shape entail? The anticipation was palpable, as they questioned whether it was worth rushing headlong into. After swallowing the oddly shaped crystallization, the Pan Mountain python lay still, slowly flicking its tongue and curiously poking its head towards Qin Ming. Noticing Qin Ming's inaction, it began to circle around him. Oh no, we've been caught. Everyone here has been thoroughly educated by Master Brother on the language of serpents, and they collectively recognized the situation. The Pan Mountain python was smitten, reveling in its current state of bliss. So much so that it disregarded the dignity typically associated with strength, seeking Qin Ming's approval. Although Master Brother had yet to respond, it hardly mattered. The spiritual beast could not lie. The gathering began to contemplate which of their own spiritual beasts possessed superior qualities and how best to entice Qin Ming, while simultaneously strategizing on how to disparage their competitors. After all, with so many rivals, how long would they have to wait in line? As for Master Brother, his delayed reaction stemmed from a shattered sense of pride. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's profoundly abstract crystallization, he found it difficult to accept, yet yearned to advocate for his spiritual beast. However, having been forewarned, he understood that Qin Ming's actions were not intentional. Thus he tolerated it. Yet, when the Pan Mountain python devoured the creation and gave it a 5-star review, its desire for a repeat purchase was a bit much to bear. Can something of such shape truly be consumed? Perhaps it is best to refrain. For one should not, at least, must not, indulge in such things. What? The Pan Mountain python claims it possesses 5 times the energy refined, and pure? It feels wonderful? Master Brother gasped in shock, his mind beginning to clear. If that is the case, then let the accolades flow, and a repeat purchase? Well, perhaps that is not out of the question. Though the item may have had an unconventional appearance, it could still be considered art, could it not? What mattered was the effect, not the form. One must not judge solely by appearances. Master Brother, though appearing mature, was still a young man at heart, adeptly rationalizing to himself in order to quickly adapt to the reality at hand, diligently mending his fragmented spirit. Pan Mountain Python, did you not dislike having your head touched? Why then, are you extending your head towards me? Did we not agree that I would carry you alone? How is it that when Qin Ming expressed a desire to try, you hesitated? The elder brother's paternal instincts were once again triggered, and his emotions became tumultuous, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Reflecting on the fivefold energy purity, he resolved that the Pan Mountain Python must not endure hardship while growing. The senior brother gritted his teeth, silently enduring everything. Qin Ming was unaware of his struggles. He simply relished witnessing the joy and satisfaction of the spirit beasts, as the feelings of gratitude and recognition were always delightful. The glossy, ink-like scales adorning the forehead of the mountain python felt exquisite to the touch, cool and refreshing, leaving one yearning for more. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not having ridden the great python today, the dojo was too confined to provide a fulfilling experience. Qin Ming speculated that if he continued to feed and cultivate a good rapport over the next few days, perhaps he would have a chance. With this thought, he felt uplifted once more. Thank you, senior brother, for sharing the video earlier. It was immensely helpful and truly inspired my creative process. Qin Ming, ever the one to summarize experiences, expressed his heartfelt gratitude for his senior brother's earlier actions. Which celestial deity lent their assistance, one might wonder. Do enlighten me. The senior brother's vulnerable spirit may take some time to mend. He longed to suggest alterations to the formation crystal's appearance, but hesitated, fearing it might disrupt Qin Ming's state. For he had heard from Zheng Wenjie that Qin Ming was a performer who thrived in specific conditions. Given the remarkable efficacy of the current formation, could it be that the unconventional appearance was the secret to its success? Unwittingly, the senior brother found himself led astray, while Qin Ming, shrouded in modesty, had already completed his daily dojo attendance. He began to indulge in leisure, savoring the delightful beverage and a cool breeze. While the python scales provided a soothing tactile experience, everything radiated happiness. Habitually, Qin Ming glanced at his talent panel, curious for any intriguing updates. The mountain python sensed a probing force, one emanating from this bipedal creature that treated it with kindness, and the python welcomed it. Name, Mountain Python. Attribute, Water. Species rank, Low-level monarch. Evaluation, shedding energy reserves, 0-1 low-level emperor, 99 high-level monarch, 80 mid-level monarch. Oh, how detailed the shedding information is in the evaluation. Senior brother, what level do you anticipate the mountain python's shedding potential can reach this time? Qin Ming wished to compare various insights to assess credibility. Most likely mid-level monarch, with a slight chance of high-level monarch. The senior brother gently caressed the python's scales. Could it attain emperor rank? The python is truly formidable. Qin Ming concurred, appreciating the python's texture as well. In just half a day, driven by an exceptional affinity, Qin Ming had bestowed upon the mountain python an endearing nickname, not a mere repetition like Pang Pang, but something he found somewhat difficult to articulate. A significant breakthrough in shedding is quite challenging, the senior brother sighed. If it were possible, it would require the harmonious alignment of time, place, and people, something fortuitous and elusive. Qin Ming understood the gravity of the situation. The panel's information regarding his talent was fundamentally reliable, and now it hinged on whether the feeding formation crystal could yield miraculous results. With little to occupy his time, he deemed it an opportune moment to leave early. He expressed his intention to depart around 4 p.m., and Zheng Xian graciously permitted him to go. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he adjusted his state and settled on his bed. Feeling perhaps he had not been sufficiently devout, Qin Ming descended once more to bathe and change, lighting incense and offering prayers. This time, it felt right. Inhaling the gentle and healing fragrance of sandalwood, he pondered its worth. Not quite, but rather. He considered the process of utilizing the spirit essence fruit. The fruit was crystalline and transparent, dissolving upon entry, its taste akin to consuming solitude. Yet it stirred ripples of mental clarity, a refreshing chill sweeping through his mind. Qin Ming endeavored to maintain a tranquil mindset, immersing himself in deep meditation, gradually sensing a state of ethereal emptiness. The mental energy within his spiritual sea, once stagnant, now seemed to awaken like a spring, bubbling forth and raising the water level. Until, in the obscurity, a boundary was broken, the past obscurity faded, replaced by sudden lucidity. Thus, Qin Ming's mental energy had transcended. The uncharted path was about to unfold. Chapter 38, The Contracted Little Plump. Upon his breakthrough, Qin Ming's foremost desire was to traverse back. I have longed for my dear companions. Blue Star, Little Plump. I'm back. Did you miss me? The proud black pupils of the turtle revealed no sign of movement, reflecting instead the somewhat eager expression of Qin Ming. It was a tad nauseating. Surely, it was the principle of a concave lens that distorted his charm. Thus, Qin Ming refrained from smiling. Investing a considerable sum to feed Little Plump a mid-level formation crystal cultivated on Blue Star. He then gazed expectantly as familiar panel information materialized. Name: Grass Turtle, Little Plump. Attribute: Space. Species: Rank: Extraordinary, in progress. Evaluation: A rare turtle, its insatiable appetite has enabled it to develop a unique spatial stomach. However, the newly formed space is now full, leaving it somewhat bloated, a delightful dilemma. Chapter 39, The Beautiful Egg. In an untimely manner, Qin Ming recalled instances from the past when feeding Little Plump, who would often engage in rather unsanitary behavior to consume more. It was akin to the current scenario. What had he become, evolving from a mere caretaker to? Qin Ming felt a subtle distaste. However, he quickly found no time for such sentiments. What was this energy flowing through the contract? Oh no, how careless of me. The energy received was far from the familiar spiritual energy. It was, to be precise, an ambiguous energy interlaced with a hint of spiritual essence. Previously limited by his perspective and strength, Qin Ming had only recognized this one type of energy, mistaking it for the sole presence of spiritual energy. This unknown energy was extraordinarily complex, yet orderly. Although Qin Ming could not identify it, he instinctively sensed he was in the presence of something superior. Probing with his mental energy, he discerned its profound and inscrutable nature. At times it was pure and flawless. At others, tumultuous and invigorating, and still others, vibrant yet coldly desolate. It was as if he traversed through the seasons and cycles of life in an instant, nearly losing consciousness amidst the overwhelming sensations. Who am I? Where am I? His consciousness felt as though it had been cast into an energy storm, utterly adrift. Foolish master. Who was calling him? In that moment of distraction, Qin Ming experienced another breakthrough. Remarkably, his newly acquired mental energy surged once more. In a daze, he instinctively withdrew from that mystical, yet perilous state of mental energy perception. Although he had exited, he still felt as if he were intoxicated. The world before him a blur, shadows overlapping. Through the haze, he vaguely perceived a shift in Little Plump's condition, causing him to relax slightly. The next moment, he collapsed into a deep slumber. Foolish master has a weak stomach. Little Plump. Unlike Qin Ming, who was lost in slumber, the turtle's gaze grew much more animated. Sensing Qin Ming's state, it actively severed their energy transmission. Thankfully, Little Plump can consume. I shall come to protect you. After gazing deeply at Qin Ming, the turtle closed its eyes in concentration. The surrounding energy, still lingering, seemed to respond to its command, gradually coalescing into a tangible form. Moments later, the turtle's figure vanished, leaving behind a splendid, translucent egg with a black base and silver patterns, resting in its place. The following day, how did I end up sleeping on the ground? Upon awakening, Qin Ming felt his body stiff and uncomfortable, yet his mind was clear and relaxed, creating a sense of dissonance. Where's Little Plump? Despite recalling that he had succeeded the previous day, he found himself anxiously searching for Little Plump's presence, now nowhere to be found. Continuing on, a beautiful silver egg rolled out from beneath the blanket, gently swaying twice towards Qin Ming. The egg, roughly the size of a basketball, was undeniably eye-catching. Regardless of its aesthetic appeal, Qin Ming, in disbelief, he closed his eyes to sense the connection of the contract, ultimately acknowledging the true identity of the exquisite egg before him. Was this an evolution or a regression? Fortunately, given that the little chubby turtle was an egg-born creature, Qin Ming reluctantly accepted the situation. He focused intently. Name: Turtle Egg. Attribute: Space. Race level: High Elite, High Commander, in fluctuation. Evaluation: Qin Ming. He felt that the question marks swirling in his mind far exceeded those displayed on the panel. For instance, what was the race name of my little chubby? And can this race level truly fluctuate? The extent of this fluctuation seems rather excessive. It is well known that the value of a spirit beast with initial potential as a high elite compared to that of a high commander can differ by more than 100-fold. One moment it's worth a villa, and the next merely a restroom? Is this a jest at my expense? Yet, gazing at the remarkably beautiful and high-grade egg, radiating an overwhelming charm under the sun's embrace, Qin Ming found himself unable to utter a curse. There had certainly been an enhancement. Perhaps the little chubby still needed to develop further within the egg. He just wondered when it would finally emerge. Alas, the The thought of not being able to see the adorable little chubby, who he could eat, for a while left Qin Ming feeling melancholic. He turned to gaze out the window at the sunlight pouring in, with pedestrians bustling along the streets, and his mood began to lift. However, why was the sun so high in the sky? Oh no, what time could it be? Just as he had relaxed for a mere 2 seconds, Qin Ming began frantically searching for his phone. Upon turning it on, he exclaimed, "What on earth, it's already noon." He had promised to train at the dojo every day, and aside from the first day, he had been late or left early every single day. Was this something a normal person could do? He had just chastised Assistant Zheng for his lackadaisical behavior, yet he seemed to have committed an even graver offense himself. Had he truly spent an entire day fishing only to dry the net for 2 days? Although there were reasons behind it, Qin Ming found it difficult to explain. Who could have anticipated such extraordinary talent leading to consecutive breakthroughs? Calculating the time, he realized that within the 2 weeks following the awakening of the contract, his mental prowess had experienced continuous advancements. If this were to happen to someone else, Qin Ming would either be skeptical or consider signing up for a dissection. For the sake of safety, it was best to keep this under wraps. Some matters become familiar with repetition. As Qin Ming pondered various thoughts, he did not delay his actions. Minutes later, he arrived at the dojo's entrance. "Master Zheng, good day." Attempting to sneak in, Qin Ming failed due to his inexperience. So he bowed deeply, adopting a sincere demeanor. "I'm sorry for being late again today. I was so excited about my training last night that I lost track of time. I promise to be more mindful in the future." Seeing Qin Ming's earnest apology, Master Zheng retracted his unspoken advice, which was meant to be gentle. "It's all right, but maintaining a regular schedule is quite important." With that, Qin Ming had successfully passed this hurdle with Master Zheng. He felt fortunate for Master Zheng's understanding, unaware that it was due to his unique talent and proficiency within the spirit gathering array that he was receiving such exceptional treatment at the dojo. Observing his senior brothers and sisters with their spirit beasts in battles was invaluable. No amount of discussion could replace first-hand observation and comprehension. Your skill proficiency is quite commendable. Continue practicing as you originally intended, and make adjustments when you encounter a bottleneck. There's no rush regarding other skills. Wait until you break through level 10. The price for the trading of array crystals can be increased. Judging by the feedback over the past few days, the results have been extraordinary. Reflecting on the chaotic and exaggerated events at the dojo after Qin Ming returned yesterday, Master Zheng's expression shifted slightly. "If you have a talent in this area, delving deeper would be extremely beneficial. Shortly, I will ask Wenjie to send you additional relevant materials." Master Zheng did not impose excessively on Qin Ming's path due to his own formidable strength. Instead, many of his suggestions aligned with Qin Ming's thoughts. He provided ample affirmation and valuable information, which was a rare and precious gesture, and Qin Ming expressed his gratitude sincerely. While the skilled Qin Ming went to observe battles, he intended to discover which spirit beast today would catch his fancy. The first to greet him was the Pan Mountain Python, which he had met yesterday and felt an instant connection with. It slithered its massive body gracefully, leisurely making its way, outpacing those still hesitating. Name: Pan Mountain Python. Attribute: Water. Race level: Low King. Evaluation: Shedding energy reserves: 0-2 Low Emperor, 11 High King, 788 Medium King. According to the panel's displayed evolution probability, the Pan Mountain Python's energy reserves showed some progress, yet Qin Ming could not ascertain whether other influencing factors were at play, such as his own accumulation or the elder brother's nurturing. Therefore, conducting a controlled experiment would be prudent. Moreover, for the sake of camaraderie among fellow disciples, it would be best if everyone took turns first. Thus, Zheng Wenjie, kindly step aside. Today, it will not be your turn. Having summarized his inspirations from yesterday, Qin Ming had developed some specific ideas regarding the spirit beasts he admired. For instance, he dismissed those with excessive legs or fur. Scales were acceptable, albeit barely. Qin Ming surveyed the scene like an emperor inspecting his harem, until suddenly, one spirit beast caught his eye. Chapter 40. Demon Wing Manta Ray. The Demon Wing Manta Ray was a fish adorned with enormous wings. Naturally, its wings were actually fins, devoid of feathers. Otherwise, Qin Ming would have turned on his heel and left. However, the smooth and supple fish fins posed no issue. The highly developed pectoral fins granted this spirit beast the potential to ascend into the skies. It was said that mature demon wing manta rays could freely navigate both the deep sea and the sky, making them extremely rare and precious spirit beasts. Yet, the aforementioned traits were not the primary reasons for Qin Ming's choice. The most significant factor was that the demon wing manta ray resembled the devil fish from Blue Star. Simply put, it was a rectangular blanket with a slender tail. Additionally, a rather peculiar aspect was that both its eyes and mouth were positioned beneath, from a certain angle. If one were to create a top-down view, these features could be omitted. In other words, a rectangle plus a line would suffice. Wouldn't that mean it only required a hand to create? Inspiration surged within Qin Ming once more. However, inspiration alone was not enough. The cautious and responsible Qin Ming needed to gather more information to imbue his creation with greater depth. Having settled on a target, Qin Ming approached his elder sister, who was holding an adorable fish tank. This particular demon wing manta ray was evidently still a baby, lacking the ability to float and with underdeveloped pectoral fins, making it difficult for it to soar through the air. Thus, for the most part, it still needed to live in water. In truth, this was quite favorable, otherwise. Having a spirit beast perpetually flying overhead would make it somewhat awkward when Qin Ming forcefully drafted a top-down view. Presently, this small, grounded creature was just right. Elder sister, is there anything you can share with me about the demon wing manta ray? Every spirit beast that stepped forward was implicitly willing to be part of Qin Ming's creative endeavor and trade array crystals, so his inquiry was quite direct. Of course, the demon wing manta ray is a spirit beast egg I unexpectedly acquired while executing a school task by the sea during my freshman year. At that time, no one anticipated it would hatch into such a rare spirit beast. The elder sister briefly recounted the origin of the demon wing manta ray, but looked back with a hint of nostalgia. It had only been 6 months since its arduous hatching. Though it was born somewhat frail and small, it was quite intelligent, often tapping the edge of its bowl to remind when it was hungry. The little tail is quite agile, swaying joyfully at the moment. As she spoke, the senior sister revealed a somewhat affectionate smile. He is endearing and sociable, relishing the opportunity to shake hands, just like this. The senior sister demonstrated by extending her index finger over the edge of the basin, and the manta ray, perched at the basin's rim, eagerly and gently placed its right fin upon it. You may also give it a try. The little batfish is a gentle creature. Qin Ming reached out, and sure enough, after casting a glance at him, the manta ray softly placed its left fin on his hand. It felt soft and smooth, although it was equally cool to the touch. The texture was far more coarse compared to that of the mountain python. Qin Ming dared not apply too much pressure. After all, it seemed to be a mere infant. Could it withstand the energy of a mid-level formation crystal? Certainly. Do not let its small size deceive you. It possesses a surprisingly large appetite, though it fails to grow in stature, possibly due to congenital deficiencies. I too hope the gentle energy within the formation crystal can compensate for some of that. No wonder only the senior sister was presented with a juvenile spirit beast, while the others were all fully grown specimens. Gazing at the charming creature with crescent-shaped eyes, Qin Ming felt a pang of affection at the thought of its seemingly challenging beginnings. He knew he must exert more effort. I understand now. Do you have any previous videos or recordings? They might serve as useful references. Since Qin Ming chose the manta ray, the senior sister, who had been radiating excitement, suddenly seemed momentarily struck. There should be some. Let me look for them. Her right hand hesitated and trembled as she fumbled for her phone. Ultimately, the senior sister presented only a few scant photographs from the past, which offered little inspiration to Qin Ming. However, this was to be expected. The little creature had only recently hatched, and might even be smaller than a Pikachu. Is it all right for me to begin? Qin Ming confirmed with the senior sister. She nodded affirmatively. Qin Ming closed his eyes, organizing his thoughts, envisioning the manta ray's angular yet flexible body, trailing a slender tail behind. Its form was supple, allowing for a degree of freedom in its lines. He understood. Qin Ming embarked on today's custom-crafted spirit-gathering array. As he began to draw the array, the dojo enveloped itself in a familiar, tranquil silence. Yet, this did not deter the gossip and communication among the others, with some exchanging glances and others resorting to online chats. Second brother, what are Qin Ming's spirit beast preferences? Does anyone have any clues? Fifth brother, yesterday, everyone thought he favored larger creatures, and today, they all showcased their big specimens. Yet he chose the smallest spirit beast. Clearly, many remained perplexed. Peeking at the screen, Zheng Wenjie sneered. Qin Ming prefers unique and easily drawable spirit beasts. As one of the closest companions to Qin Ming, he naturally held first-hand information, yet he was unlikely to share it freely. Maintaining an air of aloofness, Zheng Wenjie opted out of the conversation. However, the thought that Qin Ming did not favor overly furry spirit beasts suddenly plunged Zheng Wenjie into despair, causing his previously uplifted lips to droop involuntarily. Thus, he joined the ranks of those feeling disheartened today. Yet, such troubles went unnoticed by Qin Ming, who was engrossed in creation. After completing most of the tedious lines of the array, he arrived at the stage he relished most, free expression. He sketched the left fin, forming a triangle, then mirrored it for the right fin. To achieve the precision of the diamond shape, Qin Ming opted for the most stable structure, the triangle, reflecting his relentless pursuit of perfection. But alas, disaster struck. The two triangles, one large and one small, rendered the manta ray's depiction rather unwell. Fortunately, As the tail had yet to be drawn, there was still time for correction. The smaller triangle could serve as a skin pattern. Qin Ming redrew the manta ray's fins. Still, he felt unsatisfied. Although the sizes were similar, the angles were slightly off. Qin Ming made adjustments repeatedly, and the fins grew larger and darker with each iteration. Despite the minor setbacks, he ultimately discovered a pair of fins that he deemed the most aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, this mirrored the manta ray's journey, perhaps initially imperfect. It had also faced its share of challenges. He wished for all to turn out well in the future. Even though the process had been somewhat arduous, Qin Ming felt a sense of self-challenge and breakthrough that left him generally content. The masterpiece was complete, and it was time to put down his brush. Qin Ming inscribed a message, wishing the little batfish a healthy growth. As the formation crystal began to coalesce, Qin Ming had done his part. Now it was in fate's hands. He sensed the mental energy expended. The numerous revisions had drained more than the previous day. Thankfully, the series of breakthroughs had endowed him with sufficient mental energy to spare. The senior sister gazed at the scene before her. The manta ray, upon closer inspection, bore little resemblance to her own, yet from a distance, the formation crystal exuded a subtle charm. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, the sight still darkened her vision. Chapter 41, A Vow. The little manta ray, not fully grasping human aesthetics, accepted the enticing object before it with great delight after sensing Qin Ming's goodwill and receiving the senior sister's nod of approval. Observing the miniature, palm-sized manta ray, it effortlessly consumed an array crystal nearly equal to its own size. Qin Ming couldn't help but marvel at the wondrous nature of spirit beasts. They defied logic, yet were endearing and capable of nourishment. Undoubtedly, the daily cost of raising any spirit beast was exorbitantly high, not to mention the additional expenses required for evolution. However, this was not a fault of the spirit beasts. Rather, it was a challenge faced by the spirit tamers, a consensus shared throughout the spirit martial continent. Previously, Qin Ming had struggled to comprehend such madness, but he was gradually awakening to their truths. They were indeed correct. Gazing into the manta ray's crescent-shaped eyes, Qin Ming wore a somewhat foolish grin. Spirit beasts were so innocent and adorable. What issues could they possibly have? Was it not merely a matter of feeding them? As long as resources were adequate, wouldn't they simply thrive? Although the manta ray's size had not increased significantly, a subtle transformation was nonetheless visible. After some time, the manta ray stabilized in size, growing from the size of one palm to that of two. Even if its appetite doubled next time, the senior sister could certainly afford it. Considering the elder brother's large serpent form, Qin Ming had full confidence in the senior sister's financial capabilities. Feeling that he had accomplished a great feat today, though not seeking fame, his heart brimmed with satisfaction as he leisurely glanced at the panel information. Name: Manta Ray. Attributes: Water, Wind. Species level: Low-level leader, recovering. Evaluation: Congenital damage, recovery progress, 891, 100. Instinctively, Qin Ming sensed that the one was a testament to his recent efforts. Suddenly, he felt a pang of discontent. It seems that congenital damage is even more challenging to remedy than anticipated. Yet, even if it required the energy equivalent to 100 iterations of Qin Ming's enhanced mid-level formation crystal to nurture a spirit beast starting at a low-level leader rank, it would not be a loss. After all, for Qin Ming, it was exceedingly worthwhile. But goodness, what caliber of resources had the senior sister previously provided? If he calculated correctly, nurturing the manta ray to this size using Qin Ming's enhanced mid-level formation crystal methods would not have achieved such progress yet. After all, the digestion of formation crystals required time for young spirit beasts. What level of extraordinary treasures has been utilized here? Qin Ming dared not ponder, for he only knew that his senior sister was undoubtedly a wealthy heiress. It is worth mentioning that prior to this, the recovery progress of the magic-winged manta ray had already been quite remarkable. The current, conspicuous transformation was purely a stroke of luck for Qin Ming. Having fortuitously found himself at the pivotal moment where quantitative change culminated in qualitative transformation, the senior sister, oblivious to Qin Ming's wandering thoughts, remained fixated on her little manta ray, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, fearful of missing even the slightest second. Understanding a fraction of the internal dynamics at play, Qin Ming refrained from interrupting his senior sister's heartfelt display. Yet, the familiar scene before him evoked memories of his past with Kada, filling him with a sense of nostalgia. Initially intending to leave gracefully, Qin Ming found his path obstructed midway by his senior brother. Qin Ming, could it be that my senior brother has come to enforce discipline? I haven't even slipped away yet. This is unjust. Confronted by Qin Ming's accusatory gaze, his senior brother contemplated the rapidly flourishing magic-winged manta ray. His expression a mix of complexity. I have come to deliver resources for Kada. Who would have anticipated that the effect of your formation crystal would be so remarkable? I truly underestimated you. Though the transaction had already been completed, and even if its value appeared somewhat unreasonable, there was no rationale for revisiting it later. Nevertheless, his senior brother's demeanor brought Qin Ming much comfort. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that his senior brother was considering future collaborations. This is Xian Shui Jade. Wearing it enhances a water-type spirit beast's ability to perceive energy related to water, thereby accelerating the absorption rate of formation crystals to a certain extent. A splendid item indeed. Initially contemplating whether to decline, as accepting additional gifts felt unbecoming, Qin Ming found himself unable to voice any refusal after hearing his senior brother's description. There is also spirit spring algae, a delicacy that thrives in spirit-rich springs. Its taste is exquisite and is favored by waterfowl spirit beasts, promoting physical enhancement with prolonged consumption. Upon concluding, his senior brother thoughtfully presented him with a generous package. This highly esteemed snack was well known among discussions among waterfowl spirit beasts, and Qin Ming was no stranger to it. He had previously ordered a small quantity of spirit spring algae, but found it excessively priced. No other issues arose. However, the substantial package before him now was astonishing. Moreover, while the price of spirit spring algae was indeed exorbitant, Qin Ming could at least approximate its value. The far more precious Xian Shui Jade, on the other hand, was priceless, leaving Qin Ming utterly at a loss as to how to gauge its worth. The disparity in value between consumable resources and those that could be utilized repeatedly often exceeded tenfold. Furthermore, Xian Shui Jade had minimal restrictions and perfectly aligned with Qin Ming's requirements. If he were to let this opportunity slip by, he could hardly fathom how long it would take to encounter something similar again. Qin Ming's conscience was in turmoil. Senior brother, you have given far too much. Far exceeding the original price by fivefold, Qin Ming said, his expression grave as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Things cannot be measured so simply. The time you save for me is equally invaluable, his senior brother reassured him. If you truly feel it is excessive, consider it an investment in your future. A testament to my faith in you. You need not harbor any psychological burden. We can provide because you are deserving. What a heartwarming senior brother. Qin Ming vowed never to clandestinely discuss his senior brother's gossip with Zheng Wenjie again. He swore that even if his senior brother were to come and enforce discipline, unjustly accuse him, he would hold no grudges. Ultimately, Qin Ming accepted the valuable and heartfelt gift from his senior brother and quietly resolved, I, Qin, shall exert every effort in the shedding of the great serpent. Suddenly, he felt a forceful push on his shoulder, causing him to stumble. It was merely the Pan Mountain python, attempting to greet him with a gentle prod of its tail to capture his attention, now frozen in place. No blame lies with you. I was merely unsteady while holding something, Qin Ming remarked, turning to see the great serpent and feeling completely at ease as he began to rub its scales. Wow, this is the smooth sensation I desire. The obediently submissive great serpent was simply too adorable, inciting within Qin Ming an overwhelming urge to slide down its back like a playground slide. Of course, the truth behind its compliance lay in the fact that no amount of rubbing could breach the serpent's defenses, whereas Qin Ming, with his delicate touch, could not claim the same. Unaware of the unfolding truth, Qin Ming basked in innocent joy, engrossed in the cool, soothing scales of the serpent, in the sweltering heat. It was undeniably a stress-relieving delight. Quack! Spirit Master, do you not fancy ducks anymore? Keita, who had witnessed the entire scene, could no longer restrain himself. Qin Ming turned to find Keita at his feet, preparing to unleash a golden beam of discontent. Wait, it's not what it seems. Keita, allow me to defend myself. No, please let me explain. Chapter 42. Mutual pitfalls. Though Keita was not significantly aged or large in stature, he consistently exhibited a relatively mature and stable demeanor. Thus, when he truly became so distressed that tears welled in his eyes, Qin Ming felt a genuine sense of panic. Qin Ming immediately retracted his hand from the serpent. Feeling guilty, just as he was about to bend down to lift Keita, he suddenly recalled a comment from his close friend regarding the acute sensitivity of spirit beasts' sense of smell. It was said that no matter how thoroughly they were washed, they could accurately discern how many spirit beasts the spirit master had come into contact with that day. Qin Ming reflected deeply on his rather carefree and thoroughly immersive tactile experiences of the day. At the very least, he had thoroughly engaged with two distinctly different species of spirit beasts, each varying in age and size, yielding vastly different tactile sensations. The magic winged manta ray aside, the experience of rubbing the great serpent was simply delightful. Without needing to think, Qin Ming was aware that he had undoubtedly become quite acquainted with the scent of the serpent today. I'm done for. Think, brain, how do I explain this? Speak up, mouth. Keita, Qin Ming stammered, his words faltering from the start. I did this all for your benefit. Such a classic line from a scoundrel. Qin Ming vigorously shook his head, attempting to clear his mind. and then gazed earnestly into Kata's eyes, stating, "I was exchanging resources with them, using formation crystals. Look at this Xianshui jade." As he spoke, Qin Ming showcased the freshly acquired Xianshui jade, still warm from his hands. The deep, ink blue, droplet-shaped jade seemed to ripple with an internal current, instantly capturing Kata's attention. Qin Ming crouched down, adorning Kata with the jade. Kata's perception of water-type energy sharpened significantly. The sensation, both wondrous and comforting, momentarily disorienting Kata's emotions. Where had his tears gone? And there's spirit spring algae, plenty for you. Qin Ming pressed on. Quack. The duck's favorite snack. Observing Kata's suddenly rekindled enthusiasm, Qin Ming exhaled in relief. However, it wasn't long before Kata recalled his previous confusion. Quack. Why does the spirit master want to hold and stroke them? Qin Ming. This is to gain a deeper understanding of the unique characteristics of these spirit beasts. Observe how satisfied they are with the effects of the formation crystals. In a moment of desperation, Qin Ming quickly devised a response, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. This cannot drag on. I must conclude this swiftly. In the next instant, Qin Ming unleashed his trump card. With the experience I've gained from them over the past few days, I am confident I can create an even better version for you. Qin Ming made a solemn promise to Kata, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Naive and inexperienced, Kata tilted her adorably round head, choosing to trust her spirit master. After finally straightening his back, Qin Ming noticed his senior brother and sister standing behind him, seemingly having overheard the entire exchange. Qin Ming thought to himself, help. I must have neglected to check the almanac before leaving today. My luck seems to be rather unfortunate. Perhaps all his recent good fortune had been expended on the transformation of the little chubby creature, forging a contract with it, and achieving a breakthrough in his mental strength. With that thought, Qin Ming's mindset regained its equilibrium. Ultimately, under Kata's watchful gaze, Qin Ming held firm to his principles. He refrained from attempting to explain or deceive his senior brother and sister. He had endured enough for one day. After all, what harm was there in lying low and enduring their mockery? It was no easy feat. His senior brother, with an understanding demeanor, patted Qin Ming on the shoulder. Your Kata is relatively easy to manage, he remarked, his tone reflecting a hint of past struggles he seemed reluctant to revisit. Now you have piqued my curiosity. Qin Ming replied, momentarily forgetting his desire to lie low. He was eager to hear more from his senior brother. However, he felt it would be inappropriate to press for details. He decided to later indulge in some gossip with Zhang Wenjie instead. Just make sure little Batfish doesn't tea over here, or she'll cry to you about it. Other than that, it's of little consequence, his senior sister added, displaying a commendable level of understanding and offering a thoughtful warning. Qin Ming understood the implication, vowing to be cautious in his words and actions in the future. Especially when attempting to deceive his own spirit beast, he would find a secluded corner for that. Subsequently, his senior sister shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. This is the spirit water treasure jar. It autonomously absorbs surrounding spiritual energy and continuously produces spiritual liquid. Young spirit beasts can consume this liquid directly. When diluted, it can significantly improve the aquatic environment in a small area, yielding impressive results. Like my senior brother, I have come to reserve a future share of the formation crystallization. She continued. Of course, there is no problem with that. Qin Ming was genuinely astounded by his senior sister's generous offer. It was akin to receiving a hen that laid golden eggs. To put it plainly, the value of the spiritual liquid produced daily by the spirit water treasure jar was not inferior to that of mid-level formation crystallization available in the market. The true worth lay in the potential for endless yield, while the intrinsic value of the hen itself remained a mystery to Qin Ming. Furthermore, the liquid could be stored with an extraordinarily long shelf life, alleviating any concerns of waste. Major official marketplaces would also accept such resources for recycling, making it exceedingly convenient for future exchanges, even if he could not personally utilize all of it. Qin Ming found no fault with such a generous gift. Having accepted his senior brother's offering, he felt no need to decline his senior sister's either, receiving her gift with great satisfaction. Thus, it was decided that he would alternate feeding the big snake and the little bat ray, as they were simply too generous with their spirit masters. As for the other brothers and sisters, Qin Ming felt no guilt. He was no saint. After all, one must have some sense of favoritism. If he could not ensure equality for everyone, then perhaps it was best not to attempt it at all. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest solely on those who had given him so much. Senior brother, I shall take my leave now, Qin Ming announced before swiftly departing. There was no choice. Having acquired the resources, he felt restless if he did not utilize them. Moreover, having been out all day, he worried that little Chubby at home might be feeling neglected. He pondered, surely one egg won't bring the house down, right? After all, he had determined earlier in the morning that he would not return to the spirit realm, so there should be no cause for alarm. The more he thought, the more uncertain he became, and his pace quickened. "I'm back. Where are you, little chubby?" A few minutes later, Qin Ming appeared at his doorstep. "Little chubby?" Yet, there was no response. Upon entering the house, he noticed several shallow pits had formed in the once smooth floor, and his ominous premonitions were confirmed. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself to remain calm and composed. The good news was that the egg was still intact. Qin Ming repeatedly admonished himself not to harm the egg. He would wait until it hatched to address any issues. With that, he gently cradled the basketball-sized egg and placed it on the sofa. This is spiritual liquid, a precious commodity. However, little chubby can only enjoy it once you emerge. "Come, Kata, you have one drop, and I'll have another drop, please. Listen closely, this is spirit spring blue algae. Reputed to be delicious, let us start with Kata. Go ahead and taste." Kata happily munched away, producing a cheerful quacking melody. Qin Ming paid no mind to whether little chubby inside the egg could perceive the outside world. Thus, he performed a heartfelt eating broadcast before the egg. Convinced that witnessing others enjoy food without being able to partake was the greatest torment for a foodie. Naturally, this would serve as motivation for little chubby to break free. Indeed, little chubby was incited, but as an egg, there was little he could do about it concerning food. He leaped off the sofa. Bang! With a dull thud, Qin Ming witnessed the emergence of yet another pit on the floor. Oh no! Qin Ming donned a mask of profound agony. Chapter 43. Remembering kindness, yet holding grudges. Earlier that morning, he had regarded this beautiful egg as a treasure, cradling it with care and worrying it might break, even thinking of it while outside. Yet upon returning in the afternoon, his attitude had shifted. How could this featureless egg suddenly appear so detestable? No amount of elegance could conceal the mischief this egg had wrought. Just how many pits had formed on the floor? Would he trip over them during midnight excursions? Indeed, the more beautiful the object, the more venomous its nature. Qin Ming continued to grumble as he meticulously inspected the egg several times, finding it completely unscathed. Under the rays of the setting sun, it gleamed resplendently, a robust and aesthetically pleasing egg. He then took a sponge and carefully patted several layers beneath the egg. But this was not out of concern for little chubby. It was for the sake of his home's flooring. Although there were already many pits, there was no need for further damage. Having calmed down, Qin Ming concluded that little chubby was simply struggling to control his newfound strength. It was not an intentional act of destruction. Thank goodness it was just an egg. Had little chubby attempted to use his claws on Qin Ming during such a tumultuous moment, that would have been too terrifying to contemplate. "Why don't you stay in the egg and adjust to your body for now?" Qin Ming communicated soothingly with little chubby through their bond. No amount of haste would change the situation. If little chubby could not break free under such intense stimuli, it wasn't due to a lack of effort, but rather an indication that he genuinely needed time. Qin Ming arrived at this conclusion logically. After calming little chubby, he turned his attention to Kata. Name, Shen Shueya Kata. Attribute, water. Species rank, high elite, 88, 100. Level 9. It was uncertain whether it was due to the ample feeding of formation crystallization or the fortuitous alignment of Qin Ming's talents. But he could finally perceive the specific upgrade ratio of Kata's species rank. Kata was not far from reaching the commanding level, just a little more. This level, once nourished, showcased a remarkable difference. Just the previous night, Kata had only recently reached level 8, and now again had triumphantly surpassed expectations. Level 10 was within reach. Long live the ability to generate wealth. Tomorrow, I shall feed the big snake, and the day after that, the little bat ray. Remember to carry Kata along and do so discreetly. After feeding, refrain from overly indulgent petting. Maintain a safe distance. After summarizing this information, Qin Ming resolved to wash up and retire for the night. What? You mentioned meditation? Who would expect a good person to stay up late meditating? A spirit master should merely await the elevation bestowed by their spirit beasts. Having experienced the exhilarating flight led by the chubby companion yesterday, Qin Ming has come to comprehend the true essence of being a spirit master. It lies in nurturing one's spirit beasts, which, in turn, facilitates an automatic enhancement of the spirit master's level. Consequently, he has meticulously redefined his future path. During the day, he will focus on crystallizing formations to enhance his financial prowess, which he will then utilize to cultivate spirit beasts, simultaneously leveraging his unique talent for traversing realms. He will select a cherished animal from among the existing spirit beasts, forge a bond, and await the ensuing elevation. Thereafter, once he is carried aloft again, Qin Ming would be poised to exchange for even more formidable financial resources. It is a flawless cycle. Moreover, it requires no late-night meditations. Qin Ming merely needs to dedicate half an hour each day to crystallizing formations. As for the remaining daylight hours, those shall be reserved for seeking inspiration. Inspiration is a rare visitor, necessitating patient anticipation. Such is the essence of life. With that thought, Qin Ming sighed contentedly and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Oh, and it is worth mentioning that he is in no rush to return to Blue Star in search of his next beast companion. He intends to await the hatching of the chubby 1's egg before making any decisions. A young man must possess patience and not act in haste. He truly fell asleep. The following morning, just as dawn began to illuminate the sky, Qin Ming awoke. Good morning, Keita, chubby. After exchanging greetings, he found that sleep had eluded him. It had been a while since he had risen so early, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Was he truly going to the dojo at such an early hour? Since he was awake, he decided to go. Uncharacteristically, Qin Ming strolled leisurely, arriving at the dojo a good 15 minutes later. Good morning. Today, Qin Ming faced the scrutiny of others without fear, greeting everyone he encountered. His punctuality imbued him with confidence. Good morning. Upon seeing Qin Ming arrive on time, Master Zheng nodded approvingly. You've arrived just in time. Today, you shall write a report. After these days of observation and learning, I trust you have gained substantial insights into spirit-beast battles. Please complete a report on the theme of spirit-beast combat. Research is permitted, and there is no word limit. Submit it by tomorrow morning. Qin Ming was left utterly speechless. What? Is he talking about me? Where has the time gone? He meticulously reflected on the past few days, realizing they had indeed been fulfilling. He had guided the chubby one through its metamorphosis, an experience that could only be described as a miracle of life. Yet he could not write about it. He had nurtured the giant serpent and discovered inspiration for improving the spirit-gathering formation, paving a new path, but that was off-topic. Qin Ming recognized that while he had led a rich life, the content he could draw from was inappropriate. Having just established a daily work plan of half an hour, Qin Ming found himself working overtime before even starting. Seizing the opportunity before the battle commenced, he dashed to the library to borrow a few relevant books. Oh, and he should also reference the materials sent by Zhang Wenjie last night. He had enjoyed a rare good night's sleep and had missed out on that. Keita, stop being a spectator and come here. Do you have any insights from the battles you watched yesterday and the day before? This is urgent. Keita, resting his head on his hands, adorably shook his head. His small eyes reflected great confusion. It seemed he could not rely on him for assistance. However, this was no fault of Keita. After all, he was still a child. You can go play. It's fine. Qin Ming waved his hand, forcing a smile. Ultimately, it was the spirit master who bore the weight of it all. The moment Qin Ming borrowed several hefty hardcover books from the library, he began to regret his decision. The introductory passages were verbose and obscure, and upon glancing at the spine of the books, he discerned that others had only perused the initial few pages. The latter half of the books remained pristine, untouched. Even if Qin Ming could persevere, it was unlikely he would glean any profound insights. Moreover, time was running short. Thus, with a keen sense of self-awareness, Qin Ming swiftly adapted and sought external assistance. Senior brother, senior sister, Assistant Zheng, please save me. How do I write this battle reflection report? Ors. The most reliable senior brother promptly replied. In principle, I shouldn't provide such assistance as this is Master Zheng's method of evaluating your progress. However, in the leftmost room, on the bottom shelf of the second row of bookshelves, there is a small notebook without a cover. You might find it enlightening. Qin Ming meticulously memorized the location of the mysterious notebook, grateful for the life-saving advice from senior brother. Before long, senior sister also responded. Just write something to get by. Master Zheng is quite lenient and won't scold you. If you're really anxious, I can accompany you tomorrow. Although senior sister did not offer concrete suggestions, her words provided psychological comfort and reassurance, for which Qin Ming expressed his gratitude. Assistant Zheng's reply arrived tardily. I'm busy playing a game. I'll get back to you later. Qin Ming, Zheng Wenjie. At this critical moment, Zheng Wenjie had dropped the ball, and Qin Ming noted this down in his little black notebook. Your crystallization of formations? From today onward, don't even think about it. Chapter 44, Leisure and Contemplation. Without further ado, Qin Ming embarked on the quest to find the mysterious little notebook. As for Zheng Wenjie's unreliability, he could deal with that later when he had the time. Entering the leftmost room, Qin Ming pushed open a door he had previously overlooked. Crouching down, he discovered the small notebook without a cover on the bottom shelf of the second row, as described by senior brother. It was relatively easy to find, and as Qin Ming suppressed his excitement, his trembling hands, the unassuming little notebook concealed a significant secret. As its inner pages bore the title, Compilation of Reports from the Sea Dojo Throughout the Ages. Preface. It is hoped that this compilation will guide you in efficiently completing your tasks. Note. Content is confidential and must not be disseminated. Epilogue. May the torch be passed on, benefiting future generations. The contributions of later scholars are welcome. Perfect. Having swiftly read through the preface and epilogue, Qin Ming was overjoyed. He flipped to the table of contents, battle section, Formation section, skill section, trait section, rare treasures section. Why, then, did Master Zheng choose the one topic Qin Ming was least adept at from such a plethora of options? He certainly had insights to share on the others. With no time to lament further, Qin Ming hurriedly opened the relevant chapter. There were only about 10 examples. Could this be a compilation of exemplary assignments? If so, could he simply copy or emulate them? Senior brother must have overestimated my capabilities. Qin Ming thought nervously as he perused. Just then, his phone lit up with a new message. It was from Wenjia. I just finished my game. My teammates were really terrible, but you've asked the right person this time. Just wait. Attached was Spirit Beast Battle Observation Report, Zheng, Wenjia, 2023. PDF. If this had arrived 10 minutes earlier, Qin Ming would have thought highly of Zheng Wenjia's generosity. However, now, with dozens of exemplary assignment templates at his disposal, he found Wenjia's document unworthy of his attention. Late affection is worth less than grass. Qin Ming simply didn't care. No, wait. He suddenly thought to expand his sample size to gauge the range of past assignment standards, which might be somewhat helpful. Thus, Qin Ming reluctantly accepted Zheng Wenjia's assistance. Having perused a dozen articles, Qin Ming found himself capable of composing, albeit lacking inspiration after crafting the introduction. Thus, he resorted to jotting down exemplary passages and profound quotes. Half an hour later, his mind began to wander. What delectable fare should he indulge in for lunch? Recognizing his diligent morning efforts and the significant improvement in his financial situation, Qin Ming resolved to treat himself generously. A delightful dish of stir-fried squid with green peppers, accompanied by 2 bottles of effervescent soda. Such extravagance. The mere thought of it made his mouth water profusely. Wait. Exiting the dojo early to avoid the peak crowd and secure a well-ventilated spot, Qin Ming suddenly fell into contemplation. Squid? Which squid? The neighbor of the little manta ray in the wild? That seems rather inappropriate. After a prolonged period of abstaining from food, Qin Ming eventually recalled that within the spirit martial continent, there thrived a population of ordinary animals that had failed to evolve. Although they lacked significant intelligence and exhibited minimal aggression, their rapid growth and resilience ensured they continued to exist in the wild. Furthermore, benefiting from the improving environment, their meat was renowned for its exceptional quality, garnering praise from various spirit beasts and spirit masters alike. Slurp. Let me savor that too. As Qin Ming gazed at the sumptuous feast finally laid before him, his appetite surged. Moments later, having thoroughly relished the meal, he patted his round belly with immense satisfaction. With a swift motion, he pulled out his phone. Time to settle the bill. It was barely past 11 in the morning, far from the customary lunch hour. What to do next? Reluctant to return so soon to confront the daunting tasks that awaited him, he considered bringing back some of the delectable food for Kata. Having enjoyed a financial windfall, Qin Ming ordered a petite version of the stir-fried squid with green peppers to take home. He decided against the effervescent soda, as Kata was still growing and too much of it could hinder his bone development, commonly referred to as not growing tall enough. Recently, the seniors at the dojo had generously provided Kata's meals and snacks, leaving Qin Ming to fend for himself. Sigh, why does no one ever treat me? Qin Ming lamented the harshness of the world and the fickleness of human nature, then carefully instructed the staff to omit the scallions and reduce the spice. Given the heat, fearing that the packed meal might spoil if left out too long, Qin Ming did not linger outside for long and swiftly returned to the dojo. Gulp, so delicious. Kata gazed at his spirit master with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. Tomorrow, I shall bring you more. Qin Ming felt elated at the affirmation and planned to visit again the next day. Gulp. Long live the spirit master. Kata blinked his bright left eye and released a not-so-standard, yet adorably charming wink. Qin Ming was taken aback. Kata, who has led you astray? The entire afternoon passed. Yet Qin Ming still could not uncover who had spoiled Kata's innocence. Kata remained uncooperative, leaving Qin Ming, the concerned father, to reflect on how his child had grown secretive. What could he do but respect that? However, he subtly reminded Kata of his gender and suggested more masculine gestures. After a midday meal, Kata, who was unsure of Qin Ming's intentions, finally grew impatient and flapped his wings, leaving. Woe is me, I do not wish to write reports. Kata, stay and play with me a little longer, Qin Ming pleaded. Ah, the serpent. The mountain python, which had feigned indifference multiple times, finally captured Qin Ming's attention. Thus, both found satisfactory new companions, leaving only the senior brother, isolated yet serene in the distance. Qin Ming had long since discarded his reflections from the previous night. How could he resist the allure of those dark, cool scales? If blame were to be assigned, let it fall upon the serpent for tempting him first. Qin Ming had already concocted an explanation for Kata later that evening. Having touched the scales, he thought, why not indulge a little longer? Coincidentally, today was his turn to solidify the array for the serpent, and such a splendid excuse would not come again tomorrow. Just as the senior brother could no longer endure the sight, Qin Ming finally began to attend to serious matters. The intermediate spirit gathering array was familiar territory for him, and he boldly innovated, charting a new course. The serpent served as Qin Ming's muse, inspiring him until he once again exhausted his mental energy and set down his brush, feeling an unparalleled satisfaction and joy swell within him. He gazed at his increasingly audacious explorations. The senior brother hesitated, his fists tightening and then relaxing. He was determined to achieve a breakthrough to the advanced level soon. Deeply aware that one could not change others, but could only change oneself, the senior brother silently resolved to improve. Chapter 45, Guidance. Qin Ming, having indulged excessively in leisure, finally overstepped his bounds. His once recovered severe procrastination unexpectedly surged back, causing his thesis progress to stagnate dramatically. Naturally, the senior sister's well-meaning counsel might share some blame, having dissipated the urgency that had once propelled Qin Ming. As he enjoyed dinner, did he feel anxious? Not at all. Ever since he recalled his innate talent at noon, he felt at ease. He could always return to Blue Star at night. He could finish his writing whenever he wished, having accumulated enough momentum. Qin Ming finally discovered the correct approach to his talents, adopting a rather laid-back attitude. Do you wish to return home as well? All right, let us go back together. After confirming the opinions of Kata and Little Fat, Qin Ming returned to Blue Star with them in tow. However, cradling the beautiful egg, Qin Ming soon regretted it. He looked at the immaculate floor of his Blue Star home, sinking into deep contemplation. Little Fat, let us discuss something. Since you are unable to move, I shall carry you around the house. You needn't leave the confines of your shell. Instead, retreat to the spirit space and rest well, for you must hatch soon. What a dreadful experience it must be to be trapped in an egg, unable to satisfy your cravings. It was unclear which of his words swayed Little Fat, but ultimately, Little Fat accepted Qin Ming's suggestion and returned to the spirit space for a long sleep. With this, Qin Ming successfully preserved the pristine floor of his Blue Star home. Truly a win-win situation. First, let me enjoy the air conditioning, catch up on the latest novels, and follow the updates of my favorite shows. Qin Ming was so elated that he couldn't bring himself to stop. He wasn't in a hurry at all, just a moment of enjoyment. However, merely half an hour later, Qin Ming furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. It was profoundly wrong. Why did he feel so utterly fatigued today? Despite resting, he felt increasingly weary. He wasn't ill. Having checked his temperature, Qin Ming found himself utterly perplexed. He meticulously recalled what set this visit to Blue Star apart from previous ones. He hadn't done much, just brought Little Fat back, right? This is troublesome. Spirit beasts absorb energy within the spirit space, but the external environment of the spirit martial continent is rich in spiritual energy. Generally, as a spirit master, one would not feel excessively fatigued. However, with the absence of spiritual energy in Blue Star and Little Fat's considerable appetite, it was apparent that Qin Ming was struggling to cope. Summoning Little Fat seemed imperative. Why was this creature so thoughtless of its spirit master's well-being? Indeed, the moment the portly figure made his entrance, Qin Ming felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The true source of his troubles was, without a doubt, the rotund one. Qin Ming felt utterly exhausted. Was he to endure the violation of his home's flooring, followed by complaints from the property management, all while feeling drained, feeble, and pitiable? Was this an extreme dilemma he had to face? His fate was indeed a harsh one. Ultimately, in a bid to safeguard both sides, Qin Ming reluctantly signed a multitude of agreements that would strip him of his rights and dignity. What a farce it was. After the shell was broken, there must be spirit liquid, ample spirit spring algae, a daily attitude to be respectful. And he must always be well fed without disdain for his appetite. In short, both dietary provisions and emotional value had to be amply provided. After Qin Ming consented to all these numerous demands, the portly one finally promised to remain immobile, steadfastly sleeping at home for an entire day. In truth, age does confer wisdom. Even without the agreement, the portly one would have received such treatment post-hatching. However, now that the portly one had articulated these demands, what could Qin Ming do but indulge him? After this tumultuous experience, Qin Ming lost his inclination for leisure and relaxation, also concerned that any indulgent laughter might awaken the portly one. At this moment, he only wished to return home swiftly, fervently hoping that no further mishaps would arise. Fortunately, Turtle's promise was as good as gold, and the following day, Qin Ming returned without incident. At the dojo, Master Zheng nodded in approval upon receiving Qin Ming's assignment. Although he had yet to assess the quality of the content, the mere length of the piece indicated effort and diligence. He was awarded full marks for his attitude, creating a favorable initial impression, unlike a child prone to tardiness or early departures. In a good mood, Master Zheng calmly skimmed through the repetitive preamble, and then noticed a familiar passage that seemed reminiscent of his own youthful writings. The subsequent viewpoint appeared to echo something he had encountered before. Had his junior apprentice returned? The synonyms employed were quite cleverly executed, this little rascal. It was apparent that this section was not merely copied. Master Zheng discerned the difference at a glance and perked up. Regarding the probability of spirit beasts experiencing breakthroughs in battle, Master Zheng raised an eyebrow. Was this a discussion on the odds of winning the lottery? Surely it could not be compared to those sensationalized narratives found online, which mislead the young. Such low probabilities and fortuitous events should not be interpreted in that manner. Master Zheng's previous ease and satisfaction were swiftly replaced by skepticism. Indeed, those who habitually arrive late and leave early are truly a thorn in one's side. He felt compelled to have a word with Qin Ming. He could not allow such a prodigious talent to stray down the wrong path under his watch. Master Zheng, did you call for me? Qin Ming, feeling uncertain about his report, knocked on the door and entered upon receiving permission, his demeanor quite humble. Qin Ming, I have reviewed the report you submitted, and it is evident that you have consulted a considerable amount of material. Master Zheng began by offering affirmation, which eased Qin Ming's apprehension somewhat. In the early stages, it is beneficial to draw upon the insights of others, but remember to provide citations for your references. Qin Ming, subtly admonished, offered a shy smile, vowing to do better next time. Master Zheng did not pursue the matter further, instead moving on to the crux of the discussion. The perspective presented in your conclusion is somewhat unconventional and peculiar. However, can you provide substantial supporting evidence? If not, it might be best not to proceed. Just as Master Zheng was about to offer constructive advice to steer his wayward disciple back on track, he was abruptly interrupted by an enthusiastic Qin Ming. I can. This is all based on my genuine insights from working with Qin. Qin Ming was eager to glean guidance from Master Zheng. After his thorough analysis the previous day, he felt as though he had been a mere ornament in battle, superfluous and inconsequential. Although it was worry-free, that was not his desired state. The effortless mastery akin to strategizing from a distance, achieving victory with grace, was what every spirit master should aspire to. Thus, Qin Ming expended considerable effort in quoting and referencing. Surely, Master Zheng would recognize his doubts and offer clarification. Qin Ming awaited this eagerly. Master Zheng was perplexed. What was this notion of personal enlightenment, a dream manifesting into reality? Chapter 46, Versailles. Master Zheng encouraged Qin Ming to elaborate, and upon receiving the go-ahead, Qin Ming poured out his grievances. The master, somewhat bewildered by what seemed to be a display of arrogance, began to recalibrate his emotions. What did it mean for spirit beasts to train themselves, to comprehend and summarize their experiences autonomously, adjusting their tactics? What then was the role of the spirit master in battle? Perhaps overwhelmed by the emotional fluctuations, Master Zheng inadvertently voiced his thoughts. Qin Ming, who had no desire to merely be a cheerleader or morale booster during combat, fervently replied, Exactly, that is precisely my point. Master Zheng felt his blood pressure rising at Qin Ming's gleeful understanding. Let us clarify your current situation. As it stands, Qin possesses ample energy reserves and advanced skill proficiency among spirit beasts of the same level. However, such advantages are difficult to maintain long-term. Oh wait. With your exceptional array formations and the unique treasures you can procure, this may not be entirely impossible. Given the overwhelming numerical superiority, Qin exhibits no glaring deficiencies in combat temperament. Thus far, all your encounters have proceeded smoothly, leaving little room for tactical execution. As he spoke, Master Zheng's mood grew increasingly heavy, exhaling deeply. More critically, consecutive victories had invigorated Qin, leading him to observe battles daily, deriving insights from them. Master Zheng began to question the validity of what he had previously heard. Ultimately, it appeared that, owing to the superior physical attributes of spirit beasts, Qin had surpassed you in tactical acumen. Truly, Master Zheng's observations were astutely on point. Qin Ming nodded vigorously in agreement. And what comes next? Master Zheng, eyeing Qin Ming's evident anticipation, began to harbor doubts about whether this young man was genuinely seeking guidance. With a self-disciplined and talented spirit beast, a coveted dream for many spirit masters bestowed upon him, why would he still harbor concerns? What troubles you? Just practice more. A self-disciplined spirit beast like Qin is a rare find. Focus on enhancing your own skills, refine your combat strategies, develop your spirit space, comprehend the spirit gathering formations, and bolster your mental fortitude. None of these should be neglected. Master Zheng concluded, clarifying his earlier exhortation to practice diligently. As for Qin, at this stage, let him operate freely. The relationship between spirit masters and their spirit beasts is not fixed. There is no need to adhere rigidly to conventions. Qin Ming felt a twinge of confusion. He had the impression that Master Zheng's initial stance had been quite different. As he faced the now visibly impatient Master Zheng, he seemed to grasp the essence of the message but was still unsure, and thus was ushered out. Starting tomorrow, you will accompany the senior brother to the dojo exchange competition. Understood. Just as Qin Ming was about to depart, Master Zheng's command invigorated him. There exists a special technique known as the wave strength technique. First, familiarize yourself with its principles. When Keita reaches level 10, you may instruct him. With that, Master Zheng tossed a somewhat antiquated bound volume towards Qin Ming, alongside the insights he had gleaned from his unconventional musings. Understood, Master, Qin Ming exclaimed with unbridled joy. Could this be considered a reward for his exemplary assignment? How bountiful. Understood. I shall incorporate my insights into the compilation of historical work reports, thereby illuminating the path for future generations. At this moment, Qin Ming felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Upon hearing Qin Ming depart, Master Zheng exhaled deeply, then began to vent his frustrations without regard for decorum. Let this troublesome lad wreak havoc at other martial arts schools instead. Truly, what a peculiar individual. Holding a splendid hand of cards, yet choosing to disregard the rules, and asking what to do when all he has are bombs. What to do? Let it be. Fortunately, he is merely a named disciple. If he were a true inheritor, Master Zheng could scarcely imagine the daily torment of facing Qin Ming's myriad of bizarre queries. While being unable to provide answers, he plays utterly against the grain. Relying on his innate talent with spirit beasts, he treads a path untraveled by anyone before him. This would leave a master feeling woefully unaccomplished, as if his entire life had been spent in vain. Of course, taking such a gifted disciple out into the world, Master Zheng could hardly envision the exuberance it would evoke. Yet, the price of that exuberance seems rather steep. Master Zheng, self-deprecating about his qualifications, and lacking the vigor of his youth, found the bond of a named master-disciple relationship with Qin Ming satisfactory enough. Any more than that would be beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to bear. Master Zheng was quite clear-headed and broad-minded in his thoughts. Given Qin Ming's formidable prowess, he is certainly not an ordinary individual. After his musings, Master Zheng felt the need to share today's burdens with someone else. Thus, he scrolled through his contacts and found a friend far away in the magical metropolis, the master of a certain dojo, Qian Ziyuan. Old Qian, the Qin Ming you've been following has recently encountered an unprecedented dilemma. Let me elaborate on this with you. Remarkably, the vitality that had been drained from Master Zheng earlier was swiftly restored before old Qian's signal mysteriously dropped. Big brother, Qin Ming exclaimed as he returned to the training grounds, hurrying towards his senior. The senior nodded slightly, his expression revealing no surprise, as he was evidently already aware of the matter. Make sure to arrive early tomorrow. Do not be late. After a moment's hesitation, the senior added this admonition. I know. I will definitely be there. Qin Ming replied bashfully, rubbing his nose and making promises. Is there anything else? Noticing Qin Ming's indecision, the senior inquired. Thank you for your reminder yesterday, big brother. Furthermore, if you have the time, could you explain the development of the Spirit Master Space to me? Although Qin Ming wished not to inconvenience his senior repeatedly, there were regrettably few reliable and capable individuals among those present. Of course, as a qualified senior, I possess ample experience in guiding juniors. The Spirit Master Space will receive growth feedback from both Spirit Beasts and Spirit Masters, continuously enhancing and expanding to adapt to the increasingly powerful and diverse attributes of Spirit Beasts. A larger and more favorable environment within the Spirit Master Space will also benefit the growth of Spirit Beasts. Therefore, Spirit Masters actively seek rare treasures to artificially modify and enhance their Spirit Master Spaces. I see. It's a case of boarding the bus first and paying later, isn't it? Qin Ming pondered thoughtfully. The modification of the Spirit Master Space typically aligns with the innate attributes of the Spirit Beasts and the Spirit Masters themselves. At this point, the senior's expression grew somewhat complex. However, according to your talent, any energy should be accommodating. This means that any rare treasure beneficial to the Spirit Master Space can be utilized without concern for attribute conflicts. That sounds quite promising. Qin Ming could not help but beam, for indeed, one must not be picky. Having a hearty appetite leads to rapid growth. As the designated caretaker of the gluttonous little fatty, Qin Ming was well versed in this matter. Chapter 47. Incomprehensible. Since any rare treasure advantageous to the Spirit Master Space can be employed, Qin Ming felt no urgency. Under such innate talent, even a natural progression would likely surpass that of others, wouldn't he? Qin Ming retrieved his phone, accessed the Spirit Master Forum, and began to search for any rare items being sold at low prices. After a brief period, having perused countless inquiries for purchases and exchanges of similar treasures, Qin Ming came to a stark realization and decided to lower his expectations somewhat. Finding a treasure with a higher cost-performance ratio would also be acceptable to him. Moments later, facing the harsh reality, Qin Ming despondently exited the interface. I cannot buy anything. There is simply no way to procure these treasures with real money online. Not a soul even acknowledges my requests. Indeed, rare treasures are not easily acquired. Compared to the number of treasures obtainable from the wild, the demand among spirit masters is overwhelmingly high, far exceeding the supply. Thus, having barely managed to meet the consumption needs of his spirit beast, how could he also be a glutton himself? Qin Ming felt utterly hopeless. Ahem. Perhaps Qin Ming's expression of anguish was too relatable, as the senior offered some guidance. Such treasures are not commonly circulated online. Your best chance of acquisition is to participate in various competitions or exchanges. For instance, the dojo exchange battle you will be attending tomorrow offers rewards of this nature to the winning side. It's a pity that your current capabilities are somewhat lacking. Even meeting the requirements for participation will be quite challenging. Big brother, what exactly are the requirements for participation? Qin Ming had only heard that one must reach level 10. Without delving into the details of the competition, given your progress, it would indeed be wise to understand these matters in advance. The senior evidently held a high regard for both Qin Ming and his potential. In dojo exchanges, spirit beasts of the same major level compete in a tournament format, taking turns to draw lots and battle, with the victors reigning supreme. For instance, level 10 to 19, 20 to 29, 30 to 39, and 40 to 49 spirit beasts each form their own groups. The senior elaborated further to ensure Qin Ming comprehended. Although a spirit beast's actual combat ability is not strictly determined by its current level, there is certainly a correlation to consider. After all, the higher the level, the more energy a spirit beast possesses, enhancing the potency of its skills. Historically, the victors of each group have been those with relatively higher standings within their respective levels. Fearing Qin Ming might find this difficult to digest, the senior explained in great detail. Qin Ming grasped the concept, yet still had questions. Does racial potential influence combat power? Certainly, but generally, spirit beasts within the same group are at a similar evolutionary stage, so significant disparities in potential are uncommon. So, if both are around level 10, and the opponent is an elite type, if I can elevate to a commander level, even with a slight level disadvantage, there could still be a chance of victory? Qin Ming demonstrated his insightful understanding of the senior's detailed explanations. After all, the latest data for his spirit beast is as follows. Name, Xin Shuiya, potential. Attribute, water. Racial rank, high elite, 93, 100. Level, 9. Calculating the days, it was evident that his spirit beast would soon reach a breakthrough in level. Qin Ming felt quite confident that once his spirit beast attained level 10, he could elevate its racial potential to commander level. Just the prospect of a spirit beast with commander level potential at merely level 10 was thrilling to contemplate. Qin Ming's modified plus version of the formation crystal has received widespread acclaim, especially with the advanced resources acquired through half exchanges and half friendship sponsorship from his senior brother and senior sister. The innate talent of Keita is indeed remarkable. Upon careful reflection, the journey of nurturing such potential has proven to be quite arduous. Thus, Qin Ming resolved to dedicate himself to diligent study from this day forth, striving to comprehend the intricacies of the wave stacking technique. As for Keita, he aimed to achieve a breakthrough by nightfall, ready to engage in battle the following day. Splendid. With an exuberant spirit, Qin Ming hurried to share his joyous news with Keita. The senior brother observed Qin Ming's animated figure, pondering the peculiar nature of his own words. Was he truly offering consolation, or had he inadvertently ignited excitement in another? He found himself perplexed, unable to discern whether the issue lay with him or with the other party. Keita, once you surpass level 10, you'll be eligible to participate in the battle tomorrow. What? It's a contest against formidable opponents, not the inexperienced novices at the arena. Upon hearing this, Keita felt invigorated. Witnessing the fiery determination in Keita's eyes, Qin Ming realized that his mission had been accomplished. The next step was for him to delve into the unadorned tome, its cover devoid of embellishments. The wave stacking technique aimed to capture the essence of waves rising in succession, an unstoppable force, each wave building upon the last. However, when deconstructed, each character was intelligible to Qin Ming, yet the cohesive meaning eluded him. Somewhat bewildered, he pressed on, to harness all one's strength and utilize borrowed energy. The phrase resonated well, but how to execute such a concept? After perusing the entire text, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. The illustrations were exquisite, the text well-balanced, and the narrative likely compelling, yet he found himself incapable of grasping it. Why was he instructed to read it first? Could he truly elucidate concepts he himself could not comprehend to Keita? If he merely recited the text verbatim, would that not render him a mere tool of a spirit master? Reluctant to be relegated to such a role, Qin Ming ardently studied and contemplated, yet to no avail. He shifted his posture, continued his reading, and still found himself at an impasse. If this persisted, Keita would need to learn to read at the earliest opportunity. At that moment, Qin Ming felt a spark of enlightenment, a profound realization. Keita, you must strive for a breakthrough today. I have discovered the secret to your empowerment. Keita instinctively nodded, albeit sensing something amiss, yet chose to trust his spirit master. To save time, that very night, Qin Ming returned to Blue Star with Keita, engaging in an all-night study session. Eventually, Keita, stumbling through the text, managed to read through the wave-stacking technique. Yet another bewildered duck joined the ranks of those who could not comprehend the technique, fearing that Keita, having toiled diligently for an entire day without tangible results, might feel disheartened. Qin Ming offered consolation. It's all right, Keita. Keita emitted a plaintive quack, feeling he had disappointed his spirit master's expectations. Well, I didn't understand it either, Qin Ming added, hoping to bolster Keita's spirits. What? Quack quack. Keita's eyes widened, his demeanor visibly agitated, as if displeased. Don't be upset. Once you break through, you should understand it better, as Master Zheng mentioned. Qin Ming hastily deflected blame. Keita remained skeptical, still brimming with indignation. Chapter 48, The Popular Contender. After another fruitless day of focused study on the wave-stacking technique with Keita, just as Keita was about to lash out in frustration, Qin Ming brought him back to the spirit martial continent, under the pretext of adjusting their mindset, perhaps having been stifled on Blue Star for too long. Upon their return, Keita's previously vacant gaze began to sharpen. His eyes glimmered with intensity, and a commanding aura emanated from him. The fledgling feathers on his wings stood erect, and he seemed to have grown larger. Would he be able to fly once he matured? Qin Ming gazed at Keita's still somewhat juvenile wings, envisioning a future not far off. Wait, something feels off. Keita, you genuinely seem to have grown. In a state of bewilderment, Qin Ming swiftly scooped up Keita and rushed to the wall where they usually measured height. Keita, relax your body. Let us measure your height. With his back against the wall, gaze level, and without tiptoeing, the data would be accurate and reliable. 22 centimeters. Just this morning, you were 19 centimeters. Considering some height shrinkage at night. Keita, you've truly grown a bit. Qin Ming quickly concluded. Quack. Growing taller, Duck is happy. Neglecting Keita's joyful demeanor, Qin Ming found himself perplexed. Today's growth spurt seemed rather unusual. He began to reflect on what Keita had accomplished throughout the day. Regular dojo attendance, typical meals and rest. But unusually, reading and learning. Could reading and learning yield such effects? Was Keita truly so extraordinarily gifted? In a daze, Keita's status panel materialized before Qin Ming's eyes. My heavens, Keita, you've leveled up. As a novice spirit master, Qin Ming was genuinely inexperienced. Keita's first breakthrough appeared equally unfamiliar to him. The breakthrough brought joy to both the human and the duck, with Keita singing a jubilant duck song, while the beautiful egg made secret renovations to their living environment when Qin Ming was distracted. Busy registering for the competition the next day, each had their own tasks to attend to. Thus they no longer lingered on the fact that they had not immediately recognized and celebrated Keita's breakthrough. Quack. Duck wants to reread the wave-stacking technique. Ah, that won't do, Qin Ming gasped, having just finished a conversation with his senior brother. Keita, training requires a balance of work and rest. We cannot rush this. As Qin Ming wrestled with how best to divert Keita's attention, a new message pinged on his phone, interrupting his thoughts. Old Wong. My Kursin has entered the dojo for training, and his performance in the introductory battle was exceptional, earning him the title of Tomorrow's Star. How's your Keita doing? Come practice when you have time. Tomorrow's Star? Just you? Qin Ming glanced at Keita's latest data. Name, Xian Shui Duck, Keita. Attribute, Water. Species rank, low-level leader, 5, 100. Level, 10. Practice, you say? I appreciate your enthusiasm, Wang Yuma, but you're both inexperienced and lacking in points. Keita, do you remember Kursin and Wang Yuma? We should show off in front of them when we have the chance. Quack. Duck wants to avenge the prying shrimp. You still hold a grudge against Kursin? Qin Ming, hearing this for the first time, felt a twinge of unease. Thus, as a good brother, he felt compelled to send a warning to Wang Yuma for the sake of their friendship. Not to be harsh, but you might need to train more. I can only offer this advice. I hope you understand, and give it your all next time we meet. Otherwise, Kursin. Qin Ming couldn't bear to think further, shaking his head as he powered off his phone and drifted off to sleep. However, in the absence of distractions and the allure of mobile novels or games, Qin Ming found himself unable to sleep soundly. His dreams were filled with the unstoppable force of waves, soaring higher with each crest. As dawn broke, Qin Ming awoke, his eyes shadowed with dark circles. Last night, he slept, or perhaps he did not, as he spent the entire night studying the tidal wave technique, yet it seemed he gleaned little insight from it. He felt akin to a once-free salted fish, inexplicably swept into the sea, struggling with the unfamiliar environment, disoriented and dizzy. Nearby, a duck proficient in swimming quacked incessantly, adding to his disarray. Ultimately, after being tossed back to the shore in disdain, he spat in frustration, while attending to his hygiene. Qin Ming tasted the briny bitterness of seawater in his mouth, lamenting the bitterness of his sleep. Alas, it turned out he was suffering from internal heat. Gazing into the mirror, he continued to rinse and spit, exclaiming, "Young disciple, remember, participation is paramount in competitions. Do not be overly concerned with victories and losses." The senior brother's words rang with pointed meaning. Qin Ming, however, found himself too weary to defend his state of being. Before stepping out, he had caught a glimpse of his reflection and was acutely aware of how his dark circles resembled a certain nationally protected species. Regrettably, he was unlikely to enjoy the privileges accorded to such protection. "Stick with me for a while, crouch a bit behind the senior brother, and you can catch some rest," Zheng Wenjie whispered, imparting his unique method of slacking off. "How can you so effortlessly and nonchalantly speak of such things? Do you not feel guilty towards our team leader, the senior brother?" Qin Ming felt ashamed to associate with someone of such character, opting to hide behind Zheng Wenjie. Thus, when the senior brother turned around, Zheng Wenjie would be there to shield him. "Quite clever. I heard your Pokemon broke through last night. You are really pushing yourself," Zheng Wenjie whispered excitedly. Yes." Qin Ming, caught between sleep and wakefulness, nodded. "My fire chicken is now level 39, yet in this water-type gym challenge, its attributes are decidedly disadvantaged, a pity indeed. However, my third Pokemon, although only at level 18, possesses elite potential, making it quite formidable in the first stage. Let me see which popular competitors are in this stage." Zheng Wenjie chattered away, undeterred by Qin Ming's lack of response. Qin Ming, half awake, listened intently. "First up is my Rainweaver Dragonfly, an elite potential Pokemon at level 18, adept at manipulating moisture with the potential for dual control of rain and shine. Opposing us is the Water-Moist Salamander, also elite potential at level 19, with weak attack power but a unique self-recovery ability. Swift victory is essential. Then there's the opposing gym's Channel Shell, with medium elite potential at level 19, strong in defense and suspected to possess illusion-based attacks, requiring caution. The senior brother's fourth Pokemon, the Wave-tailed Mantis Shrimp, is a favorite to win, boasting elite potential at level 19, high attack power, and swift reaction. Quite a challenging opponent. Qin Ming was overwhelmed by drowsiness, the information slipping into one ear and out the other. Yet, Kada, stretching its neck, listened intently, its small eyes darting about as if deep in thought, clearly absorbing every word. Chapter 49, Channel Shell. After the host concluded a rather sentimental pre-match rally devoid of substantial content, Qin Ming's drowsiness abruptly lifted. Or perhaps he forcibly roused himself. As for what Zheng Wenjie had just said, considering his penchant for slacking off, it likely held little significance. If he missed it, so be it. Qin Ming scrutinized the numerous spirit beasts present. Some petite creatures were allowed to follow their tamers closely. A significant portion of these spirit beasts would become his competitors, and the competitive-minded Qin Ming observed them carefully. Young spirit beasts are usually reliant on their tamers and should not be confined to their spirit spaces for extended periods. Furthermore, the inexperienced tend to enjoy the sights. Like Kada. In contrast, mature and composed spirit beasts either are too large for the setting or have lost interest in the familiar pre-match buzz, like the large snake. Thus, every spirit beast in sight warranted Qin Ming's attention. "Ah, Channel Shell, where are your eyes? How do you observe the outside world?" Qin Ming mused with a hint of curiosity. "And you, Water-Moist Salamander, if you feel coerced, just blink. Your gaze appears so hollow and helpless." Amidst his visual feast, Qin Ming found himself amused. He suddenly perceived the vibrant personalities unique to various spirit beasts, a nuance that mere words and textbooks could not convey. It seemed that some spirit beasts were rather laid back, lacking fervor for battle. Speaking of which, for those fond of nocturnal activities, was it fair to have them compete in broad daylight? For those preferring aquatic habitats, could they survive on land without suffering from nearsightedness? Qin Ming's thoughts began to wander. Nevertheless, it is precisely the tamer's duty to harness these traits effectively. No spirit beast is inherently perfect. The tamer must employ strategy and wisdom to accentuate strengths while mitigating weaknesses. Beyond the obvious attribute advantages, vision-impaired spirit beasts possess a natural resilience against visual illusions. Simultaneously, their senses are exceptionally acute, capable of detecting even the slightest disturbances. Additionally, some laid-back spirit beasts, disinterested in combat, often have their own unique skills, and their latent battle potential can be formidable at times. There are tales of a rare spirit beast nicknamed the Sleeping King, which reportedly sleeps for 24 hours. awakening only for half an hour. Yet, its waking temper is formidable, so much so that it could be deemed invincible in one-on-one confrontations. It is said that if one fails to defeat it swiftly and awakens it, the awakeners, be they human or beast, face dire consequences. However, such spirit beasts are exceedingly rare in the wild, often starving to death due to their propensity for sleep, making them virtually non-existent. Even if encountered, tamers typically disrupt their slumber, rendering any contracts unlikely. Qin Ming surmised that such rare spirit beasts would not be present today, otherwise, the data would be skewed. Contemplating and comparing, the rigid knowledge from books gradually animated in Qin Ming's mind. The insights were indeed profound. Most spirit beasts present were likely candidates for future contracts, while individuals like Qin Ming, merely seeking experience, were few and far between. The overall quality of spirit beasts was commendable, and every creature in Qin Ming's view appeared to be a rare find. Why did it feel as though Kata's chances of victory were somewhat bleak? Qin Ming, belatedly feeling the tension, found it tinged with excitement and thrill. Kata, are you ready? Quack. Kata extended its unfeathered wings and waved forward, striking a striking pose. Excellent. This is the spirit we need. Qin Ming anticipated that he would soon face off in battle, already warming up for the challenge. In this competition, lower-level groups would take the stage first, followed by higher-level groups sequentially participating in their respective initial selections. Ultimately, tomorrow would reveal the final victors of each group. This arrangement is customary in the spirit beast continent, emphasizing that the best performances are saved for last. Each group comprises merely 10 or so competitors, indicating a rather intimate exchange competition. Soon, Qin Ming confirmed he would participate in the second round, facing off against Channel Shell, a high-level opponent that, while formidable, did not inherently counter Kata's attributes. However, Kata's limited skill slots would make encounters with high attack, high mobility opponents quite challenging. Zenkabai, by its name alone, stands apart from the rest. Just moments ago, Qin Ming had scrutinized this spirit beast, yet was unable to ascertain where its eyes were located. Species name, Zenkabai. Species rank, intermediate elite. Attribute, water. Level, 19. Normal energy value, 420. Average value, 361. Skills, water bullet, vortex, mysterious armor. It is a spirit beast inclined towards control with formidable defense. However, whether it possesses any skills learned through experience is beyond what a mere mobile device can detect. Qin Ming had a rough idea and began to communicate with Kata, exchanging information. After several minutes of brainstorming with Kata, he recalled the feedback and suggestions from Master Zheng the previous day. After much internal conflict, he ultimately made a rather compromising decision that could potentially tarnish the reputation of a spirit beast master, to allow Kata to battle freely. After all, a spirit beast master should trust their spirit beast. If Kata falters, reclaiming command should not pose too much of a challenge, right? I am Lumo, your opponent in this match. Perhaps Qin Ming had spent too long deliberating, for by the time he stepped onto the battlefield, his opponent was already waiting on stage. I am Qin Ming. Noticing the confidence radiating from his opponent, Qin Ming responded with a hint of anticipation. Your Xian Shui, you looks rather adorable. Lu Mu, clearly having noticed Kata's relatively low level, spoke in a tone of casual nonchalance. Ga, Kata nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Qin Ming interjected, no, Kata. You really need to improve your cultural studies. Merely gazing at Dialangen does not allow one to grasp the profound depths of language. They were obviously mocking you. When has an opponent ever praised the cuteness of another during a battle? What use is cuteness if it merely serves to endear oneself to others? Yet, Qin Ming refrained from undermining Kata on stage, intending instead to provide a thorough lesson upon returning home. All right, the referee interjected, friendship first, competition second. Your friends are watching from above. Please give your utmost to showcase a spectacular duel. Seeing both parties in agreement and having adjusted their states, the referee declared, let the battle begin. Go, Zenkabai. Lu Mu released Zenkabai onto the stage, commanding it with considerable flair. Although he did not intend to issue commands throughout the match, Qin Ming, eager to participate, exclaimed, go Kata, ga. Kata leaped into the arena, clearly much lighter than its opponent. Chapter 50, New Skills. Use Water Bullet. The opponent, displaying gentlemanly patience for 2 seconds, observed Qin Ming's continued silence before promptly issuing an attack command. Zenkabai, the standard battle strategy is to first bolster defense, then strike when the opportunity arises. Given its lack of formidable offensive capabilities, initiating an attack rarely secures a decisive advantage. Yet, the opponent evidently underestimated the diminutive Kata, choosing to attack directly with a degree of disdain. As a result, a barrage of fist-sized water droplets surged toward Kata. Has the opponent grown somewhat complacent? Master brother, do you think Qin Ming can win? Zheng Wenjie expressed genuine concern for Qin Ming and eagerly awaited his master brother's assessment. If the opponent remains careless, they might suffer a notable setback, yet the level disparity is quite significant. Kata has a tough battle ahead. The implication of Master Brother's words was clear. He did not hold high hopes for Qin Ming, leaning instead toward the expectation that Kata would be eliminated in the first round, leaving Qin Ming to observe from the sidelines. Zheng Wenjie felt no surprise at this prospect, merely indulging in a hypothetical scenario. Moreover, was Qin Ming not somewhat out of sorts? He had yet to issue any commands. Not only Zheng Wenjie, but many attendees noticed this issue, resulting in a flurry of whispers. Despite Qin Ming's silence, Kata moved of its own accord, gracefully weaving through the water bullets. Remarkably, not a single droplet touched it. Lu Mu frowned at the ineffectiveness of his attack, yet did not alter his initial strategy. Zinkabai, switch to Vortex. Once you've immobilized the opponent, unleash Water Bullet with full force. Qin Ming felt a pang of anxiety for Kata. Vortex was a control skill with a considerable area of effect. Once trapped within, escape would be exceedingly difficult. And if Kata were to endure the full brunt of the opponent's Water Bullet, the chances of victory would be exceedingly slim. Kata, what will you do? Kata closed its eyes. Qin Ming pondered, perplexed, but despite his worries, he refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to place his faith in Kata. Go for it. Qin Ming bit his lip, silently cheering for Kata. After an incredibly brief moment of charging, a vortex emerged on the battlefield. Strangely, just before the vortex fully formed, Kata abruptly sprang into action. At the time, this movement seemed peculiar, yet in the next instant, it appeared remarkably prescient. Kata had fortuitously leapt beyond the vortex's reach. Qin Ming, Lu Mu, as a control skill with a risk radius of 1,010 square meters, requiring a moment to charge. It was exceedingly rare for such a skill to miss in lower-level battles. Was this mere coincidence? The spectators found it hard to believe it was by chance, yet seemed compelled to accept it. Although the outcome remained undecided, no one dared to underestimate Kata any longer. Even the gaze of Qin Ming, who had remained silent and unnoticed since the battle commenced, shifted. It was as if he had transformed from a novice commander into an enigmatic figure. Every spectator was taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Yet, Kata was undeterred. While Zinkabai was charging, he too was gathering strength. Moreover, he successfully seized the moment when the opponent's Spirit Beast Master had yet to revise their command, exploiting Zinkabai's bewilderment to unleash a powerful burst. A water gun of maximum potency. In that instant, Kata's water gun was so robust that it could be likened to a water cannon. Even from a distance, Qin Ming could hear the ferocious roar of the water and feel the rapid shift in the surrounding air currents. Kata had grown even stronger, and Qin Ming felt both relieved and elated. Well done. Zheng Wenjie was the first to react, applauding Kata's stunning performance. The onlookers were equally awestruck, their expressions filled with admiration, and in that moment, everyone unanimously agreed with this sentiment. The atmosphere in the arena became palpably charged. Kata seemed to embody justice. As the crowd rallied behind him in support, not to disappoint their expectations, Kata took advantage of the upper hand he had gained, pursuing relentlessly with successive water gun attacks, sending Zinkabai flying from the arena. Victory was assured. The crowd erupted in cheers. The spectacle of a comeback was undeniably captivating. With his seemingly weaker status, Kata had triumphed through sheer skill, earning the respect of all present. Standing in the center of the arena, Kata tilted his head slightly, extending his wings, basking in the adulation of the crowd. Surely, in the next match, no one would dare to call him cute or dismiss him so casually again. The intermission of this match seemed to stretch a bit longer, yet the referee, possessing keen insight, refrained from interrupting. After all, this battle had transcended mere level limitations, showcasing a level of combat finesse that was truly rare to witness. Although Qin Ming felt little sense of involvement, as Kata's Spirit Beast Master, he too was entitled to revel in the applause of the audience. At this moment, his gaze was solely fixed upon Kata. An additional panel, enhanced with extra features, gradually materialized before him, leaving Qin Ming momentarily stunned after a brief glance. Name, Shen Shueya Kata. Attribute, Water. Potential, Low-Level Commander, 5, 100. Level, 10. Skills, Water Gun, Mastery, Accumulation, Beginner, Combat Perception, Beginner. Qin Ming. Kata, when did you acquire those two new skills? Just moments ago, when I checked. The panel didn't display anything like this. Is this the unevolved initial stage, a manifestation of the innate talent of a commander-level spirit beast? Or could it be that the thrill of a high-level battle has such an immediate impact? The triumph and cheers surrounding him had become inconsequential. What he truly yearned to understand was how these two skills were learned. Furthermore, would such a phenomenon be replicable in the future? Qin Ming did not ask for much. If Keita could learn a new skill in every battle, it would undoubtedly lead to a meteoric rise. He wondered if anyone else present had noticed that Keita had utilized several skills during the match, rather than solely relying on the formidable water gun. However, even if they had, no one would fathom that these skills were spontaneously comprehended by Keita amidst the battle. It was utterly absurd. Had it not been for Keita demonstrating this extraordinary feat right before his eyes, Qin Ming himself would have found it hard to believe. This was remarkable. After the match, Qin Ming tentatively inquired of Zhang Wenjie under what circumstances a spirit beast could swiftly learn new skills. However, upon witnessing Zhang Wenjie's incredulous expression, Qin Ming chose to retreat into silence. Very well, the unseasoned Zhang Wenjie could offer no valuable assistance to Keita. Qin Ming bypassed the customary pre-match bravado and glaring face, swiftly retrieving his phone to research combat perception, this newly acquired skill of Keita. Chapter 51, Venue Change. Qin Ming was well-versed in the various skills that Xian Shui Ya and its evolutionary forms could typically master. He had not only a comprehensive understanding, but cherished knowledge of them. However, there was absolutely no mention of combat perception among them. This was precisely what had filled him with such profound astonishment earlier. The results of his inquiry soon emerged. Combat perception, a highly acute battlefield instinct. The bearer possesses the ability to anticipate danger, foresee enemy actions, and seize the initiative in the rapidly changing dynamics of battle. Note, a rare skill. Only spirit beasts with extensive combat experience and exceptional fighting talent may possess it. The evaluation of this skill was notably high, Qin Ming mused, discovering it to be a noble passive skill. However, Keita, with extensive combat experience? Perhaps this extensive was merely figurative, Qin Ming quickly rationalized to himself. Observing Keita nearing a height of 20 centimeters, Qin Ming smiled affectionately, recognizing that while the extensively battle-tested claim might not hold much weight, its adorability was undeniably genuine. I was merely praising your prowess. Qin Ming gently patted Keita's head, patiently grooming its slightly disheveled feathers. In a moment, the duel commenced. Having just emerged victorious, Qin Ming quelled his excitement and began to attentively observe and learn from the ongoing battle. The arena showcased a contest between the Lioli cat and the spiral lark. Both were spirit beasts that had not been previously showcased, and it was Qin Ming's inaugural encounter with them, instantly capturing his attention. A feline avian duel. The Lioli cat, a water attribute spirit beast, moved with elegance and agility, its demeanor regal, reminiscent of a noble princess. The spiral lark, possessing the advantage of the skies and a secondary lightning attribute, left Qin Ming curious about its mastery of lightning skills. At first glance, the outcome of this battle seemed unpredictable. Qin Ming straightened in his seat, bracing himself for the spectacle. A series of crunching sounds interrupted the atmosphere. You've got chips too? Share some with me. Qin Ming unabashedly solicited from Zhang Wenjie. This felt just right. Keita, you should join in too. Amidst the harmonious crunching, the stoic senior brother seemed out of place. Lioli cat, water blade, spiral lark, thunder slash. As the battle commenced, the air crackled with tension, initiating a fierce offensive. The spiral lark unleashed thunder slash, its wings radiating dangerous blue lightning as it surged toward the Lioli cat. Was this a close-range technique? Qin Ming questioned, uncertain. Indeed. Thunder slash is executed by channeling lightning energy through its wings, allowing for incredible speed, Zhang Wenjie affirmed. If the spiral lark lacks ranged attacks, then in close combat, even with a type advantage, it may find itself at a disadvantage, Qin Ming boldly assessed. Zhang Wenjie nodded in agreement, adding that the spiral lark likely did not possess sufficiently powerful ranged attacks. Otherwise, it would not have chosen to engage in close quarters, surrendering its aerial advantage. The latter part of his statement went unspoken, yet all present comprehended its implications. Indeed, as the Lioli cat executed its water blade in a hasty response to the spiral lark's advance, it decisively struck true. Although the spiral lark managed to cleave through the water blade with thunder slash, its potency had been significantly diminished. Even if it succeeded in hitting the Lioli cat, it would not secure a considerable advantage. Lioli cat bite. The lightly injured Lioli cat seized the moment when the spiral lark, exhausted from its previous efforts, was momentarily vulnerable. The turning point in the battle has emerged, Qin Ming noted, feeling a pang of sympathy for the spiral lark, yet simultaneously drawn to the Lioli cat's formidable prowess. Most likely, Zhang Wenjie concurred. Quack, quack. Even ducks can shine. Having just basked in the adulation of the crowd, Keita felt exceptionally pleased with itself. Qin Ming pondered, I could manage just as well. Perhaps I should take the reins next time? However, Keita's combat perception appeared to be quite effective. It was possible that allowing it the freedom to observe and react independently had been the key to its insights. After all, even if the extensive combat experience was a figurative expression, it still fell short of reality. How do you think I performed in the previous match? Qin Ming sought opinions from others. Didn't you win? You and Keita displayed remarkable synergy. Synergy? Where did that come from? To you, my lack of commands could still be considered synergy? Could you elaborate? Zheng Wenjie turned to Qin Ming. Obliged to comply. The strategy you and Keita devised prior to the match, along with your problem-solving acumen, was top-notch, and your execution was flawless. Does that suffice? So that is how you perceive it, Qin Ming mused. Was it truly the case that if one is sufficiently skilled, great scholars would argue on their behalf? Yet, the disparity between mere words and the tangible experience of actual combat remained stark. Through their dialogue, Qin Ming felt assured in his combat strategy, yet lamented the scarcity of opportunities for Keita to engage in balanced combat. Moreover, Keita, being a spirit that thrived on spontaneous expression, could certainly benefit from more opportunities to showcase its abilities, given its ample capacity. Having witnessed Keita's gradual growth firsthand, Qin Ming held deep appreciation for its diligence and innate talent. Currently, Keita's skill potency, bolstered by its proficiency and superior racial potential, could match or even surpass those of slightly higher-level spirit beasts. However, in terms of speed and endurance, it was evidently lacking. Thankfully, the combat perception afforded Keita a significant edge in reactive timing. Otherwise, the victory in the preceding match would not have come as easily. During the 10-minute intermission, the next match commenced, and the arena was transformed into a water world. With a brief announcement over the loudspeakers, the venue was changed, eliciting a sense of intrigue from Qin Ming, who fixed his gaze intently upon the newly revealed battlefield. The center of the arena opened up to unveil a vast pool of water. If one were to stand at the designated position for the Spirit Master duel, it would surely evoke the sensation of stepping into an aquarium. However, the ecosystem within this aquatic display left much to be desired, appearing rather barren, with at most 2 spirit beasts per match. Yet, with the higher stakes battles scheduled for the afternoon, one could anticipate a markedly different experience. As Qin Ming pondered these thoughts, the list of his next opponent was swiftly unveiled. He was to face the Runshui Salamander, a level 19 high elite potential spirit beast. You really drew the short straw, Zheng Wenjie remarked after quickly reviewing the matchup, clearly lacking faith in Qin Ming's chances. The Runshui Salamander, although seemingly underwhelming in its previous match, had triumphed with remarkable self-healing abilities, employing a rather vexing regenerative strategy. The underwater environment only served to enhance its recovery capabilities. Moreover, for Keita, even a charged water gun would struggle to secure a decisive blow, let alone find the opportunity to charge it. It was evident that Keita's current strength rendered him nearly helpless, explaining Zheng Wenjie's blunt skepticism. Keita, upon hearing this analysis, felt a wave of dejection wash over him, losing much of his earlier confidence. But was there truly no chance of victory? Qin Ming examined the arena closely, a profound smile gracing his lips. He gestured for Keita to come closer. Come, Keita, let me teach you a technique. Chapter 52, Super Bubble. Keita, you know how to expel water. Do you know how to exhale air? Keita tilted his head, sighed, and let out a burp. All right, that is close enough. Just remember to try and encase the water you spray with your breath, while underwater, Qin Ming attempted to explain. Keita appeared somewhat confused, releasing another cucumber-flavored chip burp. Qin Ming, in exasperation, shielded his eyes with his hand to block out Keita's vacant stare. How about this? When you unleash your most powerful water gun, just incorporate some air into it. He simplified once more. Yet, Keita still seemed only partially comprehending, leaving Qin Ming feeling less assured. However, time was of the essence, and there was insufficient opportunity for Keita to fully grasp and experiment with the technique. The upcoming match felt rushed. Both Qin Ming and Keita were underprepared, akin to sharpening a sword at the last moment. It was crucial to note that a typical graduate, such as his friend Wang Yuma, would have reached level 6, which was considered commendable. For Qin Ming, who had ascended to this battleground so soon after embarking on his journey, it was an impressive feat. In truth, every step taken here was a success, reflecting the sentiments of both Master Zheng and his senior brother. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Ming took a step back. Why not start with a standard charged water gun to test its effectiveness? If that fails, we can resort to the technique I just taught you and go all out. Sound good? Keita understood, nodding vigorously. Qin Ming was not one to impose strict commands as a spirit master. Rather, he respected Keita's innate talent and trusted his judgment in battle. The match was about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please prepare yourselves. On one side, we have the dark horse who has just created a miracle, Qin Ming and his Xian Shui duck. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, clearly showing their support. On the opposing side stood the Runshui Salamander, known for its formidable recovery abilities, which had consistently maintained control over the battlefield. The applause for the favored competitor was equally fervent. Who would ultimately emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome. I am Zhuziqiu, and my spirit beast is the Runshui salamander. I am Qin Ming, and my spirit beast is the Xian Shui duck. After exchanging brief introductions, both competitors seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Whether it was due to acknowledging Keida's previous performance or a natural caution in their demeanor, neither underestimated the other. Despite the substantial level and characteristic advantages, this match indeed posed a significant challenge, and Qin Ming discerned this from their succinct interaction. With a determined gaze, he praised Keida's cuteness, aiming to understand how Keida gleaned new skills during combat. If the opponent remained silent, then he would speak up. As the referee signaled the start of the battle, Keida, prepare to charge. Runshui salamander, water-soaked body. Neither side initiated an attack immediately. Keida's charge would amplify the power of the next strike. The Runshui salamander, under the influence of its water-soaked body, further enhanced its resistance to water-type damage, becoming glistening and slippery, as though it had just enjoyed a rejuvenating spa treatment. This was a move that the opponent had not previously showcased. Zhu Ziqiu exhibited commendable caution. Qin Ming's initial assessment was spot on. Yet, the current circumstances left little room for elation. Even with the charge, a basic water gun could not secure victory. The scales of fate began to tilt. If Keida wished to prevail, he would need to take a bold gamble. Missing this opportunity would likely result in no future chances for charging. Qin Ming sensed Keida's hesitation and uncertainty through their bond. Keida, use the technique I just taught you. Believe in yourself. Qin Ming altered their original battle strategy on the fly, making a decision for Keida. Keida, albeit inexperienced, attempted to infuse air into his water gun. Qin Ming could see that Keida was trying his best, even if it affected his proficiency with the water gun. Yet, as seconds passed without the anticipated reaction, Qin Ming began to doubt whether Keida could succeed in such a limited time frame. Just when he feared that time had run out, a bubble filled with mist and water vapor materialized. Initially inconspicuous amidst the rushing waters, it shot forth like a meteor, disappearing from sight, leaving behind a tumultuous churn of water. Then came a resounding blast, as a colossal splash erupted from the surface, showering the arena in a deluge reminiscent of a duck's rain dance. Runshui salamander. The opposing spirit master, feeling a tremor through their bond, called out to their spirit beast. Within the swirling waters, a dazed Runshui, a salamander floated, its eyes shut and limbs limp, drifting helplessly. The delicate scales along its body were charred and damaged, exposing patches of pale flesh beneath. What had happened to Keida? Qin Ming worried that such a powerful shockwave might have affected him. Fortunately, through their bond, he sensed Keida's vitality remained stable. Moments later, Keida, buoyed by his strong aquatic nature, broke free from the residual turbulence. Though disheveled, he appeared unharmed. Only when he saw Keida intact did Qin Ming allow himself to rejoice. Keida had done it. He had triumphed over an opponent deemed nearly unbeatable. Well done, Keida. Qin Ming felt grateful that his past knowledge of fluid dynamics had not been entirely lost on his teacher. Who could have imagined that a mere bubble, under the immense pressure and impact of water, could yield such profound effects? The underwater cavitation can insulate from direct contact with the water, significantly reducing resistance and creating a supercavitation effect. On Blue Star, the most exemplary application of this supercavitation effect manifests in projectiles capable of posing a grave threat to submarines and aircraft carriers. The power of such weaponry is truly overwhelming. In stark contrast, the current display of might could only be deemed a rudimentary version. Amidst the astonishment of the judge and the spectators, Qin Ming felt no sense of pride. After all, he stood on the shoulders of scientific giants from another realm. When he chose to act, such results were only to be expected. The accumulated wisdom of a world dedicated to weapon engineering is far from trivial. The Lingwu continent may have glimpsed such phenomena in its quest for extraordinary powers, yet it has never traced back to the roots of such transformative application. This delineates the stark differences between the two worlds, leading Qin Ming to a newfound appreciation of his own talents. Yet, the judge seemed rather amateurish, as he had yet to announce the results of the match, even as the opponent was being rushed off for medical attention. Ga, Spirit Master, you are formidable. Ga, how do you possess such a technique, Spirit Master? Struggling ashore, Keida was oblivious to the onlookers. His sole focus was on Qin Ming. This is a rather lengthy tale. Let me ponder, starting from fluid dynamics to the application in weapon engineering. In the awestruck gaze of Keida, Qin Ming's thoughts flowed like a torrent, unceasing. Nonetheless, all of this knowledge was built upon the words you learned yesterday. Ga. Despite his astonishment, Keida's eyes brimmed with belief. Keida, I haven't deceived you, have I? I told you I found the secret to your enhancement. Qin Ming felt a surge of excitement as he finally managed to substantiate his claims. Ga. Today, no matter what Qin Ming says, Keida will believe. However, the eager Keida had a tiny question lingering in his mind. Ga, Qin Ming replied, That is indeed an excellent question. Chapter 53, Early Warning. Master Yu, what is your perspective? The judge, perplexed by the unfolding events, found himself unable to render a judgment, thus seeking the opinion of the elder by his side. This young man is no ordinary talent. Either he has achieved mastery of his skills or has delved into certain esoteric texts. Master Yu squinted, appraising Qin Ming and Keita while muttering to himself. Remarkably, the young lad and his spirit beast, despite their apparent youth, exhibited an extraordinary synergy. To withstand pressure and achieve breakthroughs in the heat of battle, their future is boundless. How could someone like Zheng be so fortunate? Master Yu shook his head in lament over the unfairness of fate. The moment he contemplated the astonishing potential displayed by Qin Ming in this battle, he felt a sense of hopelessness regarding the upcoming dojo exchange competitions for the next few years. Thus, this contest bore no external influences. It was purely a testament to Qin Ming's authentic prowess. The judge had no time to indulge Master Yu's grievances. He was eager to announce the results. Did he not see that one contestant had already been rushed off for medical aid? If he delayed any longer, and both contestants left, the ensuing discussions would tarnish his career. The Ruins water salamander has lost its fighting capability. In this duel, Qin Ming emerges victorious. The judge hastened to the stage to deliver the verdict, and the crowd erupted in murmurs. Of course, who couldn't see that? Is that what we wanted to know? The spectators, in an instant, were filled with fervor. Yet some sensible individuals understood that the judge's delayed pronouncement merely indicated that the match was devoid of any underhanded dealings. An ordinary initial elite potential spirit beast, who among the audience could claim to lack one, without relying on external assistance or illicit means. It had managed to exert a force that transcended an entire realm. This was indeed remarkable. As those with discernment grasped the situation, they too became animated, and the momentum in the crowd swelled ever more robust. Yet, the only one left in an awkward position on stage was the judge. Qin Ming, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, had discreetly slipped away. Just as Keita clambered ashore, elatedly exclaiming a couple of gahs, Qin Ming signaled for him to feign unconsciousness. Then, he scooped up Keita and dashed toward the edge of the stage. After all, who would dare impede a spirit master from rescuing his own spirit beast? Indeed, the reckless use of such a powerful technique, overstepping limits, ought to be approached with caution. Having successfully evaded the throng, Qin Ming glanced back at the isolated judge on the stage, offering a brief moment of silent homage for 3 seconds. Well, a fellow's loss is another's gain. How diligent he is. The weather had taken a turn for the worse. The winds howled ominously, and it felt as if rain was imminent. Not wishing to be caught in the downpour, Qin Ming returned to the inn hastily. The morning matches had nearly concluded, and vacating the premises now seemed prudent. He slipped away without much mental burden, fortunate to avoid the need for excessive explanations. In the chaos of the water, everyone had focused solely on the outcome, remaining oblivious to the underlying principles at play. The bubble was diminutive and inconspicuous, unless Qin Ming divulged it. Who would ever know? Finally, Qin Ming had the leisure to scrutinize Keita's new attributes. Name, Xian Shui Duck, Keita. Attribute, Water. Potential, Low-grade leader, 12-100. Level, 10. Skills, Water Gun, Mastery. Accumulation, Beginner. Combat Perception, Beginner. Secret Technique, Supercavitation, Half-Beginner. This was Qin Ming's first encounter with the concept of half-beginner proficiency. Nevertheless, he bore no disdain. Having such skills was commendable. If this was the power at a half-beginner level, what might mastery hold? He chuckled at the thought. Upon returning to the inn and preparing to order takeout, Qin Ming's phone suddenly forced a page redirect. Attention, all citizens. A yellow warning for wind and thunderstorm has been issued. In the next 8 hours, Yunhai City is expected to experience winds of level 18, accompanied by severe thunderstorms and localized heavy rainfall. All spirit masters are requested to assist the public in taking precautionary measures. The announcement repeated, "Attention, all citizens." Qin Ming inhaled sharply. Whether he would have lunch was trivial, and the continuation of the afternoon matches was now of little consequence. The pressing concern became whether the hotel would remain safe amidst winds of such ferocity. Cradling the petite and adorable Keita, he gazed out at the horizon obscured by ominous, heavy clouds, feeling a profound sense of vulnerability and helplessness. He longed for the security afforded by the imposing body of the mountain python. "Master brother, save me." In the Lingwu continent, natural disasters augmented by spiritual energy are exceedingly terrifying. The localized surge of spiritual energy can exert a certain suppression on the energy of spirit masters. Historical records recount that a decade ago, the neighboring mountain city was obliterated by geomagnetic tremors, with only a handful of master-level spirit masters surviving. Just 2 weeks post-graduation, Qin Ming certainly recalled the critical points from his history lessons. Could it be that he was about to witness history and become a part of it? No. Qin Ming was engulfed by a profound sense of insecurity, every hair on his body tingling with trepidation. Indeed, his calls went unanswered. The signal within the city was exceedingly unstable. Qin Ming now finds himself yearning for his elder brother, Master Zheng, and every formidable spirit master he has ever encountered. He laments not having exerted himself to the utmost in the past. Well, perhaps even relentless effort might have been insufficient. Yet, the desire to grow stronger, to at least safeguard himself and his companion, Keita, amidst the impending calamity, is more intense than ever before. Suddenly, a loud knock reverberates through the door. And before Qin Ming can respond, it bursts open with a resounding crash. Thank goodness, junior brother, you're here. Zheng Wenjie gasps, breathless. Master brother, third brother. I've located our junior brother. He calls out to the approaching group behind him. You received the alert, right? Just stay put and don't run around. Everything will be fine. You might not be aware, but many natural disasters are actually caused by legendary spirit beasts passing through. Our most powerful spirit master, King Bai, is nearby. With his intervention, this storm won't have dire consequences. With a sigh of relief, Qin Ming feels warmth spreading through his body, dispelling the chill that had settled within him. It's no wonder the warning is merely yellow, if the danger of a city-destroying catastrophe loomed. This yellow alert would be rather inadequate. He reflects on the fact that Zheng Wenjie was the first to find him and provide this reassurance. And he suddenly feels a deep appreciation for Zheng Wenjie's thoughtfulness. Perhaps next time, when he wishes to showcase something, he might reluctantly agree to support him. In the next moment, Zheng Wenjie gestures towards the sky, squinting into the distance. Hey, Qin Ming, what attribute do you think the legendary spirit beast passing through might possess? Qin Ming can only respond with a non-committal sound. Chapter 54. A perilous situation. Qin Ming wishes he could reciprocate the touching sentiment he felt just moments ago. Despite having received the warning notification and knowing that winds of level 18 are approaching, Zheng Wenjie still leans half his body out the window. Is he really so lacking in safety awareness? Can he still trust what he said earlier? The warmth that had just enveloped Qin Ming begins to dissipate once again. As he pulls Zheng Wenjie back, he looks helplessly towards his elder brother. It's all right, it's all right. What Zheng Wenjie said is mostly correct. His elder brother reassures him, providing a sense of calm. With the assurance that their lives are secure, Qin Ming's thoughts begin to churn with Zheng Wenjie's questions. Wind element? Water element? Thunder element? Based on the warning notification, he speculates about the possible attributes. However, it seems that other attributes could also be plausible. For instance, ice or fire. A significant temperature difference could also lead to severe convective weather. The tremors of space might also be a factor. As he continues to count possibilities, Qin Ming feels as though he will have to list every conceivable attribute. Each hypothesis seems to hold some validity, leaving even Zheng Wenjie unable to refute them. Oh, how I wish we could see it for ourselves, Zheng Wenjie sighs. If there is no threat to life, I too wish to witness it, Qin Ming agrees. The moment the network is cut off, it becomes clear that everyone is unable to remain idle, as long as there is a leading adventurous spark. It can ignite excitement in their hearts. Master brother, your mountain python is so powerful, it should be able to protect us, right? Yes, yes, we can just watch from a distance. Indeed, such an opportunity is rare. Their elder brother, swayed by their enthusiasm, yet burdened by the responsibility of ensuring everyone's safety, finds himself in a dilemma. Do you think the mountain python might also gain some insights from this? It's on the verge of a breakthrough. Qin Ming delivers a decisive blow, becoming the final straw tipping the scales. Their elder brother cannot resist this temptation. All right, we shall only observe from afar. If anything seems amiss, we will turn back immediately. He emphasizes repeatedly. Okay. Everyone eagerly responds. Adventure is permissible, but life is still paramount. They are not devoid of reason, driven solely by reckless passion. Let us prepare. We depart in 5 minutes. The group disperses in a flurry, some changing into waterproof jackets, others charging their phones, grabbing cameras, heading to the restroom, or communicating with their spirit beasts. Keita, if you sense that things are amiss, I will recall you to the spirit space. Qin Ming hesitates, but ultimately decides against recalling Keita to keep him company with little fatty just yet. Witnessing such a cataclysmic force is indeed a rare opportunity. If Keita could gain some insight and broaden his horizons, it would be splendid. He figures that Keita's battle instincts should provide some warning before danger strikes. Quack. Duck feels very unsafe right now, Keita candidly expresses, leaving Qin Ming exasperated. All right. Seeing how the midday sky is nearly obscured, I can understand. Do you wish to accompany us outside? Qin Ming inquires, eager to hear Keita's thoughts. Quack. If you go, Duck will also go. Quack. Duck must protect his spirit master, though Keita's safety largely relies on their elder brother's protection. It does not diminish Qin Ming's appreciation for Kata's current sentiments. Is everyone ready? 5 minutes will pass swiftly. The assembled group is brimming with anticipation. Junior brother, you will stay in the middle of the formation. I will lead. Zheng Wenjie will bring up the rear, and the rest will flank us. Their elder brother succinctly assigns roles. Thus, the 5-member team sets forth. The mountain python is released, its massive form shielding them from the howling winds, creating a small haven amidst the storm. Under the mountain python's protection, they venture several hundred meters toward the outskirts. The wind intensifies, and even the fiery flames of the lava chicken, capable of melting volcanic rock, provide insufficient warmth and illumination. Achio, achio-chio, a series of sneezes echo, signaling the group's deteriorating health. Mountain python, how much further do we have to go? SSSS. A few thousand meters more. Do we still wish to proceed? The farthest sight the group can see is the mountain python's glowing green eyes. There's nothing worth seeing. Shall we turn back? In the poor visibility, spirits begin to wane. They are not spirit beasts capable of night vision. Moreover, the eerie green glow of the python's eyes becomes unsettling after prolonged observation. Hearing this, the mountain python looks back to discern who among them is voicing complaints. The second elder brother, with his back to the python, feels a chill and promptly begins to move about to warm up. With better visibility, it might be a different story. Zheng Wenjie stubbornly maintains his facade of bravado. No sooner has he spoken than a bolt of lightning splits the sky, striking directly before them. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the earth trembles, and the world is illuminated in an instant. Zheng Wenjie swallows hard. Visibility is no longer of any concern. We must find a safe place. A voice, tinged with panic and breaking under the weight of fear, echoes. The wrath of nature is unpredictable. Had that lightning struck just a fraction off target, the consequences could have been dire. The group's faces pale. We must hurry back. Come back, Kata. Qin Ming immediately recalls Kata, in an utterly disheveled state. They follow the mountain python's glowing green gaze, fleeing in haste. At this moment, no one finds fault with that glimmering green light. It embodies the very essence of hope. Mountain python, don't blink. With the winds and rain raging, the mountain python occasionally blinks uncontrollably, causing the group's emotions to sway with each movement. The journey back proved to be far more arduous than the one that preceded it. The lightning served as a harbinger, heralding a tempest that grew increasingly ferocious. It was no longer merely a matter of mountain serpents blinking. The very eyes of the crowd struggled to remain open, their steps faltering beneath them, as they felt utterly at the mercy of the raging winds and torrential rains. Suddenly, a violent gust swept through, disorienting Qin Ming, and he found himself suspended in midair. What is happening? Am I about to take flight? In a reflexive struggle, he grasped onto something. Don't grab my pants, came the frantic cries of Zheng Wenjie. A hint of amusement sparked in Qin Ming, yet regardless of whether it was his own doing, he had no intention of letting go. Subsequently, he realized that the hem of his trousers was also being tugged by an unseen force. The humor evaporated from his expression. Maintaining this peculiar balance of forces, he dimly sensed that he was still advancing rapidly. Amidst the clouds, lightning began to brew once more, intermittently illuminating the dim surroundings. With the aid of this fleeting light, Qin Ming finally discerned the situation before him. The senior brother was astride the barreling mountain serpent, eyes closed in concentration, while Zheng Wenjie clung to him, and Qin Ming grasped Zheng Wenjie, with several others seemingly tethered behind. It was a veritable human kite. The serpent was magnificent. The senior brother was formidable. But wait, flying a kite in such tempestuous weather is tantamount to courting death. Chapter 55, Qilin. Qin Ming harbored no desire to fly a kite in a thunderstorm, nor to be the kite itself. However, there was no alternative, as descending was not an option. The silver lining was that the mountain serpent's speed would soon ensure their safety. The dark clouds, however, hinted that the lightning was nearing its peak intensity. Was this a race against life and death? Qin Ming could not discern whether the liquid on his face was the wrathful rain or tears of regret. Never again would I trust Zheng Wenjie. I'm nothing but a fool. Yet some objective realities refused to yield to subjective desires. In Qin Ming's desperate gaze, a blinding flash of lightning roared toward them like a beast unleashed. Unrooted waters, the senior brother bellowed. Countless slender streams of water materialized out of thin air, intertwining to form a net, akin to an inverted bowl, enveloping the mountain serpent and the long string of human kites. The formidable lightning struck the water net, vaporizing the moisture instantaneously, yet it was replenished by the combined efforts of their spirit beasts. Ultimately, the lightning was diverted, forced to change course and return to the earth, its thunderous roar echoing in vain. We did it. Though each individual appeared utterly disheveled, their hair resembling a collection of sea urchins, none could suppress the joy and pride swelling within. Even the spirit beast, Kada, had contributed to their success. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but the path ahead seemed significantly smoother. Despite the presence of swirling giant trees, half-remaining colossal advertisements, and various enigmatic objects obstructing their way, they navigated through without any further mishaps, safely returning. Upon reaching the hotel, the senior brother expressed his gratitude for their efforts before returning the nearly exhausted mountain serpent to the spirit realm for proper rest. Let us all take a breather. Fortunately, we emerged unscathed. The senior brother surveyed the pale faces of the group, confirming that no one was missing, except for Zheng Wenjie, who inexplicably held a wriggling, fresh fish in his hands, before he finally relaxed. In the span of just a few hundred meters, they had been tossed about for nearly an hour, having skipped lunch. Feeling quite fatigued, Qin Ming declined Zheng Wenjie's enthusiastic invitation for a grilled fish hot pot, preferring instead to retreat to his room for rest. After all, he had already competed in 2 matches earlier, unlike those who merely spectated, allowing them to fully indulge in the adventure without having shared the same burden. Grilled fish hot pot. What is so remarkable about that? I'll just go back to Blue Star for a feast instead. The culinary delights of the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star are unparalleled. Thanks to the feedback from the spirit beast Kada during his enhancement, Qin Ming discovered that the cooldown period for his transdimensional ability had also shortened after his breakthrough. He didn't pay much attention to the specifics, but now he could return. This continent was far too perilous. He longed to return to Blue Star for a grand meal and a good night's sleep. Summoning Kada to the bed, he relayed his intentions. Then, activating his ability, he unexpectedly felt a slight hitch in its execution. Perhaps he was simply too fatigued. He didn't dwell on it. What should I eat? Qin Ming pondered. Various renowned dishes flitting through his mind. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a fantastical creature, unmistakably not of Blue Star, staring back at him. With antlers sprouting from its head and fur ruffling as if stirred by an unseen wind, its scaled limbs crouched upon his luxurious bed. As he blinked and reopened his eyes, Qin Ming fervently wished this scene was merely an illusion. Human, where's this place? The being's voice was ethereal and melodic. Yet, Qin Ming's heart sank. Who are you, and where am I? A talking spirit beast, what level of being could it possibly be? Is Blue Star no longer safe? Oh, so I've made Blue Star unsafe. This is my home. I am Qin Ming. He responded somewhat nonsensically, largely unsure how to explain. If he were to mention another dimension, would it be displeased and retaliate? Could a single disagreement spell doom? Yet this is my home. You have invaded my personal space. As a sentient being, do you not feel any remorse? I implore you. You are trampling upon my exquisitely expensive mattress. Does your conscience not ache? Get down from there. But Qin Ming dared not move, only able to rage impotently within. My name is Qilin. This appears to be a peculiar dimension. I cannot perceive any spiritual energy. The being exhaled, exuding white mist that wafted through the air. Indeed, this was a realm devoid of spiritual energy. Since the being had detected this, Qin Ming saw no reason to conceal the truth. But Qilin, are you a bringer of auspicious omens? How did you come here? Encouraged by the being's amiable demeanor, Qin Ming grew bolder, unable to suppress his curiosity. I had wished to prevent my inept sibling from failing, and unexpectedly sensed an anomaly in space-time, which compelled me to follow. I never anticipated that among humans, one with your talents would emerge. Qilin did not mind Qin Ming's overtures, seemingly impressed by his abilities. Yet his deep-set eyes betrayed no emotion. Ha ha, Qin Ming chuckled awkwardly. Who is your sibling? His insatiable curiosity gnawed at him. Qilin's gaze flickered, but he remained silent. No worries, Qilin, soon enough, I'll be able to return to the original time and place. Qin Ming assured him confidently, then became more hospitable. Qilin, would you like something to eat? I have steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken. Cured meat. So, you have no interest? Well, I'll just go have lunch then. Qin Ming was ravenously hungry and felt he could perform a live eating show, which would be far more convincing. I've decided, beef noodle soup it is. A classic from yesteryears, with familiar flavors and aromas. Qin Ming's appetite surged, and he prepared 2 bowls. And Kada. Qin Ming summoned Kada and prepared another bowl. 3 large bowls of noodle soup arranged neatly before him. As he waited, the air was saturated with an intoxicating aroma, and Qin Ming felt almost entranced by the fragrance. How could such a thick mist envelop the scene before him? Amidst the swirling mist, how could there be No, dear Qi, please allow me. Indeed, this bowl is specially prepared for you, but it is not yet ready. Hence it has not been presented. Qi, if you could perhaps diminish your stature, otherwise this bowl would scarcely suffice to fill the gaps between your teeth. It was remarkable. Without any particular effort, Qilin's body had magically proportioned itself downwards, his shoulders now towering at approximately 1 5 meters, and his length at 7 meters. Alas, he is indeed a true powerhouse, possessing the legendary size-shifting trait of mystical beasts, leaving Qin Ming in awe. With utmost reverence, he presented the bowl of instant noodles that appeared to have been steeped to perfection. "Chi, please," he maintained the most charming smile, play-acting as the quintessential gold star waiter. The esteemed figure remained still, and Qin Ming dared not move his chopsticks until he did. Yet, in the end, the revered figure remained motionless, as the noodles obediently flew to his mouth. Was this a superpower? Or perhaps an advanced manipulation of water? Tears of envy welled at the corners of Qin Ming's eyes. He yearned to master such a skill. Alas, let us eat first, for the noodles are on the verge of congealing. As he slurped the noodles, he noticed a subtle curve at the corner of Qi Lin's eye, as if he were in a good mood. "This little duckling is your companion, is it not? As a gesture of gratitude for your hospitality, I shall gift you something in return." Qin Ming could not restrain the smile that crept upon his lips. How wonderful! Chapter 56. A token of gratitude. Qin Ming gestured for Qida to step forward quickly, seizing the opportunity granted by the great figure. Qi Lin gazed down at the petite Qida and slowly exhaled a breath of mist towards him. Qida, momentarily bewildered, instinctively inhaled deeply, and as the mist was absorbed into his body, a faint glow emanated from him. Qin Ming, who was intently observing Qida, did not miss this subtle transformation. Name: Xin Shueya Qida. Attribute: Water. Potential: Mid-tier Commander, 6/100. Level: 11. Skills: Water Gun, Perfect. Accumulation, Beginner. Battle Perception, Beginner. Sweet Dew Nourishment, Mastery. Secret Technique: Super Bubble, Beginner. Mid-tier Commander? A perfect level water gun. Qida's racial potential, along with all water-related skills and techniques, visibly surged to new heights. Moreover, the Sweet Dew Nourishment skill, which he acquired at mastery level, was rumored to be an advanced healing technique known as Ganzei Yuran. An exceptionally rare and powerful skill. What a windfall. It was not an evolution, but rather akin to one. Qi Lin's gift solidified Qida's foundation while preserving his opportunity for future evolution. If Qin Ming previously felt daunted by the seemingly insurmountable resource gap between himself and the prodigies of esteemed families, he could now boldly declare, "Who else is there?" To receive such a high-caliber return for a mere bowl of instant noodles, Qi Lin was indeed affluent. Every casual utterance bore treasures. One might even surmise that the noodles themselves never anticipated their value would soar to such heights. It was just instant noodles, after all. How could that be possible? Qi, when it comes to food, one must indulge. Are there any other flavors you wish to try? I have an abundance. Thanks to his prudent habit of stockpiling, Qin Ming found an array of instant noodle varieties, packaged, boxed, and cup noodles alike. Even if we cannot finish them, feel free to take some home. Do not hesitate. Qin Ming boasted, gesturing towards the mountain of noodles. I happen to have another mystical beast, although it is currently just an egg. Yet it greatly admires your presence, Qi. What do you think? Qin Ming rubbed his hands together sheepishly. Such a splendid affair deserves to involve both of my mystical beasts. Very well, Qi Lin nodded slightly. Then may I? Seeing Qi Lin's amiable demeanor, Qin Ming began to entertain whimsical thoughts about his own growth. Each creature has its nature. It cannot be forced to conform. Qi Lin interrupted Qin Ming's fanciful musings with a decisive refusal. All right then, he accepted the rejection gracefully, acknowledging the interspecies barrier. However, after gathering up the assorted instant noodles, Qi Lin offered Qin Ming some valuable advice. If you can cultivate a gifted mystical beast through a contract, the future will surely unfold in your favor. Qin Ming nodded thoughtfully, opting not to disturb Qi Lin, who had closed his eyes to rest. I inhale. Qida, who was at Qi Lin's side, seemed to find little effect from the mist. Qin Ming signaled. In perfect agreement, Qida nodded vigorously as he inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the excessive inhalation. Qin Ming felt slightly dizzy from the carbon dioxide and decided to slow down. He relinquished the bedroom to Qi Lin and led Qida to the living room. Qida, you can perform Sweet Dew Nourishment, right? Qida closed his eyes in concentration and confidently flapped his tiny wings. Good, now try it on me. Qin Ming extended his left index finger, which bore a fresh scratch from rummaging through the cabinets. Qida began to cast his skill, and countless azure orbs of light spread from him to Qin Ming, creating a surreal visual spectacle. The sensation was even more dreamlike, so comfortable and relaxing, akin to a blissful reverie, as Qin Ming closed his eyes and savored the moment. After a brief interval, the scratch on his finger vanished, and his head no longer felt dizzy. Wow, my chronic dermatitis has healed too. My hair seems to be more voluminous. Qida, you are a genius. I believe I have stumbled upon the pathway to prosperity on Blue Star. Though Qida could not comprehend Qin Ming's words, he observed his enthusiasm and responded with cheerful cries. Qi Lin's extraordinary assistance must be cherished. Qin Ming pulled out his phone and began to place a flurry of takeout orders. Sweet, spicy, salty, food, drink, and entertainment. Whatever could be delivered, regardless of price. He swept through the selections with abandon. Qin Ming was unperturbed by the prospect of waste. Considering Qi Lin's ability to change size at will, his appetite must surely match, even if Qi Lin refrained from offering more. The value he bestowed upon Qida alone far exceeded what could be justified, making this unlimited supply worthwhile. Thus, Qin Ming felt no reluctance, despite harboring a few fleeting thoughts. For instance, Qi Lin might linger, reluctant to depart, becoming a guardian on Qin Ming's path of growth. Alternatively, Qi Lin might be busy with official duties but could return as a patron, occasionally visiting Qin Ming's small business, perhaps bringing along small gifts. Qin Ming would not mind. As Qin Ming indulged in these fanciful thoughts, the efficiency of the takeout service was commendable. After setting a time for delivery and noting that there were elderly individuals at home, requesting no doorbell ringing and to leave the food at the doorstep within an hour, Qin Ming quietly amassed a grand spread of delectable dishes, some even thoughtfully replated. "Qi, the meal is ready. Would you care for another bite?" "Indeed. What we had earlier was merely afternoon tea. Now it is time for the main course." Invited by Qin Ming's warm hospitality, Qi Lin inhaled the complex and rich aromas wafting through the air and graciously accepted. As for Qin Ming, though he could not eat anymore, he could offer company. "Qi, are legendary mystical beasts all as friendly and gentle as you?" As he lavished compliments, Qin Ming sought to unearth various tidbits of information. "Is it true that only mystical beasts with a certain level of power can sense my gifts and approach me like you do?" Qin Ming remained quite concerned about his safety and that of Blue Star. After all, who could predict the temperament of the next mystical beast? You should be able to control them. The true authority lies within you. But how does one exert that control? In the silence of Qilin, Qin Ming came to the realization that he had misdirected his inquiries regarding interspecies matters. Thus, he transitioned to a new topic. "Do you believe my talent for traversing dimensions could extend to bringing outsiders or uncontracted spirit beasts?" Indeed, Qilin interjected before Qin Ming could fully digest the potential repercussions. "If you provide specific coordinates, any being capable of physically traversing the void can accompany you." A twitch of discomfort crossed Qin Ming's lips. "You truly are remarkable, esteemed one. Are there any spirit masters in the world today who possess such abilities?" "Currently, none exist, but theoretically, it is possible," Qilin replied with meticulous precision. As Qilin methodically consumed the entirety of the banquet laid before them, Qin Ming found himself momentarily bewildered upon regaining focus. It was evident that while Qilin's specific preferences eluded him, the sheer veracity was unmistakable. This was Qin Ming's most immediate realization. After finishing, Qilin, considering the frail constitution of spirit masters, offered a measured piece of advice. "I would not recommend indulging in these dishes excessively, as they contain toxins harmful to the human body. If you wish to cultivate toxin resistance, you may experiment, but given the scarcity of spiritual energy here, I would advise against it." With reasoned logic, Qilin floated several plates, their previous contents now indiscernible, into Qin Ming's view. "Is this even acceptable? What do you mean by cultivating toxin resistance?" Qin Ming, relying on the patterns and shapes of the plates, struggled to identify each dish. He held unwavering faith in Qilin's quality control and promptly blacklisted and reported several establishments that warranted low ratings. "Qilin, what do you think about Kata's current state and its future cultivation and development?" Qin Ming swiftly redirected the conversation, seizing every opportunity for guidance. After a brief silence, during which Qin Ming expected no reply, Qilin began. "Some spirit beasts are born with innate abilities to master certain laws, rendering some inquiries beyond my capability to answer. However, 4 water attribute spirit beasts, immersing themselves in the essence of water found in nature will invariably be beneficial. The drifting rain, the vast ocean, the tranquil lake. Each form of water possesses its own unique characteristics, and you can take them to explore." Qin Ming experienced an epiphany, gaining insight into the future trajectory of Kata. And what of spirit beasts with spatial attributes? How might they grow? His mind drifted to the rotund companion, and he sensed that Qilin possessed extraordinary knowledge regarding spatial attributes. "Spatial attributes are rare. Do you truly possess such an opportunity?" Qilin paused, contemplating Qin Ming's query. Spirit beasts of spatial attributes are not unheard of, but they predominantly inhabit another realm, seldom appearing in the spirit martial continent. Thus, they are indeed quite rare for spirit masters. Perhaps satisfied with the banquet he had been treated to, or perhaps out of a sense of obligation, Qilin's demeanor was gentle, and he answered every question posed. "What about spirit beasts with time attributes?" Qilin's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Perhaps unable to fathom why such a seemingly fragile spirit master would wish to delve into the realm of time, Was it sheer curiosity? Humans are such curious creatures. Time attribute spirit beasts are truly rare. Even in my millennia of existence, I have encountered but a few. As Qilin reflected on the past, he managed to unearth a fragment of valuable information. A handful exist, but they are of comparable strength to myself, he added, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Ming, who understood the implication behind Qilin's words. This revelation shattered Qin Ming's hopes. Then these few are not worth considering, he comprehended. A spark of ingenuity ignited within him. Perhaps he had not yet been condemned to despair. Do they have offspring? Single. Qilin's response extinguished Qin Ming's last flicker of hope. Considering that he himself could not hope to live for countless years, he placed unwavering trust in Qilin's experiences, thus abandoning any thoughts of acquiring a time attribute spirit beast contract within the spirit martial continent. That truly seems more far-fetched than Little Fat's dieting aspirations. In comparison, he felt that the possibility of his own endeavors on Blue Star held more promise. What about myself? Qilin, please share any insights you might have. As the visions for Kata and Little Fat's futures began to take form under the guidance of a master, Qin Ming found himself eager for direction. I recognize the interspecies challenges, but my desire for advancement is overwhelming. After persistent inquiries, Qilin paused in reflection before hesitantly responding. From what I observe, spirit masters possess limited lifespans, yet commendable potential. However, their strength primarily derives from the feedback of their contracted spirit beasts. Nonetheless, this very aspect implies that, in a certain sense, humans are unbound by bloodline constraints, capable of transcending their limits. As long as your partner's strength reaches a certain level, you will naturally break through. I understand that once one becomes a master-level spirit master, human physical capabilities will rival those of spirit beasts. But I do not wish to remain perpetually in their shadow. Is there no other avenue? I possess mental and spiritual energy. Qin Ming yearned to be more than just a support for warriors. He aspired to be a commanding spirit master. He desired everything, wanting to possess it all, yet without the necessity of dependence. I comprehend your intent. It has become clear to me why some spirit beasts are willing to risk everything to protect their spirit masters, Qilin remarked, rising to meet Qin Ming's gaze with profound intensity. However, this path must be one you explore on your own. You possess great potential, and I eagerly anticipate your growth. Their conversation extended into the late hours, and only then did Qin Ming and his companions silently return to the spirit martial continent. Upon their return, the abundant spiritual energy invigorated Qin Ming, filling him with a sense of comfort. Qilin, too, felt the rejuvenation of his own spiritual energy, only to discover a subtle yet undeniable enhancement in his physique, one that had stagnated for millennia. Is this the refinement brought forth by time travel? Qilin pondered, his gaze toward Qin Ming growing more intricate. Unaware of Qilin's contemplations, Qin Ming lifted the previously concealed covering and, without inquiring about Little Fat's willingness, raised the exquisite egg high. Qilin, this is what I referred to as my second spirit, the previously mentioned spatial attribute spirit beast. Ah, it seems somewhat heavier. Qin Ming remarked with satisfaction as he weighed it in his hands. Qilin approached to examine it closely, even taking a moment to sniff it, his elongated brows furrowing slightly. Do you have any idea how long it typically takes for spatial attribute spirit beasts to hatch? Qin Ming sensed a foreboding shift. Several hundred years, Qilin answered without hesitation. Dazed, Qin Ming instinctively began contemplating how a spirit master might live and structure their life to achieve such longevity. Was this the secret to raising turtles? Waiting to see who lives longer? A pervasive sense of despair settled upon him. The spatial stability of this continent is not conducive to the growth of spatial attribute spirit beasts, which is why they inhabit a different realm, Qilin elucidated, reflecting on the extent to which he has fostered the potential for growth and breakthrough within the other, even if Qin Ming himself remains unaware of it. Qilin has resolved to offer assistance once more. Allow me to guide you there. I happen to be acquainted with the elder in that vicinity. Upon arriving in that realm, your spirit beast will soon be ready to hatch. Qilin's words, delivered with casual nonchalance, nonetheless left Qin Ming utterly astounded. Is this the perspective and lineage of a true master? As Qin Ming felt a surge of hope, he was immensely grateful. Chapter 58, The Dispute. Brother Qi, when shall we set forth? Qin Ming, cradling the exquisite egg, was brimming with anticipation. You shouldn't be in such a hurry. I need to speak with my younger brother first, Qilin replied, gazing thoughtfully out at the deepening twilight. Right, how could I forget? Go swiftly and return safely. Brother Qi, having witnessed the terror of natural disasters and mindful of his own frail constitution, Qin Ming had no intention of following along to observe the spectacle. He lamented the fact that his rapport with the formidable Qilin had yet to reach a more substantial level as he watched Qilin's figure vanish in an instant. Subsequently, Qin Ming embarked on an exceedingly unreliable form of prenatal education. Little fatty, did you catch a glimpse of the master's grandeur? Take notes. Hey, little fatty. Don't run away. I want to try teleportation too. You must take me along once you're out. Qin Ming placed great expectations on the silent, yet evasive little fatty. If you want to speak, I'll assume you've agreed. He mused, by the way. It seems the contract sensing today is a bit off. It must be the fault of this dreadful weather. Qin Ming spoke with such conviction that he nearly convinced himself. Content with the inequitable and advantageous terms of his recently signed contract, Qin Ming drifted into a peaceful slumber, indifferent to the tempest raging outside. In the vast wilderness, thousands of meters away, two towering beasts, each over 100 meters high, stood in silent confrontation beneath the cover of night. The terrifying aura emanating from these colossal creatures sent birds and beasts fleeing within a kilometer radius, transforming the area into a veritable forbidden zone of life. The surroundings were desolate, accompanied only by the rolling thunder overhead. My brother, Fire Lin, what on earth are you doing? The questioner. A beast whose entire body appeared forged from the depths of the ocean's ice, shimmered with a ghostly blue light, its form ethereal, reminiscent of a traditional ink wash painting. Roar. Flames erupted from the earth's core, with crimson scales reflecting blood, and where its feet tread, magma blossomed like a lotus. Fire Lin raised its head, golden eyes mirroring the form of the interrogator, its deep voice rumbling. Brother, these humans have stolen my provisions prepared for my slumber. Am I not entitled to reclaim them? Provisions? Qi Lin's eyes sparkled with the cosmos as he pondered for a moment before turning to inquire. What do the humans you have observed in the shadows say? Upon hearing this, Fire Lin paused, directing its attention to a certain void. A white-haired elder appeared silently, standing atop a massive, bird-like spirit beast. His stature as upright as a pine tree. Esteemed legendary beasts, our summer kingdom is a vast and illustrious nation. We would not stoop to engage in such thievery. Could there be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? The plains where I nurture my provisions have been excavated by humans to build their dwellings. Fire Lin roared to the heavens, lightning splitting the sky as it bellowed. May I inquire, how long have you slumbered? The elder astutely seized the crux of the matter. Not long. Merely a century or so, Fire Lin snorted dismissively. Fire Lin, a century? The provisions you speak of are long since ownerless or perhaps have developed sentience, migrating and reproducing. Do not be foolish. Qi Lin expressed his exasperation towards his younger brother, still quite immature. Brother Qi, why do you protect these feeble humans? Fire Lin voiced its grievances. You are biased. Qi Lin felt weary yet endeavored to counsel. The Qilin has historically protected its domain. Very well, I shall cease my disturbances. But you must compensate me for my provisions. Fire Lin swiftly interrupted his brother's lengthy discourse, revealing its true intent. Qi Lin's silence was deafening. For a moment, he chose to ignore Fire Lin and instead turned his gaze back to the elder. I apologize for the inconvenience. I shall restore the damaged terrain at a later time. For now, I will take Fire Lin to another space. With that, the space surrounding Fire Lin shattered, and the immense creature was swept away without recourse for escape. Phew. Thankfully, there was someone reasonable. How can there be such a disparity among legendary beasts? As the sky began to clear and the devastation on the ground became evident, the Day King, who had fretted all night, let out a deep sigh. Boss, that Fire Lin's strength. Even we brothers together should be able to handle it. The great eagle, unable to empathize with the elder's fatigue, comforted him from its own perspective. Even if we could defeat it, we cannot engage in battle indiscriminately. Who will repair the destruction caused by such fighting? The Day King felt even more exhausted at the thought of his group being composed solely of reckless brutes, lacking any refined skills for restoring the landscape. Moreover, he was relieved that they had not acted impulsively today. The brother who appeared later possessed some unfathomable strength. A flicker of concern flashed in the Day King's eyes. Nevertheless, the spatial attribute is quite delightful. When in a foul mood, one can simply change locations, ensuring complete confidentiality. When will our nation finally produce a truly formidable spatial attribute, Celestial Lord? Boss, isn't your old friend already a master-level spirit master? My old friend, Chu Wuxi, swore not to break through until he finds a new spatial spirit beast contract. Upon saying this, the Day King sighed deeply. Though he may be in a different realm, I can understand, but truly, he is as stubborn as a mule. Brother, I've calmed down. Why do you still strike me? Fire Lin, having taken on a mimicry form, sported bruises and looked incredulous. But it was quite exhilarating, so I shall bear no grudge. The irony was not lost on Fire Lin, who had initiated the confrontation. Now that the fighting is done, where are my provisions? Fire Lin looked eagerly at its brother, remembering the important matter. Qi Lin almost retorted, asking when he had ever agreed to that. Yet to avoid further needless disputes, he began rummaging through his spatial storage. multi-tailed spirit fish, 7-colored celestial goldfish, treasure lotus fish, red and white koi, pearl fish, beef instant noodles, tomato instant noodles. Ultimately, Qi Lin shared a bit of each variety to silence Fire Lin's demands. I suggest you transform into the smallest form. This way, the experience will be even better. Qi Lin offered practical advice. Wishing to avoid having this insatiable creature return shortly for more, Fire Lin contemplated this and began to shrink until it reached the size of a cat, the smallest it could possibly become. Indeed, gazing at the now enlarged provisions before him, Fire Lin felt a sense of fulfillment, roaring joyously as it dove into the feast. Qi Lin glanced at the obedient Fire Lin and tore through the space, returning the way he came. As he stepped onto the scorched earth, the rocky layers writhed as if alive, the fractured ridges reconnecting with a thunderous roar. The crevices filled with meandering streams, the riverbanks lush with green grass, bursting with life, as if time itself had reversed. Chapter 59, The Display. My spirit beast, having endured the trials of last night, has significantly enhanced its mastery over water elemental energy. My golden armored crab has also made progress. Its skill, the water pincer strike, has finally reached mastery. The second senior brother, who had exerted considerable effort yesterday, was equally elated. Senior brother, your mountain python must have reaped even greater rewards, correct? Someone inquired of the spirit beast that had exerted the most effort the previous day. The senior brother smiled without replying. Certainly. Even my fire chicken has claimed to have gained insights into water attribute energy. As Zheng Wenjia's words echoed, the atmosphere fell into silence. What insights has the fire chicken gained? Upon reaching the entrance of the reserved dining booth, Qin Ming was intrigued by the audacious remarks of Zheng Wenjia. Thus he interjected, shattering the silence. You've arrived. Zheng Wenjia turned around, finally noticing Qin Ming, who had just stepped in. Hui Yinji declared that he had definitively established his disdain for water attributes, suggesting that he should not be summoned out on such days in the future. Zheng Wenjia, with a mischievous grin, chuckled at the prank. Is that all? I thought you had something monumental to share. The crowd responded with a chorus of derisive boos. Junior brother, your Kata is still quite young. It performed admirably yesterday. The elder brother tactfully interjected. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, taken aback. However, Zheng Wenjia was less discerning, boldly proclaiming, Qin Ming, it's perfectly normal that your Kata didn't grasp anything last night. There's no need to be disheartened. Just accumulate more experience. His implication was clear. He had already assumed Kata achieved nothing the previous day. Acknowledging Kata's limitations, the group collectively accepted this conclusion. Qin Ming squinted his eyes, feeling a flicker of defiance. Who said my Kata had gained nothing? Just as he was pondering how to articulate Kata's significant breakthrough, he felt a surge of joy within. What a splendid opportunity. Were these individuals truly gathered to discuss the previous day's outcomes? How Navi, clearing his throat, he prepared to actively engage in this competition. My Kata, upon observing the cut on my hand from yesterday, felt a pang of sympathy. Guess what? As the crowd's interest peaked, Qin Ming continued. It unexpectedly learned a healing skill. He animatedly gestured as he spoke. What? Zheng Wenjia exclaimed, his astonishment causing his fork to clatter to the ground. I didn't anticipate Kata to be so concerned for me, Qin Ming remarked, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. Enough, stop right there. Zheng Wenjia interrupted, clearly uninterested in Qin Ming's sentiments, as he had a friend who felt quite unwell after hearing such news. The crowd, composed of trustworthy individuals who had shared a harrowing experience the previous day, were no longer surprised by Qin Ming's revelations. I'm not finished yet, Qin Ming protested, feeling his eloquent performance interrupted. I know. Kata comprehended a healing skill. Zheng Wenjia gritted his teeth. No, you have no idea, Qin Ming declared, locking eyes with Zheng Wenjia with unwavering conviction. Zheng Wenjia was momentarily taken aback by Qin Ming's resolute gaze, primarily because he was genuinely perplexed. Kata's skills have also unexpectedly advanced. Surprised, aren't you? Hee. Zheng Wenjia inhaled deeply, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief, finally rolling his eyes several times. Alright, so it's just a water gun? A breakthrough in water skills isn't shocking. Proficiency has just improved, right? Congratulations. His tone was complex, his expression somewhat sinister, indicating a lack of sincerity. Proficiency is far from sufficient. It's perfection, Qin Ming exclaimed, raising both hands skyward as if to express gratitude for the gifts of the universe. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, and Qin Ming turned to see the glass in the hands of his second brother had shattered. Oh no, it seems someone innocent has been harmed. A twinge of remorse flickered in Qin Ming's heart. Second brother, I truly did not mean for this to happen. What else is there? You might as well tell me everything at once, Zheng Wenjia exclaimed, resigned to the situation. And nothing more, Qin Ming replied, glancing at the expression of his second brother. sensing that the crowd's capacity for further revelations was limited, and today was not the time to add more weight. Really nothing more? Zheng Wenjie pressed for confirmation. Should be nothing more, Qin Ming said, his expression somewhat melancholic. What do you mean by should be? It is indeed nothing. Now, focus on your meal. Silence is golden. With that, Qin Ming hastily departed. You disrespectful brat. Where are my utensils? Zheng Wenjie scratched his head, searching the table in confusion. Qin Ming quietly offered a new set of cutlery. No need, I've got my own. Zheng Wenjie replied, only for Qin Ming to silently reclaim his own. After their candid exchange, everyone in attendance, regardless of their knowledge or ignorance, had passively absorbed the entire conversation. Consequently, apart from the two of them, the rest of the gathering found their appetites and conversational spirits somewhat diminished, reflected in their vacant expressions and hollow gazes. Yet, Qin Ming and Zheng Wenjie were ravenous. This dish is delicious. Do have more, Zheng Wenjie encouraged. Absolutely. Qin Ming readily complied. After satisfying their appetites, the group, having received notice of the competition's suspension, found themselves at a loss for activities. Shall we revisit the site of yesterday's incident? Zheng Wenjie suggested first. A splendid idea. The weather is clear now. Surely the situation has been resolved. With little dissent, the group set off once more. As they journeyed halfway into an open expanse, the elder brother, prioritizing safety, released the Pan Mountain Python. Qin Ming observed closely. Name, Pan Mountain Python. Attribute, water. Species level, low-ranking monarch. Evaluation, shedding energy reserves. 10 low-ranking emperor, 70 high-ranking monarch, 20 mid-ranking monarch. The silent elder brother had indeed made remarkable progress. The probability of various species potential following the snake's shedding was nothing short of transformative. Even if the elder brother could not discern the precise data as Qin Ming could, he still felt the sensation of enhancement. Should fortune favor him, the emergence of a spirit beast with emperor-level potential was not out of reach. With this thought, Qin Ming, while Kato was distracted, gently caressed the scales of the great serpent in gratitude for its protection throughout their journey. The group had initially expected the surroundings to grow increasingly desolate. Yet to their astonishment, the environment improved with each step, the air became crisp, and the scenery delightful. It was as though everything from the previous day had been an illusion, leaving no trace behind. Hey, Kato, do you think Chigo has been here? Qin Ming was taken aback, realizing that they had indeed arrived at their destination. It was said that Yunhai City had experienced rapid development in recent years. With significant changes around the city's periphery, little did they expect to find such a well-preserved locale. The second brother marveled in awe. Indeed. Why don't we rest here for a while? The elder brother proposed. Having traversed wild trails for several hours with no fruitful results, the group felt somewhat fatigued. Qin Ming held an entirely different perspective, though he found it difficult to articulate. This place should be safe, right? Qi Gu is reliable in his endeavors. Isn't? A slight tension crept into Qin Ming's throat as he swallowed nervously. Chapter 60, The Little Beast. The group enjoyed a picnic in the picturesque outdoors, their spirits lifted and laughter echoing. Yet, Qin Ming felt a gnawing anxiety, unable to embrace the relaxed and joyful atmosphere. His defenses were heightened, as if suffering from a persecution complex, convinced that a pair of malevolent eyes were watching him from the shadows. Oh well, hand over the delicious food. A commanding yet not overly forceful roar reverberated in Qin Ming's ears. He swiftly turned around to find a small red beast, the size of a kitten, pouncing towards him with claws bared. Despite having sidestepped, the next moment, darkness enveloped his vision. Please don't claw my face. Qin Ming shielded his face with one hand while using the other to grasp the nape of the small red beast, pulling it forcefully outward. After a brief struggle, he managed to firmly control the creature despite its frantic attempts to scratch him. The red beast emitted continuous growls that might have been laced with foul language. But Qin Ming, relying on his ignorance of its words, paid little heed. Upon closer inspection, he found the little creature rather plump and endearing. And after weighing it in his hands, he confirmed it was not merely a product of excess fat. Let me see what manner of spirit beast you are. So audacious as to present yourself, Qin Ming declared, pulling out his phone to scan it. Scanning. Retrieval failed. Please try again later. Unfazed by this setback, Qin Ming checked his signal strength and even tested it on the large snake beside him, finding no issues. He once more directed his phone at the red beast. Retrieval failed. Please try again later. Something felt amiss. Qin Ming scrutinized the creature. It had two short horns atop its head, elongated hooves, and its body was covered in fine, golden red scales that shimmered like flames in the sunlight. This seemed oddly familiar. Chigu, he pondered. Even if it were his brother, it couldn't be possible. The size and color were all wrong. Nothing matched. How could he entertain such a terrifying thought? Tentatively, he shook the small beast again. Having merely scratched his hand, Qin Ming felt a sudden release of tension. I must have been overly paranoid. Where would so many legendary spirit beasts come from? After all, creatures with 4 hooves and horns were not overly abundant. Perhaps it was simply a sheep that had grown a bit too plump, although its cries did seem a tad off. Come, mimic me. Qin Ming began to croak out the sound, earnestly attempting to teach. A woo, teaching failure. Then let us try again. Qin Ming continued undeterred. A woo, teaching failure. Suddenly, it struck him that the little beast bore a resemblance to a chubby orange cat from Blue Star, igniting a whimsical idea. Then how about meow meow? The small creature's expression froze, its pupils quivering in surprise. Qin Ming, overjoyed at his significant teaching achievement, erupted in applause. However, when he attempted to coax the creature into repeating the sound, it fell silent. Very well, Master Brother. What does it generally signify when a spirit beast eludes information retrieval? Still feeling a twinge of unease, Qin Ming cradled the withdrawn little beast and sought confirmation. Only exceedingly rare spirit beasts elude our database. Under normal circumstances, they are not encountered, Master Brother patiently explained. Is there truly no exception? Qin Ming, now holding a small beast that had resigned to its fate, felt his composure wavering. You refer to the one in your grasp, correct? Master Brother quickly discerned. Common animals that are not spirit beasts also cannot be scanned, as they reproduce and evolve too rapidly and possess little value. Thus, we do not typically catalog or study them. Ah, I see. Qin Ming smiled, feeling reassured. Are you considering keeping it as a pet? Master Brother saw through Qin Ming's intentions, but remained skeptical. It would be an arduous endeavor. They can be quite difficult to tame. That's quite all right. I feel a special connection with it. Qin Ming beamed at the small beast nestled in his arms. The more he looked at it, the more he thought it bore a slight resemblance to Qi Go, a fitting keepsake. Having improved his life through formations and crystals, Qin Ming no longer worried about his ability to care for a mere ordinary animal. What shall I name you? Little Red? Little Meow? Little Me? Qin Ming mused, overwhelmed by the plethora of delightful names. Oh well, you're doomed. Once I break my brother's seal, I shall make you pay. That's not how you say it. It's Meow, Qin Ming persisted, demonstrating earnestly. The barbecue is ready. You can come eat. Qin Ming called out. He had been allocated 3 skewers of meat, each a meter long, ample for a normal person to fill their stomach after just one. Here, you have one, I have one, and there's another. Little fatty can't finish it. Do you want some? Qin Ming noticed the little beast had seemingly come out of its shell, its bright eyes filled with a hunger for meat. Very well. I'll share a little, but let us not waste any. Qin Ming carefully slid a portion off the skewer and tentatively offered it to the small beast. The creature devoured the meat ravenously, performing an impressive vanishing act before Qin Ming's eyes. What was astonishing was how it managed to keep the bamboo skewer intact. Not a single piece spat out. Eating barbecue without discarding the skewer? What exceptional teeth and digestive system you possess, Qin Ming observed, gazing at the now barely there skewer in his hand before studying the beast's unassuming little teeth in silence. Being able to eat is a blessing. Qin Ming attempted to convince himself, continuing to feed it. One must have an idea of their pet's appetite, after all. In no time, half of the meter-long skewer had vanished. Qin Ming patted the little beast's round belly, which, surprisingly, had not grown any rounder despite the copious amounts of meat it had consumed. Where did it all go? A bottomless pit? Undeterred, Qin Ming continued to feed it until the entire skewer had been consumed, and both their gazes had become refreshingly clear and innocent. No worries, Kuda. You may continue eating, Qin Ming reassured, halting Kuda from reaching for the remaining skewer that he had offered. Indeed, even Kuda, as a spirit beast, had not finished a single skewer. Looking around, Qin Ming suddenly realized, this pet, perhaps it is not essential to keep. With such an appetite, the wild was undoubtedly where it truly belonged. In less than a meal's time, Qin Ming's perspective had shifted, and he intended to release the small beast. Please don't bite my clothes. Let go, let go. Yikes, you're scratching my flesh. Kuda, sweet and nourishing. Moments later, Qin Ming's body was restored to its pristine state, yet his tattered clothing bore witness to the injustice he had suffered. Kuda, now that you're full, stretch your limbs and continue honing your skills. Clad in ragged attire, Qin Ming felt invigorated. Kuda responded enthusiastically, although he had gained a slight advantage. The necessity of daily training remained paramount. Consistent effort leads to remarkable changes. Even the smallest drops can carve through stone over time. Observing Kuda's unwavering dedication, Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 61, Fish Frying. Kuda effortlessly controlled the power and trajectory of its water gun skill, even crafting picturesque landscapes with it. Qin Ming watched the whimsical training session with delight. The languid little beast half opened its eyes, observing the harmonious interaction between the spirit master and his beast, before rolling over with an indifferent snort. Kuda, try diving again and see if you can amplify the power of the super bubble skill. Let us catch some fish for dinner. Having relinquished some of the barbecue without completely satiating his hunger, Qin Ming's thoughts flowed freely. I've got it covered. Kuda responded joyfully, gracefully leaping into the stream. The water was crystal clear, exuding quality as if it had just been drawn from the depths of the earth. Surely, the fish nurtured in such pristine water would be delectable, Qin Ming thought with anticipation. Kuda, now proficient in the super bubble technique, was no longer erratic or unreliable. Even without charging, its power was formidable. Underwater, Kuda unleashed a super bubble, causing the surface to explode into a towering spray of water. Boom! A resounding explosion captured the attention of those nearby. The prowess of the junior disciple's skill was indeed formidable. The second elder brother, who was assessing the power of the golden armored crab's pincers, was rendered almost speechless with envy. The little beast, on the verge of dozing off, was jolted awake by the sudden noise. It sensed a faint ripple of energy and could not fathom how such a small creature could unleash such force. It was akin to witnessing an ant dragging off a kitten. The scene was both bizarre and incongruous. The little beast rubbed its large eyes, abandoning any thought of sleep. The tremendous shockwave from the supercavitation disoriented a multitude of fish in the water. Both Kuda and Qin Ming had no time for anything else. They hurriedly collaborated to toss the fish onto the shore. The repetitive motion of bending down to throw the slippery fish was quite exhausting, and the efficiency was notably low. Kuda, would you like to enhance the power of this skill even further? Qin Ming revealed a mysterious smile once more. Although Qin Ming was sometimes surprisingly unpredictable, he always delivered on his promises. Thus, Kuda unconditionally trusted his spirit master. Anticipation glimmered in Kuda's eyes as he looked at Qin Ming. With a wave of his hand, Qin Ming beckoned Kuda closer. You can't possibly be daydreaming. The vigilant little beast shook its ears and smiled disdainfully. Let us see what tricks you can conjure. Thus, the little beast watched the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. Do you understand? Qin Ming's words were cryptic. Kuda nodded earnestly. Thanks to his remarkable hearing, the little beast had followed the entire conversation, but was now utterly lost amid the abrupt narrative jumps. Its mind filled with question marks. The little beast, priding itself on its exceptional talents, though still young, had seen much of the world and had never encountered such nonsensical dialogue. It concluded that these were mere attention seekers, unworthy of consideration. Feeling as though it had swallowed a mouthful of air, the little beast grew lethargic and was about to fall asleep again when bang! An even louder explosion erupted the next moment. The little beast sprang up in alarm, witnessing an astonishing display of fish raining down from the sky. Awoo! Awoo! The little beast, now exceedingly agitated, began to pace in circles on the grass. Its reluctance to get wet was one reason, but more significantly, it was utterly baffled. What had happened to the spirit masters? Was this truly a conventional method of practicing skills? Nothing seemed right. Could it be that I'm still half asleep? The little beast howled to the sky, momentarily engulfed in self-doubt. After a brief moment, it shook its paw, dispelling its inner turmoil, and resolved to keep a close watch on Qin Ming, determined to uncover the truth of the matter. Next time, it vowed to get to the bottom of it. The little beast glared intently at Qin Ming. Unperturbed by external disturbances, Qin Ming remained intensely focused on the burgeoning success of their fishing endeavor, silently commending himself. It was worth every moment spent alongside Kuda, pouring over 2 hours worth of underwater footage on supercavitation fish torpedoes. Each aspect, from launch angles to timing and principles, was meticulously analyzed. He had even stayed up late studying various papers' data and hypotheses, translating them into comprehensible terms for Kuda. After a full day and night of effort, consuming 2 kilowatts of electricity and shedding a pile of hair, the efficiency of their fishing venture, evidenced by the fish cascading through the air, bore witness to the remarkable growth of both Qin Ming and Kuda, along with their diligent efforts. Exhausting, yet rewarding. What a delightful experience. Junior brother, the power of your charged skill is truly astounding. Spirit beasts below level 20 dare not face it. The second elder brother approached, his eyes widening in astonishment. It seemed that, in the eyes of the elder brothers, this was how the situation unfolded, which explained the absence of awestruck admirers. They were unaware that this was merely the skill's power without the boost from charging. Had it been charged, the force would have been unimaginable. In any case, Qin Ming was thoroughly satisfied with the training results, for charging was indeed a challenging endeavor. In combat, charging equated to skipping a turn, a gamble that could yield unfavorable outcomes. In the wild, seasoned spirit beasts, honed by countless battles and instinctively attuned to combat, would hardly grant one the opportunity to charge up without interruption. They were not fools. Ultimately, with a bounty of rewards, Qin Ming entrusted a hefty portion of food and his confidence to the master brother, who was just finishing grilling meat and preparing to rest. Under the Master Brother's watchful gaze, Qin Ming turned and departed. Just thinking about waking up to a delicious afternoon tea made life seem truly splendid. Although the others were unaware, Qin Ming had been laboring tirelessly for quite some time and desperately needed a midday nap to recuperate. Kuda was also rather fatigued. The harmonious synchronization of Spirit Master and Spirit Beast manifested in their routines. Sleep, sleep. Qin Ming felt drowsy, but the little beast, having been disturbed multiple times, was far from content. The more it struggled to grasp the situation, the more anxious it became, and the more anxious it grew. The less it could bear to see others at peace. Awoo, awoo. Hey, don't grab me. Qin Ming instinctively resisted the little beast's playful disturbances, which were not too forceful. Sleep well, grow tall, and I'll give you fish later. Qin Ming, still yearning for slumber, made a casual promise. Strangely enough, the little beast, deemed an ordinary animal, surprisingly ceased its antics. Yet Qin Ming was too exhausted to notice. Even if he did, he would likely dismiss it as coincidence. Awoo. Considering your hard work in catching fish for me, I shall allow you to rest properly. The little beast strutted with pride, taking it upon itself to vigilantly guard the surroundings for the peacefully slumbering Qin Ming and Kuda Chapter 62, Mastery. An hour later, witnessing Qin Ming and Kuda still deep in sleep, devoid of any signs of waking, the little beast grew increasingly agitated. Awoo. If you're not eager to eat, there is something wrong with your mindset. The fish are nearly done. Awoo. What are you sleeping for at midday? Get up. Qin Ming, roused by the little beast's commotion, remained unfazed. Stretching languidly, he turned to Kuda. That was a splendid nap, wasn't he, Kuda? Gah, the duck affirmed. After all, sleeping too long in the wild could lead to aches, and this duration was just right. The enticing aroma wafting through the air was irresistible. The fish are ready. The timing of his awakening was impeccable. Qin Ming praised the little beast, patting its head. Speaking of which, the Master Brother was indeed remarkably skilled. To prepare so many fish, he had to meticulously clean each one, trim them, season them, find appropriately sized sticks to skewer them, and arrange them neatly by the fire, turning them at the right moments based on the heat. Just thinking about it felt cumbersome. So Qin Ming had simply tossed the fish to the Master Brother and used his nap as an excuse to avoid the labor. Looking back, that decision was indeed wise. The Master Brother's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Qin Ming inhaled deeply, savoring the taste of happiness. Awoo. The grilled fish is ready. Why aren't you rushing to eat? Have you gone daft from sleeping? The little beast, eyeing the motionless Qin Ming, was filled with concern and astonishment. No need to rush. Qin Ming reassured the restless little creature. You don't understand. Our Master Brother is not in a good mood right now. He is just waiting for someone to provoke him. Besides, do I not know how many fish I caught? I couldn't he possibly eat them all? In that moment, Qin Ming felt exceptionally wise. As anticipated, Zheng Wenjie was the first to step forward, entrusted by the senior brother with the esteemed responsibility of the barbecue maestro. Observing this, Qin Ming, blending into the crowd, advanced to procure some grilled fish. Qin Ming, this grilled fish is quite delightful. Would you care to give it a try? Zheng Wenjie remarked, eyeing the mouth-watering fish in Qin Ming's hands, salivating at the thought and suddenly determined to pass down the culinary legacy of barbecue. Zheng Wenjie, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. It is merely that the senior brother has high hopes for you, and you must not let him down. Qin Ming said earnestly, look at your flipping technique. It pales in comparison to the senior brothers. What does that signify? You need to practice diligently. Zheng Wenjie could only nod in response. Having finished his critique, Qin Ming seized the opportunity to discreetly devour the senior brother's exquisite grilled fish, which, although plentiful, was not guaranteed to be in such abundance when prepared by the senior brother himself. Moments later, apart from Zheng Wenjie, who had just begun to eat, everyone else present, including the little beast, was satiated. With bellies full and life thriving, Qin Ming commenced the crystallization of today's great serpent formation. After indulging in so many of the senior brother's grilled fish, and with the great serpent on the verge of a breakthrough, Qin Ming felt a moral obligation to act justly. As long as the connections remained strong, there was no fear of lacking another round of the senior brother's grilled fish, or even grilled meat, for that matter. Letting his creativity flow freely, Qin Ming made further progress in the great serpent's shedding data. The great serpent immediately showered him with praise, and even the senior brother's attitude towards Qin Ming reverted to its previous amiable state, which was nothing short of perfect. As soon as the crystallization of the formation began, the little beast became fervently attached to Qin Ming. What is it? Do you want some too? Qin Ming quickly understood the sentiment. Perhaps it was the affection built from several feedings, or simply a matter of mutual affinity, but Qin Ming found himself quite fond of this little creature. While the intermediate formation crystallization might be somewhat extravagant given Qin Ming's limited mental energy, The primary level was certainly within reach. He scrutinized the little beast closely, sketching an oval for the body and a perfect circle for the head. Although the circles appeared slightly misshapen, he dismissed it, attributing it to the wind's influence. He then added 2 small horns atop the circular head, recalling his teacher's words about the importance of details in artwork. Below, he drew 4 short limbs and a tail. Voil. Success. Oh dear, I forgot the neck, Qin Ming lamented, feeling a bit vexed but realizing it was too late for corrections. After all, the essence of the drawing was intact. It had a pleasing silhouette, well-defined limbs, and adorned with small horns and a tail. Anyone who gazed upon it would surely exclaim, "That's a head, those are legs, and there's a tail." Ultimately, Qin Ming was quite satisfied with his creation, and so was the little beast. Although it initially complained about its small size, it seemed rather content when it came to eating. The little beast mused, "This energy, could it truly be effective in breaking my brother's restrictions?" It continued, "The energy's quality is rather high, with an undercurrent of spatial power. But is the quantity really so meager? Pathetic." At that moment, the little beast regarded Qin Ming with a rather complex gaze. "Is this merely an illusion?" Qin Ming pondered, scratching his head. "Let me see your status. Name, attributes, fire, thunder, potential, evaluation, sealed." Qin Ming was taken aback. So many attributes, yet sealed? His amusement evaporated, and he felt the urge to compose a lament for himself, knowing that Qilin had a brother, and finding a peculiar little beast imbued with a trace of Qilin's essence in this atmosphere saturated with his presence. How could he dare to entertain any hopes? "Senior brother, you have led me astray." The sorrow within Qin Ming remained unspoken. Reflecting on his actions, he realized he had taught it to mimic a cat's meow. The worst part was that the lesson had been successful. His heart ached, and he felt as though his future was shrouded in darkness. The tempestuous storms of yesterday still lingered in his memory, and he suspected the next calamity was not far off. The sensitive little beast began pawing at Qin Ming, who stood petrified, resembling a living statue. Suddenly, Qin Ming felt that perhaps he need not condemn himself so harshly. From this moment forth, he would shed his past self and strive to live well. There might still be a chance for leniency. After all, the little beast seemed quite attached to him, having not abandoned him and showing no signs of dislike. Most importantly, the little beast had a voracious appetite, and with Qin Ming's talent for formation crystallization, he could be seen as wielding significant influence over spiritual beasts. The fervor within Qin Ming to delve deeper into formation techniques surged anew. "Hey, you little rascal. You must live well," he thought. "Though you are indeed a bit frail, excessively sleepy, with a modest appetite and a lack of enthusiasm for food, and perhaps some questionable thoughts, but your skills are commendable. Once I recover, I'll take care of you. And that little secret regarding your breakthrough with Qida, I have yet to unravel it. You cannot perish." Observing the little beast circling anxiously around him, Qin Ming suddenly felt an unexpected calm wash over him. He was even tempted to pluck a few of its first strands to see what made it unique. After all, ignorance is bliss, is it not? Chapter 63, Playing with Fire. Ultimately, the cautious Qin Ming chose to confine this perilous notion to the realm of imagination, refraining from acting on it. Nevertheless, he resolved to observe closely in the future. Should the little beast shed any fur or scales, he would collect them diligently. Having satiated their appetites, how about a duel? Zheng Wenjie, who had only tasted Qin Ming's lackluster culinary skills, now sought a target that appeared the softest. "Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll use my third spirit pet, the 18th level weaving rain dragonfly." Very well. Qin Ming would certainly not decline this rare opportunity for battle, eager to test Qida's prowess post-breakthrough. "Qida, are you ready?" Qida exuded confidence. As both parties prepared their spirit beasts, Qin Ming issued the command, "Water gun." He had no intention of being courteous to Zheng Wenjie. His aim was to seize the initiative. "Dragonfly, evade," Zheng Wenjie promptly ordered. The weaving rain dragonfly's compound eyes granted it unparalleled dynamic observational prowess among spirit beasts of its level. Coupled with its aerial agility, Zheng Wenjie declared, "Qin Ming, your move is futile. Is that so?" Qin Ming observed as the weaving rain dragonfly swiftly dodged, guided by Zheng Wenjie's command. But did Qida like a counter? "Qida?" Qin Ming called, and Qida, understanding the cue, redirected the water currents midair. "Whoa, this skill is unscientific," Zheng Wenjie exclaimed, watching the robust streams of water make sharp turns in the air, precisely targeting the weaving rain dragonfly. And he quickly issued a new command. "Dragonfly, create water clones." In an instant, swirling mists filled the air, and multiple remarkably similar weaving rain dragonflies appeared, making it nearly impossible to discern the real from the imitation at first glance. Noticing Qida's bewilderment, Qin Ming surmised that the combat perception might be insufficient to counter such clone techniques, or perhaps it was merely a matter of lack of proficiency. Thus, he decided on a different approach. Cover the entire area with the maximum power of the water gun. When in a tight spot, one must strike with precision. When in abundance, one must unleash overwhelming force. Qin Ming was well aware of this strategy. Now, let us see how you evade this. The torrent of water filled the skies, leaving the weaving rain dragonfly no room to dodge. After a brief but valiant struggle, it found itself surrounded and ensnared. With nowhere to escape, Zheng Wenjie felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Realizing that he would find it increasingly difficult to gaze upon the charming and petite form of Keita in the future, this was utterly disheartening. I certainly cannot throw the match or go easy on you. I must honor Keita's earnest efforts during training. Qin Ming retorted, somewhat exasperated. Then you had better be cautious. For I am prepared to unleash my ultimate move. Zheng Wenjie felt the weight of the impending battle pressing down on him, and his playful demeanor vanished. Perhaps buoyed by confidence in the potency of his next skill, he warned Qin Ming in advance. Bring it on. Qin Ming and Keita stood resolutely at the ready. Rainweaver Dragonfly, Steam Explosion. The name alone hinted at a high-damage skill combining water and fire energies, though it remained uncertain if it truly possessed the formidable strength rumored. Before the Rainweaver Dragonfly, two orbs of light appeared, one blue, calm, and profound, embodying water energy, and the other red, volatile, and fervent, representing fire energy. As these two entirely disparate and even opposing energies were forcibly merged by external forces, a surge of wildly chaotic and perilous energy began to materialize. It was evident that the Rainweaver Dragonfly was still unaccustomed to this fusion process. Although Qin Ming had the opportunity to intervene, he chose not to. He allowed Keita to harness the moment to gather strength, as he too was eager to witness the true power of other spirit beasts' ultimate moves at this stage. In the tense atmosphere, both participants dared not let their attention waver, when suddenly, a small beast at the sidelines expressed its displeasure. A whoa! A youthful roar erupted. Who dares to lay a hand on my little brother? Qin Ming watched in astonishment as the chaotic and perilous energy orb in the air momentarily froze. In the next instant, the fire energy was abruptly siphoned away, akin to boiling water that suddenly ceased to bubble. Not only did it lose its heat, but it also froze, becoming as tranquil as could be. Observing the abruptly ineffective skill, Zheng Wenjie, who had been brimming with excitement just a moment ago, was left bewildered. Zheng Wenjie was not the only one caught off guard. Even Qin Ming could see the confusion reflected in the Rainweaver Dragonfly's large compound eyes. Try as it might, the creature exerted itself in vain, as the fire energy simply would not materialize. Eventually, the exhausted Rainweaver Dragonfly could scarcely maintain its flight. Qin Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment and refrained from allowing Keita, fully charged and ready, to unleash a decisive blow at that moment. He felt that the Rainweaver Dragonfly was somewhat innocent in this scenario. It was all Zheng Wenjie's fault for being so unreliable. How audacious to play with fire in front of a small beast. What wrong could the little creature have done? It was all Zheng Wenjie's folly. Are we still fighting? Although Qin Ming did not intend for Keita to strike with lethal force, he still needed to confirm the outcome. Cease. The victor is clear. Zheng Wenjie's defeat was indisputable, yet the manner in which it unfolded was utterly perplexing, leaving him scratching his head. At that moment, cradling the Rainweaver Dragonfly, he felt utterly dejected, a stark contrast to his previous smugness. Perhaps the aura of this area is peculiar. Fire is forbidden. Qin Ming surmised the oddity. Feeling somewhat unworthy of his victory, and kindly offered a word of consolation. Then how did you manage to get that grilled fish for lunch? The barbecue master, Zheng Wenjie, wore an irritable expression. Sigh, you refuse to take the hint, Qin Ming replied, at a loss for words. Disinterested in Zheng Wenjie's irritation, Qin Ming's curiosity turned toward the small beast. Was it truly that impressive? It extinguished flames on command. How cool. Moreover, did this not suggest that the little beast must have a fondness for both him and Keita? After all, if it could douse flames, surely it could also stoke them. A warm feeling spread through Qin Ming's heart. Aside from the beast's secret identity, he genuinely found this somewhat proud, yet adorable creature endearing. Eating is fine. He had ample experience with creatures that required sustenance. Yet, certain things still needed to be addressed. Although the recent easy victory had been delightful, a thoroughly exhilarating confrontation, showcasing the best of others' abilities, would also be splendid. Gently caressing the small beast, Qin Ming hinted. It would be even better if we could have such good fortune again in a life-or-death scenario. This implication was quite clear, and Qin Ming observed discreetly. The small beast nodded in contentment. Oh whoa, this brat talks too much, but the massage skills are quite good. Let's have a little more. Seeing the little creature nod repeatedly, seemingly deep in thought, Qin Ming felt assured that it had understood. Speaking of which, could the habitats of fire-type spirit beasts in the wild be considered a training sanctum for Keita? The attribute advantage made it easier to battle. But the key factor was the presence of a powerful ally providing protection throughout. If I don't like you, I'll extinguish your flames. Bullying the small by extinguishing their fire. I'm talking about you. Don't play with fire. Chapter 64, Ethereal Realm. Qi, you've arrived. At long last, Qin Ming greeted Qilin. Although he had set off early in the morning and returned that same afternoon, Qin Ming felt as though an eternity had passed. It must be due to the delicious barbecue and the richness of life. Where's the little beast? Only then did Qin Ming realize it was missing. Perhaps afraid of his brother, huh? However, he wished the little creature would remain by his side and would not actively voice its absence. I visited the ethereal realm and spoke with the elders there. They are very welcoming of your arrival. If there are no further issues, we can depart now. Qi, as reliable as ever. Qi, I can accompany you to the ethereal realm, correct? But I may not be able to stay for long. At this point, Qin Ming felt a bit awkward. The truth was that the prolonged silence in communication was not easy to explain. I understand. This time, I will bring all of you along. You can leave the egg there for the elders to care for. It should hatch within the month. Qilin was remarkably thorough in his considerations and patient in his explanations, leaving Qin Ming with no further questions. Then, shall we set off? Just as Qin Ming contemplated whether he might take the opportunity to touch Qi, a dazzling light flashed before him, and he found himself suspended in a peculiar, vibrant tunnel, feeling as if he were weightless. Although the outside world was obscured, he sensed a significant shift in his own position. Is this the spatial passageway? Qin Ming exclaimed. Indeed, but this passage is unstable. There are numerous spatial fragments and turbulence within. Those lacking sufficient strength should not attempt to navigate it. Heeding the warning, Qin Ming maintained a safe distance from the colorful, yet perilous spatial fragments. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Contemplating deeply, he suddenly had a revelation. This felt strikingly similar to the sensation he experienced whenever he utilized his talent to traverse back to Blue Star. Qi, do you think it is possible for me to use my talent to traverse between the spirit martial continent and the ethereal realm? Qin Ming pondered that if he were to venture alone, the current passage appeared far too treacherous. By comparison, utilizing his talent seemed much safer. Qilin fell into contemplation, as he had never encountered such a situation, and this question crossed species boundaries. After some time, Qilin replied, I cannot say for certain. But your talent is indeed extraordinary. Despite lacking any overwhelming power, it achieves the unimaginable. However, to traverse different spaces, you must first acquire the spatial coordinates of both locations. Once we reach the ethereal realm, you can give it a try. Though the concept of spatial coordinates and how to obtain them remained unclear to Qin Ming, he felt that Qi Ji's words held merit. We have arrived. As Qin Ming gradually became aware of the hazy scenery unfolding before him, it slowly crystallized into clarity. This was presumably the so-called ethereal realm. Before him stood an ancient, mirror-like creature, its surface adorned with animated facial features. The entity first inclined its head in a respectful gesture towards Qilin, then turned its gaze towards Qin Ming. Young friend Qin Ming, I am Jingwu, sent by the esteemed Kong Lao to welcome you both. Might I inquire as to the whereabouts of the spirit beast that Master Lin mentioned is awaiting hatching? Right here. Qin Ming replied, conjuring forth the exquisite egg into his palm. He then observed the starry patterns on the shell flicker in a rhythmic manner, akin to breathing. Name, mustard seed Xiangui egg. Attribute, space. Potential, low-level sovereign. In fluctuation, evaluation. Contains a self-contained space within. May possess the ability to devour and nurture in the future. Unique. Mustard seed Xiangui? Is this the name of Little Fat's breed? Qin Ming pondered. The potential fluctuation suggested a possible innate deficiency, still in the process of digestion and supplementation. Devouring and nurturing, and unique? That sounds remarkably powerful, an entirely new breed. I wonder if Little Fat will ever find a partner in the future. Upon entering the ethereal realm, Little Fat's panel information underwent a dramatic transformation, indicating that they had indeed arrived at the right place. Qin Ming felt an overwhelming joy within, yet he maintained a facade of composure in the presence of others. Brother Jingwu, where are we heading? After bringing Qin Ming to this place, Qilin vanished, leading Qin Ming to speculate that perhaps the creature had not gone far, but evidently wished for him to independently navigate the ensuing matters. With Kong Lao's summons, I shall first take you to meet him, and thereafter we will proceed to the Lingkong pool. Nodding in assent, Qin Ming followed Jingwu, choosing to remain silent. Moments later, he encountered Kong Lao, a spirit beast of ethereal and extraordinary nature, visually present, yet sensorially elusive, as if it melded seamlessly with its surroundings, ordinary yet unfathomably profound. Jingwu, you may withdraw for now. Yes, Kong Lao. Young friend Qin Ming, I fear your spirit beast does not hail from the spirit martial continent, does it? Kong Lao stated directly, cutting to the chase. What do you mean? Qin Ming instinctively took a step back, his heart brimming with caution. Do not be alarmed. With Master Lin's assurances, you are a distinguished guest of the ethereal realm. I merely sensed an unfamiliar spatial aura, prompting my inquiry. Are you aware of how space attribute spirit beasts are born? Indeed, I do not know. Qin Ming shook his head, curiosity peaking within him. Space attribute spirit beasts do not reproduce conventionally. They initially emerge from the condensation of spatial energy, giving rise to spatial spirits. Such creatures either remain hidden or, upon emergence, possess at least imperial potential, for they embody an entire spatial domain, gathering the energy of a complete space. Thus, space spirit beasts are exceedingly rare, Qin Ming mused, believing himself somewhat knowledgeable in this regard, yet he had heard of few such spaces. Precisely, these formidable spatial spirits divide a portion of their primal power. This energy, through the flux of time and space, gradually develops sentience, resulting in what you refer to as space spirit beasts. However, these spirit beasts do not possess a true space to call their own. Despite their nomenclature, they lack the substance of space, which significantly diminishes their potential. Their initial potential is relegated to that of sovereigns or lords. Kong Lao sighed, unmistakably expressing his regret. What? Qin Ming found himself at a loss for words, struggling to empathize with Kong Lao's sentiments. While he could understand the situation objectively, subjectively, it was difficult to bear. He had yet to encounter a spirit beast with merely sovereign or lord potential. Is the disparity truly so vast? Has my little fat indeed reached for the stars? Just moments ago, Qin Ming had been elated by little fat's breakthrough in potential. Now, his spirits dampened. Thank you, Kong Lao. This is all new to me. However, may I ask why you are sharing so much with me? The inscrutable Kong Lao did not strike Qin Ming as one to engage in superficial exchanges. Was he perhaps a lonely elder? This brings us back to my initial question. I sense that this egg possesses a genuine spatial aura. However, if it is a spatial spirit, why does its potential appear so harmless? Kong Lao hesitated, struggling to articulate a fitting term. Perhaps it is undernourished, lacking innate vigor? Qin Ming ventured, though he was aware that insufficient energy should not yield a spatial spirit. Truly strange, indeed. Kong Lao scrutinized the harmless, adorable egg once more. In response to Qin Ming's innocent yet sorrowful gaze, he shifted his tone. Let it be. This was merely a flicker of my curiosity. I shall not impose further upon you. Allow me to contemplate. The void I will not suffice, nor will the heart of the mysterious realm. But this ethereal crystal may do. I entrust these ethereal crystals to you. They contain stable and abundant spatial energy, which may aid in the egg's hatching potential. Furthermore, they do not conflict with the energy of the Ling Kong pool and can be utilized concurrently. Kong Lao, perhaps somewhat perturbed by little fat's innocuous potential, sighed repeatedly while actively searching for rare treasures that could be of assistance. Qin Ming watched in astonishment as treasures of legendary repute, which he had only dared to read about in tales, were carelessly dismissed and set aside by Kong Lao, as they were deemed unhelpful. In that moment, Qin Ming felt his values and worldview undergo an immense upheaval. As the corners of Qin Ming's eyes twitched and his mouth followed suit, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to interrupt. Is this the financial prowess of Kong Lao? I can bear it. Bring it on. At that moment, Qin Ming perceived Kong Lao as treating little fat like a disappointing child, filled with a mix of frustration and immense affection. In the end, Kong Lao personally guided Qin Ming to the very depths of the Ling Kong pool, where the spring awaited. The elder's fervent dedication left Qin Ming feeling somewhat superfluous. During the hatching, strive to assert yourself. Do not tarnish the honor of our spatial spirits. If you do not make an effort, I shall cease providing you with treasures from my vault. Before departing, Kong Lao pondered for a moment and issued a couple of stern remarks. Such fortune exists? Qin Ming mused. Were it not for Kong Lao's formidable prowess that defied speculation, he might have feared being deceived. The navet of spirit beasts was indeed striking. Sighing quietly, Qin Ming then posed a direct inquiry. Kong Lao, may I obtain the spatial coordinates of the ethereal realm? With the pressing matters nearly resolved, Qin Ming candidly expressed his needs. What purpose would spatial coordinates serve for a mere human? My talents are somewhat unique. Brother Qi suggested that I attempt to traverse between the spirit martial continent and the ethereal realm myself. Kong Lao paused, suddenly struck by the peculiarities of the day. First, he encountered a seemingly underdeveloped spatial spirit, and now, he was faced with an extraordinary talent still in its maturation phase. What a perfect match. Very well. I shall grant you this. In the brief span of their conversation, Qin Ming felt a new sensation awaken within his mind, as a new door appeared within his traversing abilities. Spatial coordinates. Is it truly that simple? Perhaps it was the clarity of Qin Ming's expression that prompted the old sage Kong to offer a brief explanation. Generally, a soul possesses the spatial coordinates of its birthplace. while further recognition must be granted by the spirit of the corresponding realm. Considering that many realms are either unqualified to give birth to their own spatial spirits or are still in the process of gestation, my young friend, it is not as simple as it seems. The old sage chuckled, alleviating a fragment of Qin Ming's confusion regarding his own innate talents. May I attempt to return using my own abilities? Will you provide guidance? With his queries resolved and time pressing, Qin Ming felt a sense of urgency to return. I shall accompany you back, for it is inconvenient for the old sage, quietly interjected Qi Lin. Brother Qi, Qin Ming exclaimed in delight. Qi Lin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then, until we meet again, old sage. Although it was their first encounter, having been blessed by the small chubby creature, Qin Ming felt as though he had gained a benevolent grandfather, his fondness soaring to unprecedented heights. I shall take good care of your spirit, beast egg. Do come back to visit. It was as if he were a lonely elder. Qin Ming said no more, activating his traversal talent, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in the familiar hotel setting. How swift! It was considerably more efficient than the spatial passage guided by Brother Qi. Although it seemed less sophisticated, Qin Ming was thoroughly satisfied. Thanks, Brother Qi. I can sense that I am now able to traverse these two realms with ease. Qi Lin nodded, concealing the tempest of emotions that churned beneath his composed exterior. He certainly recognized this development and had anticipated it to some extent. Yet he could not help but feel a mixture of admiration and exasperation. It was truly irrational, indeed. Humans are indeed a remarkable species. Qi Lin departed with a complex array of feelings. Speaking of which, why do I feel so incredibly unburdened? Upon voicing this thought, Qin Ming attempted to stretch his body and, with an impulsive leap, found himself colliding painfully with the beam above. Rubbing his aching head, Qin Ming lay on the bed. Pondering why he felt as though a great weight had been lifted, his body now remarkably invigorated. The most significant change today is that the spirit space is devoid of the little chubby creature. Does the little chubby creature equate to a burden? Does its presence in the spirit space signify the spirit master's weight training? Is this how spirit masters enhance their physical prowess? Yet, the texts do not seem to suggest this. Qin Ming was somewhat skeptical of his own deductions. Considering the little chubby creature's impressive appetite and the boundless attributes of the transformed space, making it difficult to entirely dismiss this possibility. No wonder, in recent times, Qin Ming had felt inexplicably fatigued, constantly yearning for slumber. It appears he was not merely languid. Rather, it was the exhausting burden of life that had worn him down. With a deep sigh, Qin Ming felt a sense of satisfaction with his newfound vitality, yet he simultaneously grappled with a profound weariness. To eat is a blessing. Qin Ming attempted to reframe his mindset, recalling that he still had another creature that could eat. Little beast, where are you? Come out, your brother is back. In a moment of impulsiveness, Qin Ming inadvertently let slip his thoughts. In the next instant, he encountered the little creature, which had been expected to leap joyfully. And they exchanged startled glances. Can I retract what I just said? Or perhaps, could you pretend you didn't hear anything? At that moment, Qin Ming was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Oh, the little creature emphatically rejected his plea and appeared quite incensed. Listen to my explanation. Please don't bite, I beg you. Qin Ming dashed away in a panic. Chapter 66, Shedding Skin. True to the remarkable physical prowess he had gained after training with the little chubby creature, Qin Ming valiantly engaged in a fierce battle with the little beast, enduring 300 rounds before finally conceding defeat. We are on the same side. I have bled for you, the scratch I received upon our first encounter. Shed tears, the rain that fell on my face during the calamity, and guarded your secrets. I never revealed your existence to Brother Qi. Qin Ming shouted, his voice strained. Though his performance may have seemed somewhat theatrical, the sincerity of his emotions resonated deeply. Oh, the little beast, poised to strike with its tiny explosive claws, suddenly froze mid-motion. I am not deceiving you. I only recently deduced your identity. Qin Ming sheepishly rubbed his nose, his gaze evasive. The little creature, unable to comprehend human body language, appeared to calm down significantly. My name is Huolin. Please refrain from bestowing me with those ridiculous nicknames. The little beast conveyed through telepathy, a youthful voice echoing in Qin Ming's mind. Huolin, is it? Then I shall call you Yin Zai from now on. Calling you by your full name feels too formal. What kind of relationship do we share, after all? Qin Ming spoke amiably, as if they were the best of friends. Huolin furrowed his brows, his expression perplexed as he contemplated the nature of his relationship with Qin Ming. Indeed, we both refer to Qi Lin as brother, so we can consider ourselves peers. Qin Ming argued nonsensically, weaving truth into his fabrications. Upon hearing this, Huolin found a semblance of logic in Qin Ming's words. Although Qin Ming's expression was somewhat stiff, the sincerity in his tone compensated for it, and he continued to elaborate. Fire is represented by Hua, and you have an additional Hua. Doesn't that sound impressive? Once you become even stronger, I shall call you Yin Zai, adding yet another Hua. How does that sound? It evokes a sense of both beauty and power, does it not? Huolin nodded, seemingly perplexed yet intrigued. I have given you such a splendid name, and in return, I ask for nothing but for you to call me brother. At that moment, Qin Ming felt a surge of pride. Oh, after another 300 rounds of battle, both combatants were exhausted and agreed to an armistice, ultimately deciding to pursue their own paths. Qin Ming, do you know where I can find that delicious food? It was given by Brother Qi, but I have sensed a similar aroma from you. As he spoke, Huolin produced a tattered bag from seemingly nowhere. The familiar and classic packaging was instantly recognizable to Qin Ming, who needed no further inspection to identify its contents. Think carefully, it is truly delectable. I will take you to seize as much as you desire. Huolin reminisced about the flavors of his dreams, his mouth watering, yet he remained loyal. Qin Ming's expression stiffened momentarily. Do you even know to whom this belongs? You wish to seize it without any knowledge? How dare you boast such arrogance in front of the rightful owner? Given your current state, who do you think you can overpower? What exactly is going on with you? Qin Ming cautiously inquired, gesturing with his hands to redirect the conversation, all the while genuinely curious. I am sealed tightly by my brother, unless I encounter danger. It will not be undone. Huolin mumbled, looking down in a dejected manner, his left paw stepping on his right. However, the formation crystal you provided me was quite useful. Otherwise, I would not have been able to deflect the attack that day. That is simple enough. I have plenty of formation crystals. Qin Ming replied confidently. Actually, being sealed isn't so bad. At least I get to eat well, Huolin added slowly. Completing his thought, Qin Ming was immediately at a loss for words. The formation crystals will primarily be supplied to the Great Serpent, otherwise known as my senior brother's Panshan Python. You should be able to see that he is on the verge of a breakthrough. After some contemplation, Qin Ming felt this allocation was quite reasonable. As for Huolin, he truly was in no hurry. Indeed, it will be in just a couple of days. Huolin was even more attuned to the passage of time than Qin Ming. 2 days? Then we must hurry. Qin Ming decided to cease conversation and rushed to feed the Great Serpent. Upon encountering the colossal serpent, Qin Ming wasted no time and quickly sketched an enormous figure. The expression of gratitude on the elder brother's face gradually morphed into a sinister grimace. Elder brother, is the serpent on the verge of a breakthrough? How well has he prepared? Exhausted and slightly dizzy, Qin Ming struggled to maintain his balance as the serpent advanced, extending its body to provide him with support. I provided it with several evolution resources this morning. Preparations are nearly complete. It is about to shed its skin in a special location, he explained. Upon closer inspection, Qin Ming confirmed his suspicions. Name, Pan Mountain Python. Attribute, water. Race level, low king. Evaluation, energy reserves complete, shedding imminent. 20 low emperor, 80 high king. May I accompany you to witness this? Regardless of the circumstances, it was a rare spectacle, and Qin Ming was eager to observe, albeit uncertain of any potential taboos. Which prompted his inquiry. Before the elder brother could deliberate, the serpent instinctively lowered its head, nudging Qin Ming and slightly nodding, as if giving its tacit approval. Very well. The elder brother translated with a stoic expression. Typically, in such situations, only those he trusted implicitly, enough to entrust their lives, were permitted to be present. Usually, he would undertake this alone, but now, with you, he faltered, his expression turning bittersweet. Ah, I see. Qin Ming felt an inexplicable pang of guilt for inadvertently hurting the elder brother's feelings, his voice dropping to a whisper. Let us proceed. The sorrowful elder brother led the way. Moments later, they arrived at the Spirit Master Association. Having rented a high-level spiritual energy chamber that was half aquatic and half terrestrial for the evolution of the serpent. After speaking, the elder brother presented his Spirit Master credentials. You have been credited with 1,000 points. Here is your receipt and room keycard. Please keep it safe. The elder brother accepted the credentials and expertly guided the way. The Spirit Master Association provides such paid venue services, he enlightened Qin Ming. While suitable locations could be found in the wild, they were not always conveniently located, often requiring time and posing safety risks. Thus, many Spirit Masters take on tasks from the association during their free time to earn points in exchange for such services. Most importantly, the association is staffed by skilled individuals who would not stand idly by in case of danger during the evolution process. With the elder brother's first-hand account, Qin Ming gained deeper insight into the Spirit Master Association. The elder brother emphasized the half-aquatic, half-terrestrial environment, and indeed, the layout of the spiritual energy chamber reflected this. Upon entering, Qin Ming was immediately enveloped by a dense aura of spiritual energy. Closing the door effectively severed external perceptions, shielding them from potential outside influences. Truly commendable. Standing by the door, Qin Ming quietly observed the elder brother as he wet the serpent's body, meticulously advising on various details. Shoo, do not speak. Qin Ming swiftly covered the mouth of the fire lin. Initially, due to the fire lin's insistence and considering its current harmlessness, Qin Ming had brought it along. The fire lin huffed in dissatisfaction, glaring, why are you still making noise? Under the triumphant gaze of the fire lin, Qin Ming sensed something amiss and scrutinized more closely. Name, Pan Mountain Python. Attribute, water. Race level, low king. Evaluation, blessed by an auspicious beast, shedding accelerated. Alright, you are an auspicious beast, do as you please. Chapter 67. This place is no longer tenable. Qin Ming watched as, in the blink of an eye, the serpent, who had just shared an intimate moment with the elder brother, suddenly disregarded him. The serpent's eyes alternated between a murky gray mist and a clear brilliance, seemingly preoccupied with the shedding process rather than communicating with the elder brother. Is it directly entering the shedding phase? The elder brother had never witnessed such rapid progression and appeared somewhat flustered. However, Qin Ming remained unperturbed, knowing instinctively that the blessing of the auspicious beast would yield only beneficial effects. Otherwise, it would not live up to the significance of being an auspicious beast. Nonetheless, the current need for tranquility made it inappropriate for Qin Ming to voice his thoughts, leaving the elder brother to bear the burden. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ming opted to forego the mental exertion of explanations and refrained from stepping forward to offer consolation. The elder brother was anxious, while Qin Ming's heart was as calm as a still pond. The once jet-black scales of the serpent quickly dulled. It swam towards the water's edge, rhythmically rubbing its mouth against the hard stone until its scales began to fracture. Then, as the serpent slithered gracefully, a translucent membrane peeled away, the entire process remarkably fluid, almost elating to those with obsessive tendencies. Soon, a long yet exceedingly thin and luminescent complete serpent skin emerged. After shedding, the serpent instinctively submerged itself in the adjacent pool. Murky, shimmering lights danced in the depths, and as the ripples surged, the waterline visibly rose, indicating the serpent had grown considerably. When the serpent returned to the shore, its eyes sparkled with vitality, its scales glistening as if newly polished, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. The entire shedding process lasted merely 10 minutes, during which Qin Ming held his breath, fearful of disturbing or missing any significant moment. Name, Pan Mountain Python. Attribute, water. Potential, low emperor. Evaluation, in a state of extreme joy, yet seemingly entangled in a dilemma. It has succeeded. The moment Qin Ming glimpsed the race's potential, he felt an immense relief wash over him. Everything had culminated in the best possible outcome. Glee surged through him as he affectionately ruffled the fire lin's head, never anticipating that this small creature had contributed significantly. One must not underestimate the serpent. It is indeed a fortuitous time for it. Yet, while joy was easily comprehensible, what was this dilemma? Qin Ming could not discern what the serpent found troubling, as the elder brother appeared far more conflicted. He was simultaneously bewildered by the rapidity of the shedding process and overjoyed by the exceptional outcome, caught in a turmoil of confusion, joy, and madness. Had Qin Ming not been aware of the underlying reasons, he might have suspected the elder brother was experiencing a form of schizophrenia. However, it was not the time for such speculations. Even for the sake of their camaraderie, Qin Ming felt it was his duty to help the elder brother regain his composure. Just as he was about to step forward, the serpent moved, grasping its exquisite shed skin and swimming toward them. The elder brother's gaze, fixed upon the serpent's actions, instantly became dazed. It was as if he were lost in a reverie of past memories, and a wave of profound emotion surged within him, overshadowing all other fragmented feelings. Qin Ming understood the deep bond between a spirit master and their spirit beast, particularly heightened in such a poignant moment. He voluntarily stepped back, allowing the stage to belong to the elder brother and the serpent. The elder brother pressed his lips tightly together, trembling slightly, though he said nothing. The unspoken understanding was palpable. His hand gradually lifted, prepared to embrace the serpent. However, the serpent bypassed the elder brother, resolutely swimming toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming's reaction was one of shock, inhaling sharply. His first instinct was to glance at the elder brother, who, after a moment of astonishment, began to comprehend the situation, yet could not suppress his overwhelming embarrassment, his entire body trembling. The clenched fists, the bulging veins on his neck, and the teeth-gritting sound were unmistakable. Qin Ming found himself paralyzed, caught in a dilemma where he could neither accept nor decline. Although he had undeniably played a significant role in the evolution of the great serpent, perhaps the serpent itself had come to realize this. Hence its profound gratitude towards Qin Ming. Yet, the senior brother had financed everything. The resources for the next stage of evolution were entirely covered by him. This was fundamentally a transaction, a mutually beneficial agreement rooted in camaraderie and care. How could it seem to be spiraling into a bitter conflict over possession? Qin Ming felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. It was the senior brother who first regained his composure, uttering heartfelt thanks through clenched teeth. Please accept this. It is the decision of the Pan Mountain Python. As its spirit master, I respect and acknowledge its choice. If only the senior brother's expression weren't so fierce. These words would be more credible. Qin Ming nervously swallowed. After taking a deep breath, the senior brother closed his eyes, turning away from the Pan Mountain Python and Qin Ming, and continued in a somber tone, accept it. The shedding of the Pan Mountain Python is a rare and exceptional resource. Carry it with you. Should you encounter danger, it will manifest to protect you. Given the immense potential of the Pan Mountain Python post-molt, normal attacks from spirit beasts below level 40 would fail to breach its defenses. And even those at levels 40 and 50 would only wear down the shedding's protective qualities. At this stage, it was an exceedingly practical resource for Qin Ming. After the senior brother's detailed explanation, the words of rejection died on Qin Ming's lips. This truly was remarkably useful. Thus, Qin Ming extended his hand to accept the substantial gift that the Great Serpent had meticulously prepared for him. Strangely enough, though initially thin, the expansive serpent's shedding began to rapidly dissolve and shrink like snowflakes illuminated by sunlight the moment it fell into Qin Ming's hands. Ultimately, it vanished completely, leaving behind a faint, translucent scale imprint on the back of his hand, a mark that stirred his heart. Thank you, Great Serpent. Qin Ming instinctively embraced the serpent, only to hear a series of cracking sounds from beside him. Senior brother, why are you moving your wrists and neck, making your fingers crack like that? It seems rather insincere. Qin Ming keenly sensed the tense and suffocating atmosphere in the air, yet he could understand. Never mind, it was time to leave this place. Yanzi, shall we set off to train in the wilderness tomorrow? And little fatty, we should still pay a visit when we have the chance. Chapter 68, Accepting a Task. Despite having aided the Great Serpent and saving his senior brother a considerable amount of Spirit Master Association points by completing the shedding in advance, Qin Ming found himself on the receiving end of both genuine gratitude and palpable disdain from his senior brother. This peculiar blend of conflicting emotions, an embodiment of contradiction and unity, did not faze Qin Ming, who remained magnanimous, primarily because the Great Serpent's generosity was simply overwhelming. With the fervent support of the Great Serpent, combined with the uncertain protection of Huolin, Qin Ming's sense of security reached an unprecedented peak in the spirit martial continent, rivaling the safety he felt while living in the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star. Even when facing the unknown wilderness alone with his two beasts, he could sleep soundly without a care. What if a spirit beast snuggled up to him in the night? The Great Serpent's protection was comprehensive and all-encompassing. He had nothing to fear. Of course, after the senior brother's enlightening explanation, Qin Ming would not embark on his journey so casually. He intended to first visit the Spirit Master Association to seek suitable tasks, hoping to earn some extra points while honing his skills in actual combat. 1-star task, capture the yellow-haired cat. Information, the feline lady of the house is suspected to have been captivated by the yellow-haired stray cat, king roaming the neighborhood. As he stood before the task board, Qin Ming's mind was already brimming with thoughts. It was no longer a matter of how many points the task would yield. He was eager to experience this drama firsthand. However, upon observing the comments below, which vociferously championed romantic freedom while denouncing societal norms and matchmaking, he felt the 1-star difficulty level was somewhat misaligned. Such domestic melodrama seemed unnecessary. Oh, right, he was meant to train in the wilderness, so what use was this task? Passed. Next. 1-star task, take flight. Information, requires a spirit beast capable of carrying a person. No restrictions on growth level or species, but higher aesthetics may command a premium. The premise was quite appealing, and Qin Ming found himself wanting to post a similar task, even though he had no points yet. Who wouldn't want to experience the thrill of being flown? If only this task offered a higher point reward. He might consider crafting a hot air balloon or glider, introducing a touch of otherworldly technology to the spirit martial continent. But for now, pass. 5-star task, traces of a spatial spirit beast. Information, traces of a spatial spirit beast are elusive. Reliable information providers will be handsomely rewarded. Damn, Qin Ming knew about this, but he couldn't say anything. After all, how could he betray old Kong? It was rare to see a 5-star task, and the wording felt distinctly superior to those of lower-level tasks. Qin Ming glanced at the task issuer, Chu Wuxi, who seemed to be a reputable figure. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be. Shaking his head, he felt some regret, but resolutely moved on. After patiently perusing a considerable number of tasks, Qin Ming had gained a fair understanding of the unreliability of personally issued tasks within the association. Not wishing to squander any more time, he swiftly filtered out the personally posted tasks. The seemingly endless progress bar suddenly vanished, and upon checking the page count, only 3 pages remained. All right. Qin Ming felt his decision was timely. Surely, next time would be better. 3-star task, escort, wilderness. Information, escort 3 apprentice spirit masters to a designated wilderness location. Upon information verification, the destination and route can be reviewed. Issued by Shuyang High School. 3-star task, harvest, wilderness. Information, morning dew from Lingyu flowers is produced every dawn. Harvesters may take half of the morning dew or exchange it for points. Long-term purchase. Note, this is an official resource point. Destruction is strictly prohibited. Violators will face severe penalties. Issued by Magic City University. The brief 3 pages of tasks were quickly reviewed. And upon confirming that the locations for both tasks were indeed close, Qin Ming proceeded to finalize the acceptance of the tasks in the back end. The escort task required departure the following day, leaving Qin Ming with some free time for the rest of today. Looking towards the sky outside the Spirit Master Association, which was already tinged with the hues of sunset, he realized there wasn't much time left in the day. He had spent far too long sifting through those peculiar tasks. Enough time for the great serpent to shed its skin dozens of times. He decided to visit Little Fatty first, seeking out a nearby restroom that was relatively empty. As Qin Ming's vision cleared once more, Old Kong suddenly appeared before him. Spatial spirit beasts truly had a knack for being elusive. How he wished Little Fatty could possess such abilities too. Hello, Old Kong. Though he internally grumbled, Qin Ming maintained his politeness and greeted him first. Good. Old Kong seemed quite pleased to see Qin Ming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over the moment he sensed the spatial fluctuations. But why had he come? Old Kong's gaze lingered on Huolin behind Qin Ming, his expression somewhat inscrutable. It appears that we share a remarkable bond, and thus we have united. Ever since Qin Ming uncovered the true identity of Huolin, he has been uneasy about allowing him to wander alone in the outside world. He cannot shake the feeling that some fool might inadvertently offend him, leading Huolin to explode in rage, escalating matters beyond control. Although Huolin currently presents as harmless, his extraordinary fire-extinguishing prowess harbors immense potential for chaos. If one day he were to cease extinguishing fires and instead ignite them indiscriminately, Qin Ming dares not dwell on the implications. Observing that Kong Lao's demeanor had somewhat soured, Qin Ming suspected that Huolin had previously achieved remarkable feats. With this thought in mind, he embraced Huolin tightly, as if clutching at his own fortune. Gazing at the seemingly docile Huolin, Kong Lao hesitated, poised to speak. Kong Lao, has my little chubby undergone any noticeable changes? Can you estimate how long until hatching? In truth, Qin Ming was merely adhering to custom, not genuinely expecting any seismic transformations to occur. To his surprise, Kong Lao beamed. Oh, he has grown significantly. At this rate, hatching is imminent. It was only upon witnessing the little chubby that Qin Ming comprehended the true extent of significantly grown. The egg had swelled to the size of a yoga ball, measuring approximately 70 centimeters in height and 50 centimeters in width, surpassing Qin Ming's waist and girth. What sort of miraculous elixir could have caused such a transformation? Had it simply become bloated? Was this the secret of the elderly in nurturing pets to a spherical state? It is worth noting that a large serpent does not undergo such a drastic change in size after shedding its skin. Having recently observed the shedding process in its entirety, Qin Ming felt quite qualified to comment. Name, mustard seed Xian turtle, egg. Attribute, space. Potential, medium leader. Influctuation, evaluation. Contains a self-contained space within, though currently filled entirely with water. The potential has indeed escalated. Let it be chubby then. As an unhatched egg, to possess potential at par with that of a fully developed creature? Unbelievable. Is this the remarkable ability of the elderly in raising animals? The presence of water within suggests hunger, does it not? Yet, it is certainly an improvement over being surrounded solely by air, as Qin Ming remained uncertain how an egg ought to consume sustenance. Hence, let us hasten the hatching, dear little chubby. Chapter 69, Scrutinizing Every Detail. After bidding farewell to the ever-evolving little chubby and the warmly insistent Kong Lao, Qin Ming hurriedly returned. Whether it was the distance or the varying concentration of spiritual energy, traversing from Blue Star required a lengthy cooldown, whereas returning from the Linkong realm took merely an hour. Additionally, the time in the Linkong realm synchronized with that of the Lingwu continent, making it difficult to exploit temporal glitches for the benefit of spiritual beasts. Upon arriving back at the Lingwu continent, Qin Ming opened the restroom door only to be met with the furious glare of a middle-aged woman. Puzzled, he glanced behind him, confirming that no one was present. Indeed, her ire was directed at him. He looked back once more, ensuring the sign was accurate and that he had not mistakenly entered the wrong restroom. Excuse me, I am here to clean, the woman exclaimed, scrutinizing him. Such a handsome young man. Yet how could you be so disheveled? With a sigh, she continued, you do not appear well. Is your constipation really that severe? The cleaning lady was taken aback. Under her relentless inquiries, Qin Ming found himself fleeing in embarrassment, unable to explain why he had lingered in the restroom for an hour. He resolved to choose a different location next time. Why couldn't his talent for traversing dimensions be linked to a fixed return point? The social embarrassment was excruciating. In the outskirts, at the predetermined starting point, the air felt dense. Qin Ming and his escort, 3 apprentice spirit tamers, awkwardly assessed one another. Upon brief exchange, they discovered they were all of similar age. Among them were 2 brothers, Cheng Yun and Cheng Feng, with their spirit beast being the fire cloud dog. The last was a female spirit tamer, Zhao Yu, whose spirit beast was the flame-crowned crane. Visually, their spirit beasts appeared to be significantly larger than Kata. While the strength of spirit beasts is not solely determined by size, there is an undeniable intimidation factor in their imposing presence. This situation was undeniably awkward. Who exactly was escorting whom? Although Qin Ming held confidence in Kata's capabilities, he faced 3 opponents. When confronted by the client's skepticism, he retorted irritably, shall we have a demonstration? Such a blunt method of proving strength may not be entirely appropriate. Qin Ming frantically searched his mind for a counter-strategy, yet found himself at a loss. Little Qin, have you prepared any protective gear? Zhao Yu inquired, showcasing her attire, which shimmered with spiritual energy. A closer inspection revealed intricate golden defensive patterns, clearly of considerable value. My outfit can nullify attacks from spirit beasts below level 20, and only those around level 30 can breach its defenses. This statement struck a chord with Qin Ming. He felt he had recently encountered a more sophisticated version of this claim. As long as one activates their mental energy, it can autonomously defend. How convenient. To him, it sounded less than convenient, as it required manual activation, earning a negative review in his mind. Yet, he maintained a courteous facade. Impressive, truly impressive. Qin Ming feigned enthusiasm. Perhaps spurred by Qin Ming's praise, Zhao Yu's demeanor softened noticeably. In the wilderness, dangers abound. You must ensure you wear proper protective clothing. Her disdain for Qin Ming's basic white t-shirt, which offered little protection, was evident. Qin Ming bit his lip, pondering his words. I do not possess such rudimentary gear. I have a superior product from a large serpent. But was it appropriate to articulate such a blunt statement? It might be hurtful. In a moment of urgency, he summoned a few dormant brain cells. I have other means of defense. There is no need for concern. Zhao Yu's ambiguous tone seemed to raise her suspicions. Very well. I happen to have an extra universal protective suit. You may wear it over your own. Was she a wealthy benefactor with a kind heart? The material and design of the protective suit appeared commendable, and Qin Ming opted not to dwell further on this matter, accepting it. With your level of skill, you still dare to undertake a mission? Have you not weighed your own capabilities? Someone dismissed Qin Ming and Kata's strength, their words sharp, and the atmosphere grew tense. Am I the only one who thinks he lacks strength? Cheng Feng attempted to seek consensus. Yes, you are. Qin Ming coolly replied. I warn you. If you drag us down, even if we complete the escort, it will still be deemed a failure. Cheng Feng exclaimed, visibly agitated. Let us see who truly becomes a liability. Shall we place a wager? A sudden epiphany sparked in Qin Ming's mind, brightening his demeanor. And he began to feign confidence, skillfully masking his underlying apprehension. Let us wager. The other party took the bait. Having received validation for his performance, Qin Ming clenched his fists, steadied himself, and vowed not to break character. What shall we wager? With a mix of insecurity and bravado, Qin Ming focused on perfecting his expression. If you falter, not only will the mission receive a poor review, but whenever you see me in the future, you must call me daddy. Qin Ming was perplexed by the fixation young boys of this age seemed to have with such phrases. What did you say? Daddy. Qin Ming replied with practiced ease. Upon processing this, Cheng Feng's eyes widened in shock, his face flushed with indignation. Yet, he refrained from resorting to violence or uttering any further obscenities. As Qin Ming discerned that no additional profits could be garnered and no lively spectacles to behold, his demeanor swiftly turned languid, and he ceased his performance. So, it is merely a matter of who lags behind and who calls the other father, is it not? Indeed, you are quite intentional about this. Cheng Feng felt a flush of embarrassment and irritation. Why not wager a bit more? Qin Ming continued to fish. No bets. Oh, how rare it is to encounter a naive fool with an abundance of wealth. Truly a rare breed. It is getting late. Should we not set off? Qin Ming proposed. Aru. Fire Lin can hardly contain its excitement. One cannot help but wonder if this counts as a case of no fight, no acquaintance. Along the journey, Cheng Feng took the initiative to engage Qin Ming in conversation. Which school did you graduate from? What prompted you to venture out alone to undertake a task? Yiling High School. I wish to seek experience and broaden my horizons. What about you? We share the same sentiment. perhaps due to this common perspective. Cheng Feng found Qin Ming increasingly agreeable. So, from where did you acquire your points to post tasks? This was something Qin Ming had not initially considered, his potential task counterparts being peers. We pooled together to tackle those repugnant, low-level tasks. Cheng Feng grimaced, the bitterness of past memories evident in his expression. Your points seem to be quite lavishly spent, I must say. Not at all. Let me confide in you. We have also taken on a nearby harvesting task. We calculated that our points would balance out, essentially allowing us to train for free. But I have accepted a one-way task. How will you return? Armed with the experience of our journey here, and without delving too deep, we can return safely if we proceed with caution. Besides, one might encounter benevolent travelers along the way. Cheng Feng wore a look of self-satisfaction, as if he were a master of thrift. You ought to learn from this. Life is precious and not worth risking. Qin Ming's expression grew somewhat complex. Should I inform them that I seem to have accepted both their escort task and the harvesting task? It would seem I am profiting from both ends while training for free. No wonder the locations of these two tasks are so conveniently aligned. Chapter 70. SC Chart Dinger's Communication. You are truly clever. Qin Ming offered a compliment that lacked sincerity, relieved that his polished acting skills honed in the professional realm of Blue Star had not been pierced. A trivial matter. Cheng Feng waved dismissively, feeling quite pleased with himself. As everyone reveled in their individual joys, the bond between them grew significantly closer, with Cheng Feng clearly possessing a penchant for showing off. In truth, the outer fringes of such wilderness typically pose little danger, at most. The abundance of insects and snakes may be somewhat disconcerting. However, whether on flat ground or in dense foliage, our fire element spirit beasts hold an undeniable advantage. They are the absolute leaders. No wonder these individuals possess the audacity to travel in pairs, Qin Ming mused, nodding in understanding. Yet, why do you still publish tasks through the association, specifically requesting water element spirit beasts? Let me think. Could it be that you fear setting the mountains ablaze and facing dire consequences? Cheng Feng's expression of pride faltered momentarily, desperately attempting to save face. After all, your waterfowl's built-in water gun is quite fitting for this purpose. Thus, this group places great value on the fire-extinguishing attributes of the water spirits, albeit without fully recognizing their strength. They even harbored concerns that Qin Ming and his companion might become burdensome along the way, deeming the task points spent as somewhat wasteful. It is no wonder that when the wager was proposed, the other two did not intervene, likely sharing similar thoughts. With this exchange of dialogue, Qin Ming grew more enlightened. There was no need to expend time explaining unnecessarily. He was well aware of his own capabilities, and this bet was one he could not lose. With someone eagerly stepping up to play the role of a son, a father could hardly refuse such filial piety. Qin Ming cast a meaningful glance at Cheng Feng, his eyes conveying unspoken significance. Come now, let there be an impressive figure to provide my son with an opportunity to acknowledge his father. At this moment, the anticipations of both Qin Ming and Cheng Feng reached a remarkable alignment. Yet, why was it so eerily quiet around them? Not even a trace of a spirit beast could be found. After traveling for some distance, the group sensed that something was amiss. From a distance, they could hear the chirping of insects and birds, but upon nearing, an unsettling silence enveloped them. The surrounding stillness was almost unnerving. Surely, we have not trespassed into the territory of a formidable spirit beast, have we? Yet this location should not warrant such a concern. The group, inexperienced in the wilderness, began to feel the tension of the unusual atmosphere. Qin Ming seemed to recall something and raised an eyebrow at the yawning Fire Lin. Had it not previously been in a foul mood, letting out a roar? Yin Zai, may I inquire about something? Qin Ming lowered his voice. Why have all the spirit beasts vanished from this area? That would be my doing. The instigator boasted unabashedly. Did I not promise to safeguard you? They have all willingly made way. Fire Lin's gaze was languid, exuding an air of a nonchalant elder who required no gratitude for such trivial matters. Qin Ming fell silent. Perhaps the previous communication had been somewhat lacking. He had not anticipated that the newly appointed Fire Lin would be so diligent. Our objective is not merely to arrive at the designated location to fulfill the task. More importantly, we are here to gain experience. And such an absence of challenge is rather bothersome. Upon hearing Qin Ming's explanation, Fire Lin emitted an impatient growl. I have called them for you. I'm off to have some fun. I'll return by evening. Hey you. In a moment of distraction, Fire Lin dashed away. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qin Ming felt an ominous premonition. Whom did he summon? Had Fire Lin truly comprehended the earlier conversation? Why did it feel as though the ground was quaking? Surely it was just a figment of his imagination? Hundreds of meters away, out of Qin Ming's view, countless silver-white patterned ants erupted from the earth, converging in a relentless swarm. Under the command of the Ant King, a steel tide surged forward, unstoppable. Their pace was not rapid, but their proximity allowed them to advance steadily, clearing obstacles as they approached Qin Ming and his companions. Further afield, large beasts moved in flocks, hurrying along as if heading to a market. Even numerous nocturnal creatures opened their eyes, displaying a reluctant yet obedient compliance as they busily went about their tasks. In the skies, spirit beasts of various kinds, both predator and prey, set aside their enmities and united in collaboration. They formed neat ranks, soaring above, gradually encircling the entire area. Fire Lin, claiming to be merely out for recreation, was behaving with reckless abandon, akin to a tiger returning to its mountain lair. It charged forward, crashing through everything in its path, as spirit beasts instinctively gave way. Guided by its keen sense of smell, Fire Lin deftly navigated through unclaimed territories, indulging in nature's bounty, relishing a life of fulfillment and joy. In stark contrast were Qin Ming and his companions. They gazed anxiously at the recently issued emergency alert regarding a yellow beast tide flashing on their phones, their hearts heavy with concern. Their trembling hands barely had time to sift through more detailed notifications before the phone's signals began to flicker. After the diligent yet beleaguered thundercloud eagles, who resided precariously on the cliff's edge, rushed to join them, Qin Ming and his companions lost their last vestige of signal. Does anyone know the way? Cheng Feng fervently shook his malfunctioning compass. My fire pinnacle crane can soar into the sky to ascertain our direction, Zhao Yu volunteered. Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief. We'll provide cover for you. Quickly let your fire pinnacle crane take flight. All right, Zhao Yu decisively responded. The fire pinnacle crane ascended, and half a second later, a dazzling array of colorful fireworks erupted in the sky, a breathtaking spectacle. As the mournful cry of flame-top crane echoed from Zhao Yu, Qin Ming's ominous premonition was vindicated. Zhao Yu hastily withdrew the fainted flame-top crane, and with a quick glance at the lively Zhao Yu, Qin Ming discerned that the flame-top crane was not in mortal danger, merely affected by the overwhelming aftershocks of skills unleashed. Although the spectacle appeared somewhat daunting, it seemed that everyone had exercised restraint. With a newfound understanding of the situation, Qin Ming's previously plummeting spirits finally found relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Trials must possess a semblance of authenticity and sufficient thrill to evoke one's latent potential, enabling the ascent to greater heights. Despite a slight chill of anxiety running down his spine, Qin Ming reassured himself. Uncertain of the specific escape route, the group hesitated momentarily, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. But in the next instant, the Iron Torrent, the silver-striped ant army, arrived with an overwhelming force. They charged through the landscape, uprooting trees and exuding an ominous presence. The depths of the shadowy forest seemed to open like a gaping abyss, relentlessly spewing forth the ferocious and fearsome silver-striped ant swarm. There was no longer any need to contemplate escape routes, as the relentless advance of the silver-striped ants left Qin Ming and his companions with but a fleeting escape opportunity. Without further hesitation, they sprinted away. Run, you sluggish legs. Chapter 71, Negotiation. The spirit space, devoid of the rotund little fellow, felt distinctly different. Today, Qin Ming was light-footed and nimble. While he still had ample energy, others were clearly struggling. Their breaths came heavy, their steps weighed down, and they could hardly keep pace, evidently on the verge of falling behind. Given that he was likely the catalyst for this miniature beast wave, Qin Ming felt a twinge of guilt. He slowed his pace, waiting for the last straggler, nearly on the brink of collapse, to catch up before offering encouragement. Come on, keep running. Yet, his words bore little effect. It seemed someone had wagered on who would lag behind. Hey, Cheng Feng, who do you think it is? You. Stop. Steady your breathing. Qin Ming urgently gestured for a pause. Cheng Feng, gasping for breath, rolled his eyes multiple times. Just as Qin Ming worried that Cheng Feng might faint, the latter's pace noticeably quickened, gritting his teeth and charging forward. Well done, that's the power of words. Having salvaged a youth on the brink of faltering, Qin Ming felt warmth in his heart despite receiving no words of gratitude. Psyduck, use your water gun to block the path. The now vastly improved water gun created a lengthy trench on the ground. Psyduck's efforts formed a small stream, complicating the pursuit of the silver-striped ants behind them. Observing the disruption in their rhythm, with some opting to take a detour, Qin Ming nodded in approval. He calmly caught up with the others, his contributions concealed behind a veil of modesty. Regrettably, the potential one can summon in a short span is ultimately limited, especially for Cheng Feng, who lacked the protagonist's halo. When he fell behind once more, even Qin Ming's provocations lost their efficacy. Shall we leave him behind, a tribute to nature? But such a promising youth did not deserve such a fate. The group had sprinted a considerable distance, and the pursuing beast horde was no longer composed solely of the initial ant-like foes. Massive beasts of various kinds had joined the mix, creating a coalition of land, sea, and air forces that rendered escape seemingly impossible. As everyone ran in a frantic bid for survival, it was evident they had lost their way. Even Qin Ming's attempts to employ the same tactics and set up an obstacle would likely yield little success. We cannot continue like this, Qin Ming stated bluntly, addressing the current predicament. So what do you suggest? Zhao Yu concurred with Qin Ming's assessment, but had no alternative solutions to offer. With so many beasts, we should stop. We can't possibly fight back. Qin Yun glanced back, his eyes reflecting despair. Isn't someone missing from the discussion? Qin Ming turned to see Qing Feng still running, though his spirit seemed to have drifted elsewhere. His overall demeanor did not suggest he could contribute to the conversation or offer suggestions. Fine, his opinion likely isn't crucial. I have an idea. Since there's no hope in continuing this relentless flight, why not try something unconventional? Let's give it a shot. All right, Qing Feng, seemingly having returned to his senses, responded enthusiastically. Okay, Zhao Yu and Cheng Yun, too, were clearly exhausted. Cough, cough. Qin Ming cleared his throat, maintaining composure as he faced the mixed army of spirit beasts behind them. Esteemed spirit beasts, you have pursued us for quite some time, employing sheer numbers against us, a breach of honor. How about we each select a few representatives to settle this in a one-on-one duel? Upon hearing his proposal, the spirit beasts paused, momentarily at a loss, whispering among themselves. However, the nocturnal creatures, coerced into overtime, clearly opposed this suggestion. They advanced, lowering their upper bodies, assuming a predatory stance, seemingly waiting for Qin Ming and his companions to show a weakness. If you wish to continue the chase, we too shall flee indefinitely. Not knowing how long this will drag on, a few skirmishes would be far more straightforward. Should you win, I have delicacies to offer. Qin Ming addressed the faction of spirit beasts whose opinions were divided, negotiating with seasoned tact. Gu. Awu. Humph. Ga. The spirit beasts reached a preliminary consensus, and thanks to Psyduck's translation, Qin Ming understood. You wish for a rotating battle, rejecting a one-on-one? Surely there must be a limit to the number of spirit beasts participating in this rotation. How many will you send forth? Humph. Ga. 20? That's unacceptable. We can only send out 3 spirit beasts, so you can have a maximum of 4. 3 against 15 is out of the question. You can have at most 6. Any more, and we refuse. Gu. Ga. 3 against 9? Fine deal. After some bargaining, before the spirit beast army could erupt once more, Qin Ming astutely accepted the terms. Then let us each discuss our participating beasts and their order of appearance. The battle will commence in 10 minutes. The spirit beasts, adhering to their word, granted Qin Ming and his companions a moment to catch their breath. My flametop crane hasn't fully recovered. Your calculation of 3 combatants feels a tad strained. Although the group was momentarily stunned by Qin Ming's quick wit and negotiation skills, they understood the requirements for the rotating battle. Indeed, it's unfortunate that Zhao Yu's flametop crane isn't ready, with just the 2 of us. Facing 9 spirit beasts is genuinely daunting. Despite acknowledging the odds, Cheng Yun and Cheng Feng were already rolling up their sleeves, warming up for the confrontation. A myriad of questions swirled in Qin Ming's mind. Is it possible that my count of 3 combatants never included the flametop crane? Could it be that you two are merely here to fill the numbers, spectators for the spectacle? Do refrain from adding unnecessary drama, please. I'll take the lead. Qin Ming rolled up his sleeves, volunteering to step forward. Rarely one to seek the spotlight, he was eager to showcase his skills, aiming for a sweeping victory to prove his worth. Everyone understands your intentions, but how can you bear to send such a delightful Psyduck into the fray? It appears that Qin Ming is somewhat disheartened, as if he feels he has abandoned his responsibilities. The wisdom of a spirit master is indeed a form of strength, and you have already demonstrated your prowess. I shall refrain from criticizing you for lagging behind. Cheng Feng remarked, patting Qin Ming's shoulder with utmost sincerity. Very well. You may proceed first. Qin Ming, feeling somewhat fatigued, wished not to squander his limited time on convoluted explanations. If necessary, he could always cover for them later. Observing the brothers Cheng Yun and Cheng Feng, he felt a sense of unreturnable ambition akin to the melancholic winds of the Yishui River. Qin Ming estimated their strength to be somewhat formidable, yet insufficient to dominate the arena. Thus, the true spectacle would ultimately rest upon me and Kata. Wouldn't you agree, Kata? By the way, what is Huolin up to at this moment? Gazing at the chaotic army of spirit beasts before him, he pondered whether they would ultimately retreat as promised. Wishing to avoid complications, Qin Ming found himself yearning for Huolin's presence. Chapter 72, The Fire Pattern Honey Pot. Our side has initiated the match with Cheng Yun's Fire Cloud Dog. May I inquire whether your side has arranged for your combat beast? Humph. Entering the fray was a stout earth boar, sporting sharp fangs and a rotund, pudgy body, demonstrating elite potential at level 11. A resilient representative of the earth element? To deploy such a rare Earth-type beast amidst a plethora of grass and insect spirit beasts suggests that there is at least a canine strategist among them. This hastily assembled army of spirit beasts, primarily composed of peripheral forces, did not possess particularly remarkable individual strength, with most being below level 20. Previously, they had triumphed merely by overwhelming numbers, akin to ants bringing down an elephant, which had caused Qin Ming and his companions to flee in disarray. This was precisely why everyone lauded Qin Ming's proposal for one-on-one duels and even accepted the notion of a lopsided wheel battle. However, the appearance of a rugged earth boar, with swarming ants serving merely as cheerleaders, was somewhat unexpected for Qin Ming. Although this was merely a juvenile boar, who could ascertain whether it was on a solitary journey or a family expedition, with parents observing from the sidelines. As Qin Ming cast his gaze towards the dark, ominous forest in the distance, he began to lose faith in the overall direction of the battle. Surely, the army of spirit beasts would not merely rely on chance when selecting their combatants. It was implausible that these innocent spirit beasts would engage in such underhanded tactics, right? Qin Ming desperately wished to believe this, yet an unsettling intuition warned him that things were amiss. My brother and I's fire cloud dogs are identical twins. They can temporarily share energy with one another. Generally, this goes unnoticed by the unknowing. Cheng Feng continued to boast quietly about their secretive tactics. Indeed, on the battlefield, Cheng Yun's fire cloud dog unleashed fiery crimson flames, with hints of azure light emanating from its core, an external manifestation of extreme heat. As the flames surged, they distorted the surrounding air, with waves of scorching heat rolling towards Qin Ming without the need to approach. He surmised that, in this state, the fire cloud dog's fire-based attacks would receive a significant boost. How intriguing. This was a tactic not even mentioned in the tomes, which explained Cheng Feng's earlier confidence in wagering. Realizing this, Qin Ming cast a mildly disdainful glance at Cheng Feng, who was oblivious, too engrossed in his display of pride. With the aid of high-temperature flames, Cheng Yun emerged victorious after several rounds of combat, fulfilling expectations. I told you my brother could do it. United as brothers, their combined strength is unbreakable. Onward, onward. Cheng Feng, the makeshift cheerleader, performed his role commendably. Yet, Qin Ming did not share Cheng Feng's blind optimism. He focused intently on the next contender entering the arena, only to be met with a familiar silhouette. Another earth boar, now at level 12, had joined the fray. The good news was that the little boar's parents had not come. The bad news was that its older sibling had arrived. I suppose he only has this one brother, right? Qin Ming found himself lost in thought. Breeding spirit beasts is significantly more challenging than with ordinary animals. It is nearly impossible to witness a scenario reminiscent of a pig birthing 9 offspring. Thus, it was likely that this family was quite standard in composition. Our luck cannot be that outrageous, Qin Ming reassured himself, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Given Cheng Yun's previously demonstrated abilities, this battle appeared to be a foregone conclusion, so Qin Ming shifted his attention elsewhere, keenly searching for any suspicious elements among the army of spirit beasts. As he assessed the motley collection of creatures, he was taken aback by their rapid escalation in levels. Where did this jungle elephant come from? Does its size truly qualify it for our baby cup? He exclaimed. And what of that fire pattern honeypot? While you may not exceed the size limit, your reputation for recklessness is already legend. Who among us is unaware of your notoriety? To engage in such a lowly match, does it befit your esteemed status as an older brother? At that moment, Qin Ming found himself disinterested in Cheng Yun's dazzling performance on stage. No matter how well Cheng Feng narrated the events, he could not muster the enthusiasm. You may triumph in this match, but can you contend with the ravenous audience lurking below? No? Then silence yourself. He directed this remark pointedly at Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng, caught up in the moment, quickly turned his gaze in the indicated direction, and in the next instant, he fell silent. They do not adhere to the rules of combat. Cheng Feng protested, feeling aggrieved. Yet, his grievances bore little weight. Do you and your brother have any contingencies left? Qin Ming sought to ascertain their situation, hoping to alleviate his own burdens. Isn't it already evident from the stage? Cheng Feng replied, lowering his head, his expression somewhat sheepish. Ah, so the two of them were out of tricks. Observing the increasingly unpredictable lineup of combatants, Qin Ming resolved to take the initiative and expedite the resolution, minimizing variables. I'll take the next match, he declared, patting Cheng Feng on the shoulder. Ah, you. Cheng Feng struggled to voice his concerns, unable to articulate the need for his brother to shoulder the burden alone in such an unfavorable situation. Be cautious. I am well aware. As the time for his entrance approached, Qin Ming found himself increasingly composed. I'm advising Kata to be cautious, not you. Childish. Qin Ming scoffed lightly. I'll be waiting to see if you dare to act so boastfully once you're in the ring. With an inexplicable surge of excitement, Qin Ming stepped onto the stage to replace the already defeated Cheng Yun, who had performed admirably by overcoming the Boar brothers, but ultimately fell to the fire pattern honeypot. Given the consecutive battles, the level 9 fire cloud dog had accumulated injuries and dwindling stamina, unable to keep pace. Not everyone is fortunate enough to possess Kata's opportunities, capable of wielding healing spells at such a low level, with so few skills available. Name: Xian Shui Duck Kata. Attribute: Water. Potential: Moderate Commander, 10, 100. Level: 12. Skills: Water Gun, Perfect. Charge, Beginner. Combat Awareness, Beginner. Sweet Dew, Expert. In just a few days, the proficiency of Kata's skills had not shown significant improvement. Yet his level had increased by 1. The fire pattern honeypot? The advantage is mine. Water Gun. In a fierce confrontation with the fire emblem honeypot, there was no subterfuge, only a direct and unabashed assault. His demeanor was fierce. His determined gaze revealed an utter lack of fear regarding any elemental disadvantage. Such valor in battle is indeed a rare and precious quality. However, he was injured, possibly from accumulated wounds from previous encounters. And now he faced a critical strike head-on. The swiftness with which this battle concluded left Qin Ming momentarily stunned. As he supported his brother and sought to reassess their tactical arrangements, Cheng Feng, in the brief moment of lowering and raising his head, suddenly found the battlefield transformed into a bewildering spectacle, leaving him utterly perplexed. What had I missed? Which side am I on? Cheng Feng felt dazed, suspecting he might have fallen victim to a rogue scheme. Chapter 73, At Will. Although the first skirmish ended somewhat abruptly, it aligned perfectly with Qin Ming's desire for a swift resolution. Glancing back at the onlookers, their expressions varied, each contorting into bizarre shapes, reflecting their profound astonishment. Qin Ming gestured mildly with his hands, his expression placid, indicating that there was no need for undue alarm, for this was merely the beginning. May I inquire which spirit beasts will be participating next? Perhaps they could present themselves? Qin Ming proclaimed. His underlying intention was to secure his forthcoming adversaries in advance, wishing to avoid any clandestine escalation of difficulty as time progressed. One must acknowledge that within the depths of this jungle, there were indeed several commanding or lordly level spirit beasts of around levels 30 to 40, and Qin Ming feared that further delays might invite unforeseen complications. A stir erupted among the spirit beasts. Goo goo wah wah quack. Gar, were you implying that battles would proceed one after another? And only upon winning this round could we ascertain our next opponent? Dissatisfied with the outcome, Qin Ming frowned. Their heightened sense of secrecy was rather suspicious, clearly indicating a nefarious intent. Amidst the brief commotion among the spirit beasts, Qin Ming noticed the most vocal one, evidently the instigator of discord, a fox-like spirit beast known as the Heartwood Fox. How cunning indeed. Let us not waste each other's time. Why don't you all come at once? Qin Ming boldly declared. Goo goo, quack. I do not mean to single anyone out. I refer to the contestants awaiting their turn. At this point, Qin Ming paused, sighing regretfully and shaking his head. He said nothing, yet his silence spoke volumes. He deliberately lowered his tone, adopting an arrogant demeanor and a condescending inflection. In the eyes of the spirit beasts, this was a glaring display of contempt born from a fortunate and swift victory in the first round. How could this be tolerated? The wild spirit beast horde erupted into chaos, the Heartwood Fox calling out frantically, yet the situation was spiraling out of control. Even if it's me against 6 of you. Are you team-oriented spirit beasts so cowardly as to refrain from striking? Have you truly come merely to set the mood? Qin Ming continued to broaden his provocations. The Heartwood Fox's adorable cries were drowned out by the escalating roars of the beasts, leading to utter pandemonium. Perfect, Qin Ming secretly smiled. He had managed to keep the increasingly absurd difficulty of this battle under control. Should the team-oriented spirit beasts choose to engage, a mere 6 of them, whether they be the arriving ant swarm or the later arriving bee swarm, he believed he had a solid chance of facing them. If they chose not to partake, all the better. A horde of uncoordinated spirit beasts, reliant solely on their instincts. How effectively could they perform in a team battle? Rather than prolonging the battle in an uncertain manner, unsure of what outrageous boss could emerge in the end, Qin Ming preferred the foreseeable challenge at hand. In truth, Qin Ming's words were a bold gambit, founded on a profound confidence in his own abilities. Initially intending to stage a performance, Qin Ming found himself unwittingly swept into the role, feeling a surge of lofty ambition. He pondered whether, upon reaching a higher level of cultivation, he could indeed wield his sword and charge forth, single-handedly facing an army. Qin Ming's thoughts drifted far and wide. However, in the eyes of Cheng Feng and the others, the scene was quite different. Initially, everything seemed fine, yet soon they found themselves utterly lost. Was it Qin Ming who was acting strangely, or was it them? Cheng Feng exchanged glances with his companions. In this encircled predicament, Daring to provoke and utter such reckless words was a clear invitation to disaster. Cheng Feng felt a pang of frustration. The glimmer of hope for victory he had just glimpsed began to fade once more. Very well. Let us continue to seek an opportunity to break free. Why has this dreadful signal not yet been restored? The rescue team should be arriving soon, shouldn't they? Even as mere apprentice spirit tamers, the first lesson they learned was to never surrender in dire circumstances. In unity through adversity, we cannot abandon our comrades. Cheng Feng thought bitterly as he cast a glance at Qin Ming, who appeared to be acting rather irrationally in his eyes. The thundercloud eagle, the jungle elephant, the watercloud leopard, and the 3 silver-striped ants, which Qin Ming considered mere fillers. It posed a challenge, but it was not insurmountable. Keita, once the battle commences, our primary objective is to incite chaos within the enemy ranks, maximizing our impact with minimal effort. The thundercloud eagle soared overhead, undoubtedly capable of electric ranged attacks, which required utmost caution. Qin Ming scrutinized every adversary in this conflict, communicating securely with Keita through their bond. Facing opponents many times larger than himself, Keita exhibited no signs of cowardice or fear, nor did he display arrogance from his recent victory. Instead, he radiated calmness and composure. This was precisely the right attitude. Qin Ming thought approvingly, realizing that during their time in the dojo, he and Keita had indeed learned invaluable lessons. They could now quietly gather their strength. Qin Ming reminded in their encrypted conversation, both sides have employed numerous tactics. Let us not cast stones at one another. With a piercing eagle's cry, this unorthodox wilderness battle officially commenced. Keita, deploy the water gun attack against the jungle elephant. The charged water gun, enhanced by Keita's swift action, caused even the massive jungle elephant to falter momentarily, staggering backward, due to the initial positioning of several spirit beasts being too close. 3 unwitting silver-striped ants found themselves directly in the path of the jungle elephant's hind legs. As the jungle elephant stomped down, the ground shattered, and one could only speculate the fate of the unfortunate silver-striped ants. Just as Qin Ming intended for Keita to capitalize on the advantage and eliminate both the largest and smallest foes on the field, the thundercloud eagle unleashed a bolt of lightning from above. Keita, execute our secondary plan. Ga. Keita's eyes widened as he controlled the scattering water droplets, forming a net above him. This ingenious idea, inspired by their elder brother, proved to be remarkably effective. Of course, Qin Ming and Keita had made minor, yet practical modifications to it. An inconspicuous water line discreetly connected to the watercloud leopard, which had stealthily approached without notice. Meow. The adorable call of the leopard tugged at Qin Ming's conscience. Lightning striking water, indeed, yielded exceptional results. The watercloud leopard collapsed, paralyzed, wisps of smoke rising from its body. If there is blame, let it rest with the thundercloud eagle. It was their lightning that caused this. Qin Ming momentarily lost his focus before instructing Keita to continue clearing the field. In no time, the largest contender fell, taking 3 of the smallest competitors down with it. Eliminating the poorly performing watercloud leopard, the battlefield soon consisted solely of the circling thundercloud eagle and the unassuming Keita. The spectators stood frozen in place, deeply awed by Keita's swift and decisive combat prowess. This time, there was no room for coincidence. It was a matter of genuine strength and tactical acumen. Was there still a need for retreat? I am uncertain. It depends on Qin Ming's mood. That makes sense. Chapter 74, Performance. The Thundercloud Eagle, a 19th-level elite potential spirit beast, naturally dominated the sky with its aerial and elemental advantages. In contrast, Keita appeared rather innocuous. Under normal circumstances, the onlookers would condemn the disparity in strength between the combatants and sympathize with the weaker Keita, but at this moment, the crowd's mindset had shifted. Who could afford to worry about Keita, who had just demonstrated extraordinary prowess by slaying 5 beasts without a single feather ruffled? Was this still just an ordinary Xian Shui duck, or perhaps some other spirit beast disguised in duck's feathers? What do you think, Qin Ming? Cheng Feng felt that, given this unexpected turn of events, he should feel a measure of relief, yet he noticed his right eyelid twitching inexplicably. Having just escaped a dire situation, why was he still so agitated? He rubbed his eyes and decided to focus on Keita's forthcoming performance. Quack. If you have the guts, come down. Chirp. If you have the guts, come up. Quack. Come down, and I promise not to hit you. Chirp. Come up. And I also promise not to hit you. After 2 seconds of silence, the 2 scheming spirit beasts resumed their escalating quarrel. Quack. Chirp. The scene fell into an eerie stalemate. Although Qin Ming could only comprehend half of their beastly language, it was not difficult to surmise the nature of their increasingly frantic squabbling. What a nuisance, truly a nuisance. Given the thundercloud eagle's agility in the air, it was improbable for Keita to land a hit at the outset, which had now resulted in a significant advantage for him. However, should Keita delay his attack, the thundercloud eagle's alertness would be heightened, leading to this vexing stalemate. Sighing, Qin Ming scratched the back of his head. Kada, try some feints to lure the enemy in. The thundercloud eagle likely still retains its instinct to pounce on prey. An expression from Blue Star came to mind. The rabbit kicks the eagle. Kada's water gun undoubtedly possessed enough force to threaten the thundercloud eagle. The challenge lay in the difficulty of hitting it now. The eagle's altitude and agility were beyond Kada's current capability to challenge. Qin Ming was also hesitant to let Kada recklessly utilize the recoil from the water gun to ascend and become a moving target. Thus, it was now a matter of whether Kada could exhibit enough finesse to trick the thundercloud eagle. Amidst the escalating argument, Kada felt a lingering desire to perform. The spirit master had mentioned how to act, after all. Consequently, Kada placed a hand over its heart, feigning pain as it let out a quack. Hiss. Qin Ming covered half of his face, helplessly aware that he needed to keep at least one eye on the battle. This abrupt, nonsensical performance was likely incomprehensible to anyone other than Qin Ming and Kada. It was a sight for sore eyes. When he returned to Blue Star, he would add the birth of an actor to Kada's reading list, Qin Ming silently noted. Performing without a physical object was evidently too challenging for the novice Kada. It seemed Kada realized the absurdity of its act. Upon noticing the nearby water cloud leopard, which had ceased smoking but occasionally twitched, Kada's eyes suddenly brightened. Employing the delicate maneuvers he had practiced while washing dishes, Kada carefully lifted the water cloud leopard's body with a gentle stream of water. With the steam enveloping the leopard, it appeared as if the creature itself was struggling to rise. Chirp. Well done, brother. The revived water cloud leopard had no time to respond. It seemed to summon its last ounce of strength to conjure a massive water blade, striking toward Kada, who appeared unaware of the impending danger. Chirp. The thundercloud eagle seized the opportunity, unleashing a bolt of lightning simultaneously. Kada, be careful. Qin Ming's face contorted with urgency. Realizing the dire situation only after a moment's distraction, he rushed to warn Kada. Quack. Kada, upon hearing this, narrowly evaded the water blade, but was too late to dodge the falling lightning. Boom. The thundercloud eagle sensed its lightning had finally struck something tangible. No longer diverted by the bothersome duck, it let out a pleased cry before diving swiftly downwards. This was a moment not to be missed. Annoying duck. Did you not mock my courage to descend? Here I come. With its keen eyes, the thundercloud eagle could discern the situation even before the dust fully settled. What was that glow surrounding the duck? My lightning doesn't produce such an effect, does it? Where's my roast duck? Without granting the thundercloud eagle more time for contemplation, Kada recognized the eagle's dive was slowing and knew the tides had changed. He hastily aimed the water gun he had been charging for some time at the thundercloud eagle's face and fired, perhaps fueled by some lingering resentment. This water gun was even more powerful than at the outset. The thundercloud eagle seemed a bit too naive. Qin Ming sighed at the sight of the foolish bird, unable to counterattack, and knew the outcome had been sealed. Kada's mind was indeed quite agile, proving to be a worthy pupil under his tutelage. He truly possessed talent. Perhaps he should add an actor's self-cultivation to further refine Kada's skills. Qin Ming mused inwardly. We won. My heavens, we actually won. Qin Ming, you are nothing short of a deity. The crowd erupted in cheers, welcoming the triumphant return of Qin Ming and Kada. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the spirit beasts was somewhat oppressive. Thundercloud Eagle, you ought to pull yourself together and strive until the very last moment. Much like the water cloud leopard. Exactly. The recently revived and confused water cloud leopard questioned. Did I wake up too soon? What on earth just happened? We lost. How did we lose? Why is the leopard here? Wasn't he the battle just beginning? Yet no spirit beast noticed the water cloud leopard's oddity, and thus no one could explain it to him. Everyone felt a bit troubled. Should they honor their promise? That was indeed a dilemma. Wow. We never agreed on the outcome of this match. What should we do now? Gurgle. True as that may be, it still feels wrong. Wow. Primarily due to that esteemed individual's orders, we cannot refuse. Otherwise, we would have to offer a great deal of food. The Heartwood fox, with its alluring eyes, nearly in tears, voiced the collective sentiment of the beasts. With the competition drawing to a successful close, Qin Ming took the initiative to approach, exuding confidence as he declared, "Let us distribute rewards to the brave participants." What rewards? The leopard is unaware. Chirp. I heard there are delicious treats, slurp. Chapter 75, for the tale. The great serpent serves as Qin Ming's original muse, yet the familiarity of daily encounters inevitably leads to a certain depletion of inspiration. Although he does not vocalize it, Qin Ming has long felt a tinge of monotony. Previously, the varied transformations of the great serpent dangled before him like a persistent carrot. Now that the great serpent has transcended its limitations, Qin Ming, relieved and unburdened, is inspired to venture out and seek new muses. Serendipitously, He finds himself surrounded by a plethora of creative subjects, a bountiful opportunity he hasn't encountered in a long while. The thundercloud eagle strikes him as particularly delightful in its foolishness, while the watercloud leopard, adorably aquatic, captivates him. The distinctive features of the jungle elephant, with its elephantine trunk and ears, are exceptionally easy to capture. The diminutive silver-white patterned ant can be represented with a mere few ink splotches, presenting no challenge at all. In summary, once Qin Ming ceases to regard them from the perspective of an adversary, he suddenly finds this furry assembly to be exceedingly endearing. The spirit beasts possess a remarkable sensitivity to the emotions of their spirit masters. Upon sensing Qin Ming's unmasked goodwill, they calm down, allowing him to scrutinize them at his leisure. The current Qin Ming has undergone a transformation. To fulfill the highest standards promised to Kada, he has mastered the intricate challenge of depicting feathers. The secret lies in striking the right balance between detail and brevity. In simpler terms, he meticulously renders 2 feathers while disregarding the rest, allowing the viewer's imagination to fill in the gaps. A fortunate stroke of genius. The sudden reduction in workload pleases Qin Ming immensely. As for why he chose 2 feathers instead of 1, it is because Kada grows symmetrically, possessing 2 wings. It would be unjust to favor one over the other. However, with the thundercloud eagle, which is not his own cherished creature, Qin Ming feels less compelled to invest his utmost effort. He contemplates a bold experiment to depict only a portion, akin to a half illustration, capturing just a segment. This is not solely a manifestation of Qin Ming's self-interest. The primary reason is that the basic array of the primary spirit gathering array does not afford him ample room for expression. In his previous clandestine attempts, as soon as he began, with the form not yet fully rendered and details absent, the foundational disk of the primary spirit gathering array would begin to falter, teetering on the brink of collapse. It simply did not provide a suitable stage for Qin Ming to showcase his talents. Qin Ming had been troubled by this predicament. Yet inspiration has now struck him, and his thoughts have opened up. If he cannot complete the work, then he shall abandon it. What is the big deal? During his studies on Blue Star, his painting teacher emphasized the elevated artistry of leaving spaces blank. Perhaps this is precisely the essence of that teaching. With this realization, Qin Ming achieves clarity. He finds himself liberated from the fallacy of needing to complete a work for it to be considered a cohesive composition. Why not opt for a close-up instead? After all, omission is indeed a valid answer outlined in textbooks. Moreover, the final interpretation of his array's crystallization lies firmly in Qin Ming's hands. He can paint as he pleases, so why entangle himself with unnecessary constraints? At this moment, Qin Ming experiences a profound epiphany, eagerly anticipating a test subject, not a mere guinea pig, but a spirit beast model, to validate his newfound inspiration. Kada and the others all serve as experimental test subjects, so do not overthink it. With foresight, Qin Ming has preemptively patched up any concerns through their contract. Everything is in place. Let us see who the first fortunate candidate will be. The wild spirit beasts remain quite alert, with no one rushing forward. Instead, Chung Feng and others approach him. Qin Ming, are you planning to depict the array's crystallization? Let us distribute the workload. It wouldn't be fair to always have you exert yourself. Zhao Yu volunteers enthusiastically. Indeed, we are quite proficient with the primary array crystallization, Chung Feng boasts, confidently thumping his chest. Qin Ming remains silent. Could it be that he harbors a slight ulterior motive regarding this task? Hence, he does not feel fatigued at all, nor does he desire to share the burden. Furthermore, is it possible that their abilities might not suffice for the task? Where does such confidence stem from? Yet, he can clearly see that everyone's intentions are good-hearted. Internally grateful, he gently declines. This idea was proposed spontaneously without prior consultation. There is no need for you all to follow suit. Seeing the disagreement etched on their faces, Qin Ming continues. Moreover, your spirit beasts are all quite injured. It would be best to prioritize your own recovery. We should conserve some strength. If we are not in optimal condition in the wild, the risks could escalate. His words resonate deeply with the group. To expedite the recovery of the spirit beasts within the gathering space, their current states are far from ideal. Naturally, this does not apply to Chung Feng, who has been slacking off, but given his frail physique, it would be wise for him not to overexert himself. Finally, having earned some face for his physical prowess, Qin Ming revels in the joy of being able to tease others about their weaknesses. Thus, Chung Feng and the others, albeit with a hint of embarrassment, accept Qin Ming's suggestion. In the meantime, the spirit beasts, during the discussion, select the first brave candidate to break the ice, the resilient watercloud leopard. Qin Ming remains oblivious to the subtle dynamics among the spirit beasts. To him, facts speak louder than words. Once he takes action, it is merely a matter of time before he receives accolades. He has grown accustomed to initial hesitance, giving way to overwhelming admiration once his true abilities are revealed, thus bestowing upon him an extraordinary level of esteem, both emotionally and materially. Qin Ming tunes out external distractions, focusing intently on observing the water cloud leopard. What are its distinguishing features? How can he simplify the complexity? Meow meow. The water cloud leopard, under Qin Ming's gaze, nervously spins in place before biting down on its prominent, fluffy tail. Yet, even while grasped, the tail exhibits a life of its own, swaying with an independent spirit. Qin Ming, momentarily distracted, finds himself unable to avert his gaze. Good heavens! It is not merely a tail swaying. It is a heart-stirring dance that captivates his very soul. He is almost rendered breathless by its adorableness. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming finally perceives the water cloud leopard for what it is, a snow leopard enveloped in mist and perched upon clouds. Gazing at the tail, which is even longer than the water cloud leopard's body, Qin Ming feels an irresistible urge to touch it. Before he can even begin his work, his hand, driven by its own volition, reaches out. Wow, the silky, cloud-like texture is so enticing that he feels compelled not just to touch it, but to bury his face in it. Qin Ming squints in sheer delight, savoring a moment that feels almost transcendental. This indescribable joy comes swiftly and vanishes even quicker. Meow. The water cloud leopard widens its eyes, flicking its tail in protest against the boldness of this human's actions. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. This is merely a necessary step in preparing a gift, Qin Ming assures sincerely, soothing the startled and deeply displeased water cloud leopard. Determined, he vows to perform exceptionally well this time, hoping that the water cloud leopard will willingly offer its magnificent tail in the future. Qin Ming's passion ignites. Chapter 76, The Unusual. Qin Ming sets his brush to the remaining limited space within the primary spirit gathering array. He must not disrupt the existing lines, ensuring a continuous and orderly flow. With no opportunity for erasure or correction, his mental focus must glide seamlessly without faltering or slowing down. He must complete his vision in one fluid motion, efficient and harmonious. Like dancing with shackles, yet Qin Ming embraced it with delight. He wielded his mental strength as a brush, though the strokes were exceedingly sensitive. Despite his unwavering focus, the lines he drew in the air occasionally quivered. Qin Ming nearly suspected he had developed Parkinson's, for some strands of hair were forked, while others appeared dry and brittle, resembling a tail poorly nourished and carelessly tended by its owner. But was this the reality? Observing the water cloud leopard's tail, which flowed gracefully in the wind, evidently well cared for and smooth, he reminisced about that brief yet profoundly soothing tactile sensation. Qin Ming could no longer deceive his senses. An inexplicable frustration welled up within him. Never mind, it's my domain, and who truly comprehends my intentions? They cannot see. Thus, with a complicated heart, Qin Ming completed his inaugural attempt at a reduced version, desperately reinforcing self-suggestion in his mind. This is the water cloud leopard, a partial snapshot. Indeed a water cloud leopard. Perhaps Qin Ming's sincerity bore fruit. Although the formation's radiance flickered, it ultimately stabilized. With anticipation, Qin Ming watched as the light of the array gradually coalesced in the air. Puffed, someone is snickering. Qin Ming, your array crystallization resembles a long caterpillar. Chung Feng, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Qin Ming felt a surge of anger. He genuinely did not wish to engage with this aesthetically challenged individual, yet Chung Feng's remark made him uncomfortably aware of the resemblance. However, likening it to a caterpillar was simply too pedestrian. Qin Ming resolutely rejected that notion. Upon closer inspection of this first edition of his elementary spirit gathering array, he thought it bore a closer resemblance to a sea cucumber, sophisticated, nutritious, and appropriately aquatic. Qin Ming silently derided Chung Feng's lack of discernment. The truly discerning water cloud leopard, driven by instinct, approached without fully comprehending the peculiar object in Chung Feng's hand, and promptly swallowed it whole. The leopard's expression swiftly transitioned from confusion to shock and elation, experiencing a complex emotional journey before striding forward with elegant feline grace. Meow meow. The natural, clipped sound paired with the water cloud leopard's innocent expression was utterly irresistible to Qin Ming. He seized the swaying tail, burying his face in it, inhaling deeply and voraciously. Meow. The water cloud leopard, gripped at its most sensitive point, became utterly still, its thoughts clashing within its mind. It took a full 2 minutes for the leopard to retract its disheveled tail and meticulously groom itself. How fleeting yet beautiful those 2 minutes were, Qin Ming sighed, lamenting the swift passage of time, as ephemeral as dew. But fear not, for another shall take the stage. Enter the next unfortunate victim. The thundercloud eagle approached with a peculiar gait. Its left leg advanced while the right leg lingered back, revealing an inner turmoil and indecision about its destination. Peculiarly, it should have been flying, yet here it was, walking, more of a hop. Really, quite ridiculous. Qin Ming withdrew his outstretched arms, suddenly less eager for this participant. Could we perhaps have a replacement? Inspiration had abruptly run dry, and urgency set in. Despite his discontent, Qin Ming dutifully completed his task, presenting the thundercloud eagle with a rhombus-shaped object. Initially, he had intended to focus on the eagle's eyes for his artistic endeavor, but now, he found himself unable to look directly into those eyes for fear of distraction. Thus, he settled for depicting a pair of wings, shaped like rhombuses. Why could the shape of Qin Ming's array crystallization still fluctuate? This time, Cheng Feng refrained from mocking Qin Ming's crystallization design, for he sensed that the trajectory of events was veering into the unusual. Why aren't you two responding? Cheng Feng frowned, impatiently nudging his brother. Do you not realize the remarkable level of energy concentration in this crystallization? Zhao Yu, in a better state of recovery, provided an answer. She tucked a stray hair behind her ear, somewhat exasperated. It does seem so. The transparency of this crystallization is impressive. Qin Ming is quite skilled. Cheng Feng's previous focus had been captivated by Qin Ming's unique design, only to be reminded of another inconsistency. Do you think he might be at the intermediate level? Cheng Feng hesitated, unable to voice his speculation, tugging at the corner of his mouth and pointing upward with his left hand. Based on the scale and speed of these two instances of energy gathering, it shouldn't be the case, Zhao Yu reasoned logically. That's reassuring. Cheng Feng sighed in relief, calming the anxiety he'd previously felt. A powerful spirit beast was fundamentally irrational, and if spirit masters became so formidable, would there be any respite left for others? This felt far more reasonable, and Cheng Feng's mindset gradually settled. But wait, with 9 spirit beasts, even an elementary array crystallization shouldn't be within his capability. How could he possess such abundant mental energy? Observing Qin Ming's effortless, seemingly tireless execution, Cheng Feng and the others exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. He was foolish. Why had he been so curious, delving so deeply? He felt his composure slipping. In an instant, Cheng Feng regretted and felt vexed, cursing himself for engaging in that damned bet. Indeed, he hadn't forgotten the wager with Qin Ming. It was just that Qin Ming had refrained from mentioning it, leaving him hesitant to bring it up. The unresolved punishment gnawed at his insides. The more he pondered, the greater his regret grew, and Cheng Feng mentally chastised himself. In the eyes of the onlookers, Qin Ming's image gradually ascended to an imposing stature, profound, mysterious, and powerful. However, to the spirit beasts, Qin Ming's presence appeared rather peculiar. Why did the spirit beasts that accepted his gifts behave oddly, as if they were engaging in actions contrary to their nature? Yet, their energy flow remained normal, even abundant, as if they hadn't been ensnared by some malevolent force. How strange, indeed. They couldn't comprehend, so they continued observing. Meanwhile, some of the more curious and proactive spirit beasts began preparing to experience Qin Ming's unique gifts for themselves, enjoying the sensation of the leopard tail scarf. The pig knight, Qin Ming, found himself utterly captivated, unable to extricate himself from the allure of the leopard. Chapter 77, Being Federal. Benefiting from the rich spiritual energy of the wilderness, countless celestial materials and extraordinary treasures naturally flourished and came into being each day. While spirit masters occasionally visited to harvest, the true proprietors of this treasure trove were the diverse spirit beasts. They were both consumers and producers, having awakened their intelligence beyond merely satisfying their physiological needs. They actively stored, collected, and nurtured rare treasures, tree fruits, spiritual crystals, and even their own molted feathers and claws, all deemed valuable and rare by spirit masters. These spirit beasts arrived in haste, yet they carried some treasured possessions that they never parted with. Goo goo, why are you tugging at my feathers? Chirp chirp, that hurts. Goo goo, you're too much. Let us fight. Chirp chirp, all right. Naturally, Qin Ming did not endorse these freshly minted exchange items. Upon clarifying the situation, he instructed Keita to mediate the reconciliation. Humph, what are you staring at? Wow, if you're not looking at me, how do you know I'm looking at you? Humph, what is it to you? Wow, try looking one more time. Humph, go ahead and try. Gah. The Beastmaster declared that no spirit beasts would be entertained today if they continued to brawl. Keita stood resolutely between the two beasts, his tone serious. Wow, Humph, we are good friends, and we never fight. The two beasts then began to embrace each other, mending their bond. Thus, Qin Ming and Keita successfully quelled many latent disputes, exchanging unusual services and items through peaceful and amicable means. Their lunch snacks were plentiful, enough to sustain them for several days. They thoroughly indulged in a variety of furs, long, short, coarse, soft, curly, straight, rabbit, cat, leopard, pig, dog, wolf, and horse. By the end, Qin Ming had become somewhat indifferent to the furs. He also experienced initial rides on larger spirit beasts such as the jungle elephant, wood wolf, swift deer, and cloud-stepping colt. Regrettably, the few flying spirit beasts had never learned to carry passengers, and Qin Ming lacked the requisite license. After much deliberation, he prioritized safety. The joy of the moment was fleeting, primarily due to the rapid depletion of his mental energy, which could not keep pace. After he insisted that he had completely exhausted himself and would return in the future, the spirit beasts reluctantly bid farewell. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng attempted to emulate Qin Ming's trading endeavors, but his formation crystal quality faced skepticism and rejection from the spirit beasts due to the comparison with Qin Ming. He only managed one transaction before his business crumbled. Cheng Yun and Zhao Yu, learning from Cheng Feng's misstep, abandoned any thoughts of replication. Thus, the group took a brief respite, though it was hardly restful. The bizarre occurrences surrounding Qin Ming were simply too distracting. Yet, focusing on it often threw their mental state off balance, leading to a physical semblance of rest, but an increased mental exhaustion. Truly a difficult predicament. The good news was that, following Qin Ming's drafting of a treaty with the spirit beasts, a preliminary friendship between humans and beasts had been established, and the group's mobile signals finally returned to stability. However, the bad news was that after canceling the automatically sent rescue requests, they discovered their location had deviated several kilometers from their intended route. This was merely the straight-line distance. The group had undoubtedly taken numerous detours in their frantic navigation, evoking a sense of bittersweet despair. How shall we proceed? Qin Ming mused, having become engrossed in trade and realizing he had lost track of time. It was imperative to hasten their journey. As he spoke, Zhao Yu projected the route map into the air. Upon inspection, Qin Ming noted that the starting point, current location, and destination were all clearly marked. To his astonishment, after a morning of toil, they were now 3 kilometers farther from their destination. Until today, he had been skeptical of the peculiar assumptions surrounding Xiaoming and mathematical problems, but now he believed. Was this the real-life embodiment of a reverse journey conundrum? How many times the speed would they need to travel to regain their original progress before evening? Such a hassle, it required some serious thought. As night descended, it was unwise to traverse the perilous jungle, and the group required adequate rest to recalibrate their state. Therefore, they had to reach their destination before dusk. Without further ado, they set off. The sun blazed fiercely. Despite the shade of trees, the heat was palpable. The air felt almost scalding, and the heat on their skin was relentless, gradually accumulating. It wasn't long before Qin Ming felt the uncomfortable stickiness of his clothing. He wondered why Cheng Feng, who was in even worse shape, had yet to voice any complaints. A sense of solitude began to creep in, as he was accustomed to having someone nearby making a ruckus. What had happened to him? Qin Ming edged closer, focusing intently, and caught a barely audible mumble from Cheng Feng, who was reciting to himself in a low voice. I must not lag behind. Qin Ming isn't resting, so neither will I. Was he under some sort of spell? Just those 2 phrases were on an incessant loop in his mind. Although he had been reminded of something, Qin Ming, adhering to a spirit of camaraderie and harmony, felt it was not the right moment to press for a wager. He decided to wait a bit longer, perhaps owing to the effects of their newly formed alliance with the spirit beasts. Qin Ming and his companions encountered no obstructions along their path. Remarkably, they even received unsolicited gifts of chilled ripe fruits along the way. Of course, this privilege was exclusive to Qin Ming. Sharing it would likely induce discomfort among his companions. It was astonishing how considerate these spirit beasts were, delivering perfectly chilled, ripe fruits. Although Qin Ming and the others were not lacking in provisions, such refreshments at this moment were a true delicacy. The taste was exhilarating, refreshing and thirst-quenching. Each bite was imbued with sweetness. Qin Ming felt invigorated, his fatigue dissipating. He could easily run a few more kilometers. In hindsight, he regretted not teaching Keita an ice-type technique. Summer wilderness survival truly called for it. Those fire-type techniques were better suited for winter travels. This contemplation led Qin Ming to reassess his criteria for potential future travel companions. Without pausing, they pressed on, finally reaching their destination before sunset. After allocating their nighttime watch duties, Qin Ming fell asleep, reflecting on the richness and excitement of the day. He truly hoped for a similar experience on the return journey. Chapter 78, The Waves. In the middle of the night, Qin Ming awoke to switch the guards on watch, only to discover that Huolin had yet to return. However, considering Huolin's formidable allure among the spirit beasts, Qin Ming felt no cause for concern. With Huolin absent, he seized the opportunity to take Keita back to Blue Star. The day's battles had illuminated the inadequacies in Keita's current offensive capabilities and performance skills. It was high time to cultivate the wave overlapping technique, as leveraging one's strength against another is an exceedingly practical skill. Additionally, Supplementary classes on performance techniques needed to be arranged promptly, along with some fresh ideas regarding the supercavitation effect. On the train to H-City, Qin Ming simultaneously activated his computer and phone. The former served for perusing official documents on various forums, while he jotted down notes and calculations on a blank sheet of paper. The latter played videos such as performance skills, a must-watch for beginners, and 3 training methods to improve performance in 5 days, showcasing a stark contrast in content. Unsurprisingly, the videos were intended for Keita. Snuggled within the folds of Qin Ming's coat, Keita remained motionless, pretending to be a remarkably lifelike doll. The doll-like Keita fixed its gaze on the screen, adorned with specialized Bluetooth headphones. Together, they focused intently on enhancing their respective skills in their distinct realms. Keita, you've been watching videos for 2 hours straight. Why not close your eyes for a bit? We're about to arrive at our destination. After concluding his communication with Keita through the contract, Qin Ming naturally tidied up the small table and prepared to disembark. Upon exiting the station, a gentle breeze caressed him, the moist air carrying a hint of saltiness. Even though he had yet to reach the seaside, Qin Ming felt as if he could already hear the rhythmic crashing of the waves. With a blend of anticipation and excitement, he first headed to the nearby guest house he had reserved, checked in, and stowed away his luggage. Subsequently, he made his way directly to the beach. Keita, too, seemed to have been liberated from his constraints, no longer masquerading as a mere puppet. Though he was surrounded by seawater, Keita appeared to be thoroughly satisfied. As Qin Ming sensed the joy emanating from their bond, a smile graced his lips. Indeed, H-City is a coastal metropolis and the ideal locale for Qin Ming to experience the essence of the layered waves technique. Fortunately, it was not the peak tourist season, and the crowds were manageable. He found a less populated spot to allow Keita to frolic in the water. Keita first acclimated himself in the calmer waters, moving gracefully despite his speed. He occasionally dove beneath the surface, showcasing his prowess, and when he resurfaced, a flick of his body sent sparkling droplets flying, leaving his feathers untouched by water. Such physical prowess was beyond Qin Ming's capabilities. He had rented a set of diving gear, toting an oxygen tank, as his own strength was insufficient. Safety by the sea is paramount, and while he was uncertain how deep Keita wished to dive or how turbulent the waves would be, he opted to be fully equipped. Having not rented a boat, cost being one consideration, but more critically, Qin Ming lacked the skill to operate one. He sought to avoid drawing attention to Keita's somewhat unusual nature. Thus, the duo embarked on a silent journey through the water, swimming deeper into the ocean. With Keita's innate sense of direction, by the time Qin Ming emerged from the depths, the sounds of humanity had faded into the distance. Glancing back, the beach was merely a faint line on the horizon. Ahead lay the vast expanse of sea and sky, waves churning and undulating, with sunlight glimmering upon the surface like scattered gold. In that breathtaking moment, Qin Ming felt as though he had melded into the ocean, becoming a part of its boundless majesty. As a gust of wind swept through, the waves surged higher, each crash sending forth a cascade of foam, propelled by the momentum of its predecessor. With each wave rising higher than the last, Qin Ming shared his realizations with Keita, who listened intently, seemingly contemplative. This experience had transcended mere training for Keita. Within the solitude and grandeur of the ocean, Qin Ming found himself liberated from past burdens, fully immersed in the present. At times, he dove down to dance with schools of fish. At others, he floated atop the surface, gazing at the clouds shifting overhead and listening to the soothing sounds of the waves. Together, he and Keita squandered time on the water, blissfully unaware of the passing hours until the sun began to set. Although Keita had yet to grasp the layered waves technique, his progress was notable. As he quietly leveled up, perhaps he had internalized the combat experiences of the previous day. Qin Ming believed that, given the right opportunity, or with more time, Keita would undoubtedly take that crucial step forward. Simultaneously, Qin Ming's mastery of aquatic skills had significantly improved. Eventually, as the oxygen in his tank dwindled, he relied solely on his own strength to navigate the increasingly restless waters. It was time to return. They would come again tomorrow. Keita responded joyfully, diving below to catch a fish. Qin Ming felt a warmth in his chest upon receiving Keita's offering. As Keita continued to provide for him while he still needed to eat, Qin Ming's eyes misted slightly, surely due to the strong ocean breeze. The fish, with its gray-brown back tinged with orange-yellow and a gray-white belly, bore a striking resemblance to something familiar. Qin Ming pulled out his phone from the sealed bag and snapped a photo. A yellow-lip emperor? A wild yellow-lip emperor, an endangered, first-class protected species, the infamous prison fish. Keita, perhaps we should let this one go. Just as he was about to agree, cold sweat broke out on Qin Ming's forehead. Grateful for his keen eye, he had inadvertently checked. But this meat is truly exceptional. I specifically chose a large one. Keita insisted, worried about the repercussions of possessing such a fish. Qin Ming took a deep breath. I do not doubt your judgment. However, let us perhaps consider another catch. As a law-abiding citizen, Qin Ming's conscience compelled him to adhere to the law, regardless of his extraordinary circumstances. He resolved to enhance Kata's legal awareness, making a mental note to incorporate relevant videos and literature promptly. Following this harrowing encounter, Qin Ming immediately downloaded the pertinent videos upon reaching the shore, prioritizing them over various skill enhancement tutorials for Kata. Kata watched for only a few seconds before staring blankly, scratching his head in confusion. Kata, Blue Star is my homeland. Like the spirit martial continent, we must abide by the laws and regulations here. There are certain actions that, even if unintentional, could lead to severe repercussions. Upon hearing that spirit masters could be apprehended, Kata's eyes widened, fully alert now, as he earnestly focused on the legal education video. Qin Ming nodded approvingly, continuing to review the layered waves technique, integrating his personal experiences from the previous day into his reflections. Chapter 79, The Bitter Sea Water. In the early morning, as the sun began to ascend above the horizon and cast its first rays of light upon the sky, Qin Ming awakened. He and Kata planned to linger in this coastal city on Blue Star for several days. The sense of freedom they experienced in the ocean yesterday left an indelible impression on both, compelling them to seize this opportunity and to not disrupt the delicate, ephemeral insights they had begun to cultivate. Good morning, Kata. Quack, came Kata's flat response, his eyes devoid of focus, a testament to the effectiveness of yesterday's legal education session. The weather forecast indicated strong winds, even advising against venturing out. However, the fluctuations of the waves would likely be more pronounced today. Shall we set off? Qin Ming proposed. Quack, Kata replied monotonously, his eyes barely flickering. Oh dear, it seems last night's legal session may have been a bit too intense. It was indeed a challenge for the barely one-year-old Kata to memorize and comprehend the tedious legal texts. Qin Ming, still rattled from the previous day's scare, did not intend for Kata to become an overnight expert, but he needed to leave a lasting impression in his mind. From the outset, it was essential to understand that certain actions were prohibited and inquiries could be directed to the spirit master. In a world brimming with surveillance and cutting-edge technology, Kata, as an extraordinary being, needed to exercise caution to avoid unnecessary troubles. Though they had not married or started a family, Qin Ming couldn't shake the feeling of being an accidental father, grappling with the moral education of a child. After a few minutes, the two arrived at the chosen spot from the previous day. The winds and waves had indeed intensified, and dark clouds loomed overhead, signaling impending rain. Today, Qin Ming opted not to dive into the ocean again. Instead, he floated on the deserted surface, drifting with Kata, experiencing the overwhelming power of the towering waves. Waves crash upon one another in a relentless rhythm, each undulation both repetitive and distinct, until gradually, a glimmer of light manifests in the vacant gaze of Kata. His eyes brim with the tumultuous energy of the surging tides. The soul, previously rendered blank by the weight of legal statutes, now gleams with clarity, allowing Kata to immerse himself entirely in the experience of the ocean's waves. It seems that Qin Ming, the spirit manipulator, has sensed something amiss. He then observes a brief yet astonishing entry on Kata's panel, enlightenment. Wow! Qin Ming exclaims internally, his heart swelling with exhilaration, yet he maintains an outward composure, cautious not to disrupt Kata's rare state of focus. He recognizes that the confluence of circumstances today is serendipitous, yet he had not anticipated that such an opportunity would arrive so quietly. Remarkable. Kata's eyes shine not with exuberance, but with a lucidity that reflects the sea and its frothy crests. Qin Ming perceives that Kata is merging with the ocean, radiating a profound sense of relaxation and harmony. As a colossal wave approaches, Kata slightly lifts his head, his gaze beginning to sharpen. Yet he does nothing, surrendering himself to the embrace of the tide. The Kata of yesterday, with his exceptional swimming prowess, effortlessly regained his balance regardless of the wave's magnitude. However, today's Kata appears to have forgotten how to swim, allowing the waves to envelop him, swirling and tossing him about. Naturally, Qin Ming harbors no fears of Kata drowning. Rather, upon witnessing Kata's actions, he too seems to awaken to a revelation. It is only through surrendering to the experience, fully immersing oneself, that one can truly grasp the power of the ocean's waves. Understanding this crucial insight, he is eager to try it himself, yet he resolves to wait until Kata regains consciousness. Otherwise, such actions could prove perilous for a human. Without a trusted companion to watch over him, Qin Ming feels he cannot afford to plunge into the depths. Perhaps Kata harbors similar thoughts. Qin Ming dares not betray this trust. He watches Kata intently. Although it is unlikely that anything could go awry, he must remain vigilant against unforeseen dangers, a responsibility inherent to his role as a spirit manipulator. With his focus solely on Kata, The pleasures of the previous day's adventures have faded. Yet, he finds satisfaction in Kata's rapid attainment of clarity. Yet, the tumultuous waves are indeed overwhelming. Ugh, Qin Ming expels the 66th mouthful of bitter seawater. Were it not for his improved swimming skills from yesterday, he would likely have found himself starring in a documentary on survival at sea. Nonetheless, even in such treacherous conditions, the toll on his endurance is immense. As Kata is propelled skyward by the waves, Qin Ming struggles to keep pace, lacking the extraordinary lung capacity to breathe easily. He must constantly battle to surface for air. How careless of him. He should have prepared an oxygen tank. Qin Ming chastises himself for his recklessness. The wind howls and the rain pelts down. Each time he surfaces, the rain assaults him mercilessly, blinding him and stinging his face. As he gasps for breath, seawater mingled with rainwater floods his mouth, prompting a frustrated exclamation. Kata, how long must you remain in this state of enlightenment? Shouldn't such a realization occur in an instant? A moment of profound clarity? Kata, you have already been swept away by the 98th wave, while I have expelled the 998th mouthful of bitter seawater. Perhaps Kata has sensed Qin Ming's struggles, or perhaps it is mere coincidence, but Kata as consciousness begins to return. A subtle glow flickers across his form. This signifies the successful acquisition of a skill. Qin Ming focuses intently. Name, Mystic Water Duck, Kata. Attribute, Water. Potential, Moderate Commander, 37-100. Level, 14. Skill, Abyssal Breath, Entry Level. Good news, a stroke of luck. Bad news, it's a bit off course. Abyssal Breath allows spirit beasts to move freely in environments such as deep seas, swamps, and toxic mists, unaffected by suffocation. Qin Ming understands why Kata would learn this skill. After all, the pressure of holding one's breath is quite the motivator. It is indeed a practical skill in the wild. Not a bad acquisition at all. But Kata, do you remember why we came here in the first place? Where has your focus on the wave-crushing technique gone? Realizing this, Qin Ming smacks his forehead in frustration. After all, he has been the one engrossed in observation. Initially, Kata was confused. And now it seems Qin Ming has been alone in his contemplation. In that moment, Qin Ming falls silent. The wind and waves lash against his face, chilling him further. Cough, is the duck impressive? Quite so, if only. Achio, Qin Ming muses, suspecting he may be catching a cold. Before he can complete his thought, he sneezes again. Chapter 80, Scavenging. Qin Ming has returned to Blue Star in his original body, and although he has benefited from several infusions of spiritual energy, his physical condition pales in comparison to that of the spirit martial continent. Within 10 minutes, he has sneezed 3 times, leaving little doubt about his condition. Kata, the weather today is truly dreadful. Let us return when the winds have calmed. Qin Ming is exhausted, hungry, and now unwell, in dire need of land to replenish his energy. Duck can stay a little longer. Kata has indeed matured significantly, developing a spirit of independence. However, this is unsafe. Qin Ming hesitates to voice his concerns, swallowing his words. Kata, with his excellent swimming abilities and now the capacity for anaerobic respiration, why would there be any danger? Abyssal breath is truly a practical skill. Kata need not worry while in the ocean now. Thus, Qin Ming finds the words of refusal lodged in his throat, unable to utter them. More crucially, Kata can meet his most basic physiological needs right where he is, something Qin Ming cannot match. Very well, then be cautious. I shall return for a brief respite. Qin Ming makes his way back to the inn, downing 2 cups of hot water. He then indulges in a bowl of instant noodles, extravagantly adding 2 eggs and a sausage to replenish his energy. After consuming a steaming bowl of noodles, he feels revived. Yet, glancing out at the torrential downpour, unease settles within him. He selects the sturdiest umbrella, tucking a thermos of goji berry tea under his arm, and steps back outside. Young man, why are you sitting here alone in this downpour? A middle-aged man in formal attire inquires, enjoying the sea breeze and the rain spectacle. Qin Ming replies nasally, having just sniffled, and takes a sip of his goji tea. I truly do not understand you all. Then, sir, what brings you to the seaside? The middle-aged man gestures toward a recently erected red flag. I am here to patrol. During inclement weather, strong waves may arise in the sea. For safety's sake, do not venture into the water. Ah, yes, quite right. Qin Ming nods vigorously, yet feels as though an arrow has struck his knee. Thus, undeterred by the elements, Qin Ming and Kata linger in the coastal city of H for over 10 days. During this time, Qin Ming dedicates at least half his day to accompany Kata as they drift upon the sea. Having honed his physique to a robust state, Qin Ming's skin had also acquired a healthy, sun-kissed wheat hue. With the remaining half of the day, he recuperated within the guest house, simultaneously drafting various supplementary plans for Kata and perusing prominent forums dedicated to physics and chemistry, eagerly anticipating an enlightening spark of inspiration. Mastering an innate skill not tied to any race proved to be a formidable challenge. Each day, Keita felt a sense of progress, yet he always sensed a lingering inadequacy. Fortunately, his daily aquatic forays were fulfilling and joyous, often leading to moments of epiphany, allowing Qin Ming to remain patient. He believed that, in due time, the blossoms of success would flourish, for time would undoubtedly validate all endeavors. Qin Ming had always imagined that Keita would only take that crucial step on a tumultuous day or in the face of a fierce storm, as the skill breadth of the abyss was acquired under such circumstances. However, he was taken aback when, on a seemingly ordinary afternoon, Keita returned early, bearing a monumental surprise. Name: Shen Shueya Keita. Attribute: Water. Potential: Moderate Commander, 42, 100. Level: 15. Skills: Super Bubble, Beginner, Wave Surge, Beginner. He had succeeded. The potency of Wave Surge was astonishing. Not only had he entered its realm, but his level had also ascended. The accumulation of effort had indeed yielded significant results. Keita, how could you not be elated at your breakthrough? Qin Ming perceptibly noted a hint of discontent in Keita's demeanor. What happened? Did you not enjoy lunch? In terms of natural flavor, the fauna of Blue Star was undeniably inferior to the delicacies of the spirit martial continent, which had been enriched by spiritual essence. Hence, it was no wonder that Qin Ming's first instinct was to consider this. Quack. The food was actually satisfactory, Keita responded. Quack. But a massive fish came to snatch my meal. How bothersome. A large fish that competed for your food? What did it look like? Qin Ming inquired casually. In the ocean, even a fish larger than Keita would not warrant excessive concern or distress. Having heard numerous tales from Keita about his new large fish companions, he had grown accustomed to such narratives, his nerves dulled to their significance. Keita's small eyes darted around until he found a fitting reference. Quack. It was as long as 2 spirit masters' beds. That must be 4 to 5 meters. What sort of fish did you encounter? Qin Ming nearly choked on his water. Were there any other distinguishing features? Quack. The duck can't quite articulate it. Keita was momentarily at a loss for descriptive words, anxiously pacing in circles. Nevertheless, it was evident that Keita had not sustained any injuries. Considering the child had exerted considerable energy throughout the day and had been disturbed during lunch, it was prudent to offer him something to eat and ensure he had ample time to rest. Your favorite barbecue, Keita? Qin Ming exclaimed as he retrieved a full platter of skewers from the oven. Keita's eyes sparkled with delight. The satisfaction of a diner is the most straightforward compliment to a chef, and a smile was about to grace Qin Ming's lips. Quack. That big fish looked remarkably like the gloves the spirit master is currently wearing. Qin Ming's smile faded, his expression cracking slightly. After a brief moment of silence, he found it hard to breathe, as an extremely popular meme crossed his mind, the gaze of the oven mitts. No way. After meticulous confirmation, it was undeniable. Keita had indeed competed for food with a Gyu's Mako shark. In a battle of ferocity, who was truly the more fearsome? Initially, Qin Ming had assumed Keita had merely encountered the adorable giants of the ocean, dolphins, whales, and other large marine mammals that could be consumed but were not particularly aggressive. Who would have thought he was contending with sharks, especially one of the most ferocious kinds? Qin Ming felt utterly flabbergasted. Quack. The duck nearly lost. And in a moment of excitement, I unleashed Wave Surge. Quack. And it was tremendously effective. Keita recounted the event with righteous indignation, bouncing up and down, determined to reenact the battle scene before the spirit master. Strangely enough, the video showcasing his improved acting skills had indeed made an impact, and Qin Ming surprisingly understood it. The moonlight was exquisite. Silence was the essence of this evening's Cambridge. Having achieved a significant milestone in their training, both Qin Ming and Keita now possessed enhanced self-defense capabilities. Thus, they returned to the spirit martial continent that very night. Oh, Fire Lin has returned. How fortuitous. Having learned from past experiences, Qin Ming resolved to adopt a policy of silence is golden for the following day, hoping the imminent task would unfold without further complications. Chapter 81, Poisonous Miasma. After a night of recuperation, everyone had regained their vigor, and the fatigue of the previous day had dissipated entirely. Qin Ming, your little red beast has returned, exclaimed Cheng Feng, surprised to see Fire Lin in Qin Ming's arms. Caught in the act of adhering to the silence is golden principle, Qin Ming fell into deeper silence. While he could remain mute, he could not suppress others' chatter. Fire Lin, oh, he is still asleep. Has he lost his enthusiasm even for breakfast? This behavior seems uncharacteristic of him. However, Qin Ming thought little of it, attributing it to Fire Lin's previous exuberance. In truth, the escort mission had been deemed complete the night before, and this morning, Qin Ming received notification from the association confirming the task's completion. 100 points credited. A 5-star review, along with a lengthy commendatory essay. praises for being diligent, courageous, and composed under pressure, exuding the demeanor of a great general. The flattery was so excessive that Qin Ming could hardly bear to read it. Moreover, a bonus of 1232 points was bestowed upon him. Such small, yet significant rewards left Qin Ming feeling a stark sense of unadulterated poverty and sincerity. Understanding a fraction of the underlying reasons, he felt an inexplicable pang of conscience. Thus, rather than parting ways that morning as initially planned, he decided to continue accompanying them, as they were bound for the same destination. However, he worried that any inadvertently offensive remarks toward Fire Lin could lead to dire consequences. From here on, we can manage the remaining tasks ourselves. Thank you for leading us, Cheng Yun interjected, pulling Cheng Feng back and bowing in gratitude. Indeed, we wouldn't want to impede your time, Qin Ming. We appreciate your assistance along the way, Jiaiyue echoed in agreement. Very well. There was no need for Qin Ming to dwell on it further. This group was exceedingly polite and friendly, making it hard for him to feel any guilt about their generosity. Perhaps this was the innocence of youth. Until we meet again, Qin Ming responded without hesitation, waving farewell. Now alone, Qin Ming's pace quickened considerably. The only downside was the absence of complimentary chilled fruits. He had ample reason to suspect Fire Lin was the cause, as he noticed spirit beasts avoiding him from a distance. They seemed to regard him as a formidable threat. Qin Ming had never witnessed such a phenomenon before, having always been a friend to spirit beasts, until today, when his image crumbled. Along the way, not a single spirit beast approached him for trade. The unpredictable nature of the world had turned what had just begun as a thriving business into a dismal failure overnight. At the periphery of the Lingyu Flower Sea, an iridescent poisonous snake happened to pass by, leaving a trail of toxic gas in its wake. How can we possibly enter now? Have we reported to the authorities? Yes, but they won't be able to come here anytime soon. Clearly, only those who had accepted the harvesting mission could venture here. Certainly, the morning dew of the Lingyu flower is known to last approximately half an hour from its appearance to its disappearance. It was under such circumstances that Qin Ming arrived. Upon his arrival, he was puzzled by the gathering of people at the entrance of the Flower Sea, but soon overheard a wealth of information. The toxic gas is indeed troublesome. A gust from wind-based abilities would dissipate the morning dew of the Lingyu flower, and fire attributes are even more detrimental. Clearly, none present were adept at toxin control. Moreover, neutralizing poison is inherently more complex than administering it, which explains the collective helplessness of the crowd. However, was it not fortuitous? Keita, what skill had he recently comprehended? The breath of the abyss. In essence, it allows for unimpeded movement in harsh environments without the need for oxygen. This was a perfect match for the situation. Moreover, Keita possessed healing abilities as a safety net. Although not as precisely suited as skills that dispel abnormal statuses, he could still manage to control the minor toxins that infiltrated the skin, preventing them from wreaking havoc within the body. Just as Qin Ming contemplated sending Keita forward to test the waters, two individuals suddenly rushed up to obstruct his path, their expressions unfriendly. Do not presume that just because your spirit beast possesses superior physical qualities, he can withstand the toxins. One warned. Indeed, the phosphor poison is insidious. If anyone were to faint within, we would be unable to render assistance. Their tone was urgent, tinged with aggression. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively and replied calmly. I am well aware. You know nothing. They retorted. The phosphor poison is highly toxic. Even common antidotes are ineffective. Entering to harvest is utterly impossible. You are not the only one who is clever and prepared. The speaker carried an air of superiority, as if he had certainly guessed correctly. Perhaps you are overthinking this. Qin Ming countered, shattering their assumptions. In their moment of shock, he waved goodbye, interrupting their incantation. Time was of the essence, and Qin Ming did not wish to squander it. Keita, proceed, but exercise caution. Understood, Keita replied, saluting before bravely stepping into the noxious fog. The commotion surrounding Qin Ming attracted the attention of those nearby. Some looked on with envy, while others were skeptical, even chastising Qin Ming for his perceived ruthlessness and irresponsibility. Nevertheless, the crowd gathered, awaiting the outcome. Soon, Keita emerged unscathed, and a hush fell over the assembly. You possess skills to dispel abnormal statuses? Someone exclaimed, astonished. Roughly speaking, Qin Ming replied ambiguously. Those who had previously doubted him and uttered harsh words now wore embarrassed expressions, retreating toward the back of the crowd. Could you assist me as well? I would be willing to share half of the points. A quick-witted individual presented a small jade vial. Certainly, Qin Ming responded readily. The morning dew of the Lingyu flower requires special containers for storage, as its shelf life is brief, necessitating ongoing procurement. Most individuals utilized jade vials provided for their tasks, which were convenient for carrying and storage, albeit limited in capacity. Rather than waste, Qin Ming preferred to extend a favor, while also reaping additional benefits. Some lingered, hoping for an official resolution, yet many opted to engage in transactions with Qin Ming. Even those who had initially exuded superiority joined in, their heads bowed low. In just half an hour, Qin Ming completed dozens of transactions, effortlessly accumulating over 1,000 points. What a bounty! This task's points are not as difficult to earn as Cheng Feng suggested. He mused, reveling in the success. Naturally, he also received astonished reactions from Cheng Feng and others during the process. Adhering to the principle of offering discounts to loyal customers, he granted them a complimentary transaction. The conscientious merchant Qin Ming left with a bountiful harvest. On his return journey, he received a phone call from his senior brother, Qin Ming. The follow-up arrangements for the dojo exchange competition have been sent. The match has been postponed and will continue in 2 weeks. Will that conflict with your schedule? Yes. Senior brother, the summer camp at Magic City University is approaching, and I may not have enough time. Understood, the master mentioned the same. He advised that if you have no pressing matters, you should return early. Is there a particular reason? Qin Ming detected an underlying tone. It's likely just customary concern regarding your recent academic progress and to address any uncertainties. I hear your performance in battles has been quite commendable. The master wishes to offer you some incentives and attention. Ah, I see. I appreciate the master's concern. I shall pack my things and return promptly. Strangely enough, after being away for some time, Qin Ming found himself missing Master Zheng and yearning for home. The Si Yuan Dojo. I wonder if Qin Ming has prepared for the ripple technique. I've heard he has performed admirably, and we can commence formal instruction upon his return. Master Zheng sighed, continuing to diligently organize his extensive teaching materials. Chapter 82, Teaching Mishaps. Qin Ming made quite an impression at the dojo competition in Yunhai City, greatly enhancing our dojo's reputation. Master Zheng remarked, chuckling as he rubbed his slightly protruding belly, resembling a benevolent Buddha. I do wonder how well Qin Ming has grasped the ripple technique. Since he is so diligent, we must do our utmost to ensure we do not squander this promising talent. Master, isn't the ripple technique typically reserved for spirit beasts of level 20 or higher? Learning it so early, might that not be a tad ambitious? The senior sister voiced the collective concern. But is Qin Ming just an ordinary individual? He has defeated elite opponents of level 19. By approximation, he meets the prerequisites. Can we really consider it that way? The senior sister replied, somewhat exasperated. What are your plans, master? We shall take turns demonstrating the technique, allowing him to observe its application across different spirit beast species. Following that, we will artificially create waves to help him experience the nuances of layered water flow. Master Zheng explained, his enthusiasm evident as he outlined a meticulously crafted teaching plan tailored for Qin Ming. How has your study of the ripple technique progressed? Upon Qin Ming's return, he was met with a rather straightforward inquiry from Master Zheng shortly after their greeting. As Qin Ming contemplated how much to divulge, Master Zheng, with a grin, added, have you completely failed to grasp it? After confirming that Master Zheng had not misspoken, Qin Ming was left momentarily speechless. Faced with the expected shock and incredulity, Master Zheng elaborated. The application of the ripple technique varies significantly among different spirit beasts, making it challenging to convey through mere words. However, it seems I might have grasped it. Qin Ming maintained a hint of defiance. You can indeed comprehend it, for this is our human language. But can the spirit beasts truly understand? The ripple technique was originally conceived by a spirit beast of my ancestor. My ancestor was fond of poetry, and after his spirit beast listened, it swam in the sea for 3 days, inspired to create the technique. Remarkably, the ripple technique is a universal skill that can be learned postnatally, unrestricted by spirit beast species, though water types tend to find it easier to master. However, therein lies the complication. No one knows what that spirit beast truly understood from my ancestor's poetic recitations. The spirit beast conveyed its insights back to my ancestor. But how much did he truly comprehend? When my ancestor documented the technique, he likely infused it with his own interpretations, rendering it a work of art. In summary, the ultimate outcome is that the painstakingly acquired martial arts manual, after numerous tribulations, was nearly lost to the annals of time. Quite fitting, indeed. It resembles a game of pass the parcel, where one mentions the city gate tower, another responds with hip bone and elbow, ultimately leading to the demise of future generations. Not to mention, this is an exceedingly meticulous and challenging martial arts secret. A slight deviation could lead to a catastrophic error. If one emerges without having developed any faults, that alone would be considered a remarkable achievement. Fortunately, it has been passed down in earnest, has it not? Qin Ming swiftly grasped the crux of the matter, even though the convoluted process had nearly left him in a state of confusion. Although the grand work of the ancestral master remained incomprehensible to all, the spirit beasts could engage in hands-on teaching, imparting knowledge through both word and action. Master Zheng raised an eyebrow. exhibiting an expression that suggested he saw potential in the youth. Very well, Qin Ming understood. The result was what mattered, and the process, let us not dwell on it. So, what I have been studying is indeed the grand work of the ancestral master, Qin Ming remarked wryly, producing the layered waves technique that he had poured over countless times, sacrificing an unknown amount of his hair in the process. Master Zheng smiled mysteriously, shaking his head. No. Qin Ming felt compelled to report this. He had evidence to prove that the master was being mischievous. Wasn't this merely a form of torment? This was, after all, the poetry collection inspired by the ancestral master's spirit beasts. Master Zheng, dropping all pretenses, revealed the truth. But does this distinction bear any significance? Qin Ming, utterly speechless, raged internally. This distinction was indeed monumental. The ancestral master's grand work remained uncomprehended to this day, yet the poetry collection had been grasped by him. Master Zheng clearly understood Qin Ming's unspoken thoughts and elaborated. Naturally, this serves as an alternative method to involve the spirit masters, allowing them to retrace the steps of their forebears. This offers an opportunity to appreciate the difficulties encountered along the way and to respect the invaluable legacies bequeathed by predecessors. At this juncture, Master Zheng's demeanor turned decidedly solemn. I comprehend. Qin Ming inhaled deeply, accepting Master Zheng's elucidation. Henceforth, whether one comprehends or believes they comprehend, yet cannot teach effectively, it matters not. This is entirely normal, and there is no need for despondency. From this day forth, we shall embark on formal instruction. Master Zheng concluded with authority. Master, but it seems. However, Master Zheng did not catch the murmur, seamlessly reciting the meticulously prepared lesson plan. His voice resonated robustly, effectively drowning out Qin Ming's hesitant objections. The layered waves technique emphasizes a method of leveraging power akin to the cascading layers of waves. Yet, this technique is subtle and sophisticated. Without first-hand experience, it is exceedingly difficult to comprehend and master. This overarching principle interrupted Qin Ming's candid admission. Yet he also recognized that Master Zheng's insights were indeed profound. The layered waves technique, as it stood, was merely at the threshold of understanding. Supplementing the lessons seemed prudent. For the solidity of one's foundation is of paramount importance. Qin Ming could not accept that Master Zheng's spirit beasts had merely scratched the surface of the layered waves technique. Hence he and Keita still had much to learn. He quelled the last remnants of his restlessness and attentively listened alongside Keita. With the principles elucidated, let us commence practical instruction. Are the principles this concise? He inexplicably recalled the tidbits about Master Zheng that Zheng Wenjie had sent him during a late-night conversation. Master Zheng, oblivious to Qin Ming's thoughts, summoned his senior sister and a host of spirit beasts to demonstrate in succession. Each demonstration showcased the same attack, contrasting different methods of exertion, clear and straightforward. Much to Qin Ming's delight. What have you gleaned from this? It was only after Qin Ming had observed several groups that Master Zheng cheerfully prompted him. Without hesitation, Qin Ming replied, utilizing force to counter force, some of the borrowed power stems from one's own strength, while other aspects derive from the opponent's. The number of times one can accumulate this power may vary due to proficiency and other factors, leading to a significant disparity in the ultimate effectiveness of the skill. Enlightened, Qin Ming expressed his insights. Master Zheng's expression grew complex as he rifled through the lesson plan he had clutched throughout the day, realizing the progress was somewhat misaligned. His lines had been usurped. What should he convey next? Splendid. Master Zheng offered a dry acknowledgement. Please take your time to absorb the demonstrations. There is no rush. Yet, Master Zheng, feeling a sense of urgency, stepped back a few paces, beginning to amend the lesson plan on the fly. Chapter 83, Grafting. Master Zheng spent a considerable time revising the lesson plan, his demeanor grave. Qin Ming, merely speaking without practice is insufficient. Let Keita take a crack at it. The diminutive Keita, brimming with confidence, stepped forward. They began with the most fundamental approach, attacking solely with their innate strength. At Master Zheng's command, a diverse assembly of cross-species instructors adopted their stances. Inhale, extend the palm forward. A row of claws, wings, and webbed appendages of varying colors and sizes swept forward in unison. Utilizing the recoil, their bodies naturally retracted, gathering strength. The instructors took a significant step back, their bodies partially turning. Keita took a small step back, tucking in his neck. Just as the residual energy was not yet expended, he capitalized on the momentum to launch the next attack. The instructors, hearing the cue, suddenly exerted force, spinning and accelerating forward for another strike. A series of distinctly heavier impacts resonated, the air filled with the sound of rushing wind. With a barrage of thunderous noises, not a single strike missed its mark. Master Zheng's smile morphed into astonishment, a flurry of questions swirling within him. Keita, although the technique had not yet been truly applied, The principle had become clear. In other words, the fundamentals had been glimpsed. But isn't this the objective for the lessons 2 weeks hence? Unbelievable. Such a gifted novice truly disrupts the teaching experience for a devoted educator. He has learned, but it seems it was not through my instruction. Even more vexing was the question of how to proceed with teaching next. Just moments ago, he had meticulously revised the lesson plan. Master Zheng's expression contorted as he rifled through the lesson plan, flipping through the pages, only to glean 2 words from the text. Absurd. A page filled with absurdities, a cascade of bitter tears. He rolled up the lesson plan and summoned his trump card spirit beast, the Lingyuan duck, Kata's advanced evolutionary form. Qin Ming. The Lingyuan duck and the Xianshui duck belong to the same species, serving as the optimal advanced teaching model. I have a matter to attend to. I shall return this afternoon to assess your progress. Master Zheng, speaking with gravity, departed hastily, as if he truly had urgent business to attend to. Very well, master. Take care. As the head of the academy, Zheng Xian was indeed preoccupied and could not accompany the teachings in their entirety. Qin Ming understood this fully. Moreover, had it not been previously stated that the teaching secret for the layered waves technique lay in the experiential guidance of spirit beasts? With such a diverse array of instructors, what teaching styles could possibly be absent? Additionally, with tailored teaching templates, the Lingyuan duck was more than satisfying for Qin Ming. Thus, he felt little regret at Master Zheng's departure. In fact, it not only had no effect on Kata, but also instilled a sense of ease within Qin Ming. Earlier, Master Zheng's low pressure had given him the impression that he was on the verge of reprimanding someone or assigning punitive writing tasks. Surely, that was merely a misperception. Kata had already entered a state of focus, and amidst the VIP instruction of numerous coaches, every nuance of exertion and leverage was meticulously corrected, rendering him increasingly proficient. Observing this scene, a serene smile spread across Qin Ming's face, for indeed, the formal teaching was exceptional. No wonder so many novice spirit masters are willing to invest a fortune to study in the dojo. The teaching efficacy is indeed remarkable. And who says that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw? Qin Ming has been exempted from tuition fees, thus he need not make any sacrifices. In light of this, it seems imperative that he makes the most of the upcoming summer camp in Magic City, striving for admission to Magic City University without examinations, along with a full scholarship. The frugal genius, Qin Ming, is currently brimming with inspiration. A sudden alarm disrupted Qin Ming's daydreaming about the future. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a message from Zheng Wenjie. Qin Ming, your spirit fruit has arrived. My friend has arranged accommodation at a nearby hotel for spirit masters. You can pick it up in the next couple of days. Contact number 168x × 8326. All right, I will reach out shortly. How long has it been since this was arranged? It can only be said that Qin Ming's mental prowess has progressed remarkably quickly, and the contract feedback from his spirit companion, Little Fat, is indeed impressive. Nevertheless, the spirit fruit is still quite a valuable item. Although its assistance to Qin Ming is currently limited, it can elevate one's mental state significantly. Lately, he has been burning the midnight oil far too often, so indulging in some good nourishment would be quite beneficial. With his recent business flourishing, the now affluent Qin Ming is indulging in a rare bout of extravagance. Seizing the day is better than waiting for a propitious moment. Indeed, the path to cultivation demands earnest dedication. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ming scooped up the drowsy Fire Lin beside him, instantly feeling a surge of security. Off we go. Half an hour later, Qin Ming arrived at the prearranged meeting point. As he glanced around, he felt a tap on his right shoulder, followed by an exuberant voice from behind. You must be Qin Ming. I've heard Zheng Wenjie praise you to the heavens, claiming you are a once-in-a-century genius. I am eager to see if this is true. Let us have a duel. Qin Ming observed his opponent, who was showcasing his muscles and seemed poised to engage in a physical contest at any moment. Cautiously, he took a step back. I'm in a contest between spirit beasts, but I haven't brought my spirit beast with me. Isn't this one right here? His opponent pointed at the sleeping bundle in Qin Ming's arms. Wait a moment. Who are you suggesting to compete against? This is outrageous. And Zheng Wenjie, how could you possibly exaggerate to such an extent without even mentioning what my spirit beast is? Your secrecy is truly commendable. Qin Ming was inclined to decline the challenge, primarily because he wasn't sure he could command the Fire Lin efficiently. I am Iron Mang, and I never engage in bullying the weak. Your beast appears to be of the fire element. I shall summon a fire element spirit beast as well. Buddy, you're not just bullying the weak, you're being downright reckless. Qin Ming was left speechless. Let us see who can melt this block of flame crystal first. This type of competition is quite safe and poses no risk of injury. What do you say? Iron Mang's proposal seemed rather well thought out, though regrettably, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Not interested. Qin Ming remained unmoved. The Fire Lin's actions thus far had not been safe in the least. However, his repeated cold rejections only piqued Iron Mang's interest further. If you win, I can agree to a reasonable condition. A spirit master shouldn't be so cowardly. Or are you indeed lacking in true skill, and Zheng Wenjie has merely been deceiving me? Though it was a rather crude provocation, Qin Ming found himself somewhat tempted. It was a risk-free deal. How? What is going on? The Fire Lin had been roused from its slumber, blinking sleepily and yawning widely. He said you lack true skill and wants to challenge you. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned, and he felt the effects of the wooden grafting taking hold. How? The Fire Lin's drowsiness vanished in an instant, its eyes fierce, ready to unleash flames. Chapter 84, Staring in Bloom. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. The previously clear skies had become laden with leaden clouds, pressing heavily upon everyone's heads. This eerily familiar scene filled Qin Ming with an inexplicable sense of unease. Could it be that the provocation had been too intense? The Fire Lin stretched its limbs, shaking its fur, its golden-red scales shimmering with brilliance. Iron Mang took the opportunity to scrutinize it. Your spirit beast has quite a distinctive appearance. It resembles neither a tiger nor a dog, nor a deer. Could it be a mixed breed? Qin Ming's heart sank, and he quickly interrupted Iron Mang's unguarded comments. Its origins. Qin Ming paused for several seconds, adopting a sorrowful expression, leaving an air of profound mystery before continuing. Our meeting was indeed serendipitous. Uncertain of what melodramatic tale Iron Mang might be concocting in his mind, he ceased to inquire further about the Fire Lin's background, though his gaze turned to the creature with newfound affection. From afar, the sound of distant thunder rumbled. Not particularly loud, yet it tightened Qin Ming's chest. If I win, it will be due to the efforts of Yanzi. You must treat him to a grand feast as a reward. A small-scale competition with such significant stakes was hardly appropriate, especially considering that Iron Mang was a friend of Zheng Wenjie. After spending time together, Qin Ming had also recognized the Fire Lin's hearty appetite. He hoped that this wager would alleviate some of its fiery temperament. Moreover, if one were to think clearly, they should realize that a great fire could lead to complete loss. Not to mention, for such a small creature, I could easily cover its meals for the entire upcoming week. Iron Mang boasted with remarkable bravado. Qin Ming momentarily paused, silently shaking his head, lamenting how fitting Iron Mang's name truly was. How? The Fire Lin accepted Iron Mang's sincerity. The murky clouds above began to show signs of dispersing, and Qin Ming let out a quiet sigh of relief. And here is the spirit fruit you requested. Go ahead, unaware that he had narrowly avoided disaster. Iron Mang tossed the special container holding the spirit fruit directly to Qin Ming. As he caught the long-awaited treasure, Qin Ming sighed. If I wish to indulge again in the future, will I even be able to? Such a headache. Blazing Spirit Monkey, are you prepared? Iron Mang released his contracted spirit beast and began his pre-match rallying. Squeak. The Blazing Spirit Monkey? Qin Ming's eyes lit up. This fire element spirit beast combined the agility of a monkey with the ferocity of flames. Its body was covered in crimson fur, the tips glimmering with an orange-golden hue, resembling flickering flames. As it moved, its fur waved in the absence of wind, akin to a blazing inferno. The tip of its tail was wrapped in an eternal spirit fire. It was said that when emotions ran high, the spirit fire could flare up fiercely, raising the temperature significantly. Qin Ming was astonished that Iron Mang had summoned such a formidable spirit beast. It was an eye-opener for him. Observing the Blazing Spirit Monkey, it was evident that its growth level was not particularly high, suggesting that Iron Mang had recently contracted it. However, this did not diminish the fact that the Blazing Spirit Monkey was a rare and powerful spirit beast. Qin Ming had never heard of any breeding facility in the country capable of producing such a creature, considering that wild blazing spirit monkeys usually lived in groups. The difficulty of obtaining one was comparable to winning the lottery. Therefore, whether acquired through luck in the wild or as a reward for excelling in a spirit master competition, Iron Mang's prowess was undoubtedly more substantial than it appeared. If it were to be a contest, if the Fire Lin takes action, then there's no problem. Qin Ming's mindset returned to calm, observing the blazing spirit monkey from a third-party perspective, devoid of any pre-match tension. Qin Ming, you are far too composed. I am beginning to understand why Zheng Wenjie speaks so highly of you. Iron Mang was taken aback by Qin Ming's calm demeanor upon releasing the blazing spirit monkey for the first time. Flattery. Qin Ming smiled, a blend of complexity and sympathy woven into his expression, one that Iron Mang could scarcely comprehend. The flame crystal, born from an environment of extreme heat and pressure, demands an extraordinarily high temperature to melt. Typically, when forging equipment, various ores are incorporated to achieve remarkable effects, and the flame crystal is among them. The efficacy of melting and forging the flame crystal varies with the intensity of the flame employed. Legend has it that the highest level of refinement can purge all impurities, ultimately transforming it into a nearly transparent red gem. After a thorough explanation from Iron Mang, both Qin Ming and Huolin grasped the specific criteria for this competition. The flame crystal in Qin Ming's hand, a grayish-red hue with a rough texture, emanated a slight warmth when cupped in his palm. He pondered what it would resemble once refined. Tossing it lightly before returning it to the eager Huolin, he inquired, "Are you ready?" Qin Ming nodded in affirmation. "Begin." The blazing spirit monkey exhaled a searing bright yellow flame directed at its designated flame crystal. Moments later, the surface of the flame crystal appeared to melt, wisps of black smoke rising intermittently. This, presumably, was the process of impurity removal. With understanding dawning upon him, Qin Ming shifted his gaze back to Huolin. "Huolin, where's your fire?" Huolin remained crouched, utterly motionless, his mouth tightly shut. Qin Ming, having misjudged Huolin's earlier enthusiasm, now harbored serious doubts about whether Huolin grasped the rules. What exactly was he doing? Merely staring at the flame crystal? Was he hoping to intimidate it into submission? Numerous questions swirled in Qin Ming's mind, yet he reminded himself that the stakes were merely a few meals. He shouldn't dwell too heavily on the loss. However, reconsidering, he realized it was not just about meals, it was about dignity, about not becoming the subject of idle gossip. Fueled by competitive spirit, Qin Ming gestured animatedly to Huolin, even pointing towards the blazing spirit monkey in hopes of sparking some inspiration. Yet Huolin, seemingly oblivious, cast a disdainful glance at the blazing spirit monkey, as if the very sight offended him, and his expression towards Qin Ming shifted unfavorably. At a loss, Qin Ming watched as time slipped away. The blazing spirit monkey continued its steady progress, but just as completion was nearing, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The blazing spirit monkey, as if drained of energy, began to sputter. The flames it exhaled became erratic. The flame crystal, which had nearly melted entirely, paused in its transformation, the surrounding molten essence also ceasing to flow. "Hang in there, blazing spirit monkey." Qin Ming's attention was suddenly captivated by the commotion, pondering whether this was mere coincidence or a calculated scheme. "Qin Ming, quickly help me conceal this." A somewhat abrupt voice, the mental communication of Huolin, reached him. Though perplexed, Qin Ming complied, stepping forward to obscure the view between the two areas. What happened next astonished him. Huolin casually glanced at the flame crystal, and to Qin Ming's disbelief, the dull stone split open. It was as if a shell had been shed, revealing a brilliant interior that had already been fully refined. The unremarkable exterior had been intentionally left to serve as a cover, much like a beautiful woman shrouded in a tattered sack, concealing her allure. Qin Ming finally comprehended Huolin's clever maneuver. Indeed, one could achieve remarkable outcomes through sheer focus. But how could this be explained? Standing in the middle, Qin Ming felt the weight of the impending explanation and aftermath resting heavily upon him. "The rest is up to you. Call me when it's time to eat," Huolin concluded, launching himself towards Qin Ming with renewed vigor. Exuding an air of someone who had accomplished a significant task and expected the trivial matters to resolve themselves without further disturbance, Qin Ming's lips twitched, and he took a step back, successfully catching the increasingly hefty Huolin. Cheers erupted from Iron Mang in the background. "Well done, blazing spirit monkey." Upon glancing back, Qin Ming was taken aback to see the previously faltering blazing spirit monkey rejuvenated. A question lingered in his mind, one he hesitated to voice. Ultimately, he opted for silence, burying his myriad suspicions, sarcasms, and helplessness deep within. As he began to strategize the next course of action, he prepared himself emotionally, ready to immerse in the unfolding drama. "I have completed my part, young brother Qin Ming. How fares it on your end?" Qin Ming did not rush to step aside, revealing the luminous masterpiece crafted by Huolin. His expression was sincere, and his tone profoundly earnest as he praised, "Your blazing spirit monkey is truly impressive. Its indomitable spirit moved me. Is this the touching bond between a spirit beast and its master?" He mused, wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. "Oh, it's merely the little monkey's own competitive nature." "Even so, it nearly failed," Huolin replied modestly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Despite his words, the joy radiating from his face was impossible to mask. "Well then," Qin Ming thought, having sufficiently bolstered Huolin's spirits, "I've laid the groundwork for any forthcoming blows. He should be able to handle it." Assessing Iron Mang's psychological resilience, he believed this straightforward and cheerful individual would be just fine. With resolve settling in his heart, Qin Ming retreated a few steps, akin to a host handing the stage over to a true superstar poised to shine. At that moment, clouds obscuring the sun drifted away, allowing a shaft of sunlight to pierce through the window, scattering glimmering motes of gold. The light penetrated the refined flame crystal, which now bore no trace of its former roughness. Its inner layers shimmered like liquid sand, while every crease on its surface glowed with brilliance. Iron Mang, momentarily dazzled by this unique radiance, felt his cheerful smile fade. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, teetering on the edge of awkwardness. Iron Mang's laughter ceased, rendering Qin Ming unable to maintain his forced grin, for doing so would have made him appear foolish. The entire space fell into an eerie silence, quiet enough for Qin Ming to hear his own breath. As he focused inward, counting each breath, it was not until he reached the 66th that Iron Mang finally broke the stillness. Accepting the harsh and surreal reality, he spoke in a voice tinged with heartbreak. Raspy and faint, how did you accomplish this? Qin Ming regarded Iron Mang, whose composure seemed on the verge of shattering, and hesitated to respond. Perhaps it was best not to divulge any secret techniques. After all these years, he had truly underestimated the prowess of the world's heroes. With a tone reminiscent of a seasoned warrior lamenting lost time and ambitions, Iron Mang sighed for the dreams that had slipped away. Observing the youthful Iron Mang, full of vitality, Qin Ming chose not to engage further. He decided to grant him a moment of solace, yet considering this was a place of sorrow, it likely wouldn't be beneficial. A change of scenery was in order. Where shall we go to eat? I'm quite famished, he proposed, his tone remaining sincere. Iron Mang regarded Qin Ming with a blank expression for a moment before replying through gritted teeth, a bet is a bet. Lead the way. His voice, now firm and resolute, bore none of the earlier tremors, alleviating Qin Ming's concerns. This is the exuberance that young people should possess. However, it would be preferable if there were a few more smiles. That expression resembles someone who's overdue on payments. Qin Ming, donning a rather fierce countenance reminiscent of a hungry beast, led the way to a mid-range buffet restaurant. This revelation offered some relief to Iron Mang, who had initially planned to splurge. You reserve 2 group meals for spirit masters including spirit beasts, and find a relatively inconspicuous seat while I enter. Qin Ming signaled to Iron Mang to go ahead. Although somewhat perplexed, Iron Mang complied, reasoning that if they did not consume the reservation, they could reclaim the full price. Occasionally, the advice of locals bears listening. Perhaps it holds some hidden wisdom. With a stoic expression, Iron Mang contemplated thoroughly before stepping inside. Qin Ming patiently awaited outside until his phone signaled that everything was in order, at which point he lowered his head and blended into the flow of patrons entering the establishment. As Iron Mang enjoyed the music and culinary delights, his mood lightened considerably, prompting him to inquire curiously, was there a reason for letting me go in first? The procedures here seem quite standard. You are a new face. The owner has not seen you before, hence you shall receive preferential treatment. Oh, I see. Iron Mang did not fully grasp the implication. Yet he chose not to delve deeper. After all, delicious food was a balm for the soul, and he observed the table already brimming with dishes. Boss, could you come and tidy up? No. However, the owner was nearby, and Qin Ming was unable to intervene in time. Upon seeing Qin Ming, the owner's expression became a complex blend of emotions, as his memory of the spirit beast in Qin Ming's arms was indelibly etched in his mind. That beast had once devoured the entire stock in the warehouse. Why has this reaper returned? Did I not recommend several establishments next door last time? Their food does not compare to yours, came the words directly from Huolin, relayed by Qin Ming. The owner's expression oscillated between agony and amusement. We shall not be as excessive this time. We'll leave after being 3/10 full. Qin Ming empathized with the proprietor's distress, but was unable to withstand Huolin's insatiable appetite. He desperately needed someone to share the burden. All right, but really, please do not come back for a while. After securing Qin Ming's promise, the owner departed, harboring hopes for a brighter future. However, having overheard the conversation between Qin Ming and the owner, Iron Mang felt a profound sense of despair, causing even the food in his mouth to lose its flavor. He observed Huolin's unwavering pace of consumption throughout, regretting his earlier brashness. Why had he foolishly extended a meal wager into a week-long dining ordeal? What kind of prowess could land one on the blacklist of a buffet? Would the coming week be spent in this manner? Iron Mang finally grasped the hint Qin Ming had dropped before entering, albeit a tad late. You could have simply stated it next time. Really, no problem, Qin Ming responded, eager to heed the feedback, adding, I mainly noticed your earlier mood was rather poor, and I feared being too direct might be intolerable for you. So now that I'm feeling a bit better, you feel free to be indiscreet, is that it? Chapter 86, The Hatching. Young friend Qin Ming. Unless there are pressing matters, I implore you to return swiftly. Your spirit beast egg is highly likely to hatch today. It was the voice of old Kong. Little Fatty was finally about to hatch. Qin Ming could hardly contain his excitement, for he had raised little Fatty with deep affection for a full 7 years. And now it was time for the second hatching of his life. After so many years, Qin Ming felt a tinge of nostalgia. Yinzai. Will you continue dining with Iron Mang, or accompany me to Old Kong to await little Fatty's hatching? Owl. Huolin had no hesitation. Food could be enjoyed anywhere. But the hatching of little Fatty, especially the rare second hatching involving ancestral mutation, was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the delicacies that Old Kong could provide were of a caliber beyond compare. Having tasted the world's cuisines, Huolin had a valid perspective, but regrettably, Old Kong's immense power had previously barred him from indulging, leading to years of exclusion. Fortunately, with Qin Ming's assistance, he could once again sneak into the ethereal realm. Unaware of the intricacies, yet having confirmed Huolin's stance, Qin Ming bid farewell to Iron Mang and hastened toward the Siyuan dojo. He concocted an excuse about an elderly neighbor needing care, urgently retrieving Keita from intense training. Destination: the ethereal realm, onward. As soon as Qin Ming steadied himself, he summoned Keita, who dashed toward the spirit pool. Mist enveloped the surroundings of the spirit pool, lush foliage adorned the landscape, and the air was refreshingly crisp. At the center stood a strikingly oval, silver-black giant egg, exceptionally conspicuous. Qin Ming spotted this landmark from afar and noticed Old Kong waiting by the pool's edge. Facing the kindly elder who greeted him with a smile, Qin Ming bowed respectfully. Greetings, Old Kong. It is good to see you. I trust one have not disturbed you? Not at all. Rather, I am grateful for your care of little Fatty these past days. This statement was not mere politeness, as Qin Ming had glimpsed the information on the panel. Name: Mustard Seed Xiangui Egg. Attribute: Space. Potential: High-level leader. Evaluation: Contains its own space within. Currently housing a small spirit pool. Not only had the potential increased, but it had also transported the spirit pool along. It was no wonder Qin Ming had sensed something unusual about little Fatty from a distance. It was indeed not an illusion, as the water level had dropped, revealing its presence. Understanding this, Qin Ming felt a touch of embarrassment. Yet, Old Kong, with his silent smile, exuded an enchanting aura. Merely being near him seemed to dissolve worldly worries. Even when faced with enormous troubles, he could effortlessly resolve them. Perhaps Qi Lin possessed similar capabilities, but he gave Qin Ming the impression of an impartial deity, devoid of personal bias or favoritism. In contrast, Old Kong displayed an unmistakable affection for both Qin Ming and little Fatty, akin to a doting elder watching over a cherished descendant, an affection that was hard to conceal. Overall, the initial impressions of the two were starkly different. While Qin Ming had come to know Old Kong later, their bond was evidently much closer. Qin Ming sat alongside Old Kong by the spirit pool, listening to the wind rustle through the bamboo groves, sipping a cup of fine tea. While patiently awaiting little Fatty's hatching, Keita swam freely in the spirit pool, while Huolin napped by Qin Ming's side, both attentively monitoring little Fatty's movements. Time passed unnoticed until the silver-black giant egg began to tremble, its shell intermittently glowing and revealing symbols. The clear sky abruptly transformed, darkening ominously, as eerie storm clouds gathered overhead, creating a stifling atmosphere. Thunderclouds churned in the depths, but before they could descend, Old Kong waved his sleeve, dispersing the tempest. The sky seemed to rewind. One moment it threatened rain, the next, it was a clear blue expanse. With a crack, a dark claw forcefully shattered the shell that had imprisoned it for days. The spirit pool stirred, yet an invisible force pressed down upon the shore nearest Qin Ming. Perhaps due to familiarity with the process, little Fatty executed its movements with remarkable efficiency, swiftly liberating itself from the confines of the egg. Little Fatty's eyes were jet black, encircled by a dazzling golden ring. Its carapace bore intricate, mysterious patterns, seemingly imprinted from the enigmatic symbols on the eggshell. It raised its head high and emitted a deep, resonant call. First, he glanced at Qin Ming, then at Kong Lao, followed by Kuda and Huolin. After surveying the surroundings, he leisurely began to consume his own eggshell. When Qin Ming exchanged glances with the chubby one, he had already noticed the update on the panel information. Name: Mustard Seed Xiangui. Attribute: Space. Potential: High-level commander, to be enhanced in accordance with the evolution of space. Skills: Void Escape, Mustard Seed Space, Xian Armor Repose. The future potential seems promising, yet these skills are ones Qin Ming had never encountered in any external texts. What exactly is Kong Lao's Void Escape skill? It appears you possess remarkable talent. Kong Lao regarded Qin Ming with a knowing look and then slowly elucidated. When a spirit beast masters Void Escape, it can traverse through the void, yet this skill demands a high level of innate talent from the spirit beast itself. It is quite rare for a newly born spirit beast to naturally possess this skill, which seems rather unreasonable. No, it's entirely reasonable. The chubby one has been breaking out of confinement daily for a while now, a seasoned offender. Now he has even unlocked advanced escape techniques, rendering him unbound. Kong Lao may not grasp the chubby one's yearning for freedom, but Qin Ming understood. So that is how it is, but what about the Xian armor repose skill? This skill is quite commendable. I have an old friend who possesses it as well. Although he hasn't utilized it for a long time, it will prove beneficial for you. Kong Lao continued without further intrigue. This skill has two main effects. Firstly, it enhances defense, allowing one to completely negate damage from attacks that do not exceed one major level. Secondly, it serves as a life-saving measure upon receiving a fatal blow. As long as one has not completely perished, entering a dormant state allows for gradual recovery. With these two skills, what a fine seedling you are. Kong Lao murmured under his breath, lowering his voice as if to spare Qin Ming and the chubby one's feelings, yet he clearly struggled with the matter himself. Qin Ming surmised the reason. The potential of the spirit of space is derived from the space in which it is born. Yet the chubby one's space has only just begun to take shape. How much assistance can it truly provide? It seems Kong Lao's generous allocation of resources and treasures is meant not only to nurture the chubby one, but also to cultivate the space within him. Hiss. He would need to consume a great deal in the future, and Qin Ming suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Boss, I'm hungry. The ominous feeling materialized rapidly. Wait. He recalled that the initial description of the chubby one's space was one of devouring and nurturing. Where has the nurturing gone? After pondering, Qin Ming took out the spirit fruit he had only recently acquired, hesitating momentarily before sharing half with the chubby one and allowing Kudo a taste as well. Naturally, he handed over the intact seed to the chubby one. Observing the chubby one's hearty appetite, showing no intention of spitting out the seed, Qin Ming paused, then emphasized. Chubby one, why not try planting it in your space? The chubby one looked on in confusion. If it succeeds, you shall have an endless supply of fruits in the future. Qin Ming coaxed. The chubby one's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 87, Tortoise. Whether the chubby one's internal space could genuinely achieve self-sufficiency, establish a stable internal circulation, and even see a surge in production for external export remains to be seen. After all, the chubby one had only just sown the initial seed. Take the tortoise treasure with you on your adventures. After all, a greenhouse cannot nurture a towering tree. The calm voice carried the wisdom of accumulated experience. Unexpectedly, it was Kong Lao who first expressed his stance, acknowledging the bond between Qin Ming and the chubby one, and understanding what would be the best development for them. Qin Ming, you may take the tortoise treasure with you to utilize your crossing talents. This will aid in his growth. Qin Ming nodded repeatedly, indicating his understanding, though he felt somewhat reluctant as the matter came to a close. There is no need for such sentimental gestures. Whenever you feel weary from your trials, you are always welcome to return here for respite. All right. Qin Ming no longer hesitated. He summoned Kuda and the chubby one, waving farewell to Kong Lao. In his heart, he resolved, once the chubby one becomes powerful, he will surely return triumphantly. The ethereal realm that hatched the chubby one, and Kong Lao, who had shown kindness to Qin Ming, would be regarded as their second homeland. The chubby one had not returned to Blue Star for a long time. Should they go back now? Considering the time, it had indeed been quite a while since the chubby one had seen his first homeland. Moreover, Kudo was enjoying a delightful half-training, half-pleasure experience by the seaside of Blue Star. As for the true native chubby one, Qin Ming felt compelled to let him enjoy it at least once, right? He mused that with the chubby one's back armor now measuring 15 meters, perhaps he could still relish the high-level ferrying privileges of the four masters across the Celestial River. Just thinking about this made Qin Ming feel exhilarated. Of course, Kudo was also inexplicably thrilled, wholeheartedly supporting Qin Ming's decision to return to Blue Star. They promptly set off. This time, the activation of their talents felt unusually strenuous, and the journey seemed longer than ever, as if something was hindering their progress. When they steadied themselves, Qin Ming's vision blurred, his limbs felt weak, and his mind experienced a sensation akin to a system crash from extreme fatigue. It had been a long time since he felt this way. Could this be the chubby one's power? Qin Ming quickly unloaded from the spirit mastery space, and whether it was an illusion or not, his mind suddenly cleared. Boss. That feeling just now was fantastic. Let us do it a few more times. Qin Ming felt slightly dizzy again. Boss. The space within me has doubled from the initial 10 square meters. Such remarkable results? His head seemed less dizzy now. Qin Ming thought that gritting his teeth to endure might not be impossible. There would be opportunities on the return journey. He would always take the chubby one with him. But shouldn't they go see the sea now? I carried you across worlds. Is it too much to ask you to carry me across the ocean? Qin Ming had his own plans. However, such a conspicuous tortoise was rather inconvenient to carry. After considerable mental preparation, Qin Ming finally recalled the chubby one. Alas, his body felt heavy, his head dizzy, and he could hardly move his legs. Was this what training felt like? Struggling under the burden, Qin Ming finally reached the seaside, only to be pulled by the reliable Kuda to a deserted stretch of ocean. Unload. The next moment, Qin Ming felt as if he had entered paradise. His body light as a cloud. Chubby one, how can you be so heavy? Qin Ming prided himself on not being that weak, right? Oh no. Could this weight be the combined total of the chubby one and his cozy 20 square meter room? Realizing the weight had indeed increased suddenly, Qin Ming felt darkness cloud his vision. Boss, come right on my back. I'll take you flying. The chubby one was so adorable, so considerate. What fault did he have? Was it just a slight overweight? But as someone aspiring to be the strongest spirit master, how could he be defeated by such trivial matters? It was merely like carrying a house, after all. In ancient times, there was the foolish old man who moved mountains. Now there is. Well, perhaps it would be more practical to break through another layer of mental strength. The level of the spirit mastery space is primarily determined by the spirit master's mental strength. A higher level spirit mastery space can accommodate more powerful spirit beasts. After savoring Kong Lao's mysterious tea, Qin Ming's mental strength advanced significantly, reaching the third tier, with a breakthrough not far off. Currently, Kuda was at level 16, while the chubby one was at level 11. The chubby one had been level 10 since birth, and just now, he jokingly leveled up easily. As things progress at this pace, it remains uncertain who will achieve a breakthrough first. I hope they can seize the opportunity presented by Qin Ming's mental prowess to see if they can all advance together. Under normal circumstances, a spirit master and their spirit beast are of equal rank, and while there is indeed energy feedback when leveling up, it is typically insufficient for another breakthrough. Yet, Qin Ming's mental realm is exceedingly advanced. He possesses innate talent, the inexplicable boost from Little Fatty during his transformation, and the generous support from Elder Kong, which has enabled him to achieve what is theoretically deemed impossible, a remarkable leap across levels. Despite his significant advantage, he nearly faltered against Little Fatty, leading Qin Ming to suspect that historically, no one has ever contracted a spatial spirit. It dawned on him, albeit belatedly, why Elder Kong had invited him for tea. Indeed, it was delightful. His mind wandered as he relished the uninhabited expanse of the sea, enjoying the swift turtle boat, the tumultuous waves, and erratic jolts mattered little. Such an experience is undoubtedly unparalleled across the entire blue star, he mused, feeling somewhat elated. Suddenly, the vibration of his phone interrupted his thoughts. Who could be so oblivious to the passage of time? Surprisingly, his application to the cutting-edge technology internal forum had been approved. Qin Ming surmised that the authorities were behind it, yet he was genuinely intrigued by the various data hypotheses regarding advanced technology. He had put forth every challenging hypothesis regarding supercavitation for Kuda to test. Some succeeded, others did not, but hoarding such precious data would be a waste. After much contemplation, Qin Ming left messages one by one, transitioning from a state of obscurity to one of tremendous attention. In an effort to maintain a low profile in the public eye in the future, he applied for this legendary official internal forum. To his astonishment, he received a response. The sea breeze had blown for 2 hours, and the sun overhead was nearly setting. While the speedy turtle boat was indeed fascinating, Qin Ming admitted it was quite enjoyable. There would be time for further amusement later. For now, he decided to return to shore, as the signal on the sea was exceedingly poor. Quack! The turtle 1T return. It'll accompany the duck. Whoa! Neither will the turtle return. It'll accompany the duck. Their generational hierarchy was quite chaotic. Nonetheless, Qin Ming had no intention of bringing Little Fatty back. Besides, with their strength, there was little to fear in these coastal waters. All right, you two stay safe and don't wander too far. I shall head back. Kuda and Little Fatty escorted Qin Ming to a more populated area, watching him disembark before turning back. Quack! Turtle brother, do you dare to take on a big score with me? Last time, a bothersome big fish stole my food. Whoa, what are we waiting for? Let us get it. Little Fatty was indignant. Chapter 88, United Against the Enemy. Kuda stood upon the turtle boat, riding the waves and directing their course. He felt that after diligently honing his skills with the aid of numerous instructors, he had made significant progress. With the powerful external assistance of Little Fatty today, the advantage lay with him. If not now to avenge past humiliations, then when? Recently, Kuda had been inundating himself with various cultural knowledge, practical performance skills, and had watched numerous humorous legal educational videos, causing his speech to adopt a somewhat erratic tone. However, Little Fatty was unfazed. His spirit was simple and transparent, motivated solely by the desire to avenge his brother's mistreatment. They must go. Otherwise, what was the point of his considerable size? In the vast ocean, seeking that special oven mitt would not be an easy task. It required a bit of fate. Yet, Kuda did not believe in destiny, but in his own efforts. Guided by instinct, and seeing no results, they began a thorough search. Kuda recalled the various introductions Qin Ming had shared regarding the oven mitt, from its lifestyle habits to its physical characteristics, including the weaknesses of its nose and abdomen. all shared with little Fatty. Moreover, the spirit master had mentioned that the oven mitt has a penchant for eating sea turtles. That was truly quite malicious. Though little Fatty was not a sea turtle, he empathized deeply. Reinforcing their united front against the enemy, the duo actively discussed tactics throughout the night without rest. Meanwhile, Qin Ming was also awake, unaware of why his right eyelid was twitching and feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Nevertheless, considering Ku Da's extensive experience from weeks of training in the ocean, he diligently educated him about various marine creatures, especially the ferocious oceanic dominators. He believed that under Ku Da's guidance and teaching, the two beasts would undoubtedly have a secure and worry-free night at sea. Thus, the matter of entering the official internal forum was quite exhilarating. Qin Ming reassured himself. This internal forum even featured his former mentor, an academician. Upon seeing the unchanging familiar avatar of his esteemed teacher, Qin Ming's emotions surged. Thankfully, he had donned a disguise. He altered his avatar and the information in his profile. He had specifically requested confidentiality for his personal information upon application, ensuring it would not be made public. Using Ku Da's valuable experimental data, he had unexpectedly been granted permission and approved for access. The opportunity he once sought but could not attain had fortuitously returned to him, evoking a flood of sentiments. Gazing out at the encroaching twilight, it felt as though he were in a different world. Once, he had been considered a rising star in the scientific community, yet due to health issues, the pressures of radiation and project demands had led him to frequent hospitalizations. Ultimately, he was forced to withdraw from the project. The anguish of illness and the void of leaving the project had driven him to contemplate ending his life, only to find himself inexplicably transported to another realm. After relinquishing everything and starting anew, he had somehow circled back to this point. Although the immense secret he bore made him reluctant to reveal himself easily, the sentiments of a researcher and trust in his country had left him indecisive in recent days. After all, there was no precedent for the state to harm its benefactors. The notion of establishing some merit to secure a death exemption had gradually taken shape in Qin Ming's mind. Even the chronic ailments caused by radiation could be progressively healed. He should and must provide a different outcome for those admirable individuals. Without taking this step, merely addressing minor issues such as hair loss. No matter how loud his reputation became, he would forever lack the possibility of engaging with them. Qin Ming made a difficult choice, yet it was bolstered by the growing strength of Ku Da and little Fatty. His journey required a brief period of time and space devoid of external disturbances, and Ku Da and little Fatty gradually provided him with the security he needed. With a heart full of complex emotions, Qin Ming had anticipated sleeplessness, yet surprisingly, he awoke refreshed the next morning. What on earth did you two do last night? You look so exhausted, Qin Ming pondered, realizing he had not received any alerts about a massive storm or typhoon passing through. Why did Ku Da have dark circles under his eyes? And why did little Fatty's gaze seem so vacant? Even a sleepless night shouldn't result in such a state. How about we return to the spirit martial continent? In a place abundant in spiritual energy, their condition would quickly improve. Quack. Last night, we suddenly had an inspiration and didn't rest well, but we're close to catching it. We can't go back. Little Fatty nodded in agreement, his eyes determined as if he were ready to join a party. Qin Ming was skeptical. Although he did not know what this inspiration was that made the two beasts so eager, he reasoned that gifted spirit beasts could indeed comprehend skills in special environments, which seemed somewhat plausible. It felt a bit odd, so he observed. Qin Ming immersed himself in the sea for a full 443 hours, half exercising and half accompanying, only returning to shore to address physiological needs. Unable to endure the darkness and cold of the night, after repeated reminders, Qin Ming returned. Quack. Charge. After a whole day of recuperation, Keita and Xiaopeng were invigorated and ready for another round. Brother Turtle, I shall treat you to some fish, Keita suddenly proclaimed with generosity. Aren't you going to fetch the oven mitts? Xiaopeng asked, slightly perplexed. I just remembered that creature came to snatch our food last time. The spirit master mentioned it is sensitive to the scent of blood. Shall we fish first, then? Xiaopeng understood the implication. Don't rush. The spirit master also said fish are attracted to light. Watch this. Keita began to employ a sweet nectar, its luminescence scattering through the water, creating a dreamlike scene fraught with hidden danger. Indeed, the school of fish was drawn in, and Xiaopeng wasted no time indulging in a feast. Wait, the spirit master said we can't eat this one. Keita hurriedly rescued a protected fish from Xiaopeng's mouth and released it back into the water. It was evident that Qin Ming's teachings had been quite effective, as Keita not only remembered but could also apply what he learned. Finally, a figure that Keita had long sought was lured by the scent in the area, swimming from afar. There it is. How do you propose we reclaim our territory? Xiaopeng rubbed his fists in anticipation. First, we can't let it take our food, not even a single fish. Keita fell into silence. contemplating that the oven mitts did not warrant such a severe punishment. He recalled the spirit master mentioning that shark meat was unpalatable and bore a foul odor. Thus, Keita restrained the creature and delivered a few gentle slaps, feeling at a loss for ideas. Why don't I capture it for you? When you're feeling down, you can take out your frustrations on it. Xiaopeng's inspiration struck. Excellent idea. With Xiaopeng's approval, he took a deep breath facing the immobilized Gallurhinus Galeus. Suddenly, a rift appeared before them, swallowing hundreds of cubic meters of water, including the Gallurhinus Galeus itself. Fortunately, the ocean's waters were virtually boundless, quickly filling the void left behind. Burp. Xiaopeng let out a satisfied belch. If one could peer into his subspace, they would find a small aquatic realm of approximately 10 square meters, harboring a somewhat dazed Gallurhinus Galeus within. Chapter 89, Causing Trouble. Good heavens, what on earth did you two do last night to end up like this? Qin Ming gazed at the two creatures, whose fatigue was even more exaggerated than the previous day, leaving him utterly bewildered. Keita's dark circles were so pronounced they nearly transcended species, while Xiaopeng's ebony eyes lacked any luster. Shall we return to the spirit martial continent to calm down first? If you still feel unwell, we can seek a checkup, Qin Ming suggested. After exchanging glances, Keita and Xiaopeng nodded in agreement. Oh, Keita has inexplicably reached level 17 without a sound? Though he had not comprehended any new skills, the efficiency with which he had leveled up astounded Qin Ming. Blue Star truly is a treasure trove. Considering the gains Keita had made in this ocean, it was indeed substantial. Not only had he made strides in mastering the breath of the abyss and the wave-stacking technique in just a few weeks, but his leveling speed was also remarkably impressive. It rivaled the outcomes of consecutive battles in the spirit martial continent. Was this the might of nature itself? As for Xiaopeng, his experience was even more delightful, likely finding joy in his travels to and from Blue Star. Having finally prepared himself mentally, Qin Ming took a deep breath and summoned Xiaopeng back. Wait, Xiaopeng, what on earth have you done? You seem to have gained weight again. Despite having made ample preparations, Qin Ming found himself blindsided once more, experiencing a wave of dizziness. Only after exhausting all the low-grade spirit crystals he had accumulated on Blue Star did he begin to feel somewhat better. Sensing the rapid depletion of his spirit energy, Qin Ming made a bold decision, not to return to shore, but to traverse directly in the uninhabited sea. Upon arriving at the spirit martial continent, the abundant spirit energy restored his internal balance, making Xiaopeng's burden seem less daunting. However, for the sake of future traversing safety, Qin Ming immediately placed an order for spirit crystals, as the low-grade ones were no longer sufficient. He needed to stockpile some mid-grade as well. Although it appeared that Xiaopeng's ascension was rather effortless, he had done nothing but lie around and level up, yet the cost was substantial. It was not only draining on finances, but also on the spirit master. No, the more I think about it, the more imbalanced I feel. Qin Ming decided to summon Xiaopeng to discuss the expenses. Xiaopeng, how is your space? Any changes? It's expanded by another 10 square meters. Xiaopeng, having just relished his favorite journey through dimensions, felt languid. That's good to hear. The exhaustion has been worthwhile, no regrets. Brothers can certainly settle accounts openly. Xiaopeng, do you know how much you've spent this trip? To put it in perspective, it's equivalent to 2 spirit fruit. Xiaopeng's eyes widened in astonishment. I don't wish to dwell on this, but your expenses are simply too extravagant. You should try to share some of the burden so we can progress together. How should I share? Have the seeds of spirit fruit in your space sprouted yet? Xiaopeng fell silent. Upon noticing this, Qin Ming understood and sighed. It seems they haven't sprouted yet, but perhaps it's simply too soon. Just make sure to take good care of them. If they truly grow, their value will be remarkable. Xiaopeng, who had thrown them in without a second thought, suddenly felt the weight of responsibility. He racked his brain to recall precisely where he had tossed them. Here, or here. Feeling guilty, Xiaopeng nibbled on his left forepaw, blaming himself for not remembering where he had thrown them. Perhaps I should plant a few more. One is simply too few. Xiaopeng blinked his eyes earnestly. Qin Ming clapped his hands and exclaimed joyfully, what a coincidence. That's exactly what I was thinking. From now on, the leftover seeds of spirit fruit will belong to you. Qin Ming was quite pleased with Xiaopeng's newfound ambition. However, Xiaopeng, despite receiving approval, did not seem particularly happy. Something felt amiss. Before the spirit fruit yields any produce, do you have any other? Looking into Xiaopeng's bewildered eyes, Qin Ming cut straight to the point. Is your space convenient for storing items? Having had enough of using his mouth for transportation during traversals, an archaic and torturous method, he urgently required Xiaopeng's technical support. Xiaopeng inspected his internal space, which was rather empty, save for a 45-meter-long Gallurhinus Galeus swimming about. This will do. Having identified his target, Xiaopeng closed his eyes and tentatively retrieved it. A spatial rift appeared in midair, followed by a cascade of seawater tumbling down. Before Qin Ming's astonished gaze, an extraordinarily conspicuous figure emerged. It bore gray-black tiger stripes on its back and a white underbelly. It was a large shark. Alive. The shark's tail fin pressed against Qin Ming's front door, its head nearly touching the windowsill, occupying most of the living room. In its struggle, its sharp teeth bit into the coffee table, leaving several small dents. Finally, those round, bulging eyes fixated directly on Qin Ming. Oh no. Qin Ming felt as if he could burst. How could this be? I just educated Kata on this creature. How could I not recognize it? Why on earth was a living oven mitt here? Was this reasonable? Qin Ming was left breathless. He wiped the salty seawater splashed on his face, feeling a chill in his heart. Soon, a wave of familiar spiritual energy began to brew. Having witnessed Xiaopeng's transformation, Qin Ming knew precisely what this meant. But the true climax had yet to arrive. The oven mitt's eyes were already beginning to show veins of blood, and its body began to swell. Quick, take it back. Everything else could be postponed. Qin Ming could not bear the explosion of life before him. The little chubby, who had sensed he might have gotten into trouble since the flood had begun in his home, reacted with remarkable swiftness. Thus, a crack appeared out of thin air, returning the Mastila latriola shark to its realm, leaving behind a floor soaked with water and a tea table with a missing corner, confirming to Qin Ming that everything that had transpired was indeed not a mere illusion. It's not dead, is it? No, it's not dead, just swollen. And a bit irritable. It might be uncomfortable. Kata, you come out too. You two must explain to me what exactly has happened. Without needing to think, Qin Ming understood that Kata was also involved in this matter. After all, how could there be so many coincidences? The little chubby and the oven mitt had no grievances against each other. Why would one suddenly bring the other? Wait, there are no other living creatures in your space, right? The little chubby shook his head affirmatively. Qin Ming took a moment to calm his turbulent emotions and began to listen to Kata and the little chubby recount the cause and course of this incident. After a brief while, Qin Ming sighed, massaging his temples. All right, I think I understand. However, little chubby, we should both feel that if it weren't for the contract, even you, after consuming a significant amount of formation crystals for initial transformation and amidst the massive surge of spiritual energy upon entering the spirit martial continent, would have had no chance of survival. Therefore, I hope we cherish life and refrain from carelessly bringing animals from Blue Star, thus causing unnecessary casualties, all right? The little chubby also recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded earnestly. At the same time, we must not easily introduce life from the spirit martial continent to Blue Star, for once it escapes our control, it becomes an invasion of species, and the consequences could be dire. I fully understand your eagerness to experiment with your abilities, but we must proceed step by step, respecting life and adhering to objective laws. Shall we? Kata and the little chubby clearly realized they had caused a mishap and adopted a serious attitude. All right, as long as you understand. The most urgent issue now is how to deal with this waterlogged mess. Kata and the little chubby simultaneously lowered their heads, watching the orderly reflections of everyone in the water, falling silent. Chapter 90. A frightening experience. Don't look so glum. Let us resolve this together. Qin Ming first adjusted his mindset. Kata and the little chubby were still young, and their ability to discern right from wrong was commendable. Even if they made a mistake in a moment of carelessness, so what? A spirit master is not merely ornamental. Isn't he currently striving to remedy the situation? Qin Ming distributed 3 cloths and a bucket, then announced the rules of the contest. Kata, little chubby, you can use your skills or the most primitive methods to see who can be the most efficient. The two beast spirits finally lifted. Qin Ming smiled slightly and declared the contest officially underway. Kata diligently manipulated the water into the bucket. Although controlling water that was not generated by his own skill was challenging, he continued to make efforts. Meanwhile, after several fruitless attempts to suction water with a space crack, the little chubby accepted that his skills were not yet capable of such intricate operations. After casting a few envious glances at Kata, he obediently began to scrub the floor with all 4 limbs, and Qin Ming timely offered him a cloth. Watching Kata and the little chubby competing with fervor filled Qin Ming with comfort as he idly splashed water. He felt as though he had forgotten something, but could not recall what it was. At a street-side snack stall, Iron Mang was accompanied by the suddenly appeared Huolin, who sought a late-night snack. Looking as helpless as a child, he was on the verge of tears. Yet Qin Ming, feeling no random twitch in his right eyelid and remaining calm, assumed it was not a significant issue, as he had gained considerable experience. Observing Kata and the little chubby moving increasingly deftly, Qin Ming initiated a discussion regarding the future arrangements for the oven mitt. The Mastila latriola shark clearly could not survive in the spirit martial continent. Currently, little chubby, your space is too small and lacks food, so it cannot be sustained. Given the enormity of this blunder, it is likely that I have no fate with it. So releasing it back into the wild would be best. What do you think? Keita and the little chubby exchanged glances and nodded repeatedly, showing that they truly did not wish to encounter the Mastila latriola shark again. Tonight, we will release it back to Blue Star. But we must follow it until we confirm it has regained health and will not disrupt ecological stability, alright? Gah, can it even recover? Keita asked sincerely. There's no need to be so pessimistic, Qin Ming replied with a wry smile. Although it is swollen and likely has serious internal injuries. Once we return to Blue Star and the spiritual energy dissipates, you can use your skills to assist in its recovery. It will likely be fine. Gah, I almost forgot I have healing skills. Your ability is quite remarkable. It's my fault for not giving you more opportunities to use it. How about this? From now on, every noon, you can give everyone a boost, keeping us revitalized and eliminating the need for a midday nap. What do you think? Perhaps it could even offset our sleep at night. Qin Ming began to tell a horror story. Keita couldn't articulate his specific feelings, but deep down, he was definitely rejecting the idea. Alright, just a joke. I won't force you. But this skill is very important and will likely have many opportunities for use in the future. With that, Qin Ming smiled knowingly. Alright, both of you. Have you finished cleaning up? Isn't it true that teamwork makes the task go swiftly? Gah, indeed. But Spirit Master, your bucket is quite empty. The boss is at the bottom. The little chubby stretched out his neck, scrutinizing. Time to sleep. We've all had a long day. There are things to do tomorrow. Qin Ming felt it unnecessary to argue with children. He handed over the last 5 primary spirit crystals and 3 intermediate spirit crystals he had at home to the little chubby, reminding him to take good care of his return ticket. Still feeling uneasy, he retrieved 1 intermediate crystal to keep for himself. After a fulfilling day, everyone slept soundly. In the deep of night, Huolin quietly returned, not disturbing anyone. However, before dawn, he woke up, brimming with determination. Howl, rising early and returning late. I deserve a sumptuous breakfast. Let us set off. Let us head to Blue Star as well. How strange. Why did I use also? A doubt flashed through Qin Ming's mind. The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him, but after several experiences, he had developed some resistance and could endure it. This time, he should not be as clumsy as before. Qin Ming felt confident. Following a moment of weightlessness, briny seawater suddenly surged into his nostrils. Damn. Am I in the sea? He attempted to swim upward, but found he could not control his limbs at all. He had never felt the moment of crossing to be so long and fragile. In his struggle for consciousness, Qin Ming concentrated all his effort to summon the little chubby, and was thus saved. Qin Ming leaned on the little chubby's shell, retching, his nostrils and throat burning painfully. Next time, I must find a safe place. He truly did not realize that after crossing to Blue Star, he would experience 10 to 20 seconds of bodily stiffness and loss of control. With nearly 10 seconds of near drowning, an ordinary person would faint and convulse. This was entirely different from holding one's breath while swimming for a few minutes. Qin Ming was left speechless by his own folly, almost landing in a major mishap. Turning his head, he saw the little chubby with tear-filled eyes, looking utterly disheveled. Indeed, there is also Keita. Qin Ming summoned him forth, invoking the essence of Ganli Runs. The luminous energy melded with Qin Ming's being, gradually alleviating various discomforts. He felt rejuvenated, truly a most practical skill. For the first time, Keita viscerally perceived the fragility of the Spirit Master, momentarily solidifying his resolve to diligently practice Ganli Runs. The chubby fellow, weeping uncontrollably, was evidently terrified, mumbling incoherent prayers. I shall no longer engage in mischief. I will refrain from stealthily digging pits at home. Nor will I pilfer the desserts from your refrigerator, and certainly, I shall not regale Keita with tales of your countless past embarrassments. Other misdeeds momentarily elude my memory, and I presume there are but few. In any case, you must take good care of yourself. Gazing at the sorrowful chubby one and the somewhat touched Qin Ming, his complexion now a pale hue of blue and white. Chubby, he shouted through gritted teeth. Upon hearing Qin Ming's robust voice, the chubby one's sorrow dissipated, and he broke into a foolish grin. Oh, you delightful little rascal, Qin Ming said, shaking his head in exasperation. However, one might say that misfortune brought unexpected fortune. It was not entirely a loss. Following the harrowing experience, Qin Ming gained a deeper understanding of his own talents, while Chubby and Keita seemed to have instantaneously matured, assuming greater responsibilities. Let us release it quickly. Life can be exceedingly fragile at times. In the desolate expanse of the sea, the glow once more illuminated the waters. Yet this time it radiated pure light imbued with blessings and healing. The Gu's weasel shark, adrift upon the waves, was enveloped by the warm luminescence of Keita's Ganli Runs. Its previously distorted physique gradually regained its elongated form, though its abdomen remained excessively sunken. The crimson veins that had marred the shark's eyes gradually receded, and the uncontrolled, Violent spiritual energy that had enveloped its being dissipated in mere moments, far swifter than the energy dispersing within Qin Ming. If one were to liken the dissipation of Qin Ming's energy to a balloon slowly losing air, then the Gu's weasel shark was akin to a balloon that had burst. Not only was the speed remarkable, but it ultimately left no trace of spiritual residue within. How unfortunate was this Gu's weasel shark to encounter Keita amidst the vast ocean, only to be relentlessly pursued by him. Not only did Keita take a keen interest, but he also managed to locate the shark days later, gathering a group to exact revenge. Such a tumultuous experience would be deemed legendary across the entirety of the ocean. Alas, it gained no benefits from this ordeal and nearly lost its life in the process. Contemplating this, Qin Ming let out a quiet sigh. As Keita's healing light began to wane, the Gu's weasel shark finally regained its senses, opening its formidable jaws to expel a torrent of thick, sanguine mist. Could it be that this was the result of internal bruising? Observing the shark's noticeably improving condition, Qin Ming could only speculate thus. Keita, who had never exerted gonly runs at such intensity, wearily nodded in affirmation. It appeared that the raging spiritual energy was akin to an excess of medicinal tonic for the ordinary denizens of Blue Star, transforming into a most lethal poison. The pure and stable spiritual energy within the spirit crystals, alongside the filtration and condensation of one's own formations, constituted an essential part of the metamorphosis from ordinary creatures to spirit beasts. A misstep could lead to certain demise. Well, Keita's efforts were not in vain. It no longer holds the potential to evolve into a spirit beast. Although Keita appeared to have healed externally, a deeper intuition stirred within Qin Ming, suggesting that something fundamental within the essence of the soul had been irrevocably damaged. The Gu's weasel shark, now considerably restored, gently swayed its tail, seemingly attempting to regain its bodily equilibrium. Yet, upon encountering Keita and the chubby one, both seemingly no threat to it in terms of size, the shark exhibited signs of panic, its massive form trembling as it vigorously flicked its tail and swiftly turned to flee. Was it truly wise to engage in such vigorous activity so soon after recovery? This seemed rather inadvisable. Yet, Qin Ming found himself at a loss for words. All he could ascertain was that it appeared to be recovering quite rapidly. He wished for it to enjoy better fortune in the future, to turn from adversity to prosperity. Chubby, I know you've marked it with a spatial sigil. You can observe from a distance in the coming days, but remember, beauty lies in distance. Watch from afar. Noticing that the chubby one had remained uninvolved throughout, his spirits waning, Qin Ming assigned him a task to distract him from his wandering thoughts. I just feel it's such a pity. I've never eaten a fish this large. If I could have one every day, Chubby lamented, utterly disheartened. Qin Ming's eyelids twitched in disbelief. How could he have forgotten that turtles love fish, and that Chubby had an especially insatiable appetite? Despairingly, he slapped his face, realizing it was merely his own sentimentality. One every day, how audaciously you dream, Chubby. You've now evolved into a spirit beast, and I understand your fondness for fish. However, apex predators such as this one play a crucial role in the ecological balance of their territories. If you indulge without restraint, the consequences could be dire. Oh well, you might not fully grasp this, so perhaps you should join Keita in supplementary lessons. It wouldn't hurt to gain some knowledge in both law and biology. Chubby, who understood but hoped he hadn't, grew even more despondent. He longed to return to the carefree days of merely feasting. Your mindset hasn't evolved. You've grown stronger, yet you cannot act recklessly. Let us also cover moral education. Chubby truly wants to cry. Though reluctant, Qin Ming was not jesting. Despite Chubby appearing harmless at present, the immense potential of a spirit being could ultimately border on the divine. Qin Ming hoped that if Chubby were to reach such heights, he would embody strength and compassion, rather than become a fearsome entity consumed by unchecked desires and powers, particularly given that Chubby was nurtured by Qin Ming himself. Leading him into the realm of spirit beasts, he felt a sense of responsibility. It seemed the selection of each spirit beast henceforth would require careful consideration. Character might be even more significant than innate talent. Reflecting upon the existence of incompetent spirit masters within the spirit martial continent, unable to properly command their spirit beasts, and even requiring external assistance to quell uprisings, Qin Ming felt the weight of his responsibilities intensify. He could scarcely imagine the consequences if such events were to transpire on Blue Star. Too perilous. After reiterating his instructions, Qin Ming set off on his return. He needed to quickly impart foundational knowledge to them. Each beast should possess a tablet, and he would download educational videos for convenient access. Additionally, outdoor survival equipment needed to be thoroughly prepared. Oxygen tanks, bulletproof vests, and kayaks were essential. With a mere delay of seconds, as long as preparations were in place, everything would be easily resolved with Chubby's spatial storage. Upon returning to shore, Qin Ming commenced his procurement endeavors. Grateful for the convenience of online shopping on Blue Star, most of his requirements were readily met. Regrettably, certain military-grade materials were unattainable, causing Qin Ming to sigh in disappointment. This model of signal booster will have to suffice if only I had a spacesuit, Qin Ming mused, contemplating the weight of such equipment. After all, nothing could surpass Chubby's mass. A multifaceted protective suit would provide an unparalleled sense of security on Blue Star. How splendid it would be. If not, the G-suits used by fighter pilots would suffice, wouldn't they? In a flurry of whimsical thoughts, Qin Ming abruptly returned to reality, only to realize that he had procured an excessive amount of items. It was imperative to summon the Little Chubby One back for collection. Speaking of which, considering that the Little Chubby One's space was missing a 45-meter shark, it ought not to be too burdensome, right? Just as he was about to set off, Qin Ming's phone dimmed, but the screen illuminated once more due to an incoming notification. Casually, he opened it, revealing an urgent rescue announcement concerning vessels operating near the coordinates XX off the coast of H City. Upon discerning that it was a message from the official forum, Qin Ming's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Such matters were not trifled with in jest. Was there an incident? Without the luxury of time to peruse further details, he recognized that the distance, while neither too far nor too near, was now known, and it was paramount to hasten to the scene of the incident. Little Chubby, come forth, Qin Ming called out to his spirit beast from afar.